At the young age of 18, you reach the peak of the great emperor's realm in cultivation, known as the Koan Emperor, only one step away from becoming an immortal. However, due to excessive killings that offended the will of heaven, 2,000 years have passed and you still have not ascended to immortality. Helpless, you chose to seclude yourself. Just then, the system awakened, but its first task was unexpectedly to have you marry the daughter of a deceased friend. What you never expected was that within the body of the deceased friend's daughter, there was your former girlfriend who had once been your companion for 2.5 days. At this moment, on the ceremony of the 90 Holy Land Saintess conferment, the 9 fragrant Saintess Lu Ruyan stood in the center of the main hall. Just as she was about to put on the crown, the disguised you suddenly appeared. Wait, I will take on this holy son. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene erupted in an uproar. Some deacons and elders looked incredulous, while the 90 holy lords sat on the high seat, looking surprised. The demeanor and tone of the person in front of them were indeed somewhat familiar. The Supreme Lord of the 9 Heavens asked in confusion, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Susi, you did not hide your name. After all, the population of the Tianxian continent is endless, and there are too many people named Susi. It is normal to occasionally have the same name, but 2 or 3 old men on the high seat almost fell off their chairs. Emperor, he has left the pass and still wants to become the Holy Son. What is he trying to stir up? The 9th Fragrance Holy Lord hesitated slightly. He knew that his master was always very serious in the past and would not act without reason. There must be a reason for hiding his identity, so he did not expose it and said with a smile, "Su Si, are you sure you want to be this 90 Holy Son?" You responded, "Okay." Wearing a splendid robe of the Hua dynasty, the enthronement ceremony was held again, and Su Si was appointed as the new Holy Son of the 90 Holy Land. As soon as this news came out, the whole place was shocked. Lu Ruyan sat down on the ground in disbelief. "Why, grandfather, didn't we agree that I would become the saintess?" Upon hearing this, one of the elders gave her a meaningful look, but Lu Ruyan pretended not to notice and turned to look at you. "You want to take my saintess throne? You have to defeat me first." With that, she took out the white ling, took a step forward, and rushed towards you. Lu Ruyan had already reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm, confident that there were few peers who could match her. Teaching a nameless boy a lesson was naturally easy, but just as she was about to collide with your body, you casually waved your hand and sent her flying out. And soon, under the admiring eyes of many disciples, you put on the crown and became the new saint. A holy sword, 10 immortal crystals, and a ring for cultivation materials. The smile of the 9 Fragrance Holy Lord is brilliant. Any other requests? Seeing this, you smile slightly. Help me deliver a document to the Xiantian sect, and tell them that the 9th Heaven Saint Sun Su Si will marry the Xiantian sect Saintess Luo Zio in 3 days. Ask them to send the person over quickly, otherwise it will be considered a declaration of war. Hearing this, many elders were greatly shocked and lost color. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Xiantian sect has a good relationship with Mingchu Holy Land, but our 90 Holy Land is getting more and more declining, and can no longer withstand the turmoil. The previous Holy Son's body is not cold yet, and the current Holy Son is having frequent thoughts. This is heaven wanting to destroy our 90. The 90 Holy Lord hesitated slightly. His gaze turned towards you, with concern in his eyes, and he transmitted a message. Ancestor, since you closed your door for cultivation, 9 Fragrances has been without an emperor. We have kept our doors closed and our tails tucked, not daring to speak out. Even the Holy Son who went out to express his love to Luo Zio was beaten like a wild dog, barely escaping back to the Holy Land, and ultimately perished in the main hall. Upon hearing this, you sneered and transmitted your voice. "No problem. I want to see how capable these people from the Eastern Wasteland really are." At this moment, Lu Ruyan climbed up from the ground. "Give up. Our 90 Holy Land will never offend the Xiantian sect and the Mingchu Holy Land for you." She wanted to say more, but then she heard the stern voice of the 90 Holy Lord. "Good. I will send someone to write the document, even if it means fighting to the end of the Eastern domain." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, glanced at you, then at the Holy Lord. Feeling as if the sky was about to collapse, you glanced at her. "Your name is Lu Ruyan, right? Then I'll have you lead the team to handle this document. If you refuse, as the prince, I have the authority to expel you from the door." At the same time, news of the preparations for the hiring ceremony and documents at the 90 Holy Land quickly spread. Upon hearing the news, Luo Zio looked bewildered. "Master, what is the situation with this 9 Heavens sacred land?" Mysterious woman chuckled. "Persistent pestering. It does seem to be his style, but you don't need to pay attention. They are just noisy distractions. The secret realm of the Eastern Wasteland is about to open. Our most important task now is to seize the opportunity, transcend this place, take control of the Central Plains, and ascend to the top in one step." Upon hearing this, Luo Ziyao clenched her small fist. Her mother's clan was in Zhengzhou, but the treasures about to be unearthed in the eastern wasteland were too tempting. It was said that even immortals coveted them. She was just staying temporarily. Otherwise, with these holy sons of the eastern wasteland, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to see her. At this moment, a maid outside the courtyard knelt down respectfully. Luo Xianzi, the Lindong Xingzi of the Ming Dynasty Holy Land, requests an audience. Why is everyone coming, but not him? Luo Ziyao directly refused. The maid added, Prince Lindong said that the Nine Fragrance Holy Land is too annoying. He can ask his third great uncle to accompany you to the 9-0 Holy Land to cancel this wedding, and also give the 9-0 Holy Land a good beating. Luo Ziyao chuckled lightly, with a look of disdain on her face. Is he capable of doing so? Then let his third uncle handle it himself. If he can cancel the marriage, I will have a higher opinion of him. On the other side of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, you stand on a mountain peak, watching the embarrassed return of the marriage proposal procession sent out, accompanied by the battle formation of the Mingchu Holy Land. Leading the battle formation is an old man with white hair striding proudly at the front. Seeing this, you touched your chin and immediately transformed into the appearance of Luo Feng, because you felt that following your parents' wishes for such a major event like a wedding was undoubtedly the most convenient way. Anyway, Luo Feng owes you 100,000 immortal gold, ran away to the foreign battlefield to avoid debt, so pretending to be him is the easiest way. Soon, the honor guard passed through the 90 Peaks Gate. I haven't been to this 9-0 Holy Land for a long time. This time, not only do I need to criticize your holy lord, but I also need to get some compensation. Otherwise I would have made a wasted trip. His name is Wei Qinghe, a saint in the realm of perfection, considered a strong figure not seen in the early Ming Dynasty Holy Land. Lu Ruyan followed behind him, looking dejected. Wei Qinghe was really too strong. In a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid no one in the 9-0 Holy Land would stand a chance. After a stick of incense, Wei Qinghe suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a man sitting not far away, playing the zither with extraordinary beauty. At the sight, Wei Qinghe's legs trembled. Qin Emperor Luo Feng, how come he's here? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't it rumored that he didn't dare to come back from the battlefield outside the domain because of something? How could he be sitting outside the gate of the 90 Holy Land now? Many saints who came with Wei Qinghe also looked puzzled. With an emperor appearing in the world, many things have changed. In the forest, Wei Qinghe pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his expression changed. Emperor, are you also here to call off the marriage? But the emperor in front of her continued to play the zither. Without saying a word, Wei Qinghe bent over, cold sweat pouring down. Dang! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, like the sound of thunder on level ground. After everyone had been standing in punishment for half an hour, you broke the strings in your hand, and the solemn atmosphere made everyone's faces turn pale. Wei Qinghe's knees went weak, and he knelt down directly. Then you said softly, will the marriage proposal of Lu Ruyan be successful? Seeing this, Lu Ruyan burst into tears. Lord Luo, this has nothing to do with me. It's the arrival of the Holy Sun. His name is Su Ci. He is very hateful. Pa! With a raise of your hand, Lu Ruyan was whipped away several meters. I ask, you answer. If there is any concealment, you will be crushed to pieces. Understand? I understand now, Lu Ruyan said in panic. I was stopped by the guardian of the Mingchu Holy Land before I even reached the Xintian sect and was sent back home. You look at Wei Qinghe. What do you mean? Wei Qinghe couldn't figure out your thoughts, so he could only answer with a stiff face, Emperor, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land was taken by your daughter. Helping to break off the engagement is just helping you, isn't it? Seeing this, you sneered. What does my family matter to you at the beginning? Listen to me. This marriage is arranged by me. Go back and tell Ziyao to pack up and marry to the 90 Holy Land in 3 days, or I will cut off my father-daughter relationship with her. As for you, dare to interfere with the good things of my Xintian sect, die. As soon as these words were spoken, a killing intent poured down from the sky as if it were substantial. Wei Qinghe's face turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and using a forbidden technique to escape into the sky. But the next moment, with just a flick of your finger, the space seemed to be pressed down by a heavy hammer, directly forming a depression. Wei Qinghe's figure was bounced out. Just one strike caused the peak saint of the eastern domain to fall directly. At this moment, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the Tao mourned. Then, a beam of light struck from the 9 heavens, which was the emperor realm of the Mingchu Holy Land making a move. Seeing this, you responded with a palm strike. In an instant, the heavens roared, as if a huge hole was about to be torn open. The saints of various major forces who were observing in secret all changed their colors. Emperor's Battle. A battle of emperors unseen in the eastern domain for decades. After clapping hands, you soar into the air. I don't care who the person making the move is, or what power you belong to. or if anyone has a problem with me, all consequences will be borne by me. Luo Feng of the Xiantian sect, if you have the ability, show up for a battle. Seeing this, the distant Emperor realm remains silent, seemingly considering whether it was worth it to have an Emperor realm fight to the death for a saint. After a long time, a loud roar of the great Tao came from afar. Luo Feng, we have recorded this grudge in the Mingchu Holy Land. When the mountains and rivers meet, we will see how it goes. Hearing this, you sneered. Your own strength is much stronger than Luofeng's, but you were originally influenced by the heart demon and hesitated to kill. Now with the system protecting you, you have no more worries. If the Emperor appears, you will also kill him. Later, you looked at Lu Ruyan. Go do as I said. Yes. Lu Ruyan knocked her head twice and hurriedly ran towards the direction of Xiantian sect in a sorry state. Luo Zio, who received the news, looked strange. Master, my father has returned. Why did he not come to see me and instead went to the Nine Heavens sacred ground? The mysterious female voice is also full of confusion. There is something strange. Too strange. What should I do? I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. Am I really getting married? At this time, Luo Zio was very flustered. There is no other way. Your father is not aimless. He must have a plan. Relax your mind first, even if you marry over. What's the harm? With me here. Although you may not be able to defeat the Emperor realm, capturing the crown prince will be a piece of cake. I won't let you suffer. Marry. Yes. Luo Zio's eyes lit up. Even if she married over there, it would just be a change of place for cultivation, and she had many backers behind her, so things might not be impossible to handle. On the other side of the Ming dynasty's holy land, Lin Dong, upon hearing that his third uncle had been killed, was so angry that he coughed up 3 liters of blood. This damn Luo Feng, really acting recklessly as an emperor. And this Nine Heavens holy land, where did a holy sun pop out from? Really getting on my nerves. Someone, pass me the challenge letter. The day after tomorrow I will have a life and death battle with the newly appointed holy son of the Nine Heavens holy land. The old man was startled. Saint, this is the marriage contract designated by the Emperor of Qin. It's not very good, is it? Lin Dong smiled. What's wrong with that? If I can kill one holy son, I can kill 2. I want everyone to know that only I am worthy of Luo Zio. At the same time, the residents of the son of the 90 Holy Land, the 90 Holy Lord Gaoran, brought several guards to this place. The Son of Heaven has declined. You got up and made a slight bow. Gaoran waved his hand, sternly dismissing the attendants on the left and right. Once inside the room, he suddenly changed his expression. Master, please have a seat. Shaoran will give you a massage. What a system. My current identity is the Son of God. Acting must be done in full. Don't you understand? Yes, yes. It is the teaching of the master. Xiao Su, what do you think about the life and death battle the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, you smiled calmly. Received. Stepped on an ant. Feeling happy. Yes, Lin Dong is nothing special, but I heard that he has already been admitted early to the Lin Lang Academy in Zhengzhou, and has a mentor at the peak of the Holy Realm. Ling Lang Academy? You were taken aback. This is a huge presence in the Tianxian continent, and also your former heritage, with countless emperors in the clan and internal channels connecting to the immortal realm. However, it stands in the central plains, and in the past, it never interfered with the eastern wilderness. Unexpectedly, this time there is a mentor coming to recruit disciples. You asked in confusion, is this Lin Dong really a genius? The first in the eastern region. Gao Ran nodded, then shook his head. The Phoenix Heavenly Maiden of the Luo family should be the first. He is considered the second. It's just that he is older in age, and his combat power is the first on the surface. No problem. Can he still control us in the eastern region from Zhengzhou? Everything remains the same. Half an hour later, a holy aura enveloped your mansion. Shortly after, a white-clad woman walked into the mansion. The woman held a long sword and wore a scholar's robe. Are you Su Ci? At the words, you smiled indifferently. I am Su Ci. I am Bai Yi. Can you cancel the life and death battle between you and Lin Dong, as well as the engagement with my disciple Luo Ziao? I want to bring both of them back to Zhengzhou, and the slots have already been reserved. You shook your head and laughed. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Do you dare to go against Lin Lang? Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. A hint of killing intent just revealed, but suddenly felt the world darkening, the imperial might descending, pressing her down as if she were as tiny as an ant. Your guardian is actually an emperor? What kind of emperor? I don't know. You blinked innocently. Seeing this, Bai Yi took a deep breath. You can choose to fight or marry. That's fine too. After you have done all these, if you are still alive, then you can go to the academy in place of Lin Dong. Do you want to take me as your disciple? You feel a bit absurd. It's fine to be an inappropriate apprentice. I will be your recommender. In the future, When you become successful, credit will be given to me. As long as you agree, Linlang Academy can be your backing, and will not trouble you anymore, but will instead fully support you. Deal. You nodded. There are still many people in the imperial realm of Linlang Academy, and you have a history with the Academy's dean, so it's not good to tear your face apart. As for whether to go to Linlang Academy in the future, and in what capacity to go, it's none of Bai Yi's business. 2 days later, the 90 Holy Land was filled with red decorations. On a grand scale, some influential saints arrived, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the wedding of the Holy Son or the Holy Lord? If Su Xingzi is killed, the 90 Holy Land will be in trouble. Don't say. You really shouldn't say. I heard that Su Xingzi only has the strength of the divine transformation realm, while Lin Dong Xingzi has already reached the divine ability realm. Soon, representatives from all major forces had taken their seats. You strode in with great confidence, wearing a bright red robe, and entered the venue first. Luo Zio, dressed in wedding attire, walked slowly from the side. Her heart was filled with a sense of unreality. Just 3 days ago, she was preparing for the ancient immortal ruins, and now she was inexplicably getting married to someone she didn't even know, let alone heard of. As she entered the venue, her divine sense penetrated through, and she gazed at your slightly distracted face. It had to be admitted that your appearance was unparalleled, truly the most handsome in the world. At this moment, a mysterious female voice sounded in Luo Xiao's heart. Strange, a familiar feeling. In the distance, your heart trembled, and you averted your gaze from looking at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao secretly thought in her heart, Master, he seems to know me. No, he should know me. Mysterious female voice full of doubt. Take a closer look. Okay. Luo Xiao had just taken a step forward when suddenly a voice rang out in the room. Susie, have you forgotten about the Tao? Lin Dong walked into the hall with a long sword in his hand, looking extremely arrogant. Xiao, you have been wronged. I will take you away. With me here, no one can harm you. At this moment, Lin Dong was feeling so self-conscious that he was bursting at the seams. He felt as if he were the young hero who stepped on the 7-colored haze and saved the woman. However, in Luo Xiao's eyes, it wasn't the same thing. Somehow, when she looked at Lin Dong, she always felt that the word death was written on his brain. Master, I'm finished. Luo Xiao was creeped out. I actually subconsciously wanted Su Ji to win just now. Did I fall in love at first sight? The mysterious female voice said. Normal. Compared to Su Ji, this Lin Dong is even worse. Even if it was 2 mountain pigs, we would still choose the better one. Luo Xiao. She always felt that it wasn't a good analogy for her master to make. But, as long as it's not love at first sight, she was the one who was going to set foot on the immortal realm. How could she have a hankering for mortal feelings? At that moment, from the main seat, Gorin said, You two, let's face off in the main hall. On the side, Wei Zai, an old man from the Mingqiu Holy Land, also smiled faintly. The fight won't be long, so let's settle it on the spot. He's not wearing a congratulatory shirt. In his opinion, Lin Dong was at the Avatar realm, and beheading a descendant at the Transformation God realm was just a matter of lifting his hand. This wedding is nothing more than a red funeral. Su Ru, are you ready to claim your death? Lin Dong laughed sarcastically as the long sword in his hand buzzed. You're talking a bit too much, aren't you? Suji crossed his arms. Lin Dong grunted. I won't bully the small with the big either. You are at the Transformation God realm. Then I will suppress my cultivation to Transformation God and fight you. Su Ru nodded non-committally. This Lin Dong still has some martial virtues. Then I'll suppress my Great Emperor cultivation to Transformation Spirit to fight you. Boom! The battle in the arena instantly erupted as Lin Dong's long sword slashed as if a round of curved moon bloomed in the air and went straight for Suji's head. Mingqiu Holy Land Jedi. 7 styles of the Sun and Moon Sacred Sword. Out of the blue is a killing move. Chapter 5. I become a great emperor, and I'm still trying to reason with you? A trace of moonlight power. This Lin Dong has good natural talent. We have underestimated him. The mysterious female voice sounded in Luo Xiao's mind. The power of the moonflower? He actually sensed the great Tao? Luo Xiao was shocked. The people watching the battle were all shocked. The sun rises and the moon blossoms. This is the power of heaven and earth. Sense one of them and the saint realm can be expected. This is a heavenly pride that is bound to be in the saint realm if it doesn't fall. No wonder this Lin Dong was able to be enrolled by the Lin Lang Academy in an exceptional manner. No wonder he has the courage to suppress his cultivation to fight. Who can stop him if he senses the power of heaven and earth at such a young age? Invincible at the same level. It's a downward spiral. On the high seat, Wei Zai of the Mingqiu Holy Land laughed. High Holy Lord, it seems like the outcome of this battle is obvious. Right. Gorin smiled without saying a word. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. The sword light that was as bright as the moonlight suddenly entered Suji's body. and disappeared like a mud cow entering a river. Su-ru remained where he was and opened his mouth to rebuke. Get out! The sound was like shocking thunder and the sound waves were like waves as Lin Dong flew backwards, spilling blood all over the sky. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Although Suji did not utilize the Jiushao Holy Land's jutsu, a casual move also contained the truth of the Great Tao, and was by no means something that Lin Dong could receive. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation at the Transformation God realm, the entire hall would have exploded. Seeing this, Luo Xiao secretly said in her heart, Master, can you see the bottom? No. The mysterious female voice was surprised that Lin Dong actually did not force him to use his full strength. This Su Ji is really something. Then what should I do? I want to marry him. I want to be able to defeat him. Luo Xiao's heart suddenly got anxious. No, it's just a junior. There's Master. The mysterious female voice comforted. Well, Luo Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Also right. Too much backhandedness on his own. Suji was not able to use force on himself even if he was a saint. On the other side, Lin Dong stood up with a face full of horror. He spat out 3 liters of blood after being chastised by Su-ru. This was unparalleled in his limited life. It's so chicken shame. You suppressed your cultivation too. Lin Dong made the first move. Although he couldn't see it, the only way to make his release of his cultivation seem logical was to shout like that. With a loud boom, Lin Dong rioted. His cultivation was fully unblocked. The long sword in his hand was radiant with moonlight, and his spirit energy was pushed to the extreme. Avatar, break mountain and river. In that instant, illusory mountains and rivers surfaced on Suji's side, crumbling tightly as if even space was about to shatter together. Die for me! Lin Dong was furious and slashed his sword. Suji remained unmoving, waiting for Lin Dong to approach before his right hand probed out. His right hand was as crystalline as a crown of jade, and it was backward. One moment he was at his side. The next moment he had already choked Lin Dong's neck. That imposing sword style came to an abrupt end. There was a click. Suji's right hand exerted a slight force. Lin Dong's neck then turned into a pile of broken bones. The body and head are separated. From extreme motion to extreme stillness, it was as if the front and back images were split. Bang! In the next second, Suji snapped his fingers and sent Lin Dong's head flying as he swept the entire room. Anyone else? Not convinced? The whole room was silent. Even saints were a bit afraid of his aura and did not dare to meet his eyes. After a long time, a cry of pain came. Donger, Wei Zai cried bitterly, wanting to go mad with hatred. Lin Dong is a once-in-a-thousand-years emperor and realm seat of the Mingqiu sacred land. How could he not expect to be killed by Su Ji in a single move? And he, surprisingly, didn't have time to block it. At a young age, you actually know spatial aptitude? He was furious and stood up, forcing Su Ji to question him, a murderous aura surging from his body. Suji's last hand, spatial dislocation, was a manifestation of using the laws of space, possessing spatial laws at the God transformation realm. That meant that Suji was born with his own heavenly aptitude. This kind of talent, the entire Tianqian continent could not produce one in 10,000 years. It must be nipped in the bud. Suji was fearless and faced Wei Zai straight on as he sensed a killing aura. You want to kill me? At the same time, Gao Ran appeared at Suji's side and faintly said, Elder Wei, pay attention to your identity. This is the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Wei Zi he woke up as if in a dream, collected his killing intent, sat back in his chair, and with a heavy hum, he stopped speaking. The wedding. Let's begin. Suji smiled, and the torso stiffening Luo Xiao on his side was pushed up. The two men paid their respects and drank a cup of wine. The part where the Holy Lord should have been worshipped was directly scratched out by Gao Ran. Are you kidding? If Suji dares to worship, who dares to receive it? Afterwards, the banquet opened. A group of guests and hosts left the venue, and Luo Xiao was sent to the wedding room. Suji arrived at what was originally his holy son's residence and changed his attire. Gao Ran appeared and said in dismay, Master Ancestor, where are you going if you're not going into the cave? Just now at the wedding banquet. Did that Wei Zai try to kill me? Suji laughed. It's right? Goran nodded. This Mingqiu Holy Land, it really has too much guts. Su shifted and turned into Luo Feng again. Gao Ran was horrified. Senior Ancestor, you're heart demon. Don't worry, it's not a problem. I'll kill a few less. 9 heavenly sanctuaries, 100 miles to the east. An immortal mansion was slowly flying through the air. Wei Zai stood on the top floor of the immortal mansion, looking out over the 100 rivers as his beloved stood beside him and asked, Elder, the saint's son of Lin Dong is dead. How are we going to explain this back? Wei Zai's expression was sinister. Damn 9 heavens sacred land. After declining for so many years, how dare you offend my Mingqiu sacred land? Just as well, they won't be able to jump around for long. There is, and can only be, one overlord in the eastern region. And that's us, Ming Chu. The heartthrob was creeped out and had a heartbeat. But doesn't the Nine Heavens sacred land have a great emperor who is claimed to be invincible? Wei Zai snorted. That great emperor of the Nine Heavens, who killed sages indiscriminately and angered the heavenly Tao, is hiding somewhere to languish. There has been no news of him for more than 100 years. It is not certain that he has sat down. I see that the Nine Heavens sacred land is in a hurry to come out this time. That is, there is a big change within. The beloved heart sniffed and froze, then rejoiced. Does the great emperor of the Nine Heavens? The probability is that he has died violently. Wei Zai laughed. Denigration. Cool. The heartthrob laughed freely along with him. But in the next instant, there was a clang and the sound of the zither rang out. Immortal house as if frozen in the air. Lost the power to travel. Hard stuck. Wei Zai's face changed drastically as he looked towards that cloudy area, where a man with a strand of white hair on his forehead was sitting on a zither. Jin Emperor? Thinking of his cousin Wei Qinghe's violent death, Wei Zai's body was ice cold, and he secretly crushed a talisman before walking forward and respectfully bowing. Mingchu Holy Land, Wei Zai, pay respects to the Qin Emperor. Su Ji, who had transformed into Luo Feng, turned his head and smiled. Wei Zai, do you know why I stopped you? Zai doesn't know, Wei Zai respectfully said. Su Ru coldly said, just now at the wedding banquet, did you try to kill my virtuous son-in-law? Su Ru? Wei Zai sweated instantly like rain. Our clan saint's son, Lin Dong, and the saint's son of the Nine Heavens, Su Ji, are posting for a normal competition between juniors. If you lose, naturally, you should blame Lin Dong for his lack of strength. I, Mingchu Holy Land, have no complaints. It's just that when I was on the field and suddenly saw the Emperor Realm Seed die, it was inevitable that my mind would fluctuate, but Zai didn't make any moves to suppress it, so please ask the Qin Emperor to be clear about it. Su Ru nodded. You have a point. It's human nature for a junior with high hopes to have an accident and be somewhat angry. Wei Zai sighed in relief. However, Suja's next sentence made him completely turn ashen. But unfortunately, I came to you, naturally, not to reason. I become a great emperor and I'm still trying to reason with you? Chapter 6, Launching a General Attack. Overwhelming the Nine Heavens. Emperor Qin, the heavenly Tao is in order. Sages should not be killed indiscriminately. Do you want to follow in the footsteps of that Nine Heavens Emperor? Wei Zai's heart was beating furiously, his pupils shrinking into spikes, and he was about to flee by casting a forbidden technique. He sensed a hint of murder. Rumble. The entire immortal mansion turned into streams of light and drilled into space. Long-distance teleportation rune array. This was an immortal mansion-type saint soldier. A sacred realm. Trying to escape even in front of me? Suji snorted and blasted out a fist. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled. The spirit element rioted, and the space for several miles solidified, then exploded, creating a spatial turbulence. In the turbulence, that immortal mansion trembled and fled as if it were a flatboat in the middle of the waves. Die! Suji slapped down with a backhanded palm. In the sky above that immortal mansion, a palm likewise formed and violently pressed down. Pop! The saint-level immortal mansion was directly crushed, and the hundreds of Mingchu Holy Land disciples inside were all turned into blood foam and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Whoa! A saint realm fell, heaven and earth howled, and blood rained down. Su Ji had his hands in the air, and was immaculate. Click! A fiery red lightning bolt rushed towards Su Ji. Heavenly punishment! Killing two saints in a row. The East Domain's heaven and earth will was enraged. Still trying to press me? Su Ji sneered and didn't move a muscle, allowing the red lightning to pour into his brow. In the next instant, the lightning disappeared, and Su Ji was not damaged in the slightest. As early as the day the system was bound, he realized that he was invulnerable to all evils. The will of heaven and earth mostly attacked the divine soul and mind, and it was impossible to injure him now. Afterward, Su Ji crossed his arms and quietly looked at the sky. Whoosh! There, at some point, a middle-aged man had stood. The man's face was square and righteous at first glance, and at this moment, his eyes were full of pain as he looked at Su Ji. Brother Luo, the road to immortality is about to open. I told you long ago not to get too close to that Su Jiuxiao. Now, finally, he is following in his footsteps, killing and plundering as he pleases, seeming like a devil but not a devil. Su Ru smiled. The person who came was his nemesis, the old ancestor of the Mingchu Holy Land, Yan Bei. With an emperor realm cultivation, he was considered the number 2 person in the Mingchu Holy Land. He had robbed resources and secret realms from him in the past, and if the will of heaven and earth didn't allow it, Su Ji would have long ago obliterated him. Yan Bei, come closer and talk. Su Ji waved towards Yan Bei. Yan Bei is not defended against Luo Feng. Full of pain. A step forward. Su Ji asked, the path to immortality you just mentioned, is that? Yenbei said. The will of heaven and earth has descended. And recently, in the eastern domain and the central state, there are unimaginable opportunities that mostly exist in the various secret realms. Su Zhu laughed. Is the heavenly Tao swindling you? The Tianxian continent has been cut off from the immortal path for 100,000 years, and just flew a Fu Yuing. Where is there any immortal path left? Yenbei murmured. Brother Luo, I won't hide it from you. This time it's the immortal realm that took the initiative to connect to the Tianxian continent, and there's news that they're trying to come to arrest people, grabbing people. Su Ru's heart fluttered. Tianxian continent is in contact with the immortal world. It was only his ex-girlfriend Fu Yuing. Well, beaten into a remnant soul and ran back Jiuxian Xianzuan. So, this road to immortality, the odds are that it's true? Suji's eyes lit up. What monk doesn't have a dream of becoming immortal? He had dreamed of being ranked in the immortal class from the day he set foot on the beginning of the path of immortal cultivation. 8 or 9. Yenbei whispered. Brother Luo, you've seen how the eastern domain has fallen in recent years, all thanks to that Su Jiuxiu ignoring the rules. I'll give you a heads up. The central stateside has already recognized the uniqueness of my Mingchu sacred land in the eastern region. As long as there's an opportunity, we'll launch a general attack to overthrow the Nine Heavens sacred land. You don't have to work for the Nine Heavens either. It's not too late to bring your daughter out of the Nine Heavens sacred ground. As long as you vote for me Mingchu, then the killing of the two saint realms, we will forget about it, and we can also do it in front of the heavenly Tao. Suji suddenly interrupted. Wait, what did you say in the last sentence? Yenbei was confused. You don't have to do it for the nine skies. One more line. Launch a general attack and overthrow the nine heavens. I can you. Suji suddenly probed his hand, and with an explosive sound of clang, a 10,000-foot-long sword light streaked across heaven and earth. With a snort, Yenbei's head flew up. Susu stepped forward and stomped on Yenbei's head, confining him in the air. Yenbei's eyes rounded. What is this? The Nine Heavens sword technique? You're not Luo Bei. You're Su Jiuxiao. Too late to know. Suji's foot exerted force, and Yenbei's head exploded. An emperor fell in the blink of an eye. Yenbei did not expect Luo Feng will suddenly attack him, also did not expect Luo Feng's strength so strong. What's more, he didn't expect that Luo Feng would use a sword. So, he didn't die unjustly. Rumble. The heavens and earth exploded. Blood-colored floods poured in, and countless devils surfaced in the air. An emperor, or an emperor favored by heaven and earth, died, and the will of heaven and earth instantly went berserk. However, Su Ru had already walked away with Yenbei's storage magic treasure. With his strength, the will of heaven and earth couldn't do anything to him yet, but he couldn't do anything about the will of heaven and earth. Still have to improve my strength. 9 heavenly sanctuaries, wedding room. A red-robed Luo Zio sat in the courtyard, her small hands clenched tightly. At this moment, her little head was filled with doubts in her mind. Master, where did Suji run off to? Why did he marry me if he didn't come to the bridal chamber? The mysterious female voice was silent for a long time and said, Don't pay any attention to him. Luo Feng asked you to marry to the Nine Heavens sacred ground. He should have his plans. Just wait for him to play his cards. Luo Zio froze. Oh, but what if that Suji uses force on me? I've got everything, the mysterious female voice said in relief. Okay, I'll talk to him first, and then fight if we can't agree, and then let the master come again if we can't beat him. Luo Zio felt that she had a foolproof plan. Triple cushioning. This room. It must not be a hole. Half an hour later. Whoosh. Suji's figure appeared outside the wedding room. He glanced at Luo Zio who stayed in the courtyard with a nervous face. Nothing was said. Flexing his fingers, he popped open the door to the bridal chamber, pulled out a couple of bottles and jars, and began to swish them around. What are you doing? Luo Zio's complexion changed drastically. All that spilled out of that bottle was a mist of pink and purple. It's not a good thing at first glance. Add some interest. Suji smiled and looked at Luo Zio. Madam, please. You. Luo Zio's petite body trembled. She really didn't expect this saint son of the Nine Heavens to be so rogue, not even giving her a chance to negotiate. Getting married and cavorting. Heaven and earth. I'm a reasonable person. Suji was serious. Reason when it's in my favor, and fist when it's against me. He always does. Luo Zio exhaled deeply, and with a stern, clear face, she said, Su Ru, listen well. I, Luo Zio, will not commit myself to a weakling. And then? Su Ru was a little amused. I'm going to beat you up. Luo Zio bared her teeth. I'm going to duel you. Chapter 7, Successful Cave. Reward arrives. For Luo Zio, in the younger generation, her only opponent was herself. Phoenix immortal body, accompanied by immortal god soul. The father is still a great emperor. The origin of the mother family is even greater. Whether it was her Xianwen, her battle power, or her background, she was far beyond the imagination of the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. That was what kept her squeaky clean in the old days. But tonight, she was angry. Not to mention being promised to a man for no reason. A man who spills strange things in the bridal chamber. Su Ru, draw your sword. Luo Xiao took out a long spear with flames surrounding it. Peak sacred artifacts are precious. Even the two Saint Realm brothers from the Mingchu Holy Land, Wei Qinghe and Wei Zai, were not equipped with such treasures. It was evident how deep Luo Xiao's depth was. The name of the gun is Thousand Phoenix. You are the first among your peers to see this gun. Luo Xiao droned, then stabbed with a spear. The flames rose up to the sky and turned into a dragon scroll, encircling all of Su Ji's retreating paths. She was confident that, not to mention that Su Ji was a transformation god realm, even a great expert of the Avatar realm would be incapacitated by one of her stabs. In the distance, Su Ji shook his head and lost his smile. Facing the piercing spear, he seemed to react half a beat slower. His right hand stretched out slowly and snapped on the tip of the spear. The tip of the gun was deflected and dodged by him. Looking slightly distressed, he was shocked. Wow, you're strong, but I'm not weak either. Are you so confident you can win? Luo Xiao lifted her lance and rode out the attack. You can't even take this shot from me, so you'd better stop talking. Okay, if you win me, I'll leave. Suja followed the temptation. What if you lose? If you lose, then it's at your disposal. The tip of Luo Xiao's gun had a hidden heavenly phoenix on it, and the sound of the phoenix resounded through the 9 skies. The sound was incomparable. Her confidence was at its peak. Good. Su Ji nodded, took the sword from the storage ring and slashed it. Clang! 100 feet of sword awnings crossed the sky. A huge boom exploded. Luo Xiao flew backwards, her face filled with dismay and frustration. The Thousand Phoenix gun in her hand flatly broke into two. The power of the flames inside was chopped away. This peak holy weapon, destroyed. Is that an imperial artifact in your hand? Luo Xiao fell to the ground, trembling as she looked at Su Ji. Aha! Su Ru nodded. It's not fair. Luo Xiao whimpered. Nothing in the world is fair. Su Ru shook his head. Why didn't this girl yell fair when she took the holy weapon herself? Then, Su Ji moved closer to her. Alright, you lost. Go inside. I'm going to start disposing. Luo Xiao bounced up as if by reflex, backing up in a row, her face filled with fear. Where did I lose? I didn't. At the same time, she said urgently in her mind. Master, hurry up. Change. The mysterious female voice rang out with some amusement. You relax. I'll take over. In the next instant, Luo Xiao closed her eyes, and there was the power of the divine soul intertwining in her body. Su Ru captured it keenly. Secretly, he thought, this is Fu Yueying's residual soul? How come it only has the power of around the Saint Realm? What she's been through. With that in mind, the speed of his hand was not slow, and he slightly raised his hand. It directly pressed Fu Yueying's residual soul into a deep sleep. A Saint Realm level remnant soul naturally had no way to fight against him. Wake up. Su Ji patted Luo Xiao who seemed to be asleep. Ha! Luo Xiao opened her eyes, blinked twice, and quickly closed them again. Asshole! How come this face is still there in the dream? It's a nightmare. The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched and scratched her nose. Only then did Luo Xiao, as if struck by lightning, make a big retreat and sat on the ground. For the first time in her life, she lost contact with her master. At this moment, she was like a helpless child, and in front of her there was such a devil as Su Ji. Extinction. You just said that you would be at my disposal if you lost. A grand phoenix heavenly maiden. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Su Ru laughed. You, Luo Xiao, after all, was still a young girl. Her skin wasn't as thick as Su Ji's, and when she was provoked, she instantly said, at your disposal, but I haven't lost yet. Shoo! A residual shadow flashed, and Su Ji was bundled into a dumpling. You like to play with this? Su Ji froze. He. Luo Xiao jumped up, looking at Su Ji being wrapped up so tightly that even the Emperor's sword fell to the ground. Excitedly, the magic treasure binding immortal rope. It can't be broken by anyone below the Saint Realm. You're finished. From now on, this house is at my disposal. You are not allowed to sleep in the room or restrict my freedom. Understand? Su Ru shook his head. Luo Xiao was a bit angry. Why are you shaking your head when you've lost? Su Ji smiled and gently hooked his finger. Buzz. The Emperor's sword was as if it had been infused with a soul. In Luo Xiao's horrified gaze, it stood up. He then spontaneously leapt up and chopped the immortal binding rope in one go, fixing it on Luo Xiao's brow. Luo Xiao, no he. Can we go inside now? Su Ru calmly said. Phoenix heavenly maiden, you should be true to your word. I believe in your character. Luo Xiao's face changed dramatically. A moment of green and a moment of white. Eventually she gritted her teeth. Of course I'm true to my word. But think about it. My mother is the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Are you sure you still want me to enter the house? Central State Yaoqi Holy Land? Su Ru glanced at her. Very familiar. With the old. Get in. Luo Xiao looked at Suji incredulously. Is it true that you don't recognize the Yaoqi Holy Land? That is the top 5 forces in the Central State, with great emperors like clouds and the heavenly Tao in their favor. You, Su Ru slapped her buttocks, feeling the amazing touch. Hurry up. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 words. Luo Xiao's face reddened. Only after a long time did she wriggle up and walk into the house. Her marvelous figure highlighted. Suji picked up the broken rope and followed close behind. Once inside the house, before Luo Xiao could turn around, she was already tackled by Suji at the head of the bed, and then her sword returned to its scabbard. Luo Xiao's beautiful eyes snapped open. Su rhetoric. Skilled too much. The night was spent in the shaking of the sky. The next day, Suji woke up to the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Reward Chaos Divine Album, 7 books of martial scriptures. The reward system is open. Ding! On the first day of marriage. Reward for the Cthulhu battle body. Rumble. On this day, all the emperors of the Tianxin continent were shocked and turned their attention to the savage East realm. There, an illusory figure, wishing to match the heavens, sinks and floats in fear of all beings. Suja woke up from the bed, feeling the endless power in his body like a thunder dragon rolling. His strength had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. If we were to say that before, he was still only invincible in the eastern region, then at this moment, he would not have any fear even if he were to enter some of the Dragon Clan's ancient lands or the immortal burial site. Powerful. It's too powerful. Just as he leapt into action, he was ready to call the will of heaven down for a blast. A faint sob came from inside the bridal chamber. Su Ru was startled and hurried back inside. His eyes snapped open as he took in the sight. Chapter 8 New Mission. Take down Fu Yuing. Inside the house, Luo Xiao had woken up at some point. Her eyes were lifeless, and she kept shedding tears while hugging her knees. At this moment, the mysterious female voice said, Xiao, Master? Luo Xiao's somewhat surprised voice rang out. You awake? What the hell happened last night? Why can't I reach you? Upon hearing this, the mysterious female voice gritted her teeth a bit and said, I have some guesses, but I don't have enough strength to confirm them now. Last night, during the second half, there was actually a force that kept tearing at her, wanting her to take over Luo Xiao's body and do that kind of thing, but it pissed her off enough. What then? Strength, strength, Luo Xiao kept chanting. Leave this first, the ancient immortal ruins should be opening. By the time I regain my strength, I'll go up to this 9 heavens sacred land and interrogate it properly. The mysterious female voice pronounced no's and was obviously furious. Yes. At this time, Suji walked in, sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and calmly said, What are you crying for? You said yourself last night that you would be at my disposal, so you can't go back on your word. Luo Xiao sobbed softly. I didn't back out. It's just aggravation. Why would I do something like that when I don't even know you? Suji snapped. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Luo Xiao was silent as the pearls crunched down. Su Ru's head was getting big. Crying like this was not a solution. What claims do you have? All can be mentioned. Luo Xiao lowered her head. I'm going to go out and make a name for myself. I don't want to be a human wife. I want to become an immortal too. Where did you learn a word like human wife? Suji spat in his heart, but on the surface, he was entangled beyond measure. For no other reason than the system panel had sent him another quest. Take Fu Yuing. Just by taking down Luo Xiao, he rewarded a Chaos Divine book. If this were to take down Fu Yuing, Suji wouldn't even dare to think of the rewards that would come with it. Can you pull him into the immortal exalt realm as well? But the key thing is that Fu Yuing is not good to take down. She didn't even have a physical body now. Did she have to reorganize her physical body first? Moreover, with Fu Yuing's character, unless one's strength and talent far exceeded hers, it definitely wouldn't be that easy to make her give in. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't let Fu Yuing know that he was Suji right now. Otherwise he's a 2,000-year-old man forcibly marrying a 17-year-old girl. The image is completely corrupted. Can't I? At this time, seeing the expression on Suji's face, Luo Xiao cried even more. There are signs of spilling, just like little girls. Okay. Suji was helpless. But the marriage can't be divorced. Yes. Luo Xiao got up with a crash, hanging on to her tears, and ran violently outside. Su Ru. It was night when a secret place in the eastern wasteland, called the Burial Dragon Canyon, erupted with an unwarranted tidal wave of aura. It was like a tornado sweeping through the wasteland. Gao Ran investigated and came to Su Ji's residence. Gao Ran opened the door. Master Ancestor, the visions have been ascertained. The ancient immortal ruins that come once in 100 years in the eastern wasteland have opened ahead of schedule. Ancient immortal ruins? Su Ji froze. It's that relic that only allows the pride of celestials under the age of 30 to enter? Nice, Gao Ran said. Such secret treasures are related to immortality, and opening them in advance has great chances. And it's not just our eastern region that's participating this time. Even the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Ancient Sacred Clan, and Linlang Academy over in the central state all have celestial pride coming. On top of that, it seems that Master Grandmother has gone too. Should we send some men to protect it? Teacher's grandmother, Luo Zio? Suji suddenly thought of something and directly got up. I'll make a trip. He went to do two main things. The first one, to prevent Fu Yueying from getting too big a chance, and then fly to the immortal realm again. How can he complete his task? The second piece, of course, was also to see just how great this so-called chance concerning immortals was, making Fu Yueying an immortal dignitary, impatient to leave in the morning. You go? Gao Ran listened in confusion. You're over 2,000 years old. Su Zhu laughed. It's fine. If it doesn't let me in, I'll chisel the door. Tell the heavenly Tao to come down and open the way for me. Gao Ran, the Burial Dragon Canyon, located in the center of the eastern domain, with the 9 heavens sacred lands and the Mingqiu sacred lands located right on either side of him. As one of the most feared secret places in the eastern region, this place was usually mostly sparsely populated and only surrounded by demons. But by the time Su Ji arrived, the scene was completely unusual. Aura ripples erupted everywhere, and the great Tao roared. Whether it was a loose cultivator or a family son, they all went their own way and broke out into a battle to capture the demons. Su Ji's divine sense was released, and countless cultivators' conversations were transmitted into his ears. Have you heard? There's already an immortal pill out. Someone ate it and transformed into a god and flew straight into the Dharma phase. The chance is too great. 1 step to heaven. 1,000 years of freedom. Grab it. My friend found a jar of immortal water and became a saint directly in situ. It's a great opportunity to change his fate against all odds. Boom! Right at this moment, the holy realm aura erupted, the clouds swung apart, and a dragon boat broke through the air. At the bow of the ship stood an old man with a tiger's eye and a deep voice. The Emperor Clan's Lin family is here on business. Unrelated people, within 10 minutes, exit 50 miles, or be wiped out on the spot. The Imperials. There were 3 great emperors alive in the clan before it could be called the Imperial Clan. Panic spread instantly at this statement. Whether it was a casual cultivator or a major clan of the eastern region, all of them fled by taking the road. This kind of family treats human life like grass. Going slower really doesn't kill you. Soon, everyone withdrew for 50 miles, leaving only Su Ji indifferent in the field, calmly looking at the dragon boat. A middle stage of the sacred realm. And you want him to back off? Tired of living. Chapter 9, Emperor cannot be humiliated. Furious Emperor's sword. The old man's gaze also looked at Su Ji. There was no emotion in his gaze, as if he was looking at a dead man. The old man is waiting. When the 10 minutes were up, he would immediately wipe out Su Ji and raise the Emperor clan's reputation. A gaze, along with the old man's line of sight, gazed at Su Ji. Many cultivators snorted. Is this kid looking for death? The Imperial clan dares to disregard the words of the Imperial clan. Humph. Looking at his life breath, he's only 17 years old. Maybe he doesn't even know what the Emperor clan is. It's normal for him to behave like this. Poor thing. Another short-sighted cultivator dying away from home. The people at the bottom of the ladder look down on the people at the bottom of the ladder the most. In their view, the Imperial Lin family, they could not hope for anything, and they could only endure when they were bullied. But the face that had been lost by fleeing in a sorry state was more than appropriate to be recovered from this dull-witted teenage cultivator. But suddenly, Buzz's sword exploded. Su Su wore a sword on his waist, the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword. Spontaneous movement. It had followed Su Ji for a long time, knowing that great emperors could not be insulted, and had developed a violent temper. Even if Su Ji was too lazy to get involved with this group of mole crickets, it couldn't bear it. Wow! The sword light leaped over 100 miles, and in the blink of an eye the sword came out in thousands. Nearly 1,000 heads were thrown up. Blood spilled all over the land. Boom! Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky and the earth. The heavenly Dao rioted, but this time it didn't come down. I don't know if it was jealous of Su Ji's cultivation or if the low-level cultivators didn't draw too much attention from it. Clank! The sword returns to its scabbard. Su Ji's face was expressionless. He killed saints and great emperors without mercy, so how would he care about the deaths of these cultivators? In front of the dragon boat, a youth came out and snapped his hands. Good guts! Where does the young warrior's teacher come from? Where does he come from? What grudge is there against my Imperial Lin clan? Against me? Lin Kuan? His gaze was slightly chilled. After the Lin family announced the clearing of the area, there were still people who dared to make a move to kill. This was a slap in the face of his Lin family. Su-ru glanced at him and didn't bother. Lin Kuan was slightly enraged, and his eyes signaled his Taoist protector, the Saint Realm old man from the beginning, to make a move. The old man nodded slightly. His right hand, which was negatively behind his back, flickered with dark light and was about to make a move, but at that moment, an immortal lotus broke through the mist and descended into the area. Emperor's weapon. Suji froze slightly and turned his head to look at the immortal lotus, the traveling magic weapon of the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Generally, it was the travel of a supreme heavenly pride at the level of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter that would be allowed to be equipped. It was so valuable that it was able to harden against the Emperor realm attack and vanish, and at that moment, the immortal lotus slowly opened, and inside was an immortal mansion. In front of the door of the immortal mansion, a beauty sat. She was tall, her skin was like curdled fat, her eyes were like autumn water, her temperament was noble, and she was dressed in a long golden dress, noble and extraordinary, and her head was extremely large as soon as she looked at it, but she wasn't enough to make Suji stop. Behind her, there was another stunningly beautiful-looking young girl. The woman's long hair was like ink, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like stars, and she wore a long moon-white dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, like a fairy under the moonlight, which was awe-inspiring. Luo Ziya. Suji didn't expect that there would be such a bond between the two of them, as soon as we came across it. At this moment, Luo Ziya gently glanced at the youth on the dragon boat and turned her head to Suji. Didn't the Nine Heavens sacred ground bring you a Taoist protector or equip you with a traveling magic weapon? The Holy Land of the Nine Heavens. The crowd watching the battle suddenly dawned on them. Some of the cultivators who originally still had anger in their eyes and wanted to avenge their friends and relatives were all of a sudden as if they had been drenched in ice water. The anger is all gone. Having lived in the eastern region, they were naturally aware of the hegemony of the Nine Heavens sacred lands. Before it was gone, this holy land traveled, and it was considered a good deed if it didn't raze your entire clan to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the Nine Heavens great emperor's battle prowess was simply too strong, I'm afraid that this holy land would have long ceased to exist. The killing intent in that Lin Kuan's eyes was also well concealed. Smiling, so it's a holy land Taoist friend. Then why don't we break into this dragon burial canyon together? Suji ignored him and walked straight up to the immortal lotus and sat beside Luo Ziao. A woman behind Luo Ziao gave her a wink, and she was instantly a bit stunned. Ha, you really don't deserve a Taoist protector. The 9 heavenly sanctuaries are so mean to you. Su-ru shook his head and lost his smile. I don't use that. He was an emperor himself. What more did he need a holy realm protector? In this eastern wasteland, who dares to say that they can defeat him head-on? I'm afraid no one has the guts to say it. At this moment, the woman in gold beside her poked Luo Ziao. Luo Ziao woke up like a dream. Look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. This is the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Xin Umo. Xin Umo probed her hand. Nice to meet you. Suji shook her hand. Suji, Ziyao's husband. Xin Umo was staggered on the spot. You're that saint son of the 9 heavens. No wonder Ziyao has been urging me to come over to see you. So it's because she's worried about you. Luo Ziyao, who was on the side, was flushed red. She didn't want to come at all. It was her master who kept urging, but the existence of the master was a secret, so naturally she couldn't explain it. And at that moment, that Lin Kuan walked in and sat by himself. Saint son of the 9 heavens, the matter of marrying the holy maiden of the Xin Tian sect is quite a big deal. There are a lot of people who know about it in the central state, too. Suji frowned. How come there was this kid everywhere? Seeing that Suji didn't respond, Lin Kuan said to himself, the Ziyao holy maiden, but the real daughter of the holy lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the daughter of the twin emperors, suddenly passing through the door in the eastern domain, but it has caused a lot of people to be upset. Among them, they include the chief of the Lin Lang Academy, Prince Chen Lan, and my Lin family's imperial son, Lin Chang. Hearing this, Suji looked at him with a smirk. Oh, what do you want to say? The corner of Lin Kuan's mouth quirked as he reached out and put his hand on Suji's shoulder. As for me, I just want to advise Saint Sun Tzu to keep a low profile. Otherwise, once a person dies, his wife and family will all be someone else's. Just as his words fell, the sound of the sword buzzed, and the light chilled the 9 states. With a clang, Lin Kuan's right hand broke off at the shoulder. He himself was even more enraged, as if he didn't expect Suji to be so unruly, striking at the drop of a hat. You dare to commit murder. Do you know who I am? I am the Imperial Clan. Shu. Before the words were finished, the sword light had already cut across his neck. Heads tossed up. The blood solidified in the air and was waved by Su-ru. spilling out the immortal lotus and spraying it on the dragon boat. Lin Cohen. Me dear. This. Qin Yuma's beautiful eyes rounded. It was no wonder that this eastern region was called the Eastern Wasteland. It's too dangerous. And the people here are too unruly. A couple of conversations and the man is decapitated. How can we make friends in the future? She stepped back in a row, a little afraid. With such a close distance, she really couldn't dodge the sudden sword from Su Ji. Luo Zio held her forehead and looked at Su Ji, but she heard Su Ji innocently say, I'd actually kinda like to hear him talk some more. It's just that I'm a bit bad-tempered with this sword and can't stand to hear a dog bark. Luo Zio took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Lin Cohen is just a concubine in the Lin family, not the first son. I'll help you set up a follow-up. But can you stop killing people so indiscriminately? The Heavenly Tao is also orderly. Look at the Nine Heavens Emperor who was banned from the borderlands by the Heavenly Tao of the Central State. You really need to change this. Suji looked at Luo Zio with some surprise. This woman can handle it. He was bullied by his own Gaga in the morning and now he's actually wiping his ass. And at that moment there came a heart-rending howl from the side of the dragon boat. Move it. Chapter 10 Ancient Immortal Ruins. Out of this world. The old man from the Lin family who originally appeared wailed. As a Tao protector, it was a dereliction of duty to fail to protect the proud son of the clan. The fact that Lin Cohen was still his grandson made him even more grief-stricken. He radiated holy might all over his body, glaring angrily at Su Ji through the air. The emperor's sword in front of Su Ji buzzed, leaping to action. Luo Zio pursed her lips. Take back the emperor's sword. Your cultivation is still shallow. You can't deal with saints yet. Hearing this, the Nine Heavenly Emperor's sword chirped even louder. The person in the distance was just an ordinary saint realm with an average foundation, and his cultivation came to an end when he reached the middle saint realm. Such a person, it don't want Su Ji to control, just with its own subconscious can chop, but after all, saints are sheltered by the Heavenly Tao. Without Su Ru's nod, it dares not trespass. Anti-dream. Luo Zio looked at a beautiful woman behind her. Yes, ma'am. The beautiful woman bowed, and with one step, she had already arrived in front of the dragon boat. The two people did not know what they were chatting about, but the beautiful woman slapped the old man upside down, before the old man reluctantly retreated. Luo Zio laughed. Let's go. Suji gave her an unexpected look. I didn't think you would let your men help me. I thought you hated me. It's happened, and hating it won't help. Luo Zio was looking on the bright side, her face filled with a gentle smile. Afterwards, she suddenly came closer and ambled over to Suji's ear, her voice becoming much clearer. You said yes? Great Emperor of the Nine Heavens, Suzhou Xiao. Boom! The scene changed abruptly, and the surrounding area became a sea of clouds. In the center of the clouds, there was also a moon palace. In front of the moon palace, a cool and stunning woman dressed in a white dress with an immortal crown on her head stepped into the sky. 9 Shinxian Immortals Fu Yueying. Asterisk. Suji's scalp went numb and he couldn't see straight. Fu Yueying, who was still being toyed with by him in the morning, was running off to take some kind of medicine at noon. Strong as this. At this moment, the power of her divine soul vaguely exceeded that of a great emperor in this realm, and not even the great Tao could carry her descent. You are? Fortunately, Su Ji was a Zun emperor, and his mindset was still very much over the top. Pretending not to recognize? Fu Yueying's face was expressionless. Indeed, the first time I've seen it. Su Ru snapped. Still can't see through you? Fu Yueying stared at Su Ji, her brows knitting deeper and deeper. No matter how she looked at it, Su Ji was a 17-year-old teenager. Had she been wrong in her deduction? If the Nine Heavens Emperor sword is in your hands, you must be Su Jiuxiao. Suddenly, Fu Yueying droned. Scam me? Su Ji was instantly at ease. Fu Yueying is usually still very gentle. Anomaly, must be in the heart is not bottom. One knows her too well. After thinking about it, Su Ji said, the old ancestor has been in seclusion for 100 years, and there are no more extra saints in the Nine Heavens sacred ground. So the Sacred Lord has given me this sword as a protective artifact. So it's called the Nine Heavenly Emperor Sword? What a side-splitting name. Imperial Sword of the Ninth Heaven. There are no more saints in the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Fu Yueying froze, then sneered. Also, that thin-skinned, cunning, hypocritical, lying man can't produce any good disciples. Su Ru sweated. You know my family's old ancestor. Do you want me to bring him a message? Take a message? No need. When my strength is restored and my form is remodeled, I will naturally go up to the 9 heavenly sanctuaries to find. Fu Yueying laughed coldly, and was about to say more, when suddenly a wave of dizziness struck her heart. At that moment, the immortal realm collapsed, and Su Ji returned to the immortal lotus, and in front of him were still Luo Zio and Qin Yumo. he exclaimed even as he reached down and returned the 9 Heavenly Emperor sword properly in its scabbard. We'll have to keep a low profile from now on. The love debt owed at the beginning. I didn't expect it to have such a deep imprint in Fu Yueying's heart. Given the speed of this woman's recovery, one should still be careful and keep one's identity well hidden. Otherwise, in case Fu Yueying suddenly became immortal one day, he himself would definitely be unable to eat. On the other side, Luo Xiao communicated frantically in her mind. Well, master, have you gotten any results? Is it the person you're looking for? Fu Yueying weakly said. I didn't extort it out. I lost my wife and my army, and I was blinded by a 1,000-year-old imperial ginseng for nothing. Ha! Luo Xiao was dumbfounded and inexplicably relieved at the same time. Then he's not the 9 Heavens Emperor Senior? Probably not. He shouldn't be so shameless to marry a 17-year-old girl. Finished. Fu Yueying lost her voice. Only Luo Xiao was left holding her cheeks, looking closely at Su Ji. Just watched it all the way through. Here we are. Don't look at your husband. Qin Yumo patted Luo Xiao, waking the latter up from her confused state. Luo Xiao made a big red face and ran out first. Su Ji also followed him out. Look around. Dragon boat, immortal boat, jade chariot, Qiangblu, purple mansion. A roaming number of great powers, riding on immortal mansion-type sacred artifacts, explored the perimeter. Holy might filled the entire heaven and earth. Su Ru was slightly stunned. The buried dragon canyon, the relics of the ancient immortals. He had been here before, but it was by no means so lively. He then looked into the distance and was shocked. In the core area, white gases vaguely floated, and some spiritual grasses and trees grew wildly, actually having the quality of a holy plant. Immortal element. The only place in Tianxian continent where there was a trace of immortal yuan was in the Zhangzhou region, which was difficult to capture. I didn't expect such an immortal domain to be unearthed in the eastern wasteland this time. This shows that the chance behind it may be beyond anyone's imagination. Even if it was a senior great emperor like Su Ji, there was some curiosity in his heart at the moment. There is no small thing when it comes to Xian. At that moment, a man dressed in Xian clothes walked from the sky with a disdainful smile on his face. Qin Yumo's eyes lit up. Saint's son Ouyang, you're here early. The man smiled faintly. Holy maiden Qin is not too late. He then bypassed Qin Yuma and met Luo Xiao with amazement in his eyes. My name is Ouyang Xian. And this girl is? Luo Xiao playfully blinked. Cousin. Don't recognize me, cousin? Ouyang Xian's head shook, and then he suddenly said, You're Xiao, right? I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have grown so beautiful. So it's cousin's eyes that are clumsy. He shook his head and laughed, then looked at Su Ji with slight surprise. This man, after seeing him, didn't even look him in the eye. Such a condescending person was simply unheard of. Even in the central state, he had never seen one. Seeing this, Qin Yumo introduced. This is Xiao's husband, the holy son of the 9 heaven sacred land. Su Ji, husband? Ouyang Xian was startled. You're that Su Ru? Su Ru nodded slightly as a sign of etiquette. Ouyang Xian resized Su Ji, noticing that he only had a spirit transformation cultivation level, was nameless, and his bloodline appeared to be sparse. He shook his head slightly and didn't speak again. He only thought that Luo Xiao had fallen for Su Ji's handsome appearance. But in this world, only strength counts, and appearance, nothing. And just then, the field suddenly shook, and in the very center area, a stone tablet slowly rose. Immortal Yuan overflowed like a tidal wave. Ancient Immortal Ruins. Asked for. Chapter 11, Stone Tablet Ranking. Su Ji breaks through the levels. In a flash, all kinds of gorgeous and bright immortal mansions in the field appeared. In front of the immortal mansion, either a divinely handsome young man in gorgeous clothes, or a young girl with a very good temperament and gracefulness, or a strong man who was erect and sturdy. Outstanding geniuses from various forces showed up. That's Lin Lang Academy's heavenly pride, Wen Shui. It's rumored that she's about 20 years old, yet she already has the strength of a high level of divine ability, and the origin behind her is even more unfathomable. The Emperor Lin clan, Emperor's son Lin Qing, he's here too. Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Yuma, Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, Luo Xia. My god, is that the ancient sage clan's son, Ouyang Xian? The field instantly rioted. These heavenly pride, usually only exist in the legend. Suddenly all of them showed up. For some sects in the eastern wasteland, it was simply a pilgrimage-like scene. Ouyang Xian enjoyed the light of a million suns and turned his head to look at Luo Xia. Xiao, take a look at the outstanding youths of the central state. What do you think? His eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the expressionless Su Ji on the side. His meaning was obvious. Feelings? Luo Xiao tilted her head. Tutor. Ouyang Xian stumbled. I mean, compared to your husband, how are they? His tone was rather hateful. Well, Luo Zio was full of seriousness. Unbearable. Put. Qin Yumo laughed out loud from the sidelines and, Mr. Ouyang, don't point out from the side. In the eyes of a lover, Suji is definitely the best man in the world in Xiao's eyes. Luo Zio was dumbfounded at his words. She's just telling the truth. It was only one sword that Suji defeated her. It's totally fine to say these people are unpleasant, right? At the same time, a red wind rolled in the distance, and a young girl dressed in a black robe stood in front of the stone monument in the field. On her neck, she also had a bloody rose painted on it. After seeing Rose's silhouette, the crowd's faces changed. Not only those holy sons, even Suji's brows were slightly furrowed. The Temple of Evil, the most mysterious existence in Tianxian continent, caused a bloody storm every time it came out. What is she looking at there? Luo Zio patted her feet. Somewhat puzzled, the mysterious voice rang out. This is the introductory stone tablet of the ancient immortal ruins. Breaking through it is what qualifies you to enter the ruins. On it are records of the achievements of previous passers-by. The shorter the time it takes, the higher the grade. Wow! Luo Zio understood, and then only saw the black-robed woman tremble. A stone token flew out from the stone tablet, as well as some white immortal energy for her to cleanse her marrow and bones. The immortal element circled around the woman before flying back. On top of the tablet were inscribed a few small golden letters. 17th, Evil Temple? Gu Shuping. 50 seconds. The whole place rioted. Amazing. Qin Yuma marveled. Luo Zio asked, how powerful is it? Especially awesome. Qin Yuma thought for a moment and said, in your eastern wasteland, the Nine Heavens Emperor, who is known to be invincible, spent close to a minute and a half that year, and seems to be ranked in the top 100 or so you have to search carefully to find his name. Su Ru. His eyebrows jumped straight up. He was just watching from the sidelines. Can this be discredited too? In fact, it could not be helped. When he had just crossed over, he had no background, no physique and no strength. It's all about fighting for yourself. Pure and simple mortal cultivation. Having over 100 is already considered super inspiring. That's awesome. And who's at the top of the ranking? Luo Zio glanced enviously at the black-clothed girl, then flew a little closer with a few people before she could read the small words on the stone tablet. It was written boldly. First, Linlang Academy, Fu Yueying, 15 seconds. Master, it's you, yeah. Luo Zio was pleasantly surprised in her heart. It's me, the mysterious voice rang out, a little smug. Not that I'm bragging, this record is unbreakable. Just that Su Jiuxiao, if it wasn't for me giving him some heavenly materials back then, he wouldn't even be qualified to rank more than 100. Then she got a little angry. Humph. Start and stop. Disorganized life. Scum. Luo Zio spat out her tongue, not daring to answer her master's words, and pressed her hand on the stone tablet. Boom. Immortal Yuan rioted as Luo Zio sat in midair, like an immortal in the dust, emanating a sea of immortal Yuan from every pore. Stone tablet update. Luo Zio. 30 seconds. 9th all-time. The whole room was in an uproar. Worthy of being the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. 9th in history. This talent, truly terrifying. Oppressing the current world. Ah, as long as you don't fall, you're bound to become an emperor. This is a future female emperor. Too strong. It's our misfortune to be in the same era as such geniuses. Soon, one by one, the pride of the Holy Land, amidst the admiration of the crowd, went up to test. The results on the stone tablet are constantly refreshed. Other than Ouyang Xian, Wen Shui, Lin Chang, and Qin Yumo, the other cultivators, they were not even qualified to leave their names. At this time, Qin Yumo looked at Su Ji and said suspiciously, Saint Sun Su, why don't you go to the test? As soon as the words fell, many people's eyes shot to Su Ji. Many people in the eastern wasteland knew that he was this term's Nine Heavens sacred son, and even killed Lin Dong of the Mingchu sacred land, and had long been expecting him. Su Ru frowned slightly. Family members know their own business. He's over 2,000 years old. Does the tablet still recognize him? In other words, could the system cheat this ancient immortal relic? What? Saint Sun Su doesn't even dare to take the test. Did he come to the ancient immortal ruins for sightseeing? Ouyang Xian laughed and joked from the sidelines. Luo Zio's gaze also drifted over, her eyes dripping with doubt. Su Ru, is there a hard time? No, Su Ji simply answered, taking a step forward and pressing his finger on the stone tablet. Buzz. His divine soul came to avoid space. There was a white wolf king in the space. When the wolf king saw Su Ji, he was a little shocked in his eyes. You, a 17-year-old in the emperor realm? How could there be such a character in the Tianxian continent? It must be a fabrication. This honored one will grind you down. As the words fell, the wolf king's strength climbed, and in a short time, he arrived at the emperor realm. on par with Suji. Suji was helpless. It seemed that the bone removal technique could only allow him to change his face, but could not hide his burgeoning Emperor Realm cultivation. Roar! The Wolf King lunged forward, his voice shaking the 4 fields, and the space was vaguely about to collapse. This was the stone monument for the introductory test, which was usually only used to test cultivators of the Avatar in Dharma Realm, and this was the first time that it had carried an Emperor Realm sparring match. Whoosh! The Wolf King was extremely fast, but at the moment, in Suji's eyes, it was like slow motion. Suji slightly dodged without using any battle techniques, and chiseled his fist on top of the Wolf King's head. Boo! The Wolf King's head exploded and his headless body was knocked back 1,000 miles. Suja looked at his fist incredulously. He only used 30% of his strength just now. He didn't seem to have an understanding of his own strength. The 7 books of martial arts scriptures sent by the system focused on practicing the 7 items of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, power and speed, then superimposed the physical increase of the Tsongshang battle body, giving him near invincible battle power. A Wolf King of the same realm was not even a match for him. Roar! Just then, the Wolf King's form coalesced once again, and there was fear in his eyes. Although it was immortal in this space, having its head blown off by Suji in one punch still made it feel terrified. Did I pass? Suja looked at the Wolf King, but the Wolf Demon shook his head and, you broke the rules. You can't pass. Chapter 12 Immortal Pill of Immortality. Everlasting Lotus. Clank. The 9 Heavens Emperor's sword appeared in Suji's hand. Amber-colored spirit elements appeared within the sword. Since I can't pass, I'm going to tear this game apart. Suja grinned, and the Wolf King was creeped out, retreating 3 steps in a row. Tear. The sword light cut through 10,000 feet. Space exploded into pieces. The Wolf King directly glared angrily, and without even a chance to react, he was chopped into particles by a sword. Although Suji's realm was still at the Emperor realm, after the increase of the 7 books of martial scriptures, his physical body had already vaguely exceeded this realm. The space of the stone monument could no longer carry his might. Subsequently, space collapsed and Suji's consciousness returned to reality. Well, Luo Xiao looked at Suji. A little strange. In the stone tablet, there was no immortal energy floating to quench Suji's body. Did it fail? A smile spread across Ouyang Xian's face. Just when he wanted to shake his head and pretend to comfort a few words, the small golden letters on the stone tablet suddenly burst into flashes. Many of the names had become an unorganized jumble, caught everyone's eye. After a few moments, the monolith was clear. Everyone's faces were a little stunned. On that tablet, the first line, it shows, first place, 9 heavenly sanctuaries, Suji, 5 seconds. How? Ouyang Xian burst out. 5 seconds. Didn't that kill the wolf demon in seconds? Everyone knew in their hearts how strong the wolf demon was, and that would become weaker with the passage of time. Just met for seconds. Isn't that a tease to the guys? When Shui from the Lin Lang Academy leaned over, blinking her eyes and asking Suji incredulously, is the tablet broken? The young girl from the evil palace also looked slightly sideways, her eyes in dismay. Suru nodded. Innocently, probably broken? As soon as the words fell, the monument clicked and cracked open a large slit. The crowd was petrified. Some of the Tao protectors were hiding in the shadows, and their eyes were also rounded. They had lived their entire lives, but they had never seen an ancient immortal ruin crack. It's outrageous. Senior, is he surpassing you? Luo Xiao muttered in her heart. No, I don't know. Fu Yueying was shocked in her heart. Her inner condescension, her inner innocence, was supported by the belief in invincibility. And the belief in invincibility comes from a game of firsts. Su Ru had lost. She hadn't. No matter what she did, no matter what she compared herself to, she was always number 1. Undisputed number 1. But now Su Ru broke her first. It made her fall into self-doubt a bit. And at that moment, Ouyang Xian shouted, how could it be broken? A good ancient immortal relic. How could it be broken? Su Ru, you destroyed this relic. Destroyed the foundation of the eastern wasteland. It's a sinner. Shut up. Suji indifferently sidled his head and, one more bark and I'll behead you. You. Ouyang Xian was terrified. He felt the coolness that penetrated his body, as if death was in the next instant. Luo Xiao took a step forward and softly said, if it's broken, it's broken. It has nothing to do with Suji. She then pulled Suji towards the side and apologized. Suji, don't be angry. He's from the ancient Saint clan. The relationships behind him are as intricate as a spider's web. If you want to kill him here, I'm afraid you'll have to have the 9 Heavens Sacred Lord step in to protect you. Angry? Su Ru was a bit amused. I treat him like an ant. I'll give you face this time. If there's a next time, no one will be able to protect him. After saying that, the entire monolith crumbled and a giant door appeared in space. Ancient Immortal Ruins, opened early. Suja led the way, stepping in with a single step. Luo Zio, with some confusion, followed closely. A crowd of people then filed in. Inside the ancient immortal ruins were the 100,000 mountains. As soon as Suji entered, he realized that it was very different from his first visit. Immortal energy is too dense. Xinyuemo came in right behind Luo Zio and lowered her head to pick a few herbs, her face full of surprise. This is all holy plants, piece by piece. Is this a fairyland in here? Luo Zio also lowered her head and picked a few herbs, joy filling her face. The sacred plant was just right for them to cultivate at this stage. This is a rare and precious medicine. In the outside world, the Holy Land does not have much of it. You have to save it. As a few people went deeper and deeper, there were more and more spirit plants, and some of the saint sons of the Central States forces became red-eyed. Suddenly, the Suji, who was in the lead, paused for a moment. He sensed a familiar aura. There are usually demonic beasts next to heavenly materials. To make him feel familiar, he had to be at least a Zun demon emperor. Behind her, Luo Zio also stopped. Apparently, Fu Yuing was giving her a warning as well. Cousin, brother Suji. At that moment, Ouyang Xian's voice came from behind him. Suja turned his head and saw Ouyang Xian welcoming over, surrounded by a group of Central State forces. Something's wrong? Suja seemed to be smiling, and Luo Zio was also filled with doubt. Just now, outside, it was my fault for being a cousin. Mistaking the ruins for destruction and slipping up for a moment. With a humble posture, Ouyang Xian took out a bottle of elixir from his bosom and poured out 2 crystalline pills. This is the Panglai sacred pill. There are many dangers within the ruins. This pill can keep the spiritual energy abundant and uninterrupted, and increase the battle power by 30%. Consider it as cousin making amends to you guys. It's all in the family, so I hope we can turn our differences into peace. Luo Zio took the elixir and laughed. Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. Suji isn't that petty. Saying that, she tugged on Suji's sleeve. Suru shrugged his shoulders and took the elixir, stuffing it into his mouth in one bite and eating it as a sugar pill. It didn't matter to him at all. With the Tsongshang battle body as well as the 7 books of martial scriptures, ordinary poisons had no effect on him at all. Luo Zio smiled and followed suit. Xin Yuemo watched from the sidelines, wanting to say something, and just then, there was a gasp from the distance. What is it? Ouyang Xian walked towards the distance in a gentle manner and passed through a bamboo forest before he suddenly froze in place. This, Suji followed and looked. One could only see a large canyon in front of them, and within the canyon, thousands of sacred plants were competing for color, and the immortal yuan was nearly solidified into liquid, floating in space, and at the very center, there was a heavenward, snow-white immortal lotus, the king of all flowers and the king of medicine. Xin Yuemo trembled. Immortal pill of immortality? This is the immortal pill of immortality longevity lotus. The holy sons and daughters trembled at the words, shivering with excitement. Immortal pill, hard to come by in 10,000 years, placed outside. It is enough to cause a great war in the Holy Land, and emperors would have to fall for it. I didn't expect to run into them. One could imagine how favored any junior would be in the future if they were able to pick the immortal pill and bring it back to the Holy Land. Everyone's eyes were red. Even the evil hall's young girl, Gu Shuping, had hidden greed in her eyes at the moment. The only one in the scene who still maintained her sanity was Luo Zio, with Fu Yueying beside her to belittle the immortal pill twice. She wasn't that uptight. At this moment, he tugged Suji's sleeve and said, Suji, don't be impulsive. There's only one everlasting lotus. There are so many saint sons of the power. It's hard to beat them with 2 fists. Act when you see the opportunity. Boom! Luo Zio had just finished speaking when suddenly, there was an explosive sound and dust spread all over the sky. A heavenly pride moved. Chapter 13, The Demon Emperor's Descent. Distribution of benefits? In the middle of the field, a blue-clothed figure instantly leapt into midair, running straight towards the everlasting lotus. There was fervor in his eyes. It's the new saint son of the Mingchu Holy Land, Gu Xiang. I heard that he was previously suppressed by Lin Dong and has just become a saint son and is eager to perform. No good. Stop him. A group of people exclaimed in shock, and then another figure in the field leapt high into the air, heading straight for the everlasting lotus. But it was Wen Shui from that Lin Lang Academy. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. While rushing towards the everlasting lotus, he also swung his sword at Gu Xiang in an attempt to hinder him. Get out! Gu Xiang opened the secret method and burned his essence blood, turning his body into a bloody man. Take a life. The scramble, right off the bat, was white hot, and just as the two were approaching the everlasting lotus, they were about to touch the root. A dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the secret realm. Then, a beam of bright purple-black light came through from the distant sky, Snort. Without his base card, Gu Xiang was instantly melted, and when Xue threw out a scapegoat decree in the nick of time and managed to escape, in the next instant, a supreme pressure pressed down from the sky. Demon Emperor mighty pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators fell to their knees, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. In the field, except for Su Ru and Gu Shuping of the evil hall who were unaffected, it was Luo Ziyao who was bent over and had difficulty standing upright. This was the crushing of the realm, and had nothing to do with talent, background, or family history. This place is my Thunder Dragon Ao Yin's territory. Ao Yin growled and looked closely at Su Ji and Gu Shuping. Human juniors, I don't care who or what is behind you. You can't rob my treasure, an immortal elixir, guarded by a thunder dragon. The crowd looked at each other with deep impotence. Find another chance. Ouyang Xian sighed. The Dragon Burial Canyon, restricting the longevity of the human and demon races, only not the dragon race. This is the dragon's lair. A thunder dragon stretched out in front of it was a heavenly rift. The rest of them nodded, glanced at the everlasting lotus with some longing, and turned their heads when they were about to leave. A cold voice rang out. Elder Ao, we, the evil palace, will take the eternal life lotus. So you, the dragon clan, make a price. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. It was clearly the evil temple's maiden, Gu Shuping, only to see her tilting her head back and looking straight at Ao Yin, no fear in her eyes. Little doll, do you think the old dragon is easy to bully? Halfway through his speech, Ao Yin's eyes suddenly glazed over. The waist plate in Gu Shuping's hand flashed across its face. Now, can we talk? This, Ao Yin is full of hesitation. Everlasting lotus it is never want to give up. However, Gu Shuping's head was extremely large, and the result of carrying it hard was very bad. Gu Shuping frowned slightly and turned her head to look at Su Ji. You say a few words? Su Su was under the pressure of the Demon Emperor's might without folding her arms, as she had just noticed. Must be something big. On the side, Ouyang Xian and the others only felt ridiculous. The evil palace was able to climb with Lei Long by virtue of their identity belt tags, which they felt was reasonable. But what qualifications did Su Su, a new saint's son of the Nine Heavens sacred land, a pure brat, have? Luo Ziyao shook her head desperately towards Su Ji. Su Ru, Thunder Dragon gives face to the evil palace, but not necessarily to us. Be careful of being obliterated by Thunder Dragon just like Gu Xiang. Su Ji looked amused. Luo Ziyao actually had such a hint of concern in her eyes. Reaching out and forcibly holding down Luo Ziyao's swaying head, Su Ji smiled towards Ao Yin. The rewards in the ancient immortal ruins are for the younger generation of the human race. The dragons are only guards. Ao Yin, you want to take possession of them for yourself. Are you out of your mind? Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Speaking to a demon emperor in such a tone, even Gu Shuping of the evil palace didn't dare. Ouyang Xian from the ancient Sing clan didn't even dare to fart. Su Young, where did you get the courage? Luo Ziyao's body went soft. Ao Yin was furious. The dragon's tail flung up so violently that the sky shook and the earth shook. Dark clouds rolled over, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Human, I'll tear you alive. It seethed and boiled wildly, and lightning coalesced in its mouth. As they watched the ball of light grow larger and larger, the faces of the crowd changed wildly. Luo Ziyao's lips turned white and her eyes closed tightly. However, when he saw Su Ji's hand throw, the Nine Heavens Emperor sword was taken out of his hand and fell towards Ao Yin in a like manner. What's he going to do? The crowd froze. Make amends to the dragons? One sword. Is that enough? Ao Yin's posture remained the same, but he saw Su Ji's voice transmission ringing in its ears. Disappear in front of me within 3 breaths, or the Thunder Dragon clan will be removed from the eastern wasteland. Ao Yin's heart trembled, and the lightning in his mouth instantly dissolved. His dragon's head, which covered heaven and earth, stiffly turned around and carefully surveyed the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword before looking at Su Ji and transmitting a hesitant voice. Great Emperor? It's me. Ao Yin's chrysanthemums tightened. Living hell. How did Su Jioshio enter the ancient immortal ruins? This is the living Yama of the eastern wasteland. Favorite food is dragon's liver and phoenix marrow. The dragons are on the verge of being killed by him. Can't we escape even if we hide in the Dragon Canyon? Ao Yin's mind was full of mush, but his actions were not slow, and in a flash of smoke, he directly transformed into lightning and walked away. What immortality pills? What everlasting lotuses? What else matters is life? This is a master who can't even be cured by the heavenly Tao. If he is hard with him, the 9 clans together will not be enough to die. Thunder Dragon ran away? Luo Ziyao stared at Su Ji with wide, beautiful eyes, filled with incredulity. The others, including Gu Shuping, were also staring at him closely, as if they were looking at some strange animal. Feeling Luo Ziyao's eyes, Su Ji lightly coughed and explained. I shocked it with my old ancestor's name for a bit. I didn't expect it to work so well. Old Joe? It dawned on the crowd. The ninth heavenly emperor also had a nickname. The Eastern Wasteland Dragon Hunter. And it made sense for the dragons to run fast when they heard this name. It was Gu Shuping, Ouyang Xian, Lin Qing and the others who didn't get suspicious. Only Luo Xiao's eyes turned amber as she moved closer to Suji to stare at him. Suji's heart flinched, knowing that this was Fu Yueying manipulating her body. What exactly is your relationship with Su Zhouxiao? Fu Yueying's rejecting voice rang out with some fatigue. What? Suji continued to play dumb. Before becoming immortal. This marriage can't be divorced. This love can't be broken up. This revenge can't be made. And the deception must continue. You're not his son, are you? Fu Yueying then foxed. Su Ru's footsteps lurched and he almost fell to the ground. Turning his head, he smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. Fu Yueying hummed softly, her eyes returned to normal, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, Ouyang Xian's several people came from the distance, and a long stick appeared in his hand as he calmly said, Cousin, Su Ru, the matter has come to a head. Let's distribute the benefits. Distribution of benefits? Luo Zio was confused. When Shui explained, a few of us have discussed it, and there is no need to fight to the death. The everlasting lotus is too big of a concern. It should be taken out and let the parents of each family distribute the benefits. Zio, how about counting your share in the Yaoi Holy Land? Luo Zio was silent. She was from the Xian Tian sect and married into the Nine Heaven Sacred Land. How can you not count it in the sacred land of Yaoyogi? Su Ru gave them a cold look. In his heart, he understood that this was to use his power to oppress people. These few proud sons of the top forces from the central state. Unite and prepare to swallow the lotus of eternal life. With the volume of several of them, who can stop the forces present, even if he brought it out? I'm afraid he wouldn't have the life to bring it back to his sanctuary. Next to him, a burly man spoke up. Then, I wonder what benefit we can share. Chapter 14. When all is said and done, you can be on your way. You, Ouyang Xian let out a laugh. What sect? Eastern Domain. Imperial Beast Sect. That disciple respectfully said. The Imperial Beast Sect? Ouyang Xian's head tilted and snorted. Raggedy Clan. Also worthy of eating at the table? Die. Boom. The burly man was directly smashed into a meat cake by a stick, and blood sprayed out. Senior. With a miserable scream, a pink-clothed woman ran out with her heart torn out, looking at Ouyang Xian with hatred in her eyes and indignation. My senior brother only wanted to pick some sacred plants in the periphery. He didn't want to share the lotus of eternal life. How can you be so overbearing? The corner of Ouyang Xian's mouth picked up as he slammed a stick down. Pust. The woman in blue didn't even scream. Her body and soul were destroyed, disappearing between heaven and earth. Those who have no family lineage or background, no emperor in their clan, or whose emperors are restricted in their movements are advised to leave. Ouyang Xian circled around. If anything, it won't be pretty when I tear my face off. Qin Yuemo frowned. Ouyang Xian, you've gone too far. Excessive? Ouyang Xian sneered. What's wrong with killing a few people when you're fighting to get through this world and are in a precarious situation? Cluck 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 cluck. This is the face of a righteous holy land. It's not as good as our evil temple. Not even as good as the 9 heavenly demon lands in the eastern wasteland. At this time, Gu Shuping laughed at the side. Su Ru. Holy land. It's the 9 heavens holy land. He spoke out to correct it. Aya. How can it be called a holy land if the heavenly Tao rejects it? Gu Shuping laughed even more. Su Ru was displeased and lazy, turning his head to look at Ouyang Xian, smiling faintly. What if I don't leave? Ouyang Xian raised his eyebrows. Thunder Dragon is afraid of your 9 heaven sacred land, but my Panglai sacred clan is not in the eastern wasteland, so I'm not afraid. If you don't leave, the only way is to fight, and the central state will not give in. Su Ru nodded. Quite agreeable. War for profit. For all time. Cousin. Luo Zio said in annoyance beside her. Did it have to come to this? Do you think I can't beat you? Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. Famous in Tianxian. Who doesn't know? Ouyang Xian laughed out loud. But you ate my Panglai holy pill. Truth be told, I've added spices to it that will temporarily soften you up for a day. You may understand it as poison. What? Luo Zio couldn't believe it. As if struck by lightning. Aren't we relatives? Kindred spirits? Ouyang Xian's expression was cold. A strain of immortality. He'll be keyed up. His position in the Panglai sacred clan could even go down in history, surpassing his brother who was born with different pupils. A change of destiny can kill even a blood brother. What's a cousin? Get out of the way, or I don't mind killing my blood relatives with my hands. Ouyang Xian's ruthless voice. He's going to pick the everlasting lotus to prevent a long night. Qin Yuemo took a step forward, supporting Luo Zio, and hesitantly said, Zio, Why don't we give you this share of credit for the Yaohu sacred ground? Don't you put up a fight. I don't want it. Luo Xiao took a deep breath. The everlasting lotus in the back was not small in its effect on the recovery of her master's divine soul. After manifesting just now, her master's divine soul fell into a deep sleep. How to put up a fight? At this moment, Suji suddenly pulled Luo Xiao's hand and forcefully dragged her behind him. You watch from the sidelines. Luo Xiao was stunned. You weren't poisoned? Suru smiled without saying anything and looked at Ouyang Xian. Ouyang Xian's eyes narrowed into a slit, staring at Suji as if he was a viper, about to lash out. A figure stepped forward. Leave him to me. The crowd turned their heads to look. It turned out to be the emperor's son, Lin Chang, of the emperor clan's Lin family. Lin Chang was stout, with eyebrows like two sharp swords, and looked quite upright. At this moment, he spoke out in a cold voice. Sacred son of the nine heavens, Su Ru, you're the one who killed my brother Lin Kuan. It dawned on Su Ji that he had come to take revenge. Lead the way to death. Lin Chang held a long sword with a raging momentum, coming up with a sword slash. A flaming cage appeared out of thin air and covered Su Ji. Lin Chang's cultivation in his entire body had clearly reached the peak of the avatar realm. One step short of crossing over into the Dharma phase. Su Ji didn't even lift his eyes. Luo Xiao suddenly thought of something on the side and hurriedly said, Su Ji, take it easy, don't make a scene. Their Dao protectors are outside. Lin Chang isn't like Lin Kuan. He has the possibility of becoming an emperor. Kill him and things won't be so easy to set right. Gu Quan. She hadn't finished the 4 words looking out for the greater good. Suja had already thrown a punch. This punch was as subtle as a gazelle, and space rippled like water. Although Suji was in the flame cage, his fist had already reached outside the cage. Lin Qing came in large strides. Originally there was still a sardonic smile on his face, but at this moment, his face was greatly changed and he was overwhelmed with fear. Snap! A crunch. Lin Chang's head exploded. Blood splattered 10 feet high, and his headless body stayed where it was. Nuisance blood bubbling out. The holy weapon necklace that was originally worn around his neck was shattered before he even had a chance to inspire it. One punch, Emperor Lin Chang, fall. The crowd was horrified. It was too fast. Killing the emperor's son of the emperor clan was like a butcher slaughtering a pig. Crisp and clean. Is Su Ru still one of their peers? Ouyang Xian's face changed greatly and he shouted, this person has a ghost. The battle power is too amazing. Wen Shui, Chang Ji, and Shang Shen, quickly help me. Chang Ji and Shang Shen, both of them were also sons of the great powers in the central state. At this moment, their faces changed, and they stepped forward to stand with Ouyang Xian. Wen Shui hesitated and stepped forward as well. The everlasting lotus is in front of you, so you can't back out. Till death do us part. Gu Shuping watched with interest from the sidelines. A pair of straight legs hooked up, with an accident in her heart, if she was not mistaken. Just now, Suja used the power of space. I didn't expect a small eastern wasteland to have such a genius. Su Ru, for geniuses, including top-tier forces like the Lin Lang Academy and the ancient sacred clan Pang Lai, must not be killed. Luo Zia was anxious. It was already tricky to mess with an imperial family, the Lin family, messing with a few more big powers. Does Suji want to die out? Or does he want to stay in the nine heavens sacred ground for the rest of his life and not come out? Well, you're right. Suji smiled, without half a trace of violence on his face, as if killing Lin Qing was something trivial. Qin Yumo followed and advised, Su Ru, don't be so juvenile. If you kill these people, the Yaoqi Holy Land won't be able to protect you. Whoever kills will die. Don't fight. Su Ru, Ouyang Xian bellowed, I recognize your battle prowess. Whatever benefits you want, you can say and talk about it. Make peace. He firmly believes that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Behind any fight is profit. There's nothing that has to be fought as long as it's talked about. Wen Shui also smiled gently. Su Ru, I can introduce you to join the Lin Lang Academy. I'll even give you half the credit for the everlasting lotus, so that as soon as you enter Lin Lang, you'll have to enjoy the best resources, and the head of the academy will personally accept you as his disciple. Lin's bookstore, ordinary Eastern Wasteland geniuses, even if they went to be outer disciples, were all eager to do so. Wen Shui, however, directly offered Su Ji to be the head of the academy's shut-in disciple. It's sparing the talent. Everyone looked at Su Ji with envy, including Ouyang Xian whose eyes showed envy, but Su Ru was unimpressed and shrugged off his hand, speaking softly. Finished? The crowd was puzzled. That's it. You can be on your way. Chapter 15, The Holy Maiden. Also fallen? It's ready for the road. The crowd was in a state of shock. Luo Xiao's petite body tightened, and the words of persuasion had yet to be uttered. He saw Suji raise his right hand, as if he was a Confucian playing chess, and point out a few fingers in the air. 9 Heavens Battle Technique. 3 Talents Pointing Immortal Fingers. The 3 talents are for genius, genius of the earth, and talent. The 3 talents mobilize the destinies of heaven and earth, and even the immortals can be ordered. Even the heavenly Tao cannot be stopped. Once this move was performed, the power of heaven and earth condensed into a giant finger that fell from the sky. Ouyang Xian, Wen Shui, and the others' faces changed drastically as they exerted all their strength. Sacred artifacts, spiritual artifacts, scapegoat runes, but all to no avail. In Luo Xiao's eyes that were so terrified that they were numb. A few great power prides who were usually her equals were at this moment exploding in the air as if they were blood-colored fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. That fingering struck directly at the soul, implicating cause and effect. No matter where Ouyang Xian and the others escaped to, they would follow a fateful line and directly chop off their lives. It is also fortunate that Fu Yueying is in a deep sleep at the moment, or else Su Ru this hand must be exposed 80%. It's over. It's over. Luo Xiao sat down on her butt, her eyes lifeless. The forces represented behind these heavenly prides, when added together, were enough to make the entire Tianxian continent tremble 3 times. Not to mention that Su Ji was still just a junior. Even if the Holy Lord of the 9 Heavens arrived in person, he was only afraid that he would feel panic. Anyone else not convinced? Su Ji had his hands behind his back, and the breeze blew, causing the hem of his clothes to flutter with an immortal aura. Looking at Qin Yumo's eyes were a bit infatuated. I'm waiting for, to serve. Some of the remaining forces were convinced and fled down the road, running 100 miles before they dared to watch from afar. Are you kidding me? The people from Central State are coming. All of them are dead. Nobody's looking for death at this point. 4 people were soon left in the field. Su Su, Luo Xiao, Qin Yuma, and Gu Shuping. This evil temple maiden, who seemed to be completely unafraid, rested her cheeks and crossed her long legs as she looked at Su Ji, and the picture was still a bit childish. You're not returning? Su Ru frowned. I came for the everlasting lotus and will not retreat. Gu Shuping shook her head and laughed softly. I know that stupid dragon Aoin retreated because of you. I just don't know what secret you have. Stupid dragon? Su Ji was surprised in his heart, daring to scold a demon emperor in public. This Gu Shuping, could it be that he was on the same path as him and was also a great emperor hiding his identity? Thinking about this, Su Ji rarely said more. Your name is Gu Shuping, isn't it? You're no match for me. Retreat as early as possible to avoid embarrassment. Gu Shuping shook her head. You didn't threaten me. As the words fell, she threw out 2 dried-up corpses from her storage ring. The dried-up corpse grew large with the wind and gradually bulged out, holding his sword in both hands with a hideous face. Ah! Luo Xia was startled and took 2 steps back, cowering with Qin Yuma as the 2 girls wrapped their arms around each other. Puppet corpse? Su Ji froze. Or a Sate Realm puppet corpse? Gu Shuping laughed. Good eyesight. Mr. Su is really knowledgeable. I see that I have a destiny with you. If you retreat, I won't hurt you. How about it? Su Ru shook his head. Why don't you take a look at how this sword of mine is first? The words fell. The 9 Heavenly Emperor's sword rioted. It sprang out from Su Ji's waist with a buzz, and in an instant, the tip of the sword shook 1,000 times, passing through the 2 puppet corpses. The 2 puppet corpses collapsed silently, directly shattering into particles. Afterward, the Emperor's sword transformed into a slender pike that went straight for Gu Shuping's neck. Don't you dare! Gu Shuping let out a soft rebuke, and the jade pendant in her right hand blossomed with clear light, forming a shield that enveloped her. Dang! The 9 Heavenly Emperor's sword returned with no success. Su Ji was slightly surprised. You also have an Emperor weapon? Gu Shuping stroked her snow-white neck and giggled. Mr. Su really doesn't have any pity. Su Ru lost his smile. You think you saved your life? I'll give you one last chance. If I'm holding the Emperor's sword, my strike will be a killing move. Gu Shuping hesitated slightly. Su Ji directly got up, grabbed the 9 Heavens Emperor sword, leapt over the distance of 100 feet in one step, and stabbed out with the sword. Space shattered and the sword light was mesmerizing. A sword chopped at the Imperial Artifact's shield. The powerful force, through the shield, acted on Gu Shuping's delicate body. A shock. Gu Shuping's body was directly shaken into mush, and even the storage ring collapsed under this kind of power. Su Ru reached out and took the jade pendant. In the bag, with one sword, Gu Shuping of the evil temple died. Luo Xiao rounded her eyes at the side. Su Ji, did you just kill 2 Saint Realm puppet corpses? You became a saint? Qin Yuemo swallowed her saliva. So powerful. It feels like it's from that sword. What kind of sword is that? It looks so strong. Luo Xiao said. That's the 9 Heavenly Emperor sword. Of course it's powerful. Qin Yumo's mouth opened into an O shape. It's the Jiushao Emperor's sword? How dare you give it to Su Ji? What's their relationship? Luo Xiao, my master said that Suru might be his son. Qin Umo, well, no wonder. Can give all the accompanying swords to? The two women chattered and whispered. The corners of Suji's mouth twitched, and he was lazy. It's also good to save them the trouble of explaining and leave it to the two girls to brainstorm. Suji turned around and walked towards the everlasting lotus. After being wrapped by the 10,000 sacred plants, Suji realized that the immortal chi of this place had already been enriched to an outrageous level. It was no exaggeration to say that Suji had lived for more than 2,000 years and had never seen such a wonderful land. His heart snapped for no reason. There must be a demon when things go wrong, and a great opportunity is bound to be accompanied by a great peril. There's a big change in Tianqian continent, buried Dragon Canyon, outside the ancient immortal mysteries. Many saints were either in pairs or in groups of 3 or 5 friends, forming a small circle. At the very core, naturally, there were several forces in the central state, as well as the protectors of the evil hall, Mingchu's sacred land, and other top forces. The Dao protector of the Panglai sacred clan, named Ouyang Shou, was at the peak of the sage realm. At the moment, he was uniting the emperor clan's Lin family, the Lin Lang school, and other saints to suppress Gu Shuping's Dao protector. You, the evil hall, are also presuming to get your hands on the relics of the eastern wasteland? Even if your holy maiden has the courage of 1,000,000 warriors, I'm afraid it's still hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Who made us outnumbered? Ouyang Shouyin smiled coldly. 4 or 5 Zhangzhou forces acting together. That was a descending blow. Who dares to disobey when they are in Tianqian? Who dares to resist? The evil palace protector was named Xinmo, and at this moment, he smiled without saying a word. Only she knew what the 3 words Gu Shuping represented in the evil hall. The eyes of the Lin family's protector narrowed slightly when he saw the expression on her face. The evil palace doesn't seem too convinced? Do you want to challenge the majesty of our central state? Xinmo covered her mouth and laughed. Which can if the evil hall wants to have this power, the central state should let the evil hall rule, right? But she hadn't finished her sentence. The bracelet on the right hand of the Lin family's Taoist protector suddenly shattered. He blushed profusely. Lindarun, what happened? Several other saints spoke up. The life bracelet is shattered. My clan's emperor's son, Lin Chang, has fallen. Lin Luan's lips turned white. The emperor's son. For every ethnic group, that was a top priority. Even if he died, he couldn't let anything happen to Lin Chang. Simo suddenly laughed merrily. The saints glared angrily. It was you, the evil palace, who made the move. Simo innocently spread her hands. It's not clear yet. All saints, aren't you afraid that we saint sons and emperor sons will join forces and eradicate your evil temple saintess first? Yeah, to each his own. Xinmo was very calm. As the words fell, on all the saints, different artifacts representing life shattered open. Boom! Several strands of killing intent that broke through the clouds coalesced and pushed straight towards Xinmo. The leader, Lin Luan, was even ready to burn his essence blood and cast a secret spell. The corners of Xinmo's mouth widened in a smile as she took out a blood-colored space talisman. I want to leave, and a non-empire can't stay. Save yourselves. The saints froze, and Lin Luan was horrified. It's an emperor-level talisman. You're under the Blood Rose Emperor's command? Blood Rose Emperor, a top 3 figure in the evil palace, a great man on par with the 9 Heavens Emperor. If you move, the Tianqian continent will quake. Knowing that, don't be so aggressive. Like I said, to each his own. Don't keep playing your bully game. It's useless. Xinmo was so happy. Watching this group of moralistic and decent people suffer was the happiest thing in her life. But the next moment, her face suddenly froze as well. On her chest, there was originally a bouquet of roses for decoration. At this moment, it suddenly withers and passes away with the wind. The Holy Maiden has also fallen? Chapter 16, All the Saints Surrounded. Are there any more? Inside the ancient immortal ruins, Suji picked the everlasting lotus. To the Dalikos, a mouthful of boredom. 10,000 sacred plants rose up into the air and turned into spiritual liquid, directly enveloping him. A surge of immortal chi impacted his limbs, even to the point of bursting his limbs. However, he had the 7 books of martial scriptures, as well as the Tsong Shang battle body. Whether it was immortal yuan or spiritual liquid, they were all instantly refined. Rolling immortal yuan. It completely purified the spiritual yuan in his body. Having swallowed the everlasting lotus, at this moment, the strength of his physical body had already transcended the human realm. It can be called half immortal. In just half an hour, Suji came down from the air. At this moment, his cultivation realm had also arrived at the late great emperor stage. It was vaguely going to touch the limits of this heaven and earth. The 2 women, Qin Umo and Luo Xiao, looked at him dumbfounded from the side. That roiling immortal yuan was absorbed by a teenager at the god transformation realm. All of it? Is this the cub of some ancient immortal beast? Su resign. You're still in the early stage of god transformation? Luo Xiao stuttered and asked. Oh yes, after eating the everlasting lotus, your cultivation level is going to rise a bit. Suji reacted with a buzz. His cultivation level had been promoted to the late stage of the avatar. Luo Xiao, Qin Yuma, go out. The biggest secret stash has been taken. The ancient immortal ruins. There are no more secrets. Suji pulled Luo Xiao's hand and walked towards the space gate. Wait. Luo Xiao suddenly turned worried. Her feet not moving. Luo Xiao bit her lower lip. It's too dangerous to go out like this. You've killed so many sacred sons and imperial sons. They'll definitely force you to question them. Qin Yumo nodded with deep thought. As far as the face of that group of people in Central State is concerned, if you have power and influence it's okay to say that you'll make some compensation at most. But you're from the Eastern Wasteland. That's a big problem. Suji froze. I don't have any great emperors in the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens? Don't mention it. Qin Yumo blankly glanced at Suji. Who doesn't know that the great emperor of the Nine Heavens has offended the heavenly Tao and is in seclusion? Even if you're really his son, you'll have to wipe your own ass if you mess up. Luo Xiao nodded and made up her mind. You wait. I'll go out first and contact my mother. As the words fell, she ripped Suji's hand away and walked towards the space gate. Su Ru was stunned. Qin Yumo also pulled his arm tightly. Trust Ziyao. Her mother is the Holy Lord of Yao Qi. She can save your life. Su Ru. There are mouths to feed. After exiting the secret realm, Luo Xiao contacted the Holy Lord of Yao Qi at the first opportunity. Ziyao? The Holy Lord of Yao Qi's voice was cold and somewhat rejecting. It's me, mother. Luo Xiao's voice was a little choked. You actually contacted me? What is it that your scummy father couldn't solve? Holy Lord Yao Qi coldly snorted. If you can't solve it, you'll go back to Yao Qi. Cut yourself off from your father. Luo Xiao whispered. It's like this. Mother, I married someone. What are you babbling about? The voice across the room was 50 times louder. Luo Xiao quickly recapitulated the matter despite the surprise of Holy Lord Yao Qi. Well, Luo Feng. This dog thief is really out of his league. Such a big deal. Not even a hello? Trespassing. Holy Lord Yao Qi suppressed her anger. Wait. I'll go contact your father and have him return to Tianxian. The words fell and the voice was cut off. Luo Xiao just breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, Suji's voice came from behind her. She mechanically turned around. Suji, didn't I tell you to wait inside for a while? Su carried Qin Yumo's neck like a rabbit and walked out. It's too stuffy in there. Come out for some air. Qin Yuma, Luo Xiao. The two women were about to say more, when suddenly, the overwhelming pressure of the Saint Realm erupted around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At least a dozen sacred realms appeared at the same time, surrounding the three of Suji. Their eyes were red and they were panting like cattle. It was already clear to them that the relic was an immortal pill of immortality, the lotus of eternal life, taken by Su Ru. One of the beautiful women then frowned and took a step forward, blocking the three of them from Suji, facing the saints directly. Gentlemen, are you trying to lay hands on Junior? Lin Luan spoke coldly, less pretending. Guan Meng, is your Yaohe Holy Land trying to monopolize the lotus of eternal life? Pipe Dream sank his voice. When acting in the secret realm, the one with the best skill wins. Is the Lin family trying to break the rules agreed upon in the Central State and oppress the juniors? Lin Run choked. Both sides are equal before they deserve to talk about rules. This immortal pill of immortality was not captured by your Yaohe Holy Land. You asked that Su Ji. Is he from your Yaohe Holy Land? Su Ru shook his head decisively. Lin Luan was delighted. Then did you kill our emperor's son Lin Chang? Su Ru nodded. I killed him. Read it. Lin Luan was ecstatic. Guan Meng. He killed my clan's emperor's son. I'm going to take him back to the Lin family for questioning, and after asking him clearly, I'll naturally let him go. Ouyang Shou also nodded. My clan saint's son Ouyang Xian also died in the relics. The Ouyang clan also needs little friend Su to ask questions. The corner of Evil Hall Xin Mo's mouth also hooked up. Then our Evil Hall needs it too. Immediately after that, a few more big powers spoke up. That gesture, which was to avenge the holy son of the clan. It is clearly dividing the benefits of the everlasting lotus. Compared to an immortal pill of immortality, the life of an emperor's son or a saint's son would be too small. It's something that all the great emperors are fighting over. Pipe Dream, get out of the way. I can still count you Yao Qi Holy Land as one. Lin Luan grimaced, the blade in his hand already humming. Ouyang Shou, XINMO, and the others also unleashed their killing auras without reservation. Space shuddered. All the dark clouds hovering in the air were stirred away. Pipe Dream's lips turned white. Ouyang Shou, Lin Luan, XINMO. And the others? Their strengths were already in between hers. With so many people together, she definitely wouldn't last long in a real fight. Turning around, she shook her head towards Suji. Little friend, give them the everlasting lotus. The Yaoan sacred land fights to keep you alive. Luo Zio said nervously. Anti-dream. Don't say it. Guan Meng sighed. We are outnumbered by the enemy, so we have to swallow this breath even if we swallow it, and even if we don't. This is the rule of this world. The weak eat the strong. Little friend Su, bow your head. Suji blinked and innocently said, the everlasting lotus has already been refined by me. The saints snorted. I thought it was a red-blooded teenager, but I didn't realize that it was also a rabble-rouser who opens his mouth. Pipe Dream, get out of the way, or I'll sacrifice you to heaven first. Pipe Dream let out a long sigh. She just assumed that the young man couldn't afford to part with his treasure. But if you don't have a life, what's the point of having more treasures? Nah. Pipe Dream stepped out of the way. Suji faced the saints straight on and laughed lightly. Are you the only ones? Are there any more? Like the Emperor Realm? A single everlasting lotus. It's not so bad that it only comes to the sacred realm to be snatched, right? Chapter 17, who told you I have no one to protect me? The faces of the saints changed. That's what they're most worried about. Anyone who was afraid of each other's forces. Which party had an Emperor Realm location in close proximity to this place? If a Zun Emperor came, then the other forces could only drink the soup. Hand it over you. Ouyang Shou was the first one who couldn't help himself, probing out his right hand and grabbing at Su Ji. The splash of credit must not be delayed. With this strike of his, the aura directly formed a tidal wave, and the great Tao rioted with terror. An ancient saint race's saint realm perfection was definitely not bad. The Emperor's sword vibrated at Su Su's waist and was just about to be sheathed when he suddenly frowned. In front of him, the sound of a zither rang out. The austere flavor spreads. Ouyang Shou's face changed drastically. That zither sound seemed to be picking at his heart veins, causing his entire body's aura to clog up and his turnover to be ineffective. This was followed by an even louder clang buzz. The strings are broken. Ouyang Shou's meridians were shattered, and he flew away upside down, blood staining the sky. The saints' faces changed wildly, and they all retreated 100 miles violently. In the middle of the field, a man with a strand of white hair on his forehead appeared with his hand stroking the strings of his zither. His figure was somewhat illusory, but the saints panicked beyond measure. Zindi, an emperor. How come the Qin emperor is in the Tianxian continent? Didn't he go outside the domain 10 years ago? It's a Dao brand, not a real person. He's trying to stand up for that Su Ru. Contact the clan, quick. On the side, Luo Zio said in surprise. Father. Luo Feng smiled lightly, glanced at Su Ru, and got up and said with slight seriousness, don't say too much. Go now. If my guess is right, there must be emperors in the central state who are on their way. An immortal pill of immortality they will never give up lightly. Luo Zia was dumbfounded. Where are we going? Luo Feng looked calm. Go to the Nine Heavens sacred land. With that devil Su Joshio sitting at the helm. If you give these emperor realms 10 guts, they wouldn't dare attack the Nine Heavens sacred land. Su Ru. Good. From Luo Feng's expression, Luo Ziao could tell that the situation was urgent. Taking Su Ru's hand, he was about to run towards the north. At that moment, Lin Luan whistled from afar. Qin Emperor, the elders of my clan have already arrived. Do you really want to take this everlasting lotus all by yourself? Several major powers in the central state have all learned of the news. This karma, do you really dare to take it? Ha 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 ha. Luo Feng roared to the heavens and took a step out, appearing above Lin Luan as a fiery red lance emerged. Boom! The long spear pierced through the sky, the tip of the spear flashing as if it were a silver snake dancing about, and the shadow of the spear was heavy, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Just 1 second. Luo Feng then stabbed out tens of thousands of shots. Each shot was sharp and thin to the core. In an instant, he stabbed Lin Luan into a hornet's nest, blood spraying out from the countless gun holes. You're a tiny saint realm, and you presume to talk to me about karma. Wait until your clan elders arrive. Luo Feng godly kicked out, and Lin Luan's corpse instantly disintegrated. The scene could even be described as art. Su Ru glanced at it and smiled at Luo Ziao. Did you learn your gun from your father? Luo Ziao grimaced bitterly. Yeah, my dad used to be very refined, known as the gun and Qin double master. I don't know why he's so fierce this time. Su Ru shrugged. This kid owes himself money and hides in the extraterritorial battlefield to play the grandson. Definitely holding back. Maybe it's been a couple years since I've killed anyone. Now that you've come back and seen the juniors, you're not going to have a hard time? Okay, Suzaku, let's go blah blah blah. Seeing that those saint realms were terrified, Luo Ziao hurriedly pulled on Suji's right hand, only to find that Suji didn't move at all. It's too late, Su Ru said calmly. What now? Luo Zio froze, but the next moment, her face suddenly turned gray. Only a few hoofbeats could be heard from far to near, as if they were stepping on the soles of the crowd, slowly resounding in the center of the field, hooking the veins of the great Tao. Heaven and earth are at my disposal. This is the Emperor realm arriving. Yangshuo's face was ecstatic. He was only injured but not dead. At this moment, he respectfully knelt down and shouted towards the west. Posterity Yangshuo, welcome Spirit Mountain Emperor. Spirit Mountain Emperor, a famous emperor of the Panglai sacred clan, mid-imperial realm, strong in battle, always outside to open up territories for the Panglai sacred clan and seize opportunities. I didn't realize he was even in the neighborhood. Envious looks appeared on the faces of many of the saint realms of the Central States forces. An emperor, arriving early, the Ouyang family, the holy clan of Panglai, was able to take most of the share of the everlasting lotus. Luofeng's face was unsightly and he also looked to the west, only to see an old man riding a white horse in the distance, with a white beard and hair, who still looked a bit kindly, walking slowly. 1 second he was thousands of miles away, and the next, he had appeared in the middle of the field. Luo Feng, the Spirit Mountain Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Your main body is not here. Retreat. Luo Feng was helpless. Give me face? Whoosh. The white horse suddenly galloped, and a 10,000-foot heavenly sword appeared in Spirit Mountain's hand, flickering with a greenish light and a hidden dragon's roar. A knife chopped down. Luo Feng raised his chin to block. Even the chin was chopped to pieces. The great Tao branded and went up in smoke. Suji looked almost laughed out loud. The Avenue brand is not an unusual detachment. Usually have the strength of the original 60% of the strength of the body. Didn't even take a single slash. It's so humiliating. It's over. It's over. It's over. Dad's dead. Luo Zio was horrified. Her mouth kept chanting, Mother, Mother, help. Spirit Mountain turned his head to look at the three of them, looking at Su Ji, as if a heavenly god descended in anger, shaking his heart and soul. Any more help? This emperor is right here, giving you time to call out for help. Bully. Several of the Central States Power Saint realms were excited and looked forward. Call whoever you want. I'll slice it up myself. That's what imperial might is. That's what an emperor's bosom is. It's a world away from them. The saints. At the same time, the distant heights rippled like water waves. A carved mirror appears. Spirit Mountain. The clear voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi came out from it. Tens of thousands of miles apart. She borrowed an imperial artifact to project herself here. Spirit Mountain still had a kind face. Yaoqi. You should have also received the news that the everlasting lotus here is accompanied by 10,000 sacred herbs, and is by no means an ordinary immortal pill of immortality. How many forces in the central state are paying attention? You Yaoqi want to take it all for yourselves? Is it possible? Of course, Pang Lai, can't eat it either. In the end, all parties will have to share and eat. It won't be less for you. Yaoqi. As the words fell, behind him, space zigzagged and several figures that could press and sink the great Tao appeared. There are supreme figures of the Middle Kingdom watching. It's taking a stand, pressuring people with power. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was silent for a moment, and a voice slowly came from the mirror. Also, I already know the matter. Don't hurt my daughter and my clan's holy daughter, or this is not over. The mirror lost its luster, but did not dissipate. Ling Shan smiled like the Maitreya Buddha and turned his head to look at Su Ji. Little friend, it seems you're the only one with no one to bail out? In this case, hand over the lotus of eternal life and leave your soul to enter the wheel of reincarnation and live another life. Don't make me get rough. Almost everyone looked at Su Ji with pity. Family history, background, without a good origin. Even if one captures a treasure, it will be snatched away. If Su Su was born in the Mingchu Holy Land, then there was still a slight chance of sharing the cake. But unfortunately, he's in the 9th heaven, against the heavenly Tao. The great emperor slumbered in the 9 heavenly sanctuaries. Su Jia, it's all over now. Luo Ziyao's face was a bit miserable. Her heart was very complicated. She knew that Su Ji had already refined the everlasting lotus. So how could she not hand over the immortal pill of immortality? First day of marriage. To be a widow. Su Ji patted Luo Ziyao's back and said softly, Your master is sleeping, right? Ha? Wait, how did you know? Luo Ziyao was surprised beyond measure. Su Ru did not reply, turning his head to look at the Spirit Mountain and those emperor shadows behind him. Who told you that I have no one to bail me out? Spirit Mountain teased. Call it out? Buzz. A sword roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Su Su sheathed the 9 heavenly emperor's sword at his waist. Carrying him, he disappeared in an instant. Where are the people? Spirit Mountain was confused. Disappeared from under his nose? But there was no time for him to think about it. There were already saints screaming wildly. East, look east. The sky is falling. Eastern? Spirit Mountain turned his head to look at him, no longer able to maintain a half-hearted and amiable appearance, but instead turned terrified, his eyes shrinking into the shape of needles. Chapter 18, Contesting with the Heavens. One man faces the central state straight on. In the far east, a figure dressed in Xian clothes slowly stepped into the sky. He wore an imperial crown and was slender and handsome. Around him, the Yin wind, blood demons, ghosts and monsters, the sea of fire, and the mountain of swords. Countless heaven and earth visions dazzle. The entire east seemed to be transformed into an abyssal hell of terror. Even some saint realms were unable to look directly at this scene. It's the heavens descending in wrath, the heavens limiting, but to no avail. He who comes, the heavens cannot help. Get out. Suji chiseled his fist towards the back, and the entire space fell silent, and then broke apart. The sky rained blood and ghosts cried out, but it couldn't affect Suji by half. His figure had appeared in the middle of the field, looking towards Spirit Mountain. The skin smiled. You're the one who wanted to behead my clan's holy son and make him voluntarily fall into the wheel of reincarnation? Su Jiuxiao? Spirit Mountain was stunned beyond measure. The lips and teeth of the other saints trembled. Great Emperor Su Jiuxiao of the Nine Heavens. This was the great man who was active 1,000 years ago and who fought against the heavens for power. There is no order in his eyes, and he does whatever he wants, angering heaven. Exiled to the eastern wasteland by the heavenly Tao of the central state, refining his heart with heart demons day after day. I didn't realize he was still alive and free. I ask and you answer. Understand? Su Ru sank his voice. Spirit Mountain's face was ugly. Great Emperor Nine Heavens, you are a senior. So since the lotus of eternal life is in your hands, let's talk on the table. How much share do you want? We, Pang Lai, Lin Lang, Yao Qi, and the various emperor clans can concede. What Spirit Mountain said was clever, adding all the emperors together to increase their weight, still trying to use power over people. But he played his cards wrong. He was considered a latecomer compared to Su Ji, and not having competed with Su Ji in the same era, he didn't understand Su Ji's temperament. If Luo Feng were here, he would know. Su Ru's favorite thing is not to get on the table and negotiate, but to tear up the card table, only to see Su Ji let out a cold laugh. His right hand probed out, crystallized like jade, white like a haze. Spatial aptitude. Star-picking hand. The star-picking hand executed with the Emperor Realm cultivation could be worlds apart from when he had killed Lin Dong before, almost in the moment when everyone's divine souls didn't react. Suji's right hand had then grabbed on top of Lingshan's head. 5 fingers pinched together. Bang! It's like crushing and popping an apple. Spirit Mountain's head instantly exploded. Red and white things splattered in all directions. And Emperor blood sprayed 100 feet high. Hiss! The white horse on his crotch was frightened and crashed over towards Suji, extremely fast, blinking for 100 miles. Suji's face was expressionless as his right foot violently kicked out, kicking above the horse's head. The space in front of him collapsed. The white horse was also considered a fey, cultivated to the Emperor Realm, and was originally able to dominate a domain. However, at this moment, subjected to Suji's leg, the entire body of the horse exploded, and the broken pieces instantly flowed into the spatial turbulence, nourished by the everlasting lotus. At this moment, Suji's flesh already had the power of a half-immortal. In Tianxian continent, it was simply a descending blow. Who can take a punch or a kick from him? Rumble. In the distance, the figure of Spirit Mountain materialized from the Great Tao. He was reborn by virtue of the brand of the Great Tao, but it was already weak and dying, and indignant. Su Jiuxiao, you've been abandoned by the heavenly Tao, and you still dare to kill an emperor? Aren't you afraid of causing the heavenly Tao to be enraged and use its full power to wipe you out? Suji sniffed and laughed coldly. If I don't enter the central state, with the eastern wasteland heavenly Tao, what can it do to me? Not to mention little emperors like you. Even if the great emperors behind you come to my eastern domain to seek revenge, I'll take them all. Come one to kill one, come two to kill a pair. Kill until there are no emperors in the world. I am the only one. The whole place is dead silent. Suji's words directly cleansed their 3 views and changed their perceptions. Not even the sky is in your eyes. What kind of dominance is this? Luo Zio swallowed her saliva. She finally knew why a supreme figure like her master would have an old relationship with Sujia. This man, so much masculinity. And at that moment, a bitter laugh came from Spirit Mountain's side. A gray figure that seemed to be able to oppress the great Tao emerged. Su Jiuxiao, you're still as domineering as ever. Sujia's face remained unchanged. Old thief Ouyang. An old man like you with half of your body in the ground comes out to yell? Looks like a real change in the sky. The gray figure sighed. In the past, it was the central state that was unforgiving to you, but you killed all over the central state and slaughtered 10 emperors and 100 saints. Is your anger still not gone? We are both heavenly Xian emperors. There's no need to be so hostile. The Heavenly Tao knows it's guilty of you and hasn't killed you. It's only restricting your movements. What are you still dissatisfied with? The moment these words came out, all the people present looked creeped out. The great emperor of the 9 heavens had actually once slaughtered 10 emperors and 100 saints. It's an ancient secret. Su Ru sneered. I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. But if you people want to come to my eastern wasteland to bully others, think about your own weight first. The gray figure was silent for a moment and said, the matter between the juniors. With your rank, why should you have a general understanding with them? The lotus of eternal life is about immortality. You are rejected by the great Tao and have lost the qualification to become an immortal. It's useless to hold it. I'm here on behalf of the central state, so just tell me what you want to exchange. Su Ru coldly laughed. The everlasting lotus is produced in the eastern wasteland. It has nothing to do with you and others. Talk about a chicken feather. If you have the ability to come over and take it away from Mr. Su's hands, do you really think that no one can control you? The gray figure shook with rage, and the sky shook. In the distant sky, a palm print broke through the illusion, tearing through space and descending here. Suji didn't even look at it and backhanded a sword. The boom shattered the palm print. Immediately, the 9 heavens emperor's sword exploded and pierced straight into the void, spanning an endless distance and appearing in front of the gray figure. A snort. The emperor's sword swept across the gray figure's neck, and a head was thrown up. I don't know how many mysterious figures are showing horror on their faces at this moment. Across 2 great frontiers, billions of miles apart, Su Joxiao lords over the holy lord of Panglai with a single sword. Though for their level, the lord's head wasn't deadly enough, but the face can be seriously damaged. This was not only provoking Panglai, it was provoking the entire central state. Buzzing. At the same time, several existences that collapsed the great Tao appeared in the burial dragon canyon, straight to the point of breaking space. The battle at the top of the heap is about to begin. In the nick of time, a clear voice rang out. Stop it all. Upon hearing this, Suji had an odd expression on his face as he looked into the distance. In the middle of that long sky, a magnificent woman strolled in. She was dressed in a brocade dress, wearing a phoenix crown and cape. Her skin was like condensed fat, her eyebrows were like distant mountains with emerald green, and her eyes were like autumn water with love. At a single glance, it seems as if all the women in the world have lost their luster in front of her. Luo Ziel looked a little lost in thought for a moment. In her mind, Fu Weiying's voice rang out with a rare bit of gnashing of teeth. Chu Wanli. Luo Ziel was surprised. Master, when did you wake up? I woke up when Su Jiuxiao appeared. Fu Weiying faintly said. This woman, Chu Wanli, is really annoying. Her shadowy soul is still alive. She can be seen everywhere. Luo Zia was dumbfounded. Why does she feel that there was some jealousy in her master's words? But these were the things of the previous generation, and she was not in a position to gossip, but only asked, Master, you know her? Fu Yueying responded. Recognize, the second in command of the Lin Lang Academy, the Dean of the Academy of Literature. Back then, she grabbed the Heavenly Tao return with me and lost to me, and eventually I fused the Heavenly Tao and ascended into immortality. So powerful, Dean of the Academy of Letters. Luo Zio marveled, and at the same time, there was some yearning in her heart. This was the woman who truly stood at the top of Tianxian continent. In the air, as soon as Chu Wanli appeared, there was no emperor who dared to speak. She walked up to Su Ji and laughed softly. Brother Resignation. Long time no see. Chapter 19, Slicing Up the Holy Realm. Mingqiu comes to offend. Su Ru was non-committal, his expression bland. It's only a couple hundred years. Chu Wanli blinked. Come back to Lin Lang Academy with me? I couldn't protect you in the past, but this time, I'll be able to make you proud of Tianxian. With one word, the corner of Suji's mouth twitched. He didn't have a good feeling about Chu Wanli, back when he had just gotten into a Taoist relationship with Fu Yueying. Just this girl, spreading the truth there every day. Describe yourself as a good and innocent man, as a hungry wolf among flowers. I can't even enter the central state. How can I return to Lin Lang? Suji asked with a smile. I'll coordinate the Heavenly Tao side. Chu Wanli was certain. Right now, I have the most effective voice in the Lin Lang Academy, and I'm the only one who can communicate with the immortal realm. Whispering to you, the path to immortality in the central state is going to open up. Haven't you spent your whole life fighting to become an immortal? Become immortal? Su Ji was in a bit of a trance and subconsciously wanted to agree with her, but on second thought, he was instantly sober. Now that he had the system, wasn't becoming immortal close at hand? And struggle a ball. Itself just that the road to immortality. The biggest secret of Tianxian continent is in front of his eyes hooking him, and his heart is always a little itchy. Besides, there are too many retarded rules in the Lin Lang Academy for me to stay. Su Ru waved his hand and looked at the Panglai Holy Lord. old thief Ouyang, come over for a battle and take your head. You! The holy lord of Panglai almost spat out blood and looked at Chu Wanli, seeing her shake her head, before he said hatefully, come to the central state if you're capable. You think I'm stupid? Su Jie disdained. The heavenly Tao of the central state rejected him, and there were many peak great emperors and thieves, and some reclusive forces even had the existence of half-immortals. One-on-one he's not afraid, but if the emperor of a state is all on, it's better to live for a while and collect the system rewards first. At that moment, another supreme figure spoke out. Head of House Wanli, this everlasting lotus can't be left uncontested. Chu Wanli's eyes blinked slightly. Argue? How? You guys come over and forcefully snatch it from Su Jiuxiao? You couldn't do it 300 years ago, let alone now. This matter is closed. Hit the road. At those words, the crowd snapped back. It's also right. Square Su Rue's sword chopped from the eastern wasteland to the central state. When the sword comes out, it has a hidden immortal flavor. No one dared to say that they could snatch the everlasting lotus from Su Jiuxiao. Ouyang Shou, come back. The holy lord of Panglai conceded and said with disinterest. Many of the masters of the great powers sent out similar signals. The group of people released the immortal mansion and were ready to fight their way back home. But Su Ru coldly smiled. Did I say you could leave? The holy lord of Panglai spoke angrily. Su Jiuxiao, don't bully others too much. The corner of Su Jie's mouth hooked up. I bully people too much? When you few Saint Realm Juniors oppressed my Earth's Saint Son, how could you not say that you bullied people too much? He then looked down at Ouyang Shou. You're the kid who pushes the most words. I'll be the first to behead you. With a crunching sound, the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword rioted, cutting through the air like a thin, cicada-like pizzle, as if it were threading through silk, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through Ouyang Shou's brow. Ouyang Shou stayed where he was. There was still panic in his eyes, but there was no breath of life left. With one sword, the Panglai Holy Clan's Tao Protector, Ouyang Shou, collapsed his divine soul and died. In the air, the Nine Heavenly Emperor's sword was still emitting a soft chirp as it traveled through the field. Escape! The Tao Protectors of several major powers in the central state, including the evil temple's XINMO, and even the Lin Lang School's Tao Protectors. Fang had threatened Su Ji and asked him to hand over the many sacred realms of the everlasting lotus. The moment fled in a frenzy, making a break for it. But unfortunately, under Su Ji's eyes, they had nothing to hide. The sword pierced through the heart and was instantly chopped clean. The bodies fell to the ground as if they were raining. The heavenly Tao rioted. The emperors were furious and spoke out. Head of Yuanli, such a brutal and unruly person, and you still want to turn towards him? Are you doing this for the benefit of the central state? Or are you trying to harbor your lover boy? He also killed your Lin Lang Academy's Tao Protector. Which is more important? Think about it. Chu Wanli's expression remained unchanged. Of course it's harboring my lover. Whoever has a problem with this can go to the eastern wasteland alone. I won't stop them. For a moment, the room was silent. Fu Yueying's voice rang in Luo Ziao's ears. Bah! Old woman! Shameless! Luo Ziao! The scene was at a standstill for a while, and Su Ji stood amidst the thousands of visions and the earth and sky trembling with rage, calmly waiting for the great emperors of the central state to make their moves. For a long time, no one said anything. Chu Wanli whisked her sleeves and her figure was slowly dissipating, and just as the emperors were about to retreat back to the central state, there was a sudden tremor from the north. The Nine Heavens are unscrupulous, killing indiscriminately, the heavenly Tao is out of order, and the eastern wasteland is collapsing. The people of the central state don't dare to touch you. Su Jiuxiao, the people of the eastern desert, will come. Su Jiuxiao, take a good look at who this is. Su Ru's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look, only to see that in the distant sky, a spatial gap cracked open. Within the gap, a prison covered in spines emerged. In the center of the cage, Gaoran sat with his eyes closed and his lips pale. In front of the prison cage, a middle-aged man with a country face, dressed in rough linen clothes, with a face of removing traitors from the eastern wasteland, angrily stared at Su Ji. It's the Mingchu Holy Lord, Yi Gue. He's one of the oldest figures in this world. I didn't expect him to make a move. Normal. Su Jiuxiao entered the eastern wasteland and dominated a region, and he must have had a grudge long ago as the original overlord of the eastern wasteland. But grabbing someone's holy lord to threaten them is too disgraceful, isn't it? Cultivating immortals in the world. You think young people walk the streets? Life is at stake. Naturally, what move is ruthless what comes. A look of watching the show surfaced on the faces of many emperor realms. Seeing Su Jie suffer defeat, they were naturally happy to see it. Su Su's face was expressionless. Yi Gue, you Mingchu Holy Land don't want to live? Poof, Yi Gue said angrily. Su Jiuxiao, where did you get my Yanbei brother? Stern North. Su Ru dawned on him. That day, Not far from the Nine Heavens sacred ground, Yanbei blew a burst of awesome at his illusory Luofeng, blasted to death by his punch. It was normal for Yi Guei to come to him for someone. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Su Ji to admit it. It wasn't me. I was in seclusion at that time. Humph. Yi Guei sneered. I'm not going to argue with you. Within 3 days, bring my Yanbei brothers to the Mingqiu Holy Land to replace them. Otherwise, you will prepare another new Holy Lord. As the words fell, the space gap closed. Su Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. Gao Ran was his disciple and grandson, as well as a Holy Lord that he used extremely well. When something happened, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Chu Wanli came to Su Ji's side and whispered, Ming Chu, taking the meaning of the beginning of the sun and the moon, the beginning of heaven and earth, the source can be traced back to the beginning of the opening of this heaven and earth. Their holy lair can have the shadow of the remnant immortal, and no one can ever enter. Su Ru nodded. I know, there is no small matter concerning immortal, otherwise I would have destroyed this hellhole long ago. It's their turn to clamor? Want to help? Chu Wanli's eyes were bright. No need. Su Ji shook his head and turned his head towards Luo Ziao. Chu Wanli's eyes narrowed as she looked deeply at Luo Ziao and turned to dissipate. When the emperors of the central state saw that their leader had left, they naturally dispersed their Dao projections as well. Of course, their sights remained on the eastern wasteland. Su resume on Mingqiu, Peak Emperor Battle. A good show. In this heyday, they naturally want to observe it. Chapter 20 Great Emperor Perfection. Heavenly Dao empowers destiny? Su Ji walked over to Luo Ziao's side. Luo Ziao trembled with fear, not daring to raise her head. Just kidding. Such an invincible great emperor. Might is so much stronger than her father, her mother, all of them. Even the Holy Lord of Panglai was casually berated by him and had his head decapitated across the frontier. Who can come across him and not bow his head 3 times? You're Luo Ziao. Su Ru spoke out. Yes, it's me. Luo Ziao nodded her head. Is your master still asleep? Yes. Yes. Luo Ziao's face turned red. Too nervous to lie in front of a great emperor. This is for you. Su Ji tossed a bit of the root of the everlasting lotus to Luo Ziao. He still didn't know if it was Luo Ziao or Fu Yueying that the system told him to marry. If Fu Yueying hiccuped and there were no more rewards to receive, it would be the end of the line. The foolproof plan is to give some everlasting lotus to save her life. But you can't give more than that. Give more. Fu Yueying cultivation with the rocket like a chaotic. Their own same finished calf. This kind of thing. It's like flying a kite. You have to take your time. Luo Ziao put the everlasting lotus into her sleeve. Still not daring to raise her head, she was relieved when Su Ji left. Master, the great emperor of the 9 heavens gave me the everlasting lotus. Yeah. Her eyes were full of happiness. Fu Yueying just responded softly, seemingly having endless words left unfinished. It was night when Su Ji returned to the 9 heavens sacred ground. Due to Gao Ran's capture, the Holy Land was in a miserable state, and several clan elders were worried. Su Ji returned to the ancestral land in the back of the mountain and rested on his knees to recuperate. He decided to set off for the Mingqiu Holy Land early tomorrow morning, after receiving the rewards given by the system. Meet the shadow of that remnant immortal for a while. In the middle of the night, a silhouette arrived. It was Luo Feng who was hiding from his dead outside that domain. Su Ji's eyes widened. Luo Feng gave a respectful bow. 9 is the extreme of the number. Shao is the top of the sky, and the 9 heavens of heaven, the great emperor, is the end of the Tao. Su Ru, when is the money owed to me going to be paid? Luo Feng hemmed and hawed and sat beside Su Ji. You know about Fu's sister? Su Ru was non-committal. The money I borrowed from you was all to help you recast Sister Fu's flesh body, and for that reason, that yellow-faced woman from Yaoqi even fell out with me. You can't blame me for not paying you back. Help me? The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. Of course, Sister Fu is your Daomate, or else why did you receive my daughter to the 9 heavens holy land? Luo Feng rightfully said. Su Ji's heart fluttered and did not retort. Alright, down to business. Luo Feng's demeanor was straightened. That path to immortality in Central State. What do you think? Someone wants to go down to the realm to capture someone? Su Ji recalled what Yan Bei had said earlier. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded approvingly. Judging by the few chats I've had with Fu, I'm guessing it's her who's caught her. I also came here this time because Fu wanted me to take a message for her. She said that the muddy waters of the road to immortality should keep you out of the water, and that there are great terrors behind it that are far beyond the ability of mortal cultivators to cope with. Su Ji froze. She was concerned about me? Luo Feng added. Su, you guys at least have a past. It's normal that she wants you to live well. There are some things, I'll be honest, we're simply not qualified. Even she has been beaten into a remnant soul and fallen to the lower realms. If we go up top, aren't we cannon fodder? Su Ji took a deep breath. I know these things in my heart, that what the immortal wrote down. Can they not transcend the shackles of this world? Luo Feng was silent. It's the same emperor realm. Can the gold content be the same when practicing immortal laws? And practicing emperor laws? Maybe one of them can beat 10 of us. Su Ru laughed. Let's not talk about this. People haven't come down yet. We don't have to worry about it. Luo Feng murmured. Brother Su, are you really going to make a big mess in the Mingqiu Holy Land? That's an ancient Dao lineage that has been honored by the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao and has stood in the Eastern Wasteland since time immemorial. Even if the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao is slightly weaker than the Central State, it's still not something that can be attacked by one's own strength, right? This is also the meaning of Sister Fu. She wants you to endure for a while. When she remodeled her flesh, she can help you find the Mingqiu Holy Land to ask for a statement, and will not let you suffer. Hiding behind a woman? A softie? I'm such a person? Su Ru smiled. My mind is made up. There's no need to say more. Luo Feng sighed in a low voice, and at that moment, Suji suddenly looked up. His eyes glazed over. In the distant sky, dark clouds churned, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the great Dao flood bell appeared, striking 3 times in a row. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Feng froze. The heavenly flood bell. The will is manifested. This is to give heavenly destiny. In the next instant, his face changed dramatically, because he received a directive from heaven. Whoever could erase the 9 heavens sacred land and remove the 9 heavens emperor would be favored by the heavenly Dao of the Eastern Wasteland. Heavenly destiny. Luo Feng's eyes were red. In 10,000 years, only one person had ascended from the Tianxian continent. That was Jiao Xian Immortal Honorable Fu Yuing. In the beginning, she was the one who refined the heavenly Dao of the Central State, and opened a path of immortality with the middle of the extinct path, and ascended to the immortal realm. Now, the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao took the initiative to droop. For some great emperors who had been stuck in the emperor realm for many years and had difficulty advancing an inch, the attraction was simply explosive. Brother Su, this, Luo Feng looked at Su Ru with some concern. Su Ru sneered. As early as 300 years ago, when I settled in the Eastern Wasteland, the Heavenly Dao here regarded me as a tumor and hated to get rid of me. This time I'm going to kill Shang Mingqiu. The Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao suddenly rioted to block it. There must be a hidden agenda behind it. When tomorrow comes, I will personally set foot on Mingqiu and ask who is in the way and who will die. Luo Feng was creeped out. Midnight has passed. Su Ji was alone on his knees, and the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the second day of the wedding, 1,000 years of cultivation is rewarded. 1,000 years of cultivation. As soon as the system's words fell, countless pure spirit elements filled the entire sky. After that, the aura was like a funnel, pouring into Su Ji's body. Time kept passing, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 1,000 miles was drained, and countless spiritual grasses and spiritual objects withered. Finally, the breath in Su Ji's body exploded out. An imperial shadow that intimidated the Eastern Wasteland stood above the 9 heavens sacred ground, standing proudly in Tianxian. At the same time, an unknown number of ancient existences awoke and looked out to the east. The Emperor realm is complete. It's a done deal. Luo Feng hadn't run far and rushed back in a fire, looking at the crystallized Suji all over his body and stuttering. Brother Su, you took the last step? Su's eyes opened and he nodded, then took a step out and went east barefoot. But he had only just taken 3 steps. When he had passed hundreds of miles, the space in front of him suddenly swung open, and immediately, a crack appeared, and out of the crack came a bull-riding old man with a white beard and hair, but with a long body. Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. He still underestimated the gold content of the heavens pendant. Who doesn't want to be the chosen one? People die for money and birds die for food. 100-footer. That's worth anyone's life. The old man came in front of Su Ji. His face was drowsy, and the aura on his body was simply pressing down on the avenue. Ancient Emperor. At least Su Ji hadn't seen this person when he was vertical and horizontal. The old man held a bamboo pole in his hand and looked at Su Ji. You are the great emperor of the 9 heavens? Su Ru frowned. You are? The old man laughed. Kun Lun. Emperor Xuandu. Chapter 21, Beheading the 10,000 Ancient Emperors. Stepping on the mountain gate of Mingqiu. Kun Lun. Located in the Central State. One of the ancient sacred races, along with the Panglai lineage. The 3 ancient sacred races. Emperor Xuandu, a great emperor from at least 10,000 years ago. By generation, they are all Kunlun ancestors. Su Ji laughed slightly. A great emperor of all ages, but he also has to beg the heavenly Dao for his favor. How sad is that? Xian Du's face was expressionless. Shun Tiancheng, go against heaven and die. The heavenly Dao has kept you for 300 years. Not only are you not thankful for it, but you go against the Big Dipper instead. This emperor is acting on behalf of heaven. Upon hearing this, Suji almost even applauded. This old man of 10,000 years can just blow awesome, describes selfishness as acting on behalf of God. That face of feeling for the living. Do not go to open a sect or in vain such a good seedling. Su-ru raised an eyebrow and snorted. Finished? Humph. Seeing as you're also uneducable, take your life then. The green ox on Xiandu's hips let out a long hiss, and the long pole in his hand was violently thrown out. A silk thread crossed 10,000 miles and instantly came to Suji's side, to bind him tightly. This move contains the great Tao and is extremely resilient, making it almost impossible to break it head-on. The corner of Xiandu's mouth sketched up a smile and said, in the post-immortal era, after all, there are too few imperial battles. No one knows my Kunlun's ability, and even more so, no one is afraid of my Xiandu's name. When his smile had only just begun to widen, suddenly it froze, only to see Suji take a step forward, sheathing the emperor's sword in his hand, and with a buzzing sound spanning 10,000 feet, he directly tore apart this heaven and earth, turning this place into a spatial turbulence. The silk threads were instantly lost in the turbulence. Immediately after that, Suji appeared on Xiandu's side and slapped a backhanded palm at Xiandu's head. There was a loud pop of pounds. The old man's head, which was as tough as an imperial weapon, was slapped down with a hard slap by Suji. With his current half-immortal body, none of these great emperors would survive if he got close to them. Xiandu's face showed horror and he opened his mouth to say something, but Suji backhanded and pressed down another palm. Boom! The giant palm directly crushed over the old man's head, pinching his divine soul into a burst, and his torso directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the heavens and earth, smoothly taking away Emperor Xuandu's storage jade pendant. Suji crossed his arms and chiseled his fist in the distance. Boom! Space shattered, and a large portion of the bodies of the generals wearing Xian armor among them shattered, scattering into the spatial turbulence. Quinlan law enforcement guards. Emperor Xuandu brought out all of Kunlun's cards, ready to shade in the dark and give Suji an unintentional strike. But unfortunately, he had wrongly estimated Suji's battle power, and at this moment, along with the law enforcement guards, they were all swept away by Suji. Space was restored, and Suji continued to go east barefoot without looking at it. The entire Tianxian continent seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Is Emperor Xuandu weak? It's strong. It was counted as a first-class battle emperor. However, in the hands of Su-ru, even with all of Kunlun's undercards, he couldn't last more than a punch and a palm. Until this moment, some of those who had the hindsight to realize why the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Tao was impatient and wanted to eradicate Suji. He really does have the ability to go against the grain. Fu Yueying followed beside Luo Feng and watched Suji go east. That amber-colored eyes flashed with surprise. Softly, how did he get so strong? Luo Feng was also astonished beyond measure. In the past, without your help, it was hard enough for him to become an emperor, and now he's even fighting against the heavens. Fu Yueying gave him a blank look. Nonsense. Su Jiuxiao isn't that bad. With his abilities, becoming an emperor is still no problem. Luo Feng sighed. But that's the Mingqiu Holy Land, the Dragon's Pit, the shadow of the remnant immortal, the pinnacle of battle power. I still don't think highly of him. A ripple appeared in Fu Yueying's eyes. Struggle with the heavens. This is the right path. If he can pass this hurdle, the central state struggle, there is a qualification to get the entrance ticket. Luo Feng froze, smacked his lips, and said no more. The Mingqiu Holy Land was located in the extreme east of the Tianxian continent. When Su-ru arrived, the doorway was already filled with battle formations, various spirit elements, sword lights, and runes flashed. Yi Gui sat in front of the mountain gate with his eyes closed, and his eyes snapped open. Su Jiuxiao, instead of bringing the Yanbei brothers here, you disobeyed the heavenly Tao and brutally killed the great emperor. Su Ji, however, smiled faintly. For 100,000 years, those who have messed with me have all ended up in shovelfuls of yellow earth. Mr. Su, not threatened by anyone. Yi Gui was furious and got up to take out a long sword. And all of a sudden, the dragon roared and the phoenix roared. Su Jiuxiao, when one lives in the world, one must abide by the rules and be in harmony with the light. Otherwise even the brightest fireworks will eventually be annihilated. Today, I'll let you know just how great the gap between you and I is when we're both emperors. Mountain Guardian Immortal Formation. Rise. Boom. A beam of immortal energy rose up towards the sky, and in front of the mountain gate of the Mingqiu sacred ground, it turned into a white and misty fairyland. High above the sky, 1 day and 1 month appeared on the same stage, and the blooming sunrise and moonflower all poured into Yi Gui's body. At the same time, the immortal formation was still extracting the spiritual energy of the many saint realms in the Holy Land and feeding it back to Yi Gui's body. Instead of saying that Ye Gui is the honored emperor, rather, it would be better to say that he was a half-immortal who gathered the energy of the entire Mingqiu Holy Land. In the distance, There were countless great emperors watching the battle, and the shadows of the great Tao void. Seeing this, a few ancient saint race great emperors spoke out. A half-immortal realm. An ancient holy land is truly not something that can be breached by one person. The Mingqiu sacred land has stood from ancient times. Its depth is extremely deep. If the great emperor of the nine heavens can really crush this Mingqiu sacred land, he will surely be immortalized in Xian history and be named a human immortal. Human immortal. With the body of a human, it is comparable to the body of an immortal. It was the highest compliment to mortal combatants. However, upon hearing this, many great emperors shook their heads. With Yi Gui's current aura, even if the central state wanted to overthrow him, it would have to unite the power of several clans and pay an unimaginable price. With Suju alone, it's hard. In the direction of the Lin Lang Academy, Chu Wanli stopped to look out, and beside her, several academy elders gathered around to talk. This Su Joxiao is too impulsive. He still thinks that this is in the central state, and that there's still the head of the Chu Academy to back him up. Venturing to attack an ancient holy land, he's trying to pout the roots of the eastern wasteland and completely establish himself as the king. Such ambition is too grand. It is that I don't know after these 300 years, just how refined his strength has become. I think it's hard enough. Half immortal and emperor. The difference between one word is a rift in the sky. Chu Wanli shook her head. Don't say it. Look more. I trust him. I'll still save him when I really can't pocket it. The elders were silent. The price to be paid to save someone from the immortal formation could be imagined. In the middle of the field, Suji looked at Yi Gui, his face expressionless. For him, although Yi Gui possessed the power of a half-immortal by virtue of the power of the formation, but ultimately, it's rather vanilla. Suji himself, on the other hand, possessed a half-immortal body through and through. It was still that Songsheng battle body enchantment. Just how strong this body was, Suji had yet to exert it at full strength. At this moment, Yi Gui had risen to the peak, his body's power reaching the apex of his life. He felt incredibly complete. Su Jiuxiao, eat my blade. As the words fell, the sword was raised, and the light of the sword turned into a curved moon, chopping at Suji's body. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Chapter 22, totally unstoppable by the sky. In the middle of the field, a blade light chopped, and space fragmented like rags. This blade represented Yi Gui's resentment that had been suppressed by Su Ji for hundreds of years. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Even the great Tao was chopped up with traces, and the space was difficult to heal where the airborne blade marks passed. The might of this blade light had already touched the upper limit of the Tianxian continent. In the blink of an eye, the blade light arrived in front of Su Ji. Su Ji's face was expressionless. He just used his crystalline right hand and flexed his fingers to flick on the blade light. With his fleshly body, he fronted up to the light of the sword. Clang! The field was like the passage of a hurricane, with tidal waves of aura sweeping in unceasingly. Su Ji's whiskers and hair were crystalline, emitting a glistening white immortal light as he stepped out with his hands in the air. Uninjured, how can it be? Yi Gui froze. With that slash just now, he was confident that he could chop any emperor realm into pieces. However, when he chopped on Su Ji, it was as if he was chopping on an ancient divine beast, without the slightest effect. You've become immortal in the flesh? Yi Gui suddenly looked horrified and backed up. It's too late to know. Su Ji sneered, took a step forward, and his right hand pointed 3 fingers in a row. The 3 talents pointing finger of immortality. Now that Su Su had mobilized his immortal energy to cast it out, it could be far more ferocious than before when he had killed the juniors in the secret realm. Genius, Earth, Talent, and Triple Talent numerology mobilization performed the power of heaven. However, in an instant, the fingerprints arrived in front of Yi Gui and struck him on the forehead. No good. Yi Gui was horrified to the extreme in his heart, but he could not avoid it as Su Ji invoked the heaven and earth destiny. Boom! Like the collision of meteoric stars and the pairing of immortal weapons, the sound of thunder rose at first in place. 10,000 miles around the Mingqiu sacred land shook, and many emperor realms were horrified as their Tao imprints were impacted. In front of the mountain gate of the Holy Land, there was even a large hole sunken into the ground, spreading into the ground for an unknown number of miles. One finger, the immortal formation breaks. Has Su Jiuxiao become a half-immortal? At this moment, I don't know how many emperor realms were watching with their eyes glazed over. Half-immortals have rarely walked in the world, and each one is the crushing treasure of the top forces in the central state. Yi Gui was in an immortal formation. Even if it was a false half-immortal, it was still a half-immortal. But that finger of Su Ji's pressed down. It was simply going to divide the chaos and recreate the heavenly Tao, far beyond the reach of any mortal. The fog dispersed and Yi Gui's frail figure emerged. At the moment, he was covered in blood, his clothes were dyed white, and his heart was boiling. Su Su's strength was far beyond his imagination. Not that mid-imperial realm great emperor at all, but a half-immortal who had become an immortal in flesh. Looking at the entire Tianxian continent, those who dared to say that they had made a single move with Su Ru were estimated to be no more than 5 fingers. This kind of person was no longer something he could fight against. Escape! He made up his mind to escape into the ancestral ground, release the shadow of the remnant immortal, and fight Su Ji to the death. But at this moment, Su Ji had already lightly pointed with his right hand, and the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword shuttled out, as if it was an ancient heavenly soldier that was big with the wind. In just a few moments, it was like a pillar in the sky, hanging over the entire Mingqiu Holy Land. Drop! Su Ji's thin lips lightly rebuked. The Emperor's sword fell with a boom, and Igue's eyes widened in anger as he turned around and slashed. With this slash, he burned his divine soul, essence blood, and root bones in a radiant strike. The colorful clouds rose to the ground in all their splendor. But unfortunately, he was more than one level away from Su Ji. With the addition of the 7 books of martial scriptures, Su Ji, no matter the aspect, was amongst the half-immortals and had achieved the ultimate. As the sword fell, the Emperor's sword instantly overshadowed the colorful haze in the sky, crushing Igue's Emperor's body and smashing into the lair of the Mingqiu Holy Land. Ah! The miserable screams in the Holy Land had just risen, but they came to an abrupt end, and the entire front of the Holy Land was directly smashed into ruins, killing tens of thousands of people. In the distance, the bodies of several great emperors of the ancient sacred race went limp, almost paralyzed. They were still plotting how to eliminate Su Ji and avenge their own old ancestor emperor. But at this moment, after seeing Su Ji's amazing battle, they were completely convinced. In the direction of the Lin Lang Academy, several old men were filled with confusion. A peak emperor? Ah, just killed with a sword? This is the Holy Land of the Ming Dynasty, standing in the east. It's even older than our central state. Chu Wanli shook her head. It's not that easy. The Nine Heavens sword broke Mingqiu. The Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Tao will definitely be enraged, and may appear in illusory form and obliterate him. Heavenly illusion? A few old faces were creeped out when they saw a wisp of white gas rising from the center of the ruins in the distance. A white unicorn manifested. The Qilin stepped on the clouds. Countless heaven and earth chains appeared, and a great Tao brand became real. The real world, on the other hand, becomes unreal. The overwhelming pressure directly erupted in the Eastern Wasteland and acted on Su Ji, pressing down with the power of heaven. Su Ji braced his right hand and pressed upwards. Toten and stand. That's it? Su Ru sneered. And just like that, he held up the sky and walked towards the Qilin one step at a time. Luo Feng's eyes glazed over. Startled. What's the situation? The heavenly Tao can also be resisted? Fu Yueying explained from the side. The heavenly Tao is nothing but order. The heavenly Tao in the mortal world is mostly established by immortals. And over time, the spirits of heaven and earth that are formed are not very strong. Breaking the heavenly Tao, re-establishing order, and making the heavens serve you is not uncommon in the upper realm. Just be careful. If that immortal who founded the order is not dead, it is the same as having a grudge against him. Luo Feng swallowed hard. He had always felt that Su Ji couldn't be much better than him. But now, at a glance, he was not even worthy of lifting Su Ji's shoes. It's better to find an opportunity to pay back the money. In the field, as Su Ji approached, the white Qilin began to let out an uneasy roar. When he opened his mouth, he spat out the word order. These 2 words, with the chains of the great Tao all over them, represented the might of heaven and earth, and the highest power of the heavenly Tao of a party. The blast whistled past, coming straight at Su Ji. Su Shu's face sank as he held the Emperor's sword in his left hand and stabbed into the order. Click click click. The 2 sides stalemated. The sky shook and the mountains trembled. Su Ji slowly increased his strength, and the order gradually collapsed. Boom! The word order shattered instantly. Su Ji leaped over 100 miles and stabbed his sword into the Qilin's right eye. Ow dash! The Qilin screamed miserably as Su Ji's left hand stirred. The Qilin was directly churned into particles and dissipated into white mist between heaven and earth. In an instant, the Eastern Wasteland's aura collapsed. Heaven and earth howled. Order broke down, and the floodwaters flowed backwards. The order is gone. Buzz. In front of him, an immortal shadow coalesced and frowned at Su Ji. Who is it that is destroying my Tianqian continent's Tao lineage? Su Jiuxiao. Su Jiuxiao smiled faintly. Su Jiuxiao. Good. I remember. The immortal shadow spoke coldly, and then his figure dissipated. Su Ru was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, the shadow of the remnant immortal, with a strand of true immortal will, should have boundless battle power. He was all ready for a bitter fight, but never thought that the person in front of him would just let out a harsh word and disappear in a hurry. Could it be that the power left behind has dissipated with the wind because the interval was so long? There were quite a few people who thought in the same way as Su Ru, and at this moment, they were all looking at him in a daze. killing the eastern wasteland heavenly Dao and still not being punished? This Su Jiuxiao has truly become a party hegemon. They knew that in the future, the Tianqian continent would be east and the nine heavens would be honored. Su Jia turned around and headed directly towards the Mingqiu Holy Land's ancestral land. Gao Ran was blocked off in the ancestral ground, as well as the treasure trove of the Mingqiu sacred ground was also within the ancestral ground. Chapter 23 Hua Cheng Shang Xian. Wanted in the central state. Su Ji walked into the treasury. Several old men were kneeling next to Gao Ran, and when they saw Su Ji, they kowtowed frantically. Great Emperor, nine heavens, spare your life. Great Emperor, spare your life. Su Ru snapped his fingers, and a few old men collapsed and died with their whole body like a pile of sand. The prohibitions around Gao Ran cracked at the same time. Sure Fu, he surprised. Aha, Su Ru patted his shoulder. I've let you suffer, and I blame it on my poor thinking. Gao Ran's face sweated. Su Jia smiled and turned his head to look into the distance. The treasure trove of the early Ming Dynasty sanctuary. Inside the treasure vault, spiritual qi was abundant, and all sorts of storage magic treasures were placed on the cabinets, the least of which was a holy weapon. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years is just the thing to arm my nine heavens sacred land. Su Ji was satisfied, and with a flick of his sleeve, all the storage treasures were all in his pocket. He then turned around and entered the interior of the ancestral land. A lake was seen, the water of which was white, and in the center of the lake, there was a small island on which a small, milky white sword was stuck. Immortal weapons? Su Ji was shocked. An entire lake of immortal energy, with an immortal weapon as the spirit. The people behind it. What are they plotting? Su Ji took a step onto the island and approached the immortal sword, and with a buzzing sound, the immortal shadow that had just dissipated reappeared. Pluck not. Fairy shadow chortled. Su Ji ignored him and continued to walk towards the immortal sword. The immortal shadow said sharply, I'm here to receive the fruit of the realm. If you pluck it, the fruit of the realm will only appear in the central state, and you won't get a single point of benefit. The fruit of the realm? Su Ru stopped and looked at immortal shadow. What is the fruit of the realm? The immortal shadow sighed in relief. The fruit of the realm, also known as the heart of the realm. Whoever can refine it, then they will be able to completely control a realm. On the journey to immortality, with a domain to back you up, not only will your immortal element be alive and well when you fight, but you'll also be able to break through to the supreme realm. Even if you don't go to the immortal realm, with the fruit of the realm in your possession, this heaven and earth is your backyard, enough to control everything. To put it simply, that's being the master of heaven. Su Ru dawned on him. So all the power of your remnant immortal shadow was used to supply this lake? Fairy shadow nodded. My name is Immortal Hua Cheng. Guard this place for me, and when the fruit of the realm is attracted, I will make you an immortal general. From now on, you'll be free in heaven and earth. Is this guy painting me a picture here? The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched as he asked, what happens if I draw my immortal sword? Immortal shadow murmured. The eastern wasteland has lost the chance to compete for the fruit of the realm. So we can only go to the central state. That's the territory of a few old guys over there. Not to mention you. Even I don't stand a chance. I fancy your battle prowess. How about a joint effort? Okay. Su Ji nodded and took a step forward, blasting his fist at the immortal shadow. Immortal Hua Chang glared angrily, but there was nothing he could do about it. And before he could even utter a single word, he had already been blown apart by Su Ji. What's left of his power is too weak. Su Ji clapped his hands and walked towards the immortal sword. Even if he wanted to cooperate, he would go to Fu Yueying. This what Hua Qing Shang Xian, Ga painted himself a cake. At a glance is not a good person. What's more, this area was all his layout, and cooperating with him on one's own was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, and one would be eaten without any crumbs left. Clapping his hands, Su Ji walked towards the immortal sword and leaned down to pull it up in one go. Rumble. The immortal energy in the lake poured towards Su Ji. Su Ji was holding an immortal sword, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. No wonder they won't let me pluck it. This is at least 10,000 years of accumulation from that Hua Qing. Su Ji was pleasantly surprised, feeling the power like a dragon in his body. His strength was refined by another 3 points. In the outside world, as Su Ji drew his immortal sword, the heavens and earth became more and more turbulent. In the central state, the Dao shadows were brilliant. Most of the immortal shadows descended, and the aura was like a well blowing up. The aura of the eastern region had actually flowed to the central state. Many great emperor brands, who were originally still looking at Su Ji, now changed their faces, as if they had received some kind of signal, and disappeared into the eastern wasteland. After leaving from the eastern wasteland, Su Ji brought Gao Ran back to the Nine Heavens sacred land. The whole holy place was filled with songs and dances and joy. Countless eastern wasteland powers lined up to pay tribute. From today onwards, No matter who wanted to put down roots in the eastern wasteland, they would not be able to bypass the Nine Heavens sacred land, and would have to look at Suji's face. During the night, Luofeng once again came to Suji's back mountain. As soon as he sat down, he flamed out. Brother Jiao Xiao, have you heard about what happened over there in the central state? Suru turned her head and glanced at him. The road to immortality is open? It's almost open. Luofeng inhaled continuously. But you might not make it this time. How? Suru laughed. You slaughtered the heavenly Tao in the eastern wasteland. And now the central state side is silenced. And the heavenly Tao in central state is panicked. And you're wanted in the entire region. I heard that even the immortal realm has people coming down. You definitely won't be able to go this time. Luofeng felt a bit ridiculous himself when he was halfway through speaking. It's unbelievable. Suju was silent. In fact, he expected something. Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Tao. With immortal Hua Cheng standing behind him, the strength of the person behind that central state would definitely not be weaker than Hua Cheng. What was certain now was that their primary goal was not themselves, but the fruit of the realm. After this fruit of the realm was refined, one could seize control of the entire Tianxian continent. I'm afraid that's when it's time to turn the tables on yourself. There's no harm. I'll take care of this. A glint flashed in Suji's eyes. You have a way to bypass the heavenly Tao and enter the central state? Luofeng was shocked. That's out of your hands. Suru laughed. Luofeng looked at Suji. Forget it if you don't say it. I don't dare to meddle in your affairs. By the way, where is my virtuous son-in-law? I didn't come to the wedding, and I haven't even seen him until now. Suji didn't move. I've asked him to shut down. Luofeng nodded his head in understanding. That's right. Now that the world is so chaotic, if you don't improve your strength properly, even with your shelter, I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the Nine Heavens sacred land. Speaking of which, he raised his eyebrows. Honestly, is that kid your illegitimate son? The corner of Suji's mouth twitched. Don't look away. And changed the topic. Where's your daughter? There was some expectation in Luofeng's eyes. Sister Fu is going to the central state to fight for some heaven and earth treasure. My daughter will definitely follow. Let's just leave tomorrow morning. That tutor Bai from the Lin Lang Academy is in my Xiantian sect right now. Bai Yi. A pretty face appeared in Suja's mind. At that time, it seemed that she was going to introduce herself and join the Lin Lang Academy. An opportunity, perhaps. Thinking of this, Suji nodded and smiled. Then I'll be in seclusion for a while as well. Luofeng instantly howled miserably. Suji was so strong and still closed his doors every day, while he was so weak and still stroked his zither and made birds every day. The difference is too great. Chapter 24 Immortal Techniques and Immortal Laws. Blending into the central state. One night passed. Early the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the third day of marriage. Rewarded with the Immortal Technique, Star River Sword Technique. Immortal Law. This system can be located. Come on up and give the good stuff. One must know that after so many years in the Tianxian continent, Suji had only heard some information about the crippled Immortal Law. Complete Immortal Dharma. This was the first time he had seen it. I'm afraid it's an orphan in this realm. After obtaining the Star River Sword Technique, Suji became more and more confident in his trip to the central state, illuminating into a small Su resignation. He lifted his steps towards the Xiantian sect, the path to immortality, the fruit of the realm. He was just as interested. In front of the Xiantian sect, by the time Suji arrived, Luo Ziyao and Bai Yi had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Suji, Luo Ziyao's eyes widened. Ha! There's another student who's going to join the Lin Lang Academy. Is that you? It's me. Suru laughed and looked at Bai Yi. Instructor Bai, departing? Good. Bai Yi nodded and looked at Suji with a complicated gaze. She already knew that Suji alone had beheaded the holy sons and daughters of many great powers in the central state. It's a big prick. When Suji contacted her last night, she almost ran straight to hide in Zhengzhou. But in the end, he still couldn't let go of such a good seedling as Luo Ziyao. It was also only possible to piggyback on Suru as well. After boarding the traveling beast of the Lin Lang Academy, the three of them flew towards the central state. The speed of the foreign beast was very fast, but in half an hour, Suji arrived at the central state realm. In line with his expectations, the heavenly Tao of the central state did not make any reaction. The system's decontextualization technique hid his identity from the public. At this time, Bai Yi walked to Suji's side and said with some pleading, "When we go to Lin Lang Academy, can we keep a low profile?" Suji laughed. "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. How could Tutor Bai think that I'm high profile?" Bai Yi was helpless. "You killed the Lin family, the Panglai sacred clan, and several other direct descendants of great powers. Your identity is already sensitive. Moreover, you married the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden again. People are jealous. Plus you're from the Eastern Wasteland. so naturally there will be people who are upset. Suji froze. Are you saying that some people will take the opportunity to trip me up? He hadn't really thought about these things. He had come for the path to immortality. His eyes were set on the top of the Emperor realm. Where else would he be able to tolerate juniors? It's not tripping, is it? Bai Yi didn't know what to say, and politely said, the Nine Heavens Great Emperor is mighty in the Eastern Wasteland. They shouldn't dare to do anything to you, but I'm afraid you'll have a burst of temper and strike out indiscriminately. Su-ru nodded. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to get to know them. Just this group of people. They don't deserve to waste my time. You mustn't underestimate them. Bai Yi held her forehead. I'm not going to lie. Before the immortal road is opened, the immortal gate has to be opened first. This immortal gate requires a junior to open it and seize the chance that is rare in 10,000 years. Speaking of this, Bai Yi looked at Luo Xiao for a moment before saying, but this matter has too much at stake, and it's no longer something the juniors can fight against. As far as I know, there are some elders in the Linlang Academy who are several thousand years old, either living another life, or chopping off their cultivation, or taking over the life of a teenager. Hearing this, Suji blurted out, Grandma, a group of old men and women of several thousand years old going to snatch the chances of the juniors. So shameless? As the words fell, Luo Xiao, who was far away, suddenly had amber-colored eyes and glared at him. Suji snapped. He suddenly realized that he and Fu Yueying seemed to be on the same path. And people are all what rebirth, taking over the body, soul hosting, and other dim tricks to waste their own hands. And he, even more shameless, directly in full bloom the true body of the great emperor rushed upwards. In short, this generation of Lin Lang Academy's demons, in the past, each one of them would be able to cover the world horizontally. You have to be careful. I don't want to see the ninth heavenly emperor hit me in anger. Bai Yi swallowed her saliva. Yesterday, Su Jue fought with the sky in his hand and dropped his sword to destroy Ming Chu, leaving an extremely deep shadow in her heart. I'm afraid it won't go away for decades. Su Ru nodded. He felt that Bai Yi had a point. According to his temper, if he really wanted to kill, I'm afraid that the Lin Lang school would be slaughtered clean by him. At that time, one must be driven out of the central state. It's better to keep a low profile if you can. Thinking about this, he laughed. Don't worry, as long as no one messes with me, I won't bother with them. Luo Xiao looked at him from the side. If someone bullies you, you come to me. Oh, Su Zhi gave her a look. It seemed that Fu Yueying had taken his everlasting lotus root and recovered quite a bit. Otherwise, Luo Xiao couldn't be so confident. Su Ru laughed. Are you trying to make me eat soft food? Luo Xiao nodded seriously. Master said that people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground all like to eat soft food, and you should be no exception. Su Ru. At this time, Suji suddenly realized that on Luo Xiao's shoulder, there was a pocket puppy, and hurriedly changed the topic. This dog is so cute. Xiao, you like raising dogs? Luo Xiao looked at Suji with a complicated expression. My master said that this dog isn't simple. It can't be seen by non-imperial realms. Su Ru sweated. Su Ru, tutor Bai, can you see it? Bai Yi, can't see. Suji was shocked in his heart, but he was an exalted emperor after all, and on the surface, he was still unperturbed as he locked eyes with Luo Xiao. But, after a long time, Luo Xiao let out a delicate laugh. Lying to you la. Bai Yi also smiled wanly. Su Ru. Soon, the picture in front of us changed. An ancient immortal mansion, situated in the midst of rolling mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. Its architectural style is simple and elegant, with flying eaves and horns, and gold and blue splendor. Around the palace, exotic flowers and plants are opening, cranes are soaring in the clouds, and spiritual monkeys are playing in the treetops. Lin Lang Academy. It's here. After entering the Lin Lang Academy, Bai Yi kept an unusually low profile, quietly placing Su Ji and Luo Xiao on top of a mountain. On the top of the mountain, several ancient immortal mansions stood, cleaned up. You will reside here, this is my dojo. The holy places of cultivation within the Lin Lang Academy, such as the Immortal Spring, the Space Mansion, and the Training Treasure. You can all. Halfway through hearing this, Suji directly slipped inside one of the mansions. Lin Lang Academy. He also went out from here a few hundred years ago, and was more familiar with it than Bai Yi. So naturally he didn't have to listen to her explanation. Luo Xia was listening very attentively and ignored Su Ru, following Bai Yi into another immortal mansion. It seemed that the master and disciple were going to have a good conversation. After Suja entered the mansion, in the room, a small booklet was placed. Flipping through the booklet, it was a list of precautions that Bai Yi had given him to mention, as well as some characters that he couldn't offend. Su Ru took a cursory look. Top power. In addition to the three ancient saint clans, Pang Lai, Kun Lun, and Yu Zhang. There were also 3 great emperor clans in the central state, namely the Lin family, the Chen family, and the Zhu family. They controlled the literary and martial arts houses of the Linlang Academy, and had a pivotal position in the academy. Well, the forces haven't changed much from before. Pang Lai, Kun Lun, and the Lin family, these 3 have been completely offended by me. The remaining Yu Zhuang, Chen family, and Shu family, they don't have much to cross. Suji finished reading, closed the booklet, yawned, and crossed his knees to cultivate. For him, now he just had to quietly wait for the road to immortality to open and mix in to pick the fruit of the realm. And of course, protect Luo Xiao next door. This girl cannot hang their future to become immortal as an ancestor. Can rely on her. There was no talk all night. The next morning, the system sent him another message. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the 4th day of marriage, he has obtained the immortal technique, Sacred Sun Vomiting Technique, the art of spitting, the method of cultivation. With a slight run of Su Ji, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sucked into his body as if it was sucked by a whale. The speed of cultivation was more than 10 times faster. That's good. Also, just as he was about to continue his cultivation, outside the immortal mansion, there came a sound of crying and wailing. Chapter 25, Framed? Ambush? Count me in for the kill. What's the situation? Suji felt that it was a bit absurd. In thousands of years, it was the first time that someone dared to cry outside his dojo. Although this dojo, right now, was just a slightly humble immortal mansion. He got up and walked out of the immortal mansion, only to see an unclothed, pathetic woman collapsed in front of the door of the immortal mansion. There was still blood at the corners of the woman's mouth. Her face had a slight panic, and in her overflowing aura, there was a demonic aura. This was wounded by a demon strike? Suji hesitated slightly and stepped forward, reaching out to help the woman. Although he kills without restraint and destroys his family when he moves, it was a life and death struggle, and to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. In his daily life, Suji's innermost conscience was still intact, and he was not the kind of evil person whose heart was demonized into his body. But just the moment Suji's hand was about to touch the woman, the door to the fairy house next door opened. Luo Xiao's delicate figure walked out and glanced at Suji in dismay. Suji's hand froze. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the woman in front of her, and she suddenly howled loudly. What? Suji, you have a cruel heart, capturing me and bullying me for a night. I've promised to commit myself to you and go back to the 9 heavenly sanctuaries with you, but early this morning, you had to push me away, and when I didn't comply, you hit me. You're not going to give me the emperor-level resources you promised me? Whoa whoa whoa! Luo Xiao froze, thinking back to the day of the cave. It seemed that Suji was also so domineering. Did he really? Suji withdrew his hand with an expressionless face. He was trying to keep a low profile himself, but some people reacted much more than he thought they would. Who instructed you to come? The woman cried out. Su-Ru, if you want me to leave, you can also give me the resources to cultivate to the emperor realm, or else I'll have to report to the law enforcement elders and say that you forcibly robbed your female classmates. Su-Ru raised his eyebrows. He wanted to slap the woman in front of him, but he was afraid that the misunderstanding of Luo Xiao on the other side would deepen. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or I'll make sure your soul is torn apart and you'll never be allowed to reincarnate. Su-Ru drank lightly. The woman wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she used the power of her divine soul to increase the sound. Help! Where are the people from the law enforcement hall? There are students here who are possessed and want to harm me. As the words fell, the surrounding clouds suddenly dispersed, and dozens of people were ambushed in the clouds and mist, and at this moment, they smiled and walked out hand in hand. Su-Ru froze. It's not even staged. Come plainly. The man at the head of the group was dressed in a brocade coat, holding a folding fan, with the appearance of a flamboyant playboy. When he saw Su-Ru, he smiled. To introduce myself, my name is Lin Zhong, and I am the student representative of the Martial Academy's Law Enforcement Hall. And the person you abused is named Chen Lu, the clan sister of the Grand Chief of the Academy, Chen Lan, the Imperials, the Lin family, the Chen family. Suji laughed. Have I offended you guys? Lin Zhong's smile retracted. I don't care about the grudges outside the academy. As a matter of fact, you have deceived and abused Miss Chen Lu. In the academy, you have already violated the laws of heaven. Heavenly article. What a big mouth. Su-Ru contained a smile. Then what should be done with me? Lin Zhong's smile widened. Naturally, you will be tied up and handed over to the Elders' Council to decide whether you will be expelled from the academy or lynched. You will be given an understanding. As the words fell, several saints appeared in the air, all of them fierce and vicious, wearing chains around their necks. You guys don't even check, and you're flatly accusing me of insulting this Miss Chen Lu? Suji looked toward the air. What else do we need to find out when the evidence is overwhelming and we've caught them at the scene? The saint at the head said in a cold voice. Suji nodded, seemingly resigned to his fate, and turned his head to look at Luo Xiao. You think so? Luo Xiao was slightly stunned. Then a smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she walked slowly. I believe you. Instead, Suji froze. Luo Xiao walked towards Chen Lu, who said miserably, Miss Luo, pop. Luo Xiao slapped Chen Lu in the face, sending her flying 3 meters off the ground. It's mediocre people like you. Suji stayed beside me last night. He didn't even come to my room. He would run halfway across the academy to find you? Are you belittling your aunt's charms? Chen Lu sprayed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Xiao, who was magnificent and had a face value far superior to hers, and said in exasperation, Luo Xiao, you dare to slap me? Do you know who my brother is? It's not just the chief of the academy. So what? Luo Xiao lightly rebuked. Let him come to me if he needs anything. I'll take it all. On the side, Lin Zhong was filled with incredulity. This was a phoenix heavenly maiden, but she was so grumpy for a man. Miss Luo, the chief of the academy, was born with extraordinary pupils and is rumored to be the reincarnation of an immortal. This karma can't be taken. Luo Xiao was silent and coldly glanced at Lin Zhong. With this glance, Lin Zhong was nothing, but Chen Lu exploded. She had originally been in an affair with Lin Zhong, or else she wouldn't have come to Suji's place to put on an act for Lin Zhong. But now, she had been slapped by Luo Xiao, and Lin Zhong actually had the face of a warm-hearted man who was thinking about Luo Xiao. In an instant, Chen Lu's chi and blood poured out, and a soft sword appeared in her hand, stabbing straight ahead. She was arrogant and used to being arrogant, confident that even if she hurt Luo Xiao for no reason, the academy wouldn't dare to touch her. Luo Xiao's willow brows furrowed, and the fiery red lance appeared in her hand instantly. A spear stabbed out, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, and space rippled. Thumbs down. Her cultivation level was obviously not comparable to Chen Lu's. The shot instantly penetrated Chen Lu's forehead and stabbed out from the back of her head. Chen Lu's eyes were wide and round, the handle of the gun in front of his eyes in shock, but his soul had long been broken. Lin Zhong stumbled, looking at Luo Xiao incredulously. Wasn't he clear enough just now? Chen Lu is Chen Lan's clan sister. With a single shot like this, the Yaoqi Holy Land wouldn't even be able to protect Luo Xiao, unless Luo Xiao escaped from the Lin Lang Academy and hid within the Yaoqi Holy Land for eternity. Suji looked a little confused, but then instantly figured it out. Luo Xiao didn't want him to get into this mess. Trying to take this karma on myself. There's definitely Fu Yuing in the background as well. If we let Suji stir up the wind and clouds, the sky will definitely turn upside down in the end, and we might have to alert the him in the eastern wasteland. When the time comes, it's all over the place. At this time, Lin Zhong shivered. Miss Luo, now that you're in big trouble, it's better to hurry up and contact the Yaoqi Holy Land. The saints in the sky also had heavy gazes. This was the Lin Lang Academy, and Chief Chen Lan was the young man with the most say. If they do not do something to take a stand in such a rampant manner, they will be committing dereliction of duty and may even be liquidated in the future. On the side, Suji took a step forward and grabbed the handle of Luo Xiao's gun. The right hand was slightly hard. Bang! Chen Lu's head burst open like a watermelon. Count me in for the kill. Su Ru tilted his head and looked at the saints. Chen Lu set me up and was killed by me with a single shot. And, he turned and looked at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's chrysanthemums tightened as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he turned around to flee. He felt the breath of death. Run wherever. Suji let out a soft shout, and the long spear in his hand was thrown out like a javelin. It made a perfect arc in the air. With a poof, it stabbed into Lin Zhong's back, and with a huge force, it nailed Lin Zhong to a mountain wall. The several Saint Realms complexions changed drastically. With their speed, there was no way to stop that lance just now. Chapter 26, First Day. You have to reveal your identity? Suji stepped forward and stomped on Lin Zhong's head. I ask you, why did you set me up? Lin Zhong was horrified. He never thought that Suji's strength would be so terrifying that he couldn't even stop the Saint Realm. Speak! Suji's murderous aura was undisguised. Lin Zhong's body shook. His crotch was wet, and he directly explained. You're from the sacred land of the 9 heavens, and the central state naturally rejects it. There are rumors that if you are driven out of the Lin Lang Academy, you will be honored by the heavenly Tao and rewards will be sent down. From then on, one step to heaven. Su Ru frowned, his right foot slightly harder. Who said that? Lin Zhong ate pain, even begged for mercy. Academy rumors. The source has been uncheckable. Everyone knows. If you do not believe, you can go ask Su Ru, as the student representative of the law enforcement hall. If you kill me, you will be offending the entire law enforcement hall. But if you let me go, I'll look up to you from now on, and the Lin family will listen to you. I'm convinced. So convinced. Su Ru sneered. It's too late. Sensing Su Ji's growing killing intent, the saint in the sky lightly rebuked. Su Ru, as a member of the Lin Lang Academy, do you also want to be treacherous and follow the example of your lawless 9 heavens old ancestor who acted against the heavens? Let me tell you, this is the central state. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. If you commit a crime here, your old ancestor can only run to collect your corpse in the eastern wasteland. The words fell. There was a buzzing explosion. The 9 heavens emperor's sword at Su Su's waist exploded with a windless sound and scurried out directly. When it reached the air, a transparent shadow emerged with an imperial crown on its head and a slender figure, which was clearly the remnants of the 9 heavens emperor's Tao. The remnants of the shadow held the emperor's sword and swooshed through 100 feet. Hands up and swords down. The eyes of the saint who spoke out had just rounded when his throat was slit by a sword. The great head tossed off and the headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The whole place is dead silent. From afar, Bai Yi, who had just arrived, sat on her butt. What's going on here? What about the promised low profile? He himself had merely gone out in the morning to record the school records for Su Ji and Luo Xiao. When he came back at noon, he had already seen Su Ru handily slaying the law enforcement hall elder. This is so serious. It's way beyond what she can be responsible for. The moment the saint died, an emperor's shadow emerged in the air. An old man with flowing Xian clothes looked at him with a sullen face. Bai Yi stopped in front of Su Ji and stammered. Elder Lin Hong. The old man known as Lin Hong couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He just looked at Su Ji. Release Lin Zhong, and punish him lightly. Bai Yi took a deep breath and turned her head to Su Ji and said sharply, Su Ru, don't kill Lin Zhong. There's still room to turn this matter around. You should know that Lin Koan of the Lin family and Lin Qing of the Emperor's son have all died at your hands. Lin Zhong is the only remaining proud son of the Lin family's generation. If we kill him again, the Lin family will go crazy if they don't have enough green and yellow and lose the chance to compete for the path to immortality. Su Ji laughed. So I've already killed so many Lin family members? Bai Yi nodded. Su Ji added, if I let him go, the Lin family will let me go? Upon hearing this, Lin Hong murmured, the matter outside the academy. The Lin family juniors were not strong enough to be blamed. This is an unspoken rule between the great powers of the central state. Su Ru nodded. If every generation of juniors are feuding with each other by killing each other, then the several large forces in the central state would have already been immortal, and it would be impossible for them to rule together in harmony. In other words, young geniuses, in the eyes of those who were truly in power, did not carry much weight, but at least you can't uproot and kill them all. It's plaining roots. Su Ji smiled and said, then the matter of him setting up a scheme to frame me is just going to be forgotten? Lin Hong said, it's not over. You killed Chen Lu. Naturally, someone will come after you to settle the score. Moreover, you disregarded the laws of the academy and killed the law enforcement hall elder. So you will also be subjected to disciplinary action. As for the false accusation, I will find out what happened and clear your name. You mean punishment? Su Ru lost his smile. Do you really think that Mr. Su is deceivable? As the words fell, Su Ji's right foot sank. But the head exploded. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Su Su stomped on Lin Zhong in front of several emperors. Ah! Luo Zia was startled. Originally, when the two sides were negotiating, she thought that Su Ji would be soft and was just fighting for benefits. I didn't realize that from the beginning to the end, Su Ji didn't intend to let Lin Zhong go, but only teased that Lin Hong, and in the meantime, saw Bai Yi's position. He was satisfied with the results of the test, very happy with Bai Yi. At this time, Bai Yi, trembling all over, but still stopped in front of Su Ji, trembling. Su Ru is my disciple, introduced by me. I am also guilty. Please punish the elder. Lin Hong became furious. Bai Yi, your Bai family is nothing but a lowly family, daring to receive the wrath of my Lin family? Lin Hong took out a warhammer, and his entire body skyrocketed tenfold as he shook with rage. Emperors cannot be insulted. You and other juniors make me angry. 100 deaths are not enough. As soon as the words fell, he slammed down with a hammer. The head of the hammer was as big as a star. If the hammer smashed solidly, I'm afraid that this mountain peak where Su Ji was would be annihilated. The emperor's sword in front of Su Ji buzzed, but before he could strike, a mirror suddenly appeared in the air. A pair of slender hands appeared in the mirror, holding the giant hammer. At the same time, the voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi resounded. Lin Hong, you want to kill my daughter? Believe it or not, I'll surround your Lin family headquarters. You, Lin Hong was furious. If my clan's emperor's son can die, your daughter can't? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi rebuked. All of your clan's emperors died in peer-to-peer battles, so who's to blame for their inferior skills? But your old undead end is too ugly. Lin Hong took a deep breath and calmed down. Fine. I cannot kill your daughter, but that kid violated the rules of the academy. I'll take him down. Official business. Is there anything wrong with that? Pull out the bookstore banner. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi hesitated. Lin Hong, I'm warning you, Su Joshua loves this junior so much that he even gave him the Nine Heavens Emperor sword. Nowadays, Su Joshua is mighty in the Eastern Wasteland, so if you're not afraid, you can try. Lin Hong snorted. Afraid? What am I afraid of? This is Central State. No matter how long Su Joshua's hand is, can it still reach here? As you wish. The voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi disappeared. Lin Hong looked at Su Ji with a sardonic smile. Su Ru was helpless. Just had to reveal my identity on my first day. It seems that if you want to enter the path to immortality, you'll have to find another way. This Lin family, always tripping him up. Find an opportunity to uproot them. Having made his decision, Su Ji's emperor's sword hovered in front of him, while his entire body stepped into the sky. His face had an air of unruffled authority. Luo Xiao stared at him closely from the side. One side of her eyes amber in color while the other was black. Obviously, both women were concentrating. Lin Hong was surprised and said, Junior, your bones are hard. No wonder you dare to come to the Central State alone from the Eastern Desert. But sadly, in the face of absolute strength, bones and dignity are useless. They can only hasten your death. As soon as the words fell, he raised his giant hammer and was about to slam it down. But in the next instant, his body suddenly froze. In the distance, a page of golden list slowly flew in. Behind the golden list, there were also a dozen golden children. In the middle of the Jade Maiden, a stunningly beautiful young girl with a great deal of elegance opened the golden list and looked at Lin Hong, saying, Academy Head Chu has ordered that the law enforcement hall shall not intervene in matters between juniors during special times. Violators will be dropped from their positions and expelled from Linlang. Chapter 27, Meeting, Battle of Life and Death. The head of the quartermaster's court. When Yuan head Chu Wanli. Suji froze, so he had such a backstage? And that stunning girl? Suji also recognized. It was none other than Qin Yuma, who had befriended in the Eastern Wasteland and was good girlfriends with Luo Xiao. But didn't this guy stay at the Yoyogi Holy Land? Why did you come to the Linlang Academy to deliver an imperial decree to the academy? Over there, Lin Hong was filled with incredulity. Head of Academy Chu. Such a deviant disciple. You want to keep him? Pop. That golden list was winless and instantly crossed a distance of 100 feet, slapping Lin Hong on the right side of his face at once. In the middle of the field, an illusory figure appeared. Chu Wanli looked at Lin Hong in a cold voice. Idiot. Su Joshua is already the monarch of the Eastern Wasteland. If you take down this little friend Su and cause a war between the two domains, who will take the blame? Lin Hong was stunned. Isn't Su Joshua still wanted by the Heavenly Dao in Central State? Isn't it faster to take him down right after he arrives and please the Heavenly Dao? Hurry up your ass. Chu Wanli couldn't wait to kick Lin Hong to death. Su Joshua is a half immortal. Now that the road to immortality is about to open, who will spare their energy to deal with Su Joshua? Is it enough for your Lin family to pack together? Lin Hong's lips were pale. If you don't rely on the Lin Lang school as well as the Central State Heavenly Dao, and only rely on the Lin family, isn't that giving away your head? Chu Wanli grunted. For today's solution, it is to try to appease as much as possible. Avoid conflict with Su Joshua, a peer-to-peer battle. If little friend Su loses, then Su Joshua has nothing to say. But if you bully the little ones with the big ones, I won't be able to protect you then. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Ji. Little friend Su, say hello to Su Joshua for me. He's always welcome as a guest at the Lin Lang Academy. Su Ji nodded. Not much of a reaction as Chu Wanli's figure disappeared into the air. Lin Hong's few people looked at each other and left with faces full of resentment. Some of the students who were watching from afar first looked at Su Ji, several people with awe, and then all of them dispersed in a puff of smoke. The surroundings became empty. Luo Xiao let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Su Ji curiously. You really wanted to fight against an emperor just now? Ha! Su Ru turned her head and laughed. Do you think I have that strength? Luo Xiao muttered. Then why do I feel like you were full of battle spirit just now? Su Ji snorted and looked at Luo Xiao. With the endorsement of the head of the Chu Academy, we're now traveling across the country. Stroll around the Lin Lang Academy with me? Well, Luo Xiao was reserved in place for a moment, tutaying her pink lips. It's fine to accompany you for a stroll, but I'm still angry with you. Don't you forget it. Su Su lost his smile and directly took her hand, walking towards the distance. Xin Yumo came face to face, her mouth scat inside. What a pair of young couples who live and die together. Just now, facing the Emperor clan, they both fought to die to protect each other. I'm dying to see it. Yeah. Luo Xiao's cheeks blushed with shame. Half of what she did just now was her own thoughts, and the other half was of course the master's instructions. However, these things were things that could not be told to Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma, your relationship with the head of the Chu Academy? Suru smiled and glanced at her. She's my cousin aunt. Qin Yuma spread her hands. Don't you realize that I actually have a very high status? When I was in the Eastern Wasteland, I traveled on the Imperial Lotus and no one dared to touch me. No one dares to snatch the share of the Everlasting Lotus from me either. And I can even directly make the decision to give up my share to Ziyao. Suru gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Emperor too. Turning his head, he looked at Luo Ziyao's side face. You too. Luo Ziyao smiled sweetly. Being an Imperial second generation, it's even more important to work hard and not let the clan lose face. There's a lot of pressure. Speaking of this, Qin Yuma hurriedly waved her hand and begged for mercy. Let's not talk about this. If you guys want to stroll around the academy, how about I be the tour guide? The 5 best sceneries of the academy, the sea of clouds, the blue waves, and the starlight. I'm very familiar with all of them. Suru nodded. Good. He hadn't been here in centuries, and he wanted to revisit his old stomping grounds. Too much has happened here before. The morning was spent in happy wandering. They say traveling is the best lubricant for closeness. At this moment, Luo Ziyao's barrier with Su Ji was obviously much less. Can you barely count? Friends? Near noon, Su Ji and the 2 women ate a serving of Immortal Branch Mana, when a maid hurriedly ran over and reported. Miss, something big has happened. Panic, Qin Yumo coldly shouted. She could be pleasant to Su Ji, but she still had the aura of a towering second-generation emperor when it came to these maids. It's a long-established habit. The maid's delicate body trembled and fell to her knees. Chen Lun, chief of the academy, has set up a life and death ring to invite Saint Sun Su to battle. Qin Yumo's face changed. Luo Ziyao put down the spoon, and the lance emerged in her hand. I'll go. Su Ji pulled her hand and laughed. People are coming to me. What are you going to do? Luo Ziyao said. I know Chen Lun. In his right hand ring, there is a remnant soul of a great emperor sealed. You have no chance of winning. Su Ru looked at her with a smile. Your master ate the root of the everlasting lotus and recovered a few % of his power? 10% it. Luo Ziyao subconsciously replied, and then looked at Su Jie in shock and uncertainty. How do you know everything? Su Ru smiled and didn't answer positively. Anyway, stay out of this. I'll do it myself. Luo Ziyao thought for a moment and pulled out a box from her bosom, handing it to Su Ji. This is an emperor-grade pill. Yaoqi golden pill. Take it. Eat it at the critical moment. It will save your life. Su Ru took the elixir and put it into the storage treasure. Counting up. This was the first gift Luo Ziyao had given herself. Naturally there is no reason not to want it. Afterward, Su Ji turned around and walked towards Lin Lang Square. The 2 women followed Su Ji, whispering something behind them. Soon, Su Ji arrived at Lin Lang Square. It was an extremely large square, and in the center stood a huge spirit stone ring that spanned several miles. In the sky on both sides, many immortal mansions were suspended. Qianlong set up a life and death stage and asked to fight Su Ru. The battle of the ages. Almost all of the dignified young generation in the Linlang Academy had come. Chapter 28, Rule Loophole. Collection of Elder Tokens. In a luxurious immortal mansion, a man and a woman, 2 young handsome men were playing chess. The man had alien pupils, and his pupils were a fox's, which was quite divine. At the moment he looked like a wise ass and looked out the window, his eyes lighting up. It's time to close the net. This Suji has arrived. The woman's face was expressionless. Oh Yang Ming, isn't it just the death of a younger brother? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Oh Yang Ming laughed. Sui Dai, Kunlun died an old ancestor, and you guys act as if nothing happened? Sui Dai blankly glanced at him. How many generations are the old ancestor different from us? And there's not much kinship. When it comes to revenge, it's not our turn. What's more, the Eastern Wasteland has now become an absolute forbidden zone. Who would dare to go there to take revenge? Since it's vain, why don't we just leave it at that and still live? Oh Yang Ming's smile tightened. You may indeed do so, without hatred in your heart. But my brother, Oh Yang Xian, was literally killed by the Su Ru. There were countless casual cultivators who saw it at the time. It's a bloody debt. Sui Dai sighed. So you spread rumors that the Heavenly Dao rejects Su Ru, and whoever kills him will be favored by the Heavenly Dao? Oh Yang Ming looked solemn. Rumors start in the hearts of the people. It's just that everyone is willing to believe in the answer. I'm just pushing from behind. I can't be considered the main hand. Sui Dai flattened her mouth. When it comes to debating, 10 of me are not as good as you. But you'd better be careful and hide. Don't let Su Ji know of your existence. Oh Yang Ming laughed. Su Ru, can he get past the hurdle in front of him? He looked out the window. You don't say. This battle has attracted quite a few people really. Sui Dai glanced at him. Didn't you rank a martial arts list for the younger generation? Chen-lan was ranked first. I remember? Of course there are more people coming to see it. Right. Yang Ming nodded and handed out a booklet, smiling. Originally, Chen-lan was invincible, but now, in the martial ranking, he can only be ranked 5th. In front of him, it was either the reincarnation of an old emperor or a peak saint realm taking over. In short, all descending strikes. It can no longer be considered a junior. Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly glazed over and he looked into the distant air. In that place, a young cultivator, with his hands on his elbows, hanging in the air, his eyes full of vicissitudes, was quietly looking at the field. Yu Wenba, why is he here? He's interested in the battle of the juniors too? Umbra, ranked number 1 on the martial arts list. Sui Dai flipped through the martial arts list and her beautiful eyes shrunk. Yuan Bo was the reincarnation of one of the peak great emperors of the martial academy, and was going to be the first rush on the road to immortality. This has long been no secret in the academy. I just didn't realize that even he was there in person to watch this life and death battle. Yang Ming suddenly said, do you think that if Su Ru won this match, would Yu Wenba personally come down? Sui Dai gave him a blank look. He's an emperor. How could he possibly come down to play a juniors game? Then, she was startled. Wait, are you saying Suja can win against Chen-lan? The corner of Yang Ming's mouth sketched up a grim smile. A wise man should leave a good retreat. I want to think of a way. We must seal all the back roads of Su Ru. Sui Dai's delicate body went cold, and she glanced at Yang Ming with some fear. This guy, he's got too many crooked ideas. At this moment, an old man clad in battle armor appeared in the field. He was emanating imperial might and was clearly a pivotal elder as well. The old man looked at Su Ji and the cross-legged Chen-lan and said, my name is Manhwa, martial elder, and I will be your referee today. Any objections? Su Ji jumped to the square and shook his head. Chen-lan opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with essence as he looked at Su Ji. You're not going to give me an explanation for hurting my clan sister? Su Ji's face was expressionless. What are you? Want me to give you an explanation? Match? When these words fell, the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. Most of them were Chen-lan's supporters, and when they saw Su Ji being so arrogant at this moment, they were a bit shocked and jumped to their feet. The corner of Chen-lan's mouth ticked. You're very flamboyant. Maybe we're the same kind of people. If we didn't have this mess, we could probably be good friends. What a lot of nonsense. Su Ru frowned. Chen-lan shook his head. Su Ru, I know that you have the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword on you, and I also have the remnants of an emperor's soul with me. This is ultimately an external force. The battle of life and death is a test of our own strength. Do you dare to remove the external force and fight with your own strength alone? Of course, this is also the rule of the Linlang Academy's life and death battle. Referee Manhwa also nodded and threw out a crystal box. This is the Imperial Artifact Heavenly Hidden Treasure Chest, which shields the Imperial Artifact's connection to yourselves. Hand over the Elder's things and fight on your own strength. As the words fell, Chen-lan got up and threw the ring in his right hand towards the crystal box. With a bright flash of light, the ring was like a mortal object, lying quietly in the box. Su Ru laughed. This was the one thing he hated most about the Linlang Academy. Drill loopholes in the rules to create benefits for yourself. Obviously, Chen-lan's remnant soul could not be compared to his own emperor's sword at all. They are trying to remove their armor before they kill. Manhwa urged. Su Ji, you must rely on yourself in a life and death battle, or be deemed to have surrendered. Su Ru laughed. Okay, here you go. With a buzz, the emperor's sword flew out and crashed into the crystal box. In the distant immortal mansion, Sui Dai frowned. Collect the base cards. It's the rules of the tournament. But now this is a life and death battle. It's not an ordinary competition. To oppress this Su Ji like this, are you really not afraid of the wrath of the head of the Chu Academy? Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. The Evil Palace, the Demon Cave, and the Demon Domain all have representatives coming to Linlang at noon, and the head of the house is negotiating at the moment, which is a major reason why Chen-lan dared to make a scene. In the ancient language, soldiers are precious, as long as the wood has been turned into a boat. Even if the head of the Chu Yuan is enraged, he won't be able to punish too many people. This Su Ru, we can't let him develop any further. The Eastern Wasteland can't have 9 heavenly majesties. Sui Dai blinked her beautiful eyes and didn't say anything, her heart still shocked. On the life and death stage, Su Ji had his hands in the air, signaling Chen-lan to make a move. Chen-lan's face sank as his cultivation, which had reached the peak of the Dharma phase, swept out recklessly. He was a bit older than Su Ji, and had received the devoted cultivation of the Chen family of the imperial clan, and at such a young age, he was just one step away from entering sainthood. On the contrary, Su Ji, who only had a cultivation of the peak of the Avatar realm, stood in front of Chen-lan, and his aura was undoubtedly weaker by a hair. It's a big realm difference. Somewhere on a high platform, The color of worry was hidden in Qin Yumo's eyes. Shenlong is 10 years older than your husband and his cultivation level is too high. This life and death battle is too unfair. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and said. Su Shu absorbed the everlasting lotus. This is the first immortal object unearthed recently. His battle power should not be as simple as it seems. Just watch. Qin Yumo nodded her head. Your analysis is also correct. After eating the immortal pill of immortality, he will never be ordinary in his life. On the stage, when Shenlong saw that Su Ji was indifferent to his aura, his eyes narrowed and a long spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, he let out a roar, and in the distant air, a winged young dragon crashed down. Shenlong straddled the young dragon, his battle armor draped over his body, and his aura went even further. Half a foot crossed into the saint level. It is the half-saint. All of the people present were all staring at each other with heavy gazes. There's no such thing as a grand reputation. Shenlong, the chief of the academy, was ahead of everyone else. Chapter 29, I have a backhand too. Old ancestor save me. Su Ru, I won't bully you either. Show your blades. Shenlong transformed into a dragon knight, and his aura changed, turning flamboyant and domineering, as if he regarded all the people in the world as nothing. It has its own aura of invincibility. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. On the martial arts stage, he found a dead branch and picked it up. Using the withered branch as a soldier, he faced the heavily armed Shenlong straight on. The contempt is unmistakable. It's as if you're cleaning up after a young urchin. This mannerism was even more ostentatious and domineering than Shenlong. Good for you, Su Ru. When Shenlong saw this, his hot blood poured out, almost breaking his Tao. My weapons are restricted by you, so I can only use this withered branch. Su Ru's expression was flat. Make your move. Take your life. Shenlong couldn't hold back any longer and rode the young dragon straight into the sky, soaring high into the air. He's picking up steam. After about 10,000 feet off the ground, Shenlong's spirit energy was mobilized to an extreme point. Swoop down. Sky Dragon Charge. Is this the Chun clan's heavenly dragon rift? Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the eyes of the audience, he took this hit. It was as if a meteorite was approaching from the sky, domineering and rigid without bounds, cutting through a fiery light in the air, just like flowing clouds and flying sleeves, directly crashing towards the life and death platform. The battle of life and death is not a struggle or a competition, but a battle between you and me. Coming up with the best moves, coming up with the bottom card. With this strike, it would be difficult for an ordinary Saint Realm to receive it. Su Ru, watch out. Qin Yumo was on the high platform and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But before the voice could reach him, he saw Su Ji lightly slash out a sword. This sword, slow and seemingly weak, was actually a visual fraud that was fast to the extreme. In that instant, Su Ji chopped out at least 10,000 swords. Shenlong had just rushed 100 feet into the heights of the life and death stage by harnessing the dragon. The space in front of him suddenly burst open. A starry river shadow emerged, with countless planets sinking and floating in it, as if a certain cosmic wonderland had really been moved here. How is it possible? What kind of sword technique is this? Shenlong hissed. He felt that Su Ji had only used the power of the peak of the Avatar realm at most, and was far from being on the same level as him. But the river of stars assaulted him before his eyes, as if blocking his communication with heaven and earth. The levels are so far apart. Ah! Shenlong roared angrily, holding his longbow and clashing with one of the sword chi that had transformed into a planet. Finally, after clashing 10,000 times, the sword chi disappeared around him, but his mind was only just a moment loose. In the sea of stars in front of him, a slender figure suddenly leapt out. The figure was holding a withered branch, and his foot shrank into the ground as he chopped with a sword. Snort! Ow dash! With this sword, first the young dragon tumbled and roared, closing its wings to block. But this sword chop from Su Ji, it's like a knife cutting through butter. Indestructible. Smoothly, it sliced through the young dragon's wings that were as tough as holy weapons. A sword cut through Shenlong's head without any hindrance followed. Put! In the crowd's incredulous gazes, Shenlong's head flew up, blood gushing outward like a spring. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze. They were very sure that Su Ji's aura fluctuation just now was only at the peak of the divine profound realm, leaping one great realm, killing the chief of the academy with a single sword. This Su Ru, strong unlike the young juniors. Luo Xiao stood up with a clamor, her mind filled with doubts, and she thought, Senior, can you tell what kind of sword technique it was just now? Fu Yueying was shocked. It's not a mortal art. That's an immortal technique. This Su Su has had another strange encounter. Is it possible that he is also the reincarnation of a great power in the immortal realm? Immortal law. A light suddenly appeared in Luo Xiao's eyes. In his heart, he developed a slight admiration for Su Ji, so much so that the stifled resentment of being forcibly humiliated by Su Ji that night washed away a bit. Master, Su Zhu is so strong. Should we tell him about you? Relationship brain? Fu Yueying was silent for a moment and said, he's not even close. In the distance, Su Ji was holding a withered branch, which was still dripping with bright red blood, and he turned his head to look at Chen Lan's corpse with a slight frown. The sword he had just used had not decapitated Chen Lan's divine soul. This meant that there were treasures in Chen Lan's divine soul. At the very least, it was an emperor artifact, or the remnants of an emperor realm. Ow dash. The young dragon flew up, picked up Chen Lan's head, and planted it back on the headless body. Chen Lan slowly climbed up, and some of Chen Lan's fans let out a long breath in their hearts. It was so close that the faith in their hearts was broken. He was crushed by a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. Su Ru. Chen Lan's words were as if they came from the 18 layers of hell, cold and terrifying. His face was covered in blood, and only his teeth were white. It's you who forced me to do this. In fact, the outcome of this battle today was already predetermined. Eastern Wasteland, unworthy of participating in the road to immortality, unworthy of sharing this cake. Su Zhi grinned. Is this the Chen family's intention, or yours? Chen Lan did not say anything, and suddenly the pores of his entire body opened up, and white light blossomed. His pupils turned white gold and his voice turned pale. Little doll, the feeling of crushing a supreme wizard with my own hands is something I haven't enjoyed in a long time. By the way, give your arts, along with it, to Lao Fu. Su Ji was speechless and turned his head to look at the referee. Meng Wei, that's not a violation? Meng Wei laughed. This is a secret method. It's not considered a violation. Favoritism. In the distance, Qin Yuma shouted. Elder Meng, you're too biased in favor of Chen Lan. How can you be a referee? Meng Wei turned a deaf ear. The match continues. Silence filled the room as some of the cadets whispered. Isn't it too much? A senior chided. Shut up if you don't want to die. Just support Chief Chen Lan at ease and be done with it. The original trainee instantly dared not speak. They are of humble status and have no voice per se, and at most they spit out what is in their hearts. A few more bleeps and what happens to Su Ji today is what happens to them tomorrow. Boom! In the middle of the field, Chen Lan bullied his way in and hammered his fist at Su Ji. Su Ji raised his sword and blocked it. The withered branch was instantly chiseled, and he himself was sent flying several feet. Frowning slightly, the old undead on the opposite side was clearly shameless, directly using saint-level spirit elements to hammer him, and if he used his strength at the peak of the Avatar realm, he wouldn't be able to win even with the Star River sword technique. The difference in spirit element between the two sides was too far. Come on. Chen Lan laughed. Su Ru carried his hands behind his back. No wonder you want to take away my 9 heavenly emperor sword. This hand only allows the state officials to set fire to the people. Is for you to play to understand. The plan is not as good as the others. Then obediently lie down. Chen Lan shouted. K. Su Ru laughed lightly. I've got a backhand too. Old ancestor save me. Ancestor save me. For a moment, the entire scene was as if time had been suspended, and everyone's faces were in a state of stagnation. Chen Lan's forward body, snap a break, stirred up countless dust. Who is the oldest ancestor of Su Ji? The 9 Shao Emperor, the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland, and the explicit half-immortal of the Tianxian continent, the absolute ruthless man who had just hammered the Eastern region's heavenly Dao and raised the Mingchu Holy Land. Su, a junior, could he summon that kind of invincible person? The 9 Heavens Great Emperor is wanted by the heavenly Dao in the Central State. Would he charge the Central State alone for a Holy Land descendant? It can't be, can it? A bluff? If this Su Shu can summon the 9 heavenly majesties, then things will be big. The Academy is so disregarding of their status to oppress the juniors. I'm only afraid that they will go to war. Many expressions were cloudy. Even Meng Wei, an old man who had already become an emperor for 1,000 years, was looking nervous at this moment. A half-immortal, who's not afraid. Chapter 30 Confrontation. A punch to the head. Chen Lan's white gold pupils shrunk into needle shapes, backing up in a row, but waiting left and right. I don't see Xian Wei. However, he saw Su Ji laugh out loud. A name that scares you guys like that? Central State rats. It seems that they can only do some nasty things in a shady way. You. Chen Lan was furious, conscious of being humiliated. Little doll, dare to play the empty city trick with master. I'll peel off your skin and light your divine soul on a heavenly lantern to abuse it day after day. Meng Wei and the other emperors were greatly relieved, and smiles appeared on their faces. This saint son of the 9 heavens? Not being able to contact the great emperor of the 9 heavens was a heavenly blessing. Saves them from being scared. Somewhere on a high platform, Luo Zio stuttered, her entire facial expression collapsing. Why is he bluffing at a time like this? Xin Yumo sat on her butt on the ground, picked up a divine pattern, and chanted sharply under her breath. It's over. I can't reach my cousin's aunt. She seems to be receiving an honored guest. It's really over. In the middle of the field, Qianlan rubbed his fists and revealed a sardonic smile as he walked slowly. Suji looked at Qianlan and sighed. Ugh. Identity. Ugh. Context. He then snapped his fingers with his right hand. Snap. In the ancestral land of the academy, there is a grand hall with Hall of Honor written on the front. In the temple, there were many wooden plaques, divided into 4 levels. On the first floor, there was only one nameplate engraved with Tianlu Shangxian. On the right side of the second floor, a wooden plaque with the inscription Emperor of the Nine Heavens suddenly cracked. In an instant, imperial might swept through the entire Linlang Academy. A shadow leapt out of the Hall of Glory and descended into Linlang Square in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 7 or 8 Emperor's shadows surfaced, all of them looking grave as if they were facing a great enemy. Mangwei's eyes widened as he looked at the silhouette and shook his voice. The great Emperor of the Nine Heavens actually still has the imprint of the Great Tao remaining in the academy? The great Emperor of the Nine Heavens. It's really coming. Qianlan stumbled and fell to the ground. Trembling. Rumble. The heavenly Tao of the central state was enraged, and the originally sunny weather instantly turned into lightning and thunder. Various types of divine beasts and immortal beasts shadowed and floated in the void, and the great Tao seemed to press down, using supreme greatness to expel Su Ji. Mangwei stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Su Jiuxiao, you still dare to come to the central state? Su Ru coldly eyed. Where can't Mr. Su go? Mangwei took a deep breath. You're just a great Tao brand. Do you still want to interfere in my academy's internal affairs? Suji laughed out loud and stretched out his right hand, transforming it into a gigantic palm that pressed down. Mangwei's face changed drastically, and he joined hands with the 7 or 8 emperors around him, using his best efforts to fight against them. For a moment, multicolored lights rose up to the sky. However, it was completely unable to shake that huge palm. The giant palm pressed down unhindered. With a snap, it blasted Mangwei into the depths of the earth for an unknown number of miles, leaving a palm print with a diameter of 10,000 feet long in Linlang Square. It almost caved in the square. It was only at this moment that the emperors of the Linlang Academy realized just how perverse the battle power of Su Jiuxiao, who could reign over the eastern wasteland, really was. A regular person can never be defeated. Who dash? Mangwei rushed out, his body covered in ragged holes, his emperor's blood dripping down like running water. Su Jiuxiao, you dare to use force in my Linlang Academy? He hissed loudly. Suji reached out and pinched his neck. The heavenly Tao roared even more fiercely. At the same time, a half-immortal aura was reviving in the ancestral land of the academy. Even farther away, there were also gazes from supreme wills. Does the Linlang Academy really want to fall out with Mr. Su? Su Ru bellowed. Far to the east, a huge gap in space cracked open, and a violent aura came from within, as if an unrivaled immortal was about to come across the domain. The heavenly Tao of the central state rioted, emitting extravagant heavenly sounds, and the entire aura of the central state was thrown into a frenzy. In the distance, a stunning woman came speeding in as if she had wind and fire wheels under her feet. Stop it all. Stop it. Chu Wanli's face turned blue as she stopped in front of Su Ji's Tao brand. Su Jiuxiao, let go first. I will definitely give you an explanation. Account for it? Su Ru sneered. I see that you, Linlang Academy, want to tear your face off with Mr. Su. Fish to death, and fight until the heavenly Tao falls out before you're willing to give up. When they heard that the heavenly Tao had fallen, the dark clouds throughout the central state clearly churned. Chu Wanli's face was ironic. You'll be satisfied with the package. Su Jiuxiao, don't you still trust me? Suji nodded slightly and loosened her grip on Mangwei's hand. Mangwei's eyes were filled with panic. Suji's one Tao brand was just a Tao brand, but he couldn't resist at all. This eastern wasteland overlord was even more powerful than the legends. Chu Wanli turned her head, looking around. Can anyone tell me what happened? Head of the house. I'll speak. On the high stage, Qin Yuma flew up to Chu Wanli's side and whispered. The more Chu Wanli listened, the more ferocious her face became, and she turned her head to look at Mangwei. Who told you to be a referee like that? Who gave you the authority? Did the Linlang Academy give you the power to turn right and wrong and show favoritism? As the words fell, she took out a flying dagger embedded with a red tassel and threw it through the air. Snap! The flying dagger directly missed Mangwei's forehead. Mangwei was terrified to the core as the power in his body slowly began to fade. From the Middle Emperor realm, he declined to the Early Emperor realm, and at the end of the day, fell down to the Emperor realm. Chu Wanli chopped off his Tao connection. This was tantamount to chopping off the limbs of a towering emperor. It's hard to accept. Head of the academy. Mangwei's face was ashen, feeling that there was no light in the road ahead, but he also knew in his heart that Chu Wanli was saving him. With the rumored temperament of this Nine Heavens emperor, if he hadn't received a strong punishment himself, He would be certain to die today. It's useless for the heavenly Tao to take shelter any longer. There were simply too many emperors who had died at the hands of Su Ji. He was the only figure in the entire Tianqian continent who dared to wantonly slaughter emperors. Chu Wanli looked at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, what do you think of this result? Both punished Manhwa and didn't make the heavenly Tao riot. Su Ji's face was expressionless. This result in front of him, he could still accept it. But it's not enough. Chu Wanli frowned. And on the ground, Su Ji's original body took a step forward and slowly walked towards Qianlan. More than a dozen emperors were present, and there were even supreme existences watching with their gazes. Su Ji walked up to Qianlan and grinned. Qianlan's face was filled with horror, and the remnant soul of the emperor realm within him had long since hid in fear. Su Ru, what do you want? Su Ru said. Finish the unfinished life and death battle. With so many elders present, do you still want to see blood? Qianlan retreated back and forth, having long since lost the courage to fight. Where was there any semblance of the great chief of the academy? Su Ru laughed lightly. I heard that you were dissatisfied with me marrying Zi Yao before? Qianlan's eyes shrunk slightly. This kind of thing he had only revealed in private. I don't know which son of a leaked it out to him. Su Ru, think about it. So many emperor realms are watching. Most of them are elders that my Chen family has befriended. If you are so arrogant, you will surely provoke a rebellious mentality in the academy in the future. And you will be boycotted. You. He was about to say more when Su Ji had already raised his right hand, amber-colored spirit element covering it as he blasted out with a fist. Bang! Losing the help of the Emperor Realm's remnant soul, Qianlan's head exploded like a watermelon before turning into a cloud of blood mist. Threatening me when you're dead. How pampered. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. Killing Qianlan was the same as killing an ant. Insignificant. After that, he turned his head to look at Chu Wanli, facing this head of the One Academy directly, and calmly said, as Qianlan said, the resignation is without honor and triggers the laws of the academy. Will the head of the academy dispose of me? In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chu Wanli. With so many emperor realms present, it wasn't Suji's turn to use violence as a junior in any case. According to the laws of the shul, this is an extremely serious fault. Direct expulsion from the hospital is a possibility. Chapter 31 Compromise of the Academy. Chief Great Disciple, how is it disposed of? It's a conundrum. To not dispose of it at all is tantamount to condoning the evil and is a crumbling of the law of the shul. But Su Jiuxiao's Dao brand was present. Disposed of ruthlessly, Su Jiuxiao came across the domain, and the consequences were even harder to bear. The best outcome is to give a few words of reprimand without any pain, impose some probation that will naturally dissipate with time, and put the matter behind us. Both sides look good. Many of the Emperor Realm elders had the best plan for handling the situation in their hearts, but in the middle of the scene, Chu Wanli pondered for a moment and made a decision that everyone's could not have imagined. Through a life and death battle, Su Ji won over Qianlan, the chief disciple of the academy, proving his superior talent as well as his battle prowess. This seat declares that from today onwards, Su Ru is the new Grand Chief of the academy, commanding all disciples. Wow! The entire audience was in an uproar. Not just a few Emperor realms were stunned. Many Saint Realm elders and even some disciples were stupefied. The Shuyuan governs the institution by the rule of law, and the Tendo governs the boundaries by the order. But it was as if today had told them, in this world, fists are everything. The background is hardened to such an extent that the Torah is just a customized suit for you. Wear it however you want. Su Ru was also a bit stunned. He doesn't want to be the chief, does he? But Chu Wanli had to sell him a favor, so he could only nod and accept it. At least, from today onwards, it was completely horizontal in the academy. The chief of the academy, the authority is still great. At that moment, a will from the ancestral land of the academy covered it. Jiao Shao, talk? Su Su's silhouette looked into the distance with a somewhat complicated gaze, then shook his head. Exempt. After saying that, the shadow dissipated as a cloud. Break it up. After Suji's Dao brand dissipated, Chu Wanli resumed her unruffled appearance and drank towards the crowd. In an instant, the place scattered. Suji retrieved the Nine Heavens Emperor sword and greeted Qin Yuma and Luo Zio as the three of them walked towards Bai Yi's dojo. Many of the trainees who had left in the same direction as Su Ji were looking differently at the moment. No one thought that this teenager from the eastern wasteland was actually a fierce dragon that had crossed the river. Their original admiration for Qianlan was mostly derived from strength as well as background worship. But at this moment, Su Ji stepped on Qianlan to get to the top, causing them to transfer their adoration to Su Ji, even more frenetic than the original. In the distant immortal mansion, Sui Dai watched Su Ji go far away, with some lingering shock still in her eyes. I really didn't expect that this Su Ji is so strong and has a hard and scary background. I'd even believe it when I say that he's the illegitimate son of the Nine Heavens Emperor. Yang Ming looked out of the window, those heterogeneous pupils full of unwillingness. How can? Sui Dai laughed. You won't be able to avenge this. He is now the Grand Chief, the head of the students of the academy. His position of power is high. No, there must be a chance. There are no blocked roads in this world. Yang Ming stared deathly out the window. Suddenly, he saw a figure that flew in the direction of Suji. It's Ushio. His residence isn't in that direction. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He went to look for Suji. Sui Dai froze. What is he? A great emperor reincarnated body. Doing running to find Suru? Could it be that he wants to fight in the same realm to write the name of the Linlang school? Yang Ming laughed. It's possible. He is a veteran great emperor of the academy, and seeing the collapse of the academy's laws and rituals, he must not be able to look on. Should be a good show. Sui Dai smacked her lips. Follow up and see? Yang Ming shook his head. Don't follow. Wait for news. If there's no fight, I'll go pour fire on it. Sui Dai winced. Once again. Feel the man next to you. Terror. Suja led Qin Yuma and Luo Zio as they walked back while looking at the scenery of the academy. Neither woman said much, eyes filled with suspicion. Snapping his fingers, the Nine Heavens Great Emperor came across the domain to take a stand. What the hell is this identity? Qin Yumo felt that even if she broke her fingers, Xu Wanli wouldn't come to stand up for her. It was only Luo Zio who was more favored and could possibly call in Luo Feng or the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. The two women brainstormed madly and just walked along in silence. When approaching the residence, Luo Zio suddenly spoke out. Su Ji, are you hiding something from me? Su Ru's back went cold. How is that possible? My origins. A quick check will tell you that I'm clean. Luo Zio hummed. If there is a Nine Heavens Emperor as a perjury, any birth history can be faked at will, right? The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. Still have to keep a low profile. Identity cannot be easily exposed. Luo Zio and Fu Yueying weren't any lightweights. At this time, Qin Yuemo suddenly said, Su Ru, although you are now our chief, you have made many enemies. This era is different from the usual, with many unusual and stubborn juniors. I've seen several young men today, and they all look bad. Doesn't matter. Su Ru shrugged. When he became this chief, he wouldn't care about anything in the academy, much less come into contact with anyone. Just wait in peace until the day the path to immortality opens. Luo Zio also looked worried. Su Ji, you have to be careful. You can't be on guard. Some of the older emperors, who knows what plotting tactics they might have. Truly, you're in a lot of trouble for taking a shot at you. Aha, Su Ru responded carelessly. Spinning around, he took a step, because there was already a figure in front of him at some point. The visitor wore green clothes and stood suspended in the air, his eyes full of vicissitudes, as if he had seen through the supremacy of heaven and earth. Qin and Luo instantly changed their faces. Umbra, a great emperor reincarnated. Say what comes. That sucks. Something's wrong? Su Ru's expression was flat. Yuan Bo landed on the ground and walked to Su Ji with a single step. He was even a head taller than Su Ji, and his entire body looked extremely burly, and his face had that very stalwart look to it. Combined with his fame, Luo Ziao took a step back in fear when she saw this. Qin Yumo's lips were also trembling, and both women realized that a great battle was about to break out. But in the next instant, the two women's faces suddenly turned stagnant and incomparable, only to see Yu Wenba suddenly boom kneel down. Face turned miserable. A big strong man. Suddenly tears like rain. Ungrateful disciple Yu Wenba. Meet your benefactor Su Joxiao. Su Ru. Yu Wenbo kept kowtowing. During the years that Enshu left the academy, I kept seeking the immortal path. Seeking breakthroughs. Wanting to break the ban with my martial arts. Proving Enshu's innocence. But disciple is really stupid. All kinds of dragon pools and tiger's caves have been traveled all over. Still stuck at great emperor perfection. Unable to advance an inch. As soon as there was a hint of the path to immortality, my disciple fell into reincarnation and lived a new life in hopes of becoming immortal. I never thought that I would be able to see my benefactor again in this life. So I beg your benefactor to grant Yu Wenba the permission to do his filial duty. The corners of Suji's mouth kept twitching. His right hand was hanging in the air. It was not right to hold it up. It was not right to not hold it up. Behind her, Luo Ziao's eyes completely turned amber. A cold imperial aura emanating from her body. Chapter 32. The Su Ru in your mouth is the person I respect the most. You've got the wrong person. Suji's scalp was numb. He already felt as if he was on his back. Fu Yuing was staring at him. The demeanor of my benefactor, every move, is engraved in my heart. Yu Wenba will never recognize a mistake. Yu Wenba cowed out fiercely and fell into a long crouch. Su Ru really wanted to kick him to the foot of the mountain. No eyesight. Fu Yuing looked at Yu Wenba. Are you sure that the person in front of you is your teacher Su Jiuxiao? Umbra looked up. and the tears flowed even more joyfully. Sure, maiden. Fu Yueying's gaze sank. What did you call me? Yuan Bo was startled. That familiar oppression made his body stiffen and he didn't dare to utter a word more. Afterward, Fu Yueying looked at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao? Su Ji waved his hands in succession. Wrongly recognized. Absolutely wrongly recognized. Fu Yueying just kept staring at Su Ji. Straight away, he looked unnatural and his eyes fluttered. Afterward, she gave Su Ji a deep look, gave a delicate hum, turned around and flew away. Su Ji took a breath and kicked the kneeling Yuanba. Hurry up and get out of here. Just ing no bad things. Say you admit you're wrong and you still don't believe me. Don't come to see me in the future. After kicking it, Su Ji flew towards his residence, leaving Yuanbo in a daze. He looked at Qin Umo. Foamy, what's the situation? Qin Umo was even more confused than he was, blinking innocently. Uncle Yuan, honestly, I didn't get it at all. Su Ru, he's your master barbarian? Why don't you tell me about it? UWS. Yuanbo walked back with a head full of questions, and within a few steps, he ran into Ouyang Ming and Sui Dai. Ouyang Ming stepped forward and said, "Where does the emperor go?" Umber glanced at him. Something wrong? Ouyang Ming opened his fan with a snap. Emperor, listen to me. Today in Linlang Square, Su Joshio of the Eastern Wasteland as well as that junior, Su Ru, used their power to oppress others, intimidating the academy, beheading the chief, and depreciating Mangwei's emperor's Wei fruit. How hateful is that? We are all the power and nobility of the central state, but the thieves of the Eastern Wasteland have so corrupted the program and acted against the Wei, treating the order of heaven as nothing. Yuanba interrupted with a frown. I don't read your holy books. Get to the point. Ouyang Ming respectfully put his hands together and impassionedly said, Ouyang Ming petitions for all the students of the academy, as well as the academy's laws. I implore the emperor to step in and fight in the same realm to drive the Eastern Wasteland thief, Su Ji, out of the academy. He doesn't deserve to be the chief of our academy. His posture was standard, and he was deeply satisfied inside. With his understanding of these great emperors of the academy, he himself petitioned with the order as well as the will of all beings. Yuanba had no reason to refuse. Sui Dai's beautiful eyes glittered beside her. She thought the reader was handsome. Ouyang Ming, there was something for her to learn from. It was worth the trip. Yuanba smiled skinlessly. Then according to you, when should I launch my challenge? Or is it a life and death battle? Ouyang Ming waved his fan. Tomorrow will be the day of the immortal sex competition. At that time, there will be cultivators from the outer courts coming over to jointly compete for the 10 slots in the immortal sect. At that time, it would make sense for the emperor to find an opportunity to lash out at Su Ji, take away his chief, and behead him in public. Yuanba nodded with an expressionless face. You think well. Ouyang Ming was delighted. Thank you, emperor, for complimenting. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Yuanbo suddenly stepped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing his hair and pressing it towards the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust all over the place. Bang! 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 Yuanbo grabbed Ouyang Ming's head and kept smashing the ground, splattering blood and plasma, and his mouth kept chanting retarded. Sui Dai was staring blankly from the side, completely stunned. Emperor, spare your life! Emperor, spare your life! Ouyang Ming's miserable screams resounded through this valley. Perhaps he was a bit annoyed by Ouyang Ming's shouting. Yuanbo took out a needle-like holy artifact and sewed Ouyang Ming's lips shut with a single stitch. He then took out his dagger and chopped off Ouyang Ming's 5 fingers one by one. Sui Dai had seen half of it and had run for his ass. It was too bloody. Half an hour later, looking at the dying Ouyang Ming, Yuanba stomped on his head. The Suru in your mouth is the person I respect the most in this life. And if you hear the next offense, the Panglai sacred clan won't be able to save you. After saying that, he stepped Ouyang Ming's head into the ground with one foot before he walked away with satisfaction. After a long time, Sui Dai folded back and dug Ouyang Ming out. Appalled. How are you? Ouyang Ming's face was covered in blood, and his smile was even worse than crying. Has been honest. The night was silent, and the next day, Suji received another reward from the system. Ding! On the 5th day of marriage, 1,000 years of cultivation will be rewarded. Another 1,000 years of cultivation. Susu's face was joyful, and he matched it with the immortal technique sacred sun vomiting technique. He was certain that he would be able to further his cultivation and catch up with the progress of his physical body today. By then, he would be a complete half-immortal. Outside the immortal mansion, Bai Yi found Luo Zio. You all know about the battle for the immortal sect today, don't you? Luo Zio froze. Suji shouldn't know. A classmate came to notify last night, but he bypassed Suji's immortal mansion. I'll tell him? Bai Yi sighed. Forget it. Today is a fight on behalf of the academy. The fight is for the academy's face. The people of the academy are making it clear that they don't need Suru, And Suru must not want to represent the academy either. Luo Xiao hesitated and nodded. Close to noon. Still in Lin Square. At this moment, the Lin Plaza had even more people gathered than yesterday. A number of people from the outer court dressed in red clothes, black clothes, or demon heads and bodies gathered. The Evil Hall, the Devil's Cave, and the Demon Domain. The four major factions of the Tianqian continent had gathered at the Lin Lang Academy to compete for a place in the immortal sect. In the air, four large seats are placed, divided into white, red, black and green. On the white seat, it was Chu Wanli who was sitting there. At the moment she looked at the woman on her right with a leathery smile. The woman was wearing a red dress, with a bright blood-colored rose on her chest, especially those long straight legs, which were crisscrossed with an extremely amazing amplitude. Where less, extremely juvenile. However, many emperors didn't even dare to raise their heads, much less look at them. It was all because the visitor was the evil temple's real power, the Blood Rose Emperor. It was also Chu Wanli's nemesis. At this time, Chu Wanli choked out, "Gu Blood Mei, I heard that you yourself personally went down in this battle?" Cluck cluck cluck. The Blood Rose Emperor smiled charmingly. "What do you care, as long as the immortal gate can be passed? What method is not the same? Have you Lin Lang Academy great emperors gone down for less?" Chu Wanli hummed. For the Shuyuan Emperor to go down, he would have to cut himself off and fall into the wheel of reincarnation, which was like the evil temple, which could casually pinch out a doll body to fake it. The cost difference between the two sides is too great. Chapter 33, The Battle Begins. Up came the reincarnation of a holy man. At this time, representatives of multiple cultivators entered one after another. The cheers rose and fell. The Lin Academy's home field advantage. Almost a mountain of roars. The leader of the Lin Lang Academy was naturally Yuan Bo. Behind him, several saint reincarnations followed. There was also Ouyang Ming, who had been violently beaten up, and Sui Dai, who had a look of fear on her face. Of course, Luo Ziyo was also in the middle of it. "Master, they all look so strong. Do we have to fight for first place?" Luo Ziyo timidly said in her mind. "We must fight for the first place. This immortal gate is different from what has been recorded in previous years. It concerns the heart of the realm. Few people know about it. This is our greatest chance." Fu Yueying replied. The heart of the realm? Although Luo Ziyo didn't know what the heart of the realm was, it was the first time she had seen Fu Yueying so full of fighting spirit. "This is the first time in 17 years. Then master, you'll have to help me out in the battle later. I can't beat them. Don't worry." Fu Yueying was full of confidence. Just kidding, she was the reincarnation of an immortal, and she had the everlasting lotus medicinal power under her belt. Who can beat her? At the same time, the people from the evil palace, the demon cave, and the demon domain also entered the field. The woman leading the evil palace, dressed in red, kept throwing glances towards Luo Ziyo. Luo Ziyo froze. The woman in front of her she recognized. It was Gu Shuping who died in the burial dragon canyon. At that time, Gu Shuping had been shattered into minced meat by Su Ru's sword, and she still remembered it clearly. But now, Gu Shuping was alive and active on the field. Fine thoughts. In the air, the Blood Rose Emperor looked at Chu Wanli and seemed to say, "I heard that your academy recently got a new chief. Why isn't he here?" The corner of Chu Wanli's mouth hooked up into a smile. "Maybe it's because she looks down on fighting against you guys?" Poof. The Blood Rose Emperor laughed coldly, pointing in the direction of the demon cave. "Don't be complacent. That young man in the black robe. See?" Chu Wanli nodded. Blood Rose the Great implied. "He isn't from around here." "Not from around here?" Chu Wanli's face changed drastically, and her right hand pointed to the sky. The Blood Rose Emperor nodded. In recent years, it was rumored that the opening of the road to immortality was led by a single force from the immortal realm side. The purpose? To catch people. But Chu Wanli didn't expect that someone from the immortal world would go to the Devil's Cave without saying hello to her. Her insides boiled more than a little. Had the immortal world abandoned the Lin Lang Academy? Doesn't that mean that the academy has no chance for the first place? Chu Wanli took a deep breath. Being the first to enter the immortal sect would naturally give you an advantage that no one else could match. What's more, it's an avenue for the Shuyuan to raise its prestige. In the past, the Lin Lang Academy had never been able to bag the first place in the fight. 10 places. It doesn't have to be first. It didn't matter to the Blood Rose Emperor. She just needed to be able to enter the immortal path and take a look at the immortal gate. And at that moment, the battle in the field started. The demon domain walked out of a man with a tiger's head and a human body, holding a huge hammer and looking down on the entire field. Seeing him, the faces of many of the academy students paled. It's the battle tiger great sage. The first one to appear in the demon domain is the reincarnation of the demon saint. This is not giving the youngsters a chance at all. I heard that he is among the demon saints. He is also an extremely terrifying existence in terms of battle power, swallowing cities alive like eating and drinking water. How come he is the one who came? This year, the demon region. The visitors are not good. In this battle, the reincarnations of great emperors were actually not counted as much, and more, it was the reincarnations of saints that took over their lives to fight for the remaining spots. As soon as the War Tiger Great Sage appeared, the atmosphere in the arena instantly rose. Linlang Academy. It's time to move the position of the human race's overlord. The Great Sage of the War Tiger laughed out loud. Come one. I'll lead one. Straight up face diving. The faces of the people in the academy were ugly. Except for Yuan Bo and Luo Zio who were still calm. The others were already outraged. I'll fight you. A man walked out of the academy, wearing white battle armor and carrying a spear. Zhu Shang. Some people were boiling. This was the Zhu clan saint, one of the 3 great imperial clans, and was still quite famous. With him out of the way, the Shuyuan side immediately cheered loudly. As soon as Zhu Shang appeared on the stage, he called for a white stallion, and the whole person straddled on it, which was quite like Prince Charming, causing many female trainees to exclaim, "You're not good enough." The Great Sage of the War Tiger's battle intent rose up as he took a step and pounced, directly transforming into a fierce tiger and battling with Zhu Shang. Although both of them had the base of a saint, their reincarnation time was still short, and at the moment, they were both at the early stage of Dharma phase cultivation. With equal cultivation levels, the battle was a difficult one. Finally, after Zhu Shang's spear poke came up empty, the War Tiger found the right opportunity and bit down on Zhu Shang's neck. In an instant, Zhu Shang's head was devoured. Death. The entire audience was shocked, watching Zhu Shang's headless body being eaten alive. The crowd realized that it was a fight to the death. A bloody rule like the law of the jungle. Whoever loses is reduced to food. Linlang Academy. Nothing more than that. Who else? The War Tiger killed Zhu Shang. His gaze was filled with blood as he stared straight at Yuan Bo. Humans and demons were already opposites, and now that he was making a name for himself under the watchful eyes of all the emperors, it made him excited. On the side of the Linlang Academy, Yuan Bo frowned slightly. Other than him, Zhu Shang was already the strongest combatant, but dealing with a saint and asking him, an emperor realm reincarnation, to come down was undoubtedly a disgrace to the academy. In the midst of his dilemma, his eyes suddenly lit up and he spotted a man behind him in righteous indignation. The man held a folding fan in his hand, looking like he was not sharing the same fate as the demon race, cursing under his breath. This mongrel demonic tiger, relying on its strong physical strength, is so arrogant, it's really hateful. If I were the reincarnation of the saint realm, the first one to go up there with this tiger up and make him go to my immortal mansion as a pet cat. Sui Dai sighed as she held her forehead on the side. How about you get on? The man was dumbfounded for a moment. I'm not the reincarnation of a holy man. What am I on for? Sui Dai said. But you're an alien pupil? Altered pupils? Yuan Bo's mind moved. Oh Yang Ming, you go up and fight with this war tiger. Oh Yang Ming instantly turned pale. It's a personal vendetta. It wasn't enough to beat yourself up yesterday, but today you have to send yourself up to die. Battle Tiger is only at the early stage of Dharma phase. You are already at the late stage of Dharma phase, and you are 10 years older than him, so there is a chance. Yuan Bo walked behind Oh Yang Ming and kicked out. Oh Yang Ming flung himself onto Linlang Square in a dog ****** stance. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. It's Senior Oh Yang. It's amazing. Even when facing a Saint Realm reincarnation, he fearlessly went into battle, worthy of being a son of the ancient Saint clan. Senior Oh Yang, go for it. A cheer boiled over, and a million grass mud horses flew through Oh Yang Ming's mind. But he was too late for the exit, because the War Tiger had moved. In War Tiger's intelligence, Oh Yang Ming was simply a junior. In other words, a junior who dared to face his holy might directly. Within 3 moves, Oh Yang Ming must be captured and refined into a puddle of corpse water. Chapter 34, Crisis. The immortal world comes. Suji becomes a half-immortal. Roar. The War Tiger lunged violently and raised his hammer. When a lion fights a rabbit, it still uses its full strength, and as a demon saint that had lived for hundreds of years, it naturally wouldn't take its opponent lightly either. Oh Yang Ming was greatly annoyed, and the folding fan in his hand transformed into a 9-foot-long sword, entangling with the War Tiger. He had a different pupil and was the last hope of the Panglai sacred clan, and surprisingly his strength wasn't bad when he fought. In the end, he used his alien pupils to turn the square into an illusory maze. The War Tiger's physical body was powerful, but its divine soul grew extremely slowly. After being led into the illusion by Oh Yang Ming's heavy pupil, he even lost his way for a moment and was stabbed by Oh Yang Ming with 100 swords, and eventually died of serious injuries. Oh Yang Ming sat paralyzed, panting, but the light in his eyes was infinite. He himself overcame a holy reincarnation. He got up and eyed the whole room with an unrivaled arrogance. Who else? On the high platform, the Blood Rose Emperor looked in the direction of the demon cave and spoke in a deep voice towards Chu Wanli. It's not quite right. These people from the Devil's Cave are sitting steadily. They don't even have the slightest intention to fight. They're not here to fight for the immortal sect? Chu Wanli also furrowed her brows. There must be a demon when things go wrong. It feels like they're plotting something? The Blood Rose Emperor said. Maybe it's just that Junior is too weak to arouse their interest. I'll try. You? Chu Wanli froze. It was in the direction of the evil hall that a young girl dressed in red stepped out. The young girl had a rose painted at her neck and held a long sword with a stunning face. After walking onto the stage, she stomped on the head of Ouyang Ming, who was spirited and ready to show off his skills, and stepped the ladder straight into the ground, then looked around. The crowd at the academy was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, they had blown half a day's worth of Ouyang Ming, who was regarded as the hope of the academy, to be trampled underfoot like a defenseless mortal? This girl in red, who exactly is she? Seemingly sensing the doubts of the crowd, the young girl smiled faintly. Evil Palace. Gu Shuping. Gu Shuping. Some of the disciples who had been to the eastern wasteland were horrified. Luo Zio swallowed her saliva. Master, what's the situation? Fu Yueying explained. The evil hall has an ancient secret technique called the puppet strange technique, and this Gu Shuping in front of us should be the same as the Gu Shuping in the eastern wasteland. A holster for the Blood Rose Emperor. Leather. Sets. Luo Ziao's eyes blinked rapidly, her voice stuttering, but I feel like she's just a person. This is what makes the evil temple so terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, the Blood Rose Archon in the air is also holstered. Her true form is untraceable, and will always survive the world. Well, Luo Ziao's eyes that were filled with curiosity traveled back and forth between Gu Shuping and the Blood Rose Emperor. On the field, Gu Shuping turned around directly, stepping on Ouyang Ming and pointing his sword at the demon cave. Who's going through the motions? Is the magic cave here to go through the motions? Who knows? The few people from the Devil's Cave were still on their knees, eyes on the nose on the heart, ignoring Gu Shuping directly. No one is playing. In the direction of the academy, Yu Wenba and Chu Wanli exchanged a glance, and Yu Wenba touched his nose without making a move. The Blood Rose Emperor was a figure on par with the Nine Heavens Emperor, both ancient existences. Although he was also a great emperor perfection, his battle power was a notch below that of these people. It's better not to make a fool of yourself. And at this moment, the doubts in Gu Shuping's heart had reached its peak. If no one came out to fight, then she would be the champion of the battle and have the first right to enter the immortal sect. On the contrary, the few people from the Devil's Cave were still at ease, as if they were fishermen waiting for the willing to take the bait. What are they waiting for? If no one comes out to fight, then in this battle, I will be number one. Gu Shuping looked around coldly as she was about to exit. A woman dressed in white leapt up to the high platform and said in a delicate voice, I'll do it. What kind of person dares to battle the Blood Rose Emperor? After seeing the woman's appearance, most of the Emperor Realm's faces changed, including the Holy Lord of Yao Qi who had been playing in the corner. The person who came was clearly her daughter, Luo Zia. At this moment, Luo Zio, holding a long spear, had a valiant appearance, with a strong battle intent in her eyes. Zio, you, nonsense. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi made a move to rush onto the stage and grab Luo Zio down. Blood Rose Emperor. Even she didn't dare to face his front directly. Luo Zio, a girl? How could she dare? At the critical moment, Luo Feng appeared in time and held her down tightly. Don't be so hasty. Ziao isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Damn scum. How dare you show up? The Holy Lord of Yao Qi was furious and was about to make a big move when Luo Feng begged for mercy for a while. The two couples outright forgot that it was their daughter who was fighting on the field. There was an argument as if no one else was there. Meanwhile, on the other side, the few people wearing black clothes in the Devil's Cave suddenly opened their eyes and looked straight at Luo Zio, changing from their previous idle mood and instead becoming excited. Master, they're coming for us? Luo Zio's heart tightened and she asked busily. Yes, they are from the immortal realm and use immortal techniques, not mortal techniques. This is a vicious battle and the greatest challenge I've faced since my reincarnation. Fu Yuying's voice carried some flavor of dueling. Now, give me your body, and you rest. Luo Zio took a deep breath. Then please, Master. As she said that, her eyes turned amber in color. Her spear pointed diagonally as she slowly walked towards Gu Shuping. Gu Shuping's long sword stood up and kicked the obstacle. Ouyang Ming, out of the field. Her gaze locked on Luo Zio. On the high platform, Chu Wanli's heart was filled with unwarranted uneasiness and panic, which was unparalleled in the hundreds of years she had been in charge of the academy. She then waved her hand towards Qin Yuma. who was eating her melon in the crowd. Shin Umo flew in, her face full of doubt. Auntie? Chu Wanli's mouth flew fast. You now. Go to Bai Yi's dojo and call Suru here. Now. Me? Shin Yuma froze, then said. Suru doesn't have a sense of belonging to our academy. After that incident yesterday, he hasn't left the immortal mansion for a day. I'm afraid it's a little too hard to get him to come to war. Chu Wanli was silent for a moment and said, just tell him that the immortal world is coming and his lady is going to be killed. Remember, describe it as miserable. Shin Umo shrunk her neck and was just about to wave her hand when Chu Wanli glared at her. The young girl had to look bitter. Oh Yang Ming retreated with his nose bruised and swollen, his face covered in blood, and Sui Dai quickly ran over and spoke out. Something's up. What? Yang Ming was stunned. Sui Dai quickly said, Shin Umo just left Lin Lang Plaza, and she was seen going to look for Su Ji. Looking for Su Ji? There was a sudden flash of hatred in Yang Ming's eyes. This brat has caused me such misery. When he comes, it would be best for him to be beheaded by the Blood Rose Emperor with a single sword. Sui Dai pursed her lips, her heart suddenly a little displeased. If Suru could come, it would be to fight for the academy and fight for them. And at this time, Yang Ming was even cursing indiscriminately. This kind of person, the pattern is too small. With this in mind, Sui Dai left without moving, while Yang Ming was still looking at the field with bloodshot eyes, with the appearance of expecting Su Ji to lose. On the other hand, at the Bai dojo, Su Ji sat cross-legged, his body covered in white light, without moving a muscle. His divine soul completely merged with his body, reaching the half-immortal realm. This was the highest realm in Tianqian continent. If you go further and become an immortal, you'll have to ascend. Chapter 35, Yu Ying's Loss, Terrifying Huolong. By the time Qin Umo arrived at Su Ji's immortal mansion, Su Ji had already collected his gong and was sitting in the courtyard steaming a hot pot. The pot was filled with dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but on the other hand, his personal temperament was as transcendent as an exiled immortal, and the whole picture just didn't match. Qin Umo walked in with a confused face and spoke directly. Today is the immortal sect battle. Why don't you go? Su Ji shivered a mouthful of phoenix marrow and even called out in pain, having a beautiful feeling of falling from the immortal world into the mortal world. He glanced at Qin Umo. The battle for the immortal gate is a matter for your academy. What does it have to do with me? Come, little Qin. Accompany me to eat some dragon meat and drink some vermilion bird wine. Let's get drunk today. Qin Umo swallowed her saliva and shook her head repeatedly. These things are too tonic. Saints don't even dare to eat more. You'd better eat less. Suru laughed and gnawed on 5 large chunks of dragon meat in a row. Qin Umo's eyes were dilated with gluttony beside him, but she still didn't dare to eat it. Remembering Chu Wanli's admonition, she said busily, you'd better get over to Lin Plaza and check it out. What's wrong? Suru turned her head. Qin Umo said, someone from the immortal realm. Ziyao is going to be killed. What did you say? Su Ji's eyes widened and he stood up in a flash, not even eating the dragon meat, taking a step towards Lin Lang Square, cursing under his breath. The nerve of a dog. Qin Umo was horrified. He felt a strong killing intent on Su Ji. It's a feeling like no other. She felt that. Su Ji was really angry. On the square, Fu Yueying had already battled Gu Shuping. Although Fu Yueying's physical body cultivation was very low, but she was, after all, the reincarnation of a fairy goddess. At this moment, using his divine soul to drive his body, he also had the power of the Saint Realm, pressing Gu Shuping to retreat. The gun returns to the 9 revolutions, soaring and cracking the sky. Fu Yueying stabbed out with her gun, the tip of the gun turning 9 times in a row, instantly enveloping Gu Shuping in a sky of gun shadows, making it impossible for her to retreat. But Gu Shuping was no lightweight either, and the name of the Blood Rose Emperor resounded through Tianxian, only to see her right hand flicking with her sword. Rose petals appeared in the air, actually blocking Fu Yueying's gun shadow out. Is that all you do? Gu Shuping laughed lightly and blew out a flirtatious breath. Instantly, the petals shot outward in a rapid manner, directly passing through Fu Yueying's gun shadow and hitting Fu Yueying. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Each petal was a strand of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, Fu Yueying's body was covered in bloodstains. With this body of yours, you can exert a power that borders on the Emperor realm? Fu Yueying's right hand holding the gun was still trembling, and her gaze was a bit grave. It seemed that it was time to use the power of the everlasting lotus in advance. Thinking of the everlasting lotus, Su Zhouxiao's shadow flashed in her mind. With that she shook her head. What she was facing was a giant of the heavens, an existence that mortals could not even look up to in their entire lives. It's better not to let him know. Gu Shuping walked step by step, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. It ends here. Fu Yueying let out a chorus. The entire person then leapt high into the air, endless platinum flames venting out from her body. Hostile. A phoenix sound resounded through the Lin Lang Square as the phoenix phantom appeared behind Fu Yuing, and then the human phantom merged into one, leaping and striking down directly from the sky. The space was all trembling in pieces, as if it couldn't stand that horrible heat. At that moment, it was as if there really was an immortal beast phoenix reborn in fire. Gu Shuping's brows furrowed tightly, and her entire body trembled as her divine soul gave her a warning. But the time is too short. Fu Yuing burned the power of the everlasting lotus and transformed into an immortal phoenix that was sufficiently strong for the Emperor realm. As a phoenix fell, Lin Lang Square was directly burnt to a crisp. Barely. When the flames dispersed, Fu Yuing was wearing a white gold battle armor and was majestic. On the contrary, Gu Shuping had dispersed with the wind, with not even a crumb left. There was a silence in the room. I had long heard that the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden's battle power was limitless, but I didn't expect that at a young age. She could actually exert the strength of the Emperor realm. It's horrible. The Blood Rose Emperor in the air jumped straight up with his eyebrows. Dead again. She transformed into Gu Shuping, which has died twice. The first time, he died at the hands of Su Ji, and the second time, at the hands of her wife. These two juniors. Her right hand squeezed and cackled, and Chu Wanli laughed her ass off. The evil palace. Nothing more than that. Humph. The Blood Rose Emperor took a deep breath and crossed his legs. Don't be complacent. Let's see how you end up in the Lin Lang school. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanli's smile withdrew and she looked towards the field. The moment the Devil's Cave moved, the first one to step out was the man clad in a black robe. The man's entire body was shrouded under darkness, with only one of his 5 features exposed, making him look rather mysterious. Jiao Xian? The man opened his mouth and Fu Yuing's face changed slightly as he stabbed out with a spear. Boom! Space was instantly distorted, and the might of this gun could not be described as unsharp. But the man's body didn't move. Only his right hand stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pointed. Clang! With a sound, Fu Yuing flew backwards. At the same time, her face changed greatly, as if she had sensed something of great horror. It's you guys? Collect! The man's right hand explored and took out a gourd, which was aimed at Fu Yuing, and the rolling blue mist swept away. The next second, the blue mist came back. Fu Yuing's figure was no longer in the field. It's all such an understatement. When the crowd came back to their senses, the man had already thrown the gourd back in the direction of the Devil's Cave. I win. The man's voice rang out across the field, and looking around, no one dared to meet his gaze. The entire room was silent for a moment before a shocked voice fell from the sky. Asshole, give me back my daughter. Luo Feng's eyes were wide with rage as he held a long spear in his right hand, leaping across the endless distance to stab. Buzz. Pieces of space shattered. However, when it came to the black-robed man, he was unable to move an inch. Lower realm ants. The man grinned, grabbed the lance, and folded it with force. With a sound, the imperial weapon in Luo Feng's hand was broken. Man kicks out. Luo Feng flew backwards at a speed faster than he came, blasting down countless mountain peaks and lying morosely in the distance. There was a silence in the room. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi, who had originally planned to get off the field, stiffened. It's too strong. Is this still Junior? After the man kicked Luo Feng, he turned around and looked around, grinning. This fight is over. The immortal sect quota. We have already granted as many as we can to the Demon Cave as well as the Demon Region crowd, the so-called Lin Lang Academy as well as whatever ancient sage clan or emperor clan. All have no part in this. As the words fell, the entire arena boiled over, and many saints rebuked angrily. On what grounds? It's supposed to be a fair fight. Who are you to decide for our academy? Get it straight. The academy is the one who holds the bull's ear of power in the Tianxian continent. Where did the devil come from? So arrogant. Heaven forbid. The black-robed man's mouth grinned wider. On what grounds? Just by virtue of my name being Huolong. Just because I'm nobler than you. Noble. As Huolong spoke, he kicked out. Space had broken through a big hole, and dozens of saints were kicked, their heads bursting open and dying a clean death. No more hooting and hollering. Everyone's faces fell to gray. In the air, the Blood Rose Emperor couldn't help but speak out. Elder, our evil hall isn't all the way with the Lin Lang Academy. Do we not have a spot either? Pop. Huolong slapped out a backhanded palm, and the Blood Rose Emperor's delicate body instantly rose off the ground, with an indelible palm print on the right side of his face. In the original space, it also left an indelible palm print. Space branding. At the same time, the cultivation on Huolong's body was revealed. It almost collapsed the avenue. Semi-fairyland. My words, to you, are the laws of heaven. Anyone who dares to say one more word, I don't mind making everyone present turn into a puddle of blood. When Huolong finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, and a few people from the devil's cave behind him laughed out loud. Abuse. In the air, Chu Wanli's divine sense flashed electrically, communicating with the runes in her sleeve. Dean, should we stop it? There's no need. I'm clear on this matter. Let it go. Yes. Rumble. At this time, a rumble came from the center of the Lin Lang Academy. A white road silhouette connecting to the heavenly hearing emerged, and a large immortal gate stood. The immortal gate, open. Huolong sneered and was about to leave Lin Lang Plaza, but then he heard a soft cry coming from the distance. Slow down. Chapter 36 Exterminating the Immortal Beasts. Where are they? Slow down. A clear voice resounded throughout the entire Lin Plaza. Who dares to speak out at this time? The crowd snapped their heads around, but they saw a teenager walking at the end of the sky. The teenager's black hair was bundled behind him, wearing a snow-white shin clothes. His eyes were ancient and wave-free, and there was a trace of white mist all over his body, which made him look as if he was an exiled immortal and generally handsome. The aura is extremely off the charts. Many people who were familiar with Su Ji were slightly stunned and didn't recognize him for a moment. It's too much of a change. If yesterday's Su Ji was still considered immortal, then today his aura was already transcendent. Huolong's feet lurched and he turned his head to look, frowning slightly when he saw the glistening white around Su Ji. Immortal energy? Who are you? Su Ru's voice was calm. The one who killed you. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly Tao rioted. Thunder and lightning flashed, and red clouds rolled. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people looked at each other and thought they were crazy. Su, a descendant of the Avatar realm, was going to challenge an immortal of the human immortal realm? Not to mention him, even if Su Joshio were to arrive, victory or defeat would be a toss-up. On the side, Yang Ming laughed out loud. At this moment, he thought of Su Ji's death, while he was merely disgraced, and was instantly relieved. Sui Dai looked at Su Ji unbelievably. She had just thought that Su Ji was very graceful, but she didn't think that she would come to die now? Yu Wenba, on the other hand, was so excited that he almost fell to his knees. His deduction was right. This domineering Su Ju in front of him was his teacher, Su Joshio. There was no mistaking it. In the air, Chu Wanli looked at Su Ji with a complicated gaze. At this moment, she also suddenly understood something. To be able to come forward at this time and still be so fearless and arrogant, it was by no means something that a junior could do. The Blood Rose Emperor came back covering his face and asked Chu Wanli, "He's the 9 heavenly majesties, right? You know?" Chu Wanli was surprised. "He killed me once." The Blood Rose Emperor's eyes looked straight at Su Ji, drawing Chu Wanli's strong dissatisfaction. In the middle of the field, Huolong smiled coldly. "Kill me? Do you even know who I am? If it wasn't for the fact that you have an immortal aura on you, I wouldn't even bowl **** with you for half a." Right at this moment, Su Ji took a step out, and the entire space suddenly collapsed, followed by an airwave. Su Ji had already arrived in front of Huolong. His right hand and palm was like a sword, slicing through Huolong's throat with a palm. Thumbs up. Huolong's eyes widened as he raised his immortal energy and was just about to resist when Su Ji backhanded a punch. Boo! With a heavy sound, Huolong's head was hammered away from his body as if it were iron. Blood spurted out and his voice stopped momentarily. The divine soul was also collapsed by this punch. Pure physical strength directly hammered a half-immortal to death, or a half-immortal from the immortal world. Everyone's head stopped thinking. Yang Ming froze and looked at Su Ji, rubbing his eyes vigorously with his hands. Is this a dream? At the same instant, the remaining 4 people in the demon cave all opened their eyes. A gaze focused on Su Ji. Who has my lady? Su Ji calmly walked towards the 4. Luo Zio and Fu Yueying were more than just his wives. They were also the source of him becoming stronger. How can we allow it to fall into Xiao Zhao's hands? Several people were sweating, and except for the man with the gourd at the end, the other 3 were like enemies. You're not a human. You're an immortal beast cub. A woman at the front of the line let out a soft cry and charged straight ahead. After approaching, she transformed into a 9-tailed cat, her tail sweeping towards Su Ji. Right behind him was a somewhat chubby-looking old man who transformed into a giant elephant with a trunk that almost covered the heavens. The last one, on the other hand, was a turquoise-white tiger, and after showing its figure, it let out a tiger roar, and the entire academy was shaken 3 times. 3 immortal beasts of the half-immortal realm, joining forces against the enemy, shaking the entire Tianxian with their might. At this moment, I don't know how many ancient existences revived and threw their wills at this place to witness the amazing history. Even the heavenly Tao didn't dare to act rashly at this moment, and could only boil and roar in the air. Behind them, the youth with the gourd smiled. You're Su Ru, right? I heard my senior sister say, I'll give you a chance to fight with my 3 battle pets. If you can win, I'll give you a decent fight. Battle favorites. The crowd was horrified beyond belief. 3 half-immortal realm demonic beasts, in the mouth of that black-clothed youth, were just battle pets. So who the hell is he? Suji frowned and raised one hand, pressing down in the void. Stargazer. With his current half-immortal realm to execute it, the power was already extraordinary. The several immortal beasts only felt that the sky seemed to be descending with meteorites. As time went on, the palm was so large that it was frighteningly large, and with just one finger, it covered almost 10,000 square feet of the trio. There was no way to retreat, no way to avoid it, only to carry it hard. Meow. The nine-tailed cat opened its mouth, and a beam of black and red flames was sprayed out by it, charging straight at Suji's huge palm. The giant elephant rolled up its trunk and went straight up against the sky, confident that its trunk was the hardest thing it had. The Baibo white tiger was extremely fast as it stepped into the void and charged directly towards Suji's main body. All three of them had a division of labor, intending to obliterate Suji with a single strike. However, Suji's giant palm was too strong, and it hit its own Shinkuan inside, and the star-picking hand was improved by Suji, adding the space avenue. The white tiger sprinted at breakneck speed, its speed almost approaching the Tianxian Avenue limit, but it still couldn't rush out of the range of the giant palm and was detained in the belly of the finger. Pop! As his finger pressed down, the entire Lin Lang Academy was first quiet, then a loud, earth-shattering sound erupted. Smoke, immortal energy, aura, mixed with some space debris, rain and hail, rushed up into the sky. The scene was chaotic. For a long time, the smoke cleared. The crowd watching the battle was instantly petrified when they saw the scene in the field. The original Lin Square was gone, and in its place was a huge palm print-shaped pit that was invisible to the naked eye and too deep to see the bottom. On the giant pit, Suji's clothes fluttered and his face was calm as he looked ahead. There, with a fried nine-tailed cat, only 8 tails to be exact. As for the other 2 foreign beasts, in this star-picking palm, they completely turned into nothingness and were blasted into crumbs. Their end was extremely unpleasant. That's quite a lot of lives. Suji laughed, took a step forward and directly grabbed the nine-tailed cat's neck. The nine-tailed cat was terrified and struggled violently, but it only felt that it was an ancient beast grabbing its neck, and was unable to break free at all. Suji's power was so much greater than his. The 7 books of martial scriptures given by the system were chaotic divine albums, and their grade completely exceeded these people's knowledge. At the same realm, Suji was invincible. No one could control him. Boo! Grabbing the cat's neck with his left hand, he condensed his right fist and chiseled it down. Cat life 1. Boom, boom, boom. Cat life 1. Cat life 1. Cat life 1. In an instant, Suji threw 8 punches in a row, striking the heavens and earth to shake and terrify the heavenly Tao. The airwaves that vibrated out all caused the saints watching the battle to change in color, carrying their descendants to storm back 100 miles. Boo! As the last punch chiseled down, the nine-tailed cat let out a howl and turned into a puddle of blood. Of the 5 people in the Devil's Cave, only the last youth holding a gourd remained. Su-Ru turned around and looked at the youth. Where are they? Chapter 37, Wanxiong Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Ji Thin. The youth shook the gourd in his hand and smiled lightly. Here it is, come and get it if you can. At those words, Suji sneered, one step towards the man. A hint of derision passed through the man's eyes and, not bad, good guts, just don't know how much power? Suji did not reply. His right foot collapsed violently, the space fragmented as if it was a lens, and his entire body rushed straight towards the man. His body and soul were united, and his entire might was nearly shaking the heavenly Tao, terrifyingly boundless. Instead, the man shook his head and smiled. It is good to have courage, but to go too far is recklessness. Remember, the one who kills you, the Upper Xian Immortal Court, Immortal Emperor Ji Thin. As the words fell, a jade pure bottle appeared in Jibo's right hand. He peeled off the cork and the jade pure bottle grew large against the wind, instantly holding up the entire sky. In the next instant, the jade pure bottle tilted forward and a drop of heavy water dripped from it. With just one drop, the entire sky was completely transformed into an ocean, with waves and sea beasts frolicking. Suji's eyes widened as the heavy water didn't pass over his body. With a plop, he sank to the bottom of the sea like a drowning man. What's this? Changing heaven and earth? Is this still something a cultivator can do? In the distance, Chu Wanli looked directly dumbfounded. She had lived in the Tianxian continent for 2,000 years, and only today did she realize that there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heavens. Being at the same human immortal realm, some of Jibo's methods were simply beyond everyone's knowledge. Warfare, and that's how it works? Gu Bloodme's face was full of gravity at the side. Is this a domain? Or is it some kind of immortal technique? She had vaguely heard in some ancient books that there were some immortals who could easily create even a new realm. Still, seeing it with her own eyes caused a great shock to her mind. He just said that he is immortal dignitary Ji Thin? Chu Wanli bit her lower lip. She remembered that the dean of the Linlang Academy had an extremely mysterious origin and was only known as the Heavenly Locus Immortal. And Ji Thin called himself an immortal dignitary, clearly a much higher grade than the dean. No wonder the dean has not come out like a shrinking turtle. Feelings are afraid to move. The others present were looking at the ocean and the sky with a clouded look on their faces. Even the two great emperors couldn't understand the battle. They were even more confused and could only wait for the outcome from where they were. On the other side, Fu Yueying's somewhat helpless voice came from the gourd. Senior brother, spare his life. I will follow my master's orders and return to the immortal court. Ji Bo smiled. Oh, he is that Su Jiuxiao? It doesn't seem to look quite the same as the portrait of the man you hung in the immortal mansion? Fu Yueying sighed. He should have learned some kind of spell to hide his figure, but how familiar am I with him? How can it be hidden from me? It's quite sentimental. Ji Bo recalled the way Su Ji's eyes were reddened just now for Fu Yueying. If he can break free from my 10,000 elephant kingdom, I will leave him alive. Wanxiang kingdom? Fu Yueying's voice went up a degree. That's the immortal technique. Coupled with the immortal artifact Jade Treasure Vase, how can a mortal get out of the trap? Senior brother, don't force me to turn the tables and burn with you. At those words, Ji Bo froze. You don't even want your life for him? Could it be that you chose the Tianxian continent over the more distant domains in order to see him as well? Fu Yueying was silent. After a long time, Ji Thin smiled bitterly. Then it's not too much to ask that I trap him for half an hour and toss him around. Is it? He was once thin-skinned to you, so it makes sense for me, as a senior brother, to teach my brother-in-law a lesson, doesn't it? Fu Yueying responded. Okay, just half an hour. Not even one more minute. Ji Thin nodded his head and stood in midair with his arms folded, looking at the ocean and the sky and waiting quietly. After Su Ji fell to the bottom of the sea, he only felt his eyes go black, and when he woke up again, he appeared in the main hall of the Lin Lang Academy. On the temple, an old man looked at him amiably and asked with a smile. Resignation. Why did you fall asleep halfway through your cultivation? Dean? Su Ru was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was the dean of the Lin Lang Academy, who was known as the Tianlu Shangxian. It was also the benefactor of Su Ru once. It was he who introduced Su Ji to the Lin Lang Academy, helped him to reach the Holy Realm, and gave him a home. To the side, a female voice filled with concern rang out. Su Ji, are you alright? Su Ji turned his head to look, his eyes wide. Yuing? The person in front of him was clearly Fu Yueying. It was just that she didn't have the sharpness that Su Ji remembered. Instead she was very birdlike and snuggled in Su Ji's arms. No, why am I here? Wasn't I fighting against that Ji Thin? Su Ji clenched his right hand hard. Very true. Is this reality? Su Ru was dumbfounded. That's right. With the system in place, it was impossible for an illusory type of secret method to have an effect on him. But the scene in front of us is clearly 1,000 years ago? Could it be that his defeat in the eastern wasteland and his battle to the heavens? These were the dreams? Above, the Tenru smile unfolded. Su Ji, next month, it will be your wedding with Yuing, as well as Wanli, Yun Ting, Yu He and the others. At this critical moment, you can't slack off and be more prepared now. After saying that, several stunning women on the side jumped on Su Ji, calling and whimpering. Su Ji's pupils were dull, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. Wanli, naturally, is Chu Wanli. Yun Ting, on the other hand, was the holy lord of Yao Qi. Yu He, too, was a heavenly maiden of the ancient sacred clan at that time. There were also several women who were named by Tianlu, all of whom were the leading women in the academy at that time, who had overwhelmed the generation. You need a face, you need a talent, you need a pedigree. This is a situation that he couldn't even dream of at the time. It was too late to think about it in detail. The sky was suddenly dark. Fu Yueying and a few other women pulled Su Ji and headed for the back of the mountain. There was an immortal mansion here that was specially customized for Su Ji, opulent and magnificent, 10,000 times more luxurious than an emperor's chambers. The sword returned to its sheath in a frenzy. For a month in a row. A month later, Su Ji followed the grand wedding of several daughters, and it was again pleasurable for several years. Next, the children and grandchildren ripened, and within 1,000 years, Tianlu passed away, and the Su family became the largest family in control of Tianxian. Another few thousand years passed. On this day, Su Ji himself was sitting on top of a lonely peak. All the red faces have been turned into dry bones, and he had lost his sharpness in chasing after immortality. Dying. No, time is passing too quickly. Su Ru shook his head and looked at the beings in the distance, watching his own children and grandchildren fight to the death for an imperial throne. Even if it's real, this place is fake, Su Ji softly shouted, holding the Nine Heavens Emperor sword. and slashed out with a sword with all his might. Space shattered. All the laws, no different from reality, couldn't break free. How do you break it? Sushi took a deep breath, and a man dressed in green suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was definitely Ji-Thin. Ji-Thin's face was smiling as a tea table appeared in front of him. The curling scent of tea rose, and Sushi felt that his soul was boiling just by smelling it alone, almost stepping into the realm of immortality. Enlightenment tea. It's okay, right? Ji-Thin poured a cup for Suji. Who the hell are you? Suji frowned tightly. It doesn't matter who I am. Other than this meeting, you and I will never cross paths in this life. Ji-Thin lost his smile, with a lofty meaning in his eyes. If you want to break my 10,000 elephants kingdom, the only way you can go is to break the law with force. Breaking the law with force? Suji was silent. He tried and couldn't shake it. Yes, but your equipment restricts your power. I'm using an immortal weapon to construct the realm. You're naturally unable to shake it with a mortal weapon. Ji-Bo finished, got up, and looked out over the great river. What a wonderful world. You will never understand the pride of creating a world with your own hands. In his ear, Fu Yueying's voice rang out, Ji-Thin, don't show off, hurry up and release him, don't let him know too much about the immortal world. There are times when ignorance is the root of happiness. The more you know, the more you suffer. AI. Senior sister, you saw the situation just now. This person is so lustful and unrelenting. He can't refuse anyone, so I'm afraid he's not a good match. Ji-Thin shook his head slightly. Unreal. It doesn't count. Fu Yuying's voice rang out. Relationship brain? Ji-Bo sighed deeply and turned his head when he just wanted to teach Suji a few words. However, he realized that Suji had already risen up in the air at some point, and his right hand was replaced with a small, milky white sword. It was none other than the immortal sword that Suji had pulled out of the Mingchu Holy Land. Without Ji-Bo reminding him, he'd forgotten he'd gotten it. Wait. Ji-Thin froze on the spot. Senior sister, you didn't say he had an immortal weapon? Fu Yuying. Chapter 38. Sword shatters 10,000 elephants. Runs after immortal emperor. Immortal weapon. Suji held the unknown longsword in his hand and looked at the miles and miles of earth. White immortal energy was continuously poured into the immortal sword. In the distance, the sky darkened and the clouds swept away, revealing the boundless river of stars beyond. Immediately afterward, the river of stars turned, and a little bit of starlight spilled down, running through this heaven and earth. Rumble. Countless large stars were falling, and not long after, the Milky Way was hanging upside down, and the entire space was filled with large stars from beyond the domain. On the peak of the mountain, Ji-Thin's face was stagnant, and his hand gripping the teacup stopped in dismay. What's this? Immortal magic? Fu Yueying was also at a loss. Tianqian continent definitely doesn't have such techniques. She can't really break the ban with her power, can she? It was also right when Fu Yueying's words had just fallen. Su Ji, who was in the air, suddenly raised his longsword and chopped sideways and forward. Immortal technique, Star River Sword technique. Wow! A splendid pike hung across the sky, directly tearing through the deepest level of space. In a flash, the seawater backed up and the whole world was flooded with seawater. Suja put away his immortal sword, coldly glanced at Ji-Thin, and took a step towards the sea. Inside the academy, everyone's hearts were as if in fear as they looked at Ji-Thin, who was oppressing the world horizontally. No one dared make a sound. Suddenly, Ji-Thin's face changed and he turned his head towards the immortal gate. In the next moment, the space in the field suddenly split apart, and a pike full of murderous aura went straight towards Ji-Thin. Click click click. Large swaths of space shattered, and some saints in emperor realms, with horrified eyes, hurriedly retreated. And immediately following the sword chi was a figure in white. He stepped on thousands of sword chi and chased after Ji-Bo's fleeing position. Su Jiuxiao? Endless surprise erupted in Xu Wanli's eyes. Facing an immortal dignitary, he didn't expect Su Ji to fight back and chase after him with his sword. It's so unexpected. Whoosh! Ji-Thin fled quickly, his face in a state of disarray, his insides turning over. A sword of such power has exceeded the carrying limit of this heaven and earth. If I try to defeat him, I will definitely destroy the entire Tianqian continent. At that time, when the people from the Kunshur sect find me to settle the score, it will also be a troublesome matter. Anyway, my mission is to guide my senior sister back to the immortal court, and now that the matter has been accomplished, it's better not to cause any trouble. Phew! Ji-Thin took a step of 1,000 feet, and all he used were immortal methods, and he soon approached the immortal gate. A transparent beam of light spilled from the immortal gate and enveloped him. Clang! Red light! A voice rang out. The age of the trialists is grossly exceeded. Speechless, Ji-Thin took out a token in his pocket and waved it at the immortal gate. The immortal sect hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed the beam of light to green light. and Ji Thin took a step out and disappeared into the Tianxian continent. Seeing this scene, many people's perceptions were refreshed. Is this even possible? The Immortal Gate is one of the most important parts of the path to immortality, and I didn't realize that this could be cheated? Sins. Is there really any fairness to be found in this world? The heavenly Tao ruling the world by order has become a great joke. Perhaps Su Jiuxiu is right. The rules are only used to regulate us mortals. In the next second, Suji arrived and faced the beam of light directly. Many people shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Suji was over 2,000 years old. It was bound to be impossible to pass the immortal sex test. It was even Xu Wanli who sighed softly, thinking in her mind how to comfort Suji. But in the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened into circles, only to see the Immortal Gate's beam directly turn into green light and spill down. Age 17. Status eligible. Whoosh! Suji stepped into the Immortal Gate and disappeared. Everyone was petrified. 17 years old? A 17-year-old half-immortal? Is this Immortal Gate broken? Could it be that that person isn't Su Jiuxiao, but is really a latecomer? Suru? Impossible. Immortal cultivation is all about water in water. How can there be a 17-year-old half-immortal? It must be some secret technique to hide it from the world. On the side, Yang Ming's lips turned white as he sat on his butt on the ground, completely stopping his thinking. He counted all the way to Su Ji, had the power of a half-immortal, and drove away some immortal father. This kind of thing is like a bolt from the blue for him. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming turned his head and knelt down, his eyes red. Matriarch, is he Su Jiuxiao, or Su Ru? The new Holy Lord of Penglai looked at him with a deep sigh. Who is he? Does it matter? He has peak half-immortal battle power. He killed 4 immortals by himself, chased after the immortal dignitaries, and even the heavenly Tao doesn't dare to roar in anger or descend on them. Can't you see that? Yang Ming's teeth clenched. Is the old patriarch's revenge not to be taken? Will my brother's revenge not be taken? Will our Penglai sacred clan not be held accountable for the loss of so many saints in the eastern wasteland? Shut up! The Holy Lord of Penglai suddenly bellowed, and Yang Ming's entire body trembled 3 times. Clunk! A long sword was thrown in front of Yang Ming by the Penglai Holy Lord. Patriarch! Me? Yang Ming raised his head in disbelief and looked at the Penglai Holy Lord. The Holy Lord of Penglai turned around with his hands in the air and said, "The wrath of the human immortal cannot be undone, and it is for the best that you have reckoned with him many times before you can avoid stirring up a fire." At that, he gave a slight lurch, his eyes closing. That brother of yours, the sacred clan will cultivate him well, but will not allow him to have any hatred so as not to follow your old path. Yang Ming laughed miserably, holding the sword in his right hand, trembling madly, and giving himself a lordly head with a single sword. Pust, blood splatters. The Holy Lord of Penglai grabbed Yang Ming's head and quietly waited for Su Ji's return. Meanwhile, Yu Wenba and the others, following Su Ji's lead, entered the Immortal Gate. On Chu Wanli's side, a hale and hearty old man with crane hair emerged. Dean! Chu Wanli was delighted. What a hoot! Tenru looked out into the distance. The moment the road to immortality appeared, most of the half-immortals of the Tianxian continent had almost all gathered at the Linlang Academy. No one doesn't want to be immortal. At this time, Chu Wanli whispered, Dean, just now when Su Ji was trapped, why didn't you show up? Don't you love him the most? Tenro gave her a look. What did I show up for? Too shiny for your old face. Come to throw a wrench in the works? Chu Wanli was stunned. Tianlu added, that Lord Ji, his origin is far beyond your imagination. Even the great powers of the immortal realm are proud to meet him. You don't really think that he was driven away by Su Ji because he was unable to defeat Su Ji, do you? Chu Wanli became more and more puzzled. Then why? Tianlu laughed bitterly. Strictly speaking, they are a family. It's just that it's not good for Lord Ji to make a move. If I were to step forward, I would be turned into flying dust in the blink of an eye. Chu Wanli was creeped out and then said with some doubts, then why did Lord Ji appoint the Demon Cave and the Demon Domain people to enter the Immortal Road to look for the Immortal Gate? Tianlu sighed heavily. Lord Ji asked me where Inger was, and when I couldn't answer, he thought I was deliberately hiding it from him, so he gave us a small punishment. Inger? Chu Wanli grasped the point and her eyes widened. That woman really came back. She's still a thief. Thinking about Su Ji? Tenru glared at her. Cut the nonsense. Chu Wanli was unwilling, her eyes fiercely looking towards the Immortal Road, itching to enter the Immortal Gate to see what was going on. Chapter 39, The Greatest Chance. The Immortal Gate opens. On the other hand, Su Ji stepped onto the path to immortality and arrived at a barbaric ancient realm. The realm is not big. There are several cities. The space is filled with immortal elements, and the smell of immortal permeates everywhere. This is not the Tianxian continent. Su Ru was the first to distinguish it. He seemed to have teleported to an unfamiliar realm through the immortal road. That immortal gate. A space portal. Gee Thin. Suru raised his eyes. In the distant space, a black-clothed figure kept going far away at an extremely fast speed. Suji lifted his foot and chased after him at breakneck speed. Gee Thin's speed wasn't fast, and he slowly made his way towards a snowy mountain. And with the added power of the 7 books of martial scriptures, Suji was extremely fast. When he was about to catch up with Gee Thin, space suddenly began to regress, and everything around them became disoriented. Whoosh! Suji returned to his original position, staring blankly at the snowy mountains in the distance. Law of time. As in general with being in the manifestation kingdom, Gee Thin controlled time and was able to rewind time and space. Worthy of being an immortal dignitary. Suji smiled bitterly and chased after him once again. At the top of the snowy mountain, there was a huge teleportation gate with the word Immortal Gate hanging on the plaque. Gee Thin's figure was long gone. To the side, a snowdrop stands. Everlasting Lotus? Suru's eyes were sharp, and he saw it at a glance. When Suji approached, the snow lotus suddenly melted away and a woman wearing an immortal crown and white clothes appeared. The woman looked at him with a smile. There you are, Yuing? Suji froze. Fu Yuing smiled and said, I borrowed the medicinal power of the everlasting lotus illusion to see you one last time, so if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Suji asked, when did you know that I am Su Jiuxiao? After saying that, Suji's figure changed and manifested his true body. I didn't know, but now I do. Fu Yuing laughed softly. Suzako stiffened. Alright, not teasing you. Fu Yuing stepped forward, straightened Suji's collar and, I had a guess the day after the wedding. Suji clenched his fists. Were you captured by Gee Thin? If that's the case, I'll take his life even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs. No, Fu Yuing's eyes were complicated and, I got into trouble and wanted to take the blame myself. They were my division and found me to protect me. Suru snapped. I can protect you. Fool. Fu Yuing stroked Suji's cheek. Tianxian continent is small, but it's also big enough for you to live. I don't want you to come to me. I just want you to live. Suji took a deep breath as the memories sprung to life. This moment was just like 1,000 years ago, when he was sheltered by Fu Yuing and stumbled all the way to step into the Emperor realm. The man in front of me, always looking out for his own well-being. Sister Ing. Suji choked a little, and for the first time, he felt that he was not strong enough. Far from being strong enough. Do you want to become stronger? Fu Yuing looked at the blood in Suji's eyes. Aha! Suru nodded. Fu Yuing hesitated. In the realm of immortals, one realm takes 1,000 years and 10,000 years. There is no secret realm of time in Tianxian continent. It's hard to achieve quick success in a short period of time. Tell you what, I'll give you my most valuable thing. With that said, she pulled a dog out of her arms. That's right, a puppy. Previously, Suji had seen it on Luo Ziyao's shoulder. At that time, Luo Ziyao even used this dog to test him. Unexpectedly, the most valuable thing that Fu Yuing said in her mouth was actually it, seemingly sensing the doubt in Suji's eyes. Fu Yuing laughed. I was able to ascend to immortality during the period when the immortal path was closed on the Tianxian continent, and it was crucial. Come on, little Su, recognize the master. Suru. Suji's entire face collapsed. You're asking me to recognize it as my master? No, Fu Yuing was serious. It's called Little Su and recognizes you as its master. Speaking of which, she suddenly puffed out a smile, like a springtime bloom. And, don't you think, you two are alike? Suru and Xiaosu shook their heads at the same time. Su bared her teeth. Woof, it doesn't seem to obey me? With a pinch of his hand, Suja directly pressed the dog to the ground. Just a dog. Still want to turn the world upside down? The dog was still resisting at first, and after feeling Suji's prime power, suddenly the dog's eyes turned bright and his mouth spat out human words. You have the 7 books of the martial scriptures on you? Suji was astonished in his heart. This was a wonderful solitary book given to him by completing the system mission. Chaos Divine Album. What grade was this? Suji hadn't even scratched the surface until now. At this moment, this dog can even say it in one word, which shows it's extraordinary. Xiaosu is the greatest treasure of the Tianxian continent, and even the immortal world, and I have never confided in anyone. Fu Yuing lovingly stroked Xiaosu's doggy head. Over to you. Good luck. As the words fell, Fu Yuing's figure was slowly dissipating. The most precious treasure in Tianxian continent. The greatest chance for Fu Yuing to rise. Suji reached out and felt the love of the person in front of him who was close to him. That love, it seems, has not dissipated with the passage of time. Fu Yuing smiled faintly, went up and hugged him a little, kissed on his cheek and said in a delicate voice, Husband, remember, take care of yourself. The immortal world will not come if it can. Fu Yuing dissipated completely. with only warmth remaining in her cheeks. Su-ru calmed down and looked at the dog. You're gray, and you deserve the surname Su? From now on, call yourself Little Gray. Ash, you'd better raise your strength first. Abe's situation is not as good as you think. She doesn't even have a body right now, and there's not much hope for her to rise again when she returns to the immortal world. Su-ru knocked Little Ash's brain 3 times in a row and reprimanded. You're a dog and you're also called Fu? From now on, call yourself Lord Fu. Little Gray barked frantically, his tail hanging low, and after being beaten by Su-ji, he finally became quite honest. Su-ji glanced at it and said with satisfaction, how do I best raise my strength now? Little Ash was breathless. First, open the immortal gate and release the heart of the realm of Tianxian continent. The heart of the realm of the Tianxian continent is the most important one among the 3,000 worlds. It is the lifeblood. Refine it, and only then will you have the capital to contest the immortal world. Su-ru nodded. So Yuing came back in order to refine this heart of the realm and return to the peak, but it's a pity that she collapsed in the middle of the road? The little gray dog barked. There are many opportunities in this world. The Tianxian continent isn't safe, and a large part of the reason she came back was to meet you. After all, one doesn't know what one holds most dear until one is dying. At those words, Su-ji was silent. Rising up, he chiseled away at the immortal gate with a single punch. Rumble. Endless amounts of immortal energy poured in from the other end, heading towards Tianxian. After thousands of years, the Tianxian continent was connected to the immortal world by the immortal gate. It's finally open. Chapter 40 Human Immortal Realm. Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. Heart of the realm comes out. Once the immortal gate opened, the cloud-like immortal chi turned into substance and poured straight towards Su-ji. Cultivating in this place was more than 10 times faster than cultivating in the Tianxian continent. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation came from the distant underworld. Su-ru froze slightly, turned his head to look, and whispered, the heart of the realm is out? The little greyhound barked. That's good, but when the heart of the realm comes out, you have to draw energy from it first, and if you want to reach a level where you can refine it, you'll need 3 more days. During this period of time, you will first cultivate here, refine me, and improve your strength. Su-ru nodded. Good. After saying that, he pressed down on Little Gray's dog head, and his divine soul split off a brand and imprinted on Little Gray's divine soul. Buzz off. A trace of a mysterious feeling came from the Little Gray head. Su-ji sat cross-legged, and the cloud-like immortal yuan surged toward him as if it was being sucked in by a whale. At the same time, on the Tianxian continent, the moment Su-ji had just knocked on the immortal gate, the shadow of the immortal gate that stood in the Linlang Academy turned into flying ash with a bang. The path to immortality that connected to the heavenly hearing was gradually paved with immortal lotuses and milky white foreign stones. The fairy path became substantial. At the end of that immortal road, patches of immortal drivers, immortal mansions, and immortal beasts loomed down. The immortal road is connected? Chu Wanli froze in the crowd. From ancient times, the path to immortality has been one way, but this time, the immortal path turned out to be a two-way street. People from the immortal realm could also pass through the immortal road and come to the Tianxian continent. At the same time, the Great Hall that had the Hall of Honor written on it began to fall apart. Moments later, the Great Hall dissolved without a trace, and in its place was a heart-shaped oddity that shimmered with golden brown light. The heart of the realm. Has it always been in the Hall of Honor? Chu Wanli stuttered a little and looked at Tianlu who was at his side. Tianlu looked constipated. Heart of the realm. I'm afraid it's not our turn. As the words fell, a group of immortal troops appeared in the air. At the front of the immortal army, a domineering teenage general sat on a white dragon beast, dressed in a starlight glittering battle robe, and treacherously said, I am Tang Hung of the Chuanqing immortal sect, and I hereby order the Tianxian natives to exit the academy within a quarter of an hour, or be wiped out on the spot. Wipe out on the spot. Many old half-mortal men who had been silent for 10,000 years, waiting for their chance, blanched. People in the immortal world. They're all too overbearing. This was true for Ji Bo, and this teenage general riding a dragon beast was also true. Completely not treating the Tianxian people as human beings. What if we don't? An old man with white hair was stubborn. They're both half-immortal realms. Who's afraid of who? Even if you're from the immortal realm, you'll have to battle it out. He had lived for 10,000 years, hibernating for most of his life. For today, how can you back down? But his words fell. A golden thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the air. It slashed straight above the old man's head. In an instant, the old man was cleaved into a cloud of smoke and his corpse was nowhere to be found. It's the heavenly Tao at work? Isn't the heavenly Tao merciless? How could it help the immortal world people? Rumor has it that behind the heavenly Tao of the central state are people from the immortal realm in control. Could it be that what was said is true? Did they set the order? Most people were appalled beyond belief. Chu Wanli's body softened. I didn't think it was them who came. Tianlu nodded. The Tianxian realm falls within the jurisdiction of the Chuanqing immortal sect. What then? Chu Wanli bit her lower lip. Are we going to retreat? The Linlang Academy is our lair. Where should we go if we retreat? We don't have to. Tianlu smiled faintly. The Tianxian natives are going to retreat, but Master is from the immortal realm. Chu Wanli was slightly stunned. Then she remembered that Tianlu was known as Tianlu Shangxian, not someone from the Tianxian realm. Tianlu said softly, it's not like we don't have a slight chance. As the words fell, a cloud carriage approached in the sky. There was a trace of satisfaction in Tianlu's eyes. We also have backup. Within the ancient realm, Su Ji's whale swallowing of immortal yuan lasted for a full day. It was only on the second day, when the system sent him a beep, that he woke up from his cross-legged state. Ding! Congratulations to the host, on the 6th day of marriage, rewarded with a high-level immortal art Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. High-ranking immortal techniques. Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. Su Ji's expression was joyful, and then he was slightly stunned. It was because he realized that he was already out of the half-immortal realm. I'd become immortal? He was filled with dismay and bewilderment. Su Ji had fantasized many times about the scene after becoming an immortal, but never thought that it was so simple and plain. You have merely become a human immortal, Little Ash called out from the side. Without having been baptized by the immortal realm's great Tao, without having sensed the immortal realm's laws, and without the immortal flavor, one is not considered to have become an immortal. Su Ji froze. Immortal flavor? Well, the immortal realm is divided into Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Upper Immortal, Xian Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Exalted. Human Immortal is at best the same battle power as Earth Immortal. Little Ash urged. There's no time to explain so much. You'll know when the time comes. First go back to the Tianxian continent and refine the heart of the realm. This is a great opportunity. It can't be delayed. Su Ru nodded and grabbed the little gray neck and pulled it up. Why do I get the feeling you're not much use? Little Gray bared his teeth. You will know how strong this seat is, and the mere fact that you rose to the human immortal realm by letting me recognize my master is not enough to explain everything? Su Ru thought for a moment. Also, Little Ash was the first chance to be certified by the immortal emperor, so it shouldn't be that bad. In the next second, Su Ji turned his head and flew towards the Tianxian continent. Soon, Su Ji returned to Lin Lang Academy. Just as soon as he left the academy, he felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. It was too quiet. The entire academy was like a no-man's land, and none of the scholars who used to fly around in the sky were visible today. He raised his eyes and looked out, and in the distance, in the center, a golden brown heart stood, the heart of the realm. Just then, Tianlu appeared at his side. Follow me, don't act rashly. Su Ji froze slightly. There's a change? Instead of answering, Tianlu asked, Yuing has returned to the immortal realm? Su Ru murmured, yes, but she's in a bad situation, and I have to go find her. Tianlu sighed. So you want to draw on the heart of the realm? Su Ru nodded. I won't give up. At that moment, another woman appeared beside Tenru. The woman wore a long coat with a huge chest, and there was a hint of satisfaction in her gaze towards Su Ji. You are Su Jiuxiao, right? She said. You are? Su Ru froze. My name is Xia Hua. Since you are a disciple of Tianlu, then by calculation, you should call me senior aunt. Xia, he laughed. Auntie? From the immortal world? Su Ru glanced at the road to immortality and guessed. We are in the immortal realm, named the Tai Sword Sect. Xia he gave a slight beat and said, the power that controls this realm and makes the rules is the Chuanqing immortal sect. It is they who are heavily guarded next to the heart of the realm. For the heart of the realm, they are bound and determined to get it. We can only take it wisely. Outwit? Su Ru frowned and, how can we outsmart them? Once 3 days have passed and they have refined the heart of the realm, they can even refine us together. Xia he froze. In terms of safety and security, there is no need to worry. If you fail, you can return to the immortal realm with us at that time. Back to the immortal world? Su Ru sneered. He still had a Dao lineage in the Tianxian continent, and disciples and grandchildren, so how could he leave his hands unattended? Tianlu interjected from the side. Don't be anxious, there are still 2 days. We will discuss the strategy again. What's the difference between you going over there now and sending yourself to your death? You're not too young to act so recklessly. Tianlu was still about to teach him assiduously, when suddenly, heaven and earth shook. In the middle of the academy, the golden brown heart of the realm flickered with light and darkness, vaguely showing signs of converting into a white gold color. How is that possible? The heart of the realm. In 1 day? While Tianlu was still in shock, Su Ji had already raised his steps and walked towards the center of the academy. Hey, you wait for the old man. P.S. Storming starts tomorrow. Chapter 41, Sitting cross-legged in front of the formation. Who dares to cross the band? In the center of the academy, the teenage general sits on top of the dragon's body. At his side, there were several old men with gray hair kneeling. All of them are big shots with big names in the central state. Either they were half immortals or heads of great powers such as Pang Lai and Kunlun, the Lin family and the Chun family. At this moment, each of them had bitter eyes and blue lips as they looked below the heart of the realm. There, a large Dan tripod was placed. At the back of the Dan tripod, a pale and stunningly beautiful woman stood there, commanding each and every saint and emperor realm to throw themselves into the Dan tripod. The woman, it was clearly Chu Wanli, and those emperor realms were naturally the Tianxian natives. At that moment, the Holy Lord of Pang Lai bowed violently and, General Tang, the heart of the realm has already drawn enough energy to release our clansmen, right? The teenage general known as General Tang glanced at him lightly. Suddenly, he held a halberd and slid it down. Thumbs up. The head of the halberd was directly inserted into the Pang Lai Holy Lord's head, followed by a forceful pounding. The divine soul was instantly extinguished, and the head was thrown away, falling directly into the Dan furnace. With a roar, flames shot up into the sky, and the head of the Pang Lai Holy Lord was refined into a pure energy that fed back into the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm is one step closer to white gold color. You are in no position to negotiate with me. The young general smiled. Those who obey me live. Those who oppose me die. Here, I am your heaven. In an instant, howls and cries rose, and most of the Pang Lai sacred clan's children's minds exploded. In a few days' time, 2 old ancestors had died in a row, which was simply unacceptable for an ancient saint clan. The young general's expression remained unchanged as he stared levelly at the heart of the realm. At his side, an old man frantically complimented. General Tang's divine might has descended upon the world, and this Pang Lai lineage dares to make conditions. Truly 100 deaths are not enough. The brows of the surrounding people were furrowed, but no one dared to say anything, and they could only give a sigh in their hearts. The teenage general looked slightly sideways. What's your name? Your Highness, I am the head of the Lin family. Lin Fu. Lin Fu bowed directly, his head lowered to the ground. You're very good. The young general laughed. This general makes a distinction between reward and punishment, and since he punished that old man, he'll give you a reward. After saying that, he stepped on Lin Fu's head. Reward you as a footstool for this general. What do you think? Lin Fu knelt straight and said in a loud voice. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Lin Fu is deeply honored. I only hate that I'm old and frail, and I can't follow the general for the rest of my life. It's a great pity. After hearing this, some of the old men who were originally listed together with Lin Fu as the ancient sacred race and the 3 emperors race all cried out in grief in their hearts. The young general, however, laughed out loud, his laughter spreading in all directions. Quite a bit of the flavor of the only one. In the distance, Suji had just arrived and his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the scene. He was in the crowd and also saw Luo Feng and the Yaoqi Holy Lord couple. These 2 men, one more ugly than the other, are lining up as consumables. On the side, Tianlu hurriedly arrived and tugged at his sleeve, saying, Resignation, don't be impulsive. The one riding the head of the dragon is the Chuanqing sect's Chuanqing 7th son, Tang Heng, with earth immortal cultivation. Don't start a conflict. Suji thought for a moment. Immortal world people? Tianlu nodded. Yes, the central state heavenly Tao. Behind it is the Chuanqing immortal sect. Suji laughed. All these years, they're the ones chasing me? Dividing me into what rules that are forbidden in the central state? Tenru nodded again. Suru's eyes showed contempt. Don't worry, Dean. I have my measure. Tenru let out a long sigh of relief, but not before he slowed down. Suji had already stepped through the sky and sat cross-legged in front of the heart of the realm under the attention of all the people. On his shoulder, Little Gray tilted his head, bared his teeth, and his tail straightened up as he looked down at the people of the Kuner sect. In an instant, the entire room fell silent, and then a shocking murmur erupted. It's Su Jiuxiao? What's he doing here? No, what does he want? He wants to fight against the immortal world? Sending someone to their death isn't like this, is it? Luo Feng and Yaoqi Holy Lord Yunting both had their eyes wide open. Yunting said in a trembling voice, Su Jiuxiao just came back. He doesn't know that the other party is from the immortal realm. This is sending him to his death. Luo Feng's gaze froze as he suddenly roared, Brother Su, run away, run away. He shouted so hysterically that his voice broke. Suji's expression remained unchanged as he sat with his knees crossed and eyes closed. Xiahua just managed to arrive at that moment, glancing at Tianlu, his brows knit tightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect this disciple of yours. There are 3 upper immortals coming from the Chuanqing sect. Each of them is no worse than you and me, and there might be Xian immortals watching from behind. Fierce, Tenlu pondered slightly. Then he glanced at Xia He. I suddenly feel that resignation can fight against the Chuanqing sect. Xia Hua's eyes showed absurdity. Are you crazy? Tianlu laughed and shook his head. You don't understand resignation. He is very refined. He has been fighting step by step since he was a child, and doesn't fight unsure battles. Such a gesture would only be made when he is in control of the whole situation. Xia Hua was silent for half a second, then said, I still think you're crazy. Tenru laughed softly. How about a bet? Xia Hua glanced at him. What's the bet? Tianlu murmured. Bet on that immortal armament dragon boat of yours. Xia Hua's eyes widened. You're crazy too. The dragon boat can travel through the realm. That's from the Tai sword sect. How could I possibly take this kind of thing out for a gamble? Tianlu raised his hand and an elixir was revealed. Okay, I'll bet. Xia He took a deep breath and turned his head, his eyes staring straight at Su Ji. In the distance, Tang Hong rode a dragon colt and stepped on Lin Fu's head, asking softly, who can tell this general what this Tianxian native wants? A few of the surrounding great clan patriarchs glanced at each other, all seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Tang Hong kicked out. Lin Fu fell on his face, and when he turned his head in dismay, he heard Tang Hong say, the Tianxian native is not worthy of standing and talking to me. You, go over and bring me his head. Lin Fu was shocked. Tang Hong didn't know Su Ru. He did. This was a peerless absolute half-immortal that was invincible in the Eastern Wasteland, and had even shattered the Eastern Wasteland's heavily Dao well. Although he was also a half-immortal, he also thought that it would be difficult for him to defeat Su Ji. Seeing Lin Fu with such an expression, Tang Hong frowned and casually threw out a long knife, holding an immortal weapon. Can you cut it? Lin Fu's eyes rounded with joy. An immortal weapon long knife. Things like immortal weapons were almost extinct in the Tianxian continent. Not even the imperial clan had them. At this moment, having inexplicably obtained a handful of them, Lin Fu only felt that the licking was really worth it. Not to mention letting Tang Hong step on it. Even if he licked Tang Heng's toes every day, he would be willing to do it. Lin Fu was willing to behead and open the way for the general. 10,000 deaths. Lin Fu kowtowed heavily, holding his long sword in his right hand, stepping into the sky and looking towards Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, you have quite a grudge against my Lin family. From the old to the young, from the emperor realm to the transformation god, how many of my Lin family's warlords have died because of you? More than 5 fingers? Today, I'll uphold heaven's order and behead you with this soldier to rid the world of a great evil. Lin Fu walked straight towards Su Ji. The sunlight poured down, as if he was the word justice. What answered him was a bright light that cut through space like a sharp blade, leaping over 100 feet. Lin Fu was taken aback and leapt back several miles, only to realize with embarrassment that Su Ji hadn't even paddled towards him. Instead, he drew a circle in the air. At the center of the circle was the heart of the realm and Su Reshi. Drawing the ground, the field, or some kind of formation? Lin Fu looked dead on, but realized that the center of that circle didn't have any energy fluctuations. It was just a line of immortal elemental that demarcated the area. Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Chapter 42, The Great War. The realm is collapsing? Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Lin Fu's face rolled with both the shame of being embarrassed by being scared and the anger of Su Ji ignoring him. Whoever crosses this span, dies. Woof. Su Ru closed his eyes and regarded the crowd as nothing as Little Gray flaunted and quacked his authority on his shoulder. The crowd's faces changed slightly. This is too crazy. They then turned their eyes to Tang Hong, waiting for this immortal's decision. Tang Hong people are stupid. He has descended to strike. I did not expect to meet a more pretentious than him. But, the ones who are generally more pretentious than him, die earlier than him. A guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Like a frog in the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. Stupid to the extreme. Lin Fu, what are you waiting for? Give it to me. Give me on. Lin Fu's body shook as he sniffed, renewing his fighting spirit, and pulling out several feet of scorching white light flames from his right-hand immortal weapon Long Blade. That light flame alone was close to collapsing the void. Su Jiuxiao, you've resisted all your life and never bowed your head. But today, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. As the words fell, Lin Fu leapt forward and charged straight towards Su Ji. Swish, the blade swept through the sky, directly tearing the sky open like an abyss approaching the sky. It's the Lin clan's immortal beheading blade technique. It's a forbidden technique, rumored to be used only when the family is in a life and death situation. Some people exclaimed, startled by Lin Fu's slash that tore through the void. Might is too strong. How does Su Jiuxiao respond? Most people watched with bated breath as Lin Fu chopped out this slash with an immortal weapon in hand, so to speak, across the central state. No one is sure to take it head on without a scratch. But that blade on had just entered the circle drawn by Su Ji. Su Ji suddenly opened his eyes. The right hand probed out abruptly. Pieces of the void collapsed, and a pair of large hands covered the sky. instantly pressing down on top of Lin Fu's head. Spatial aptitude. Star-picking hand. It could pick stars, but Suji mostly used it to pick heads. In a blink of an eye, the sword light and immortal might came to an abrupt end. Lin Fu was hanging in midair like a prisoner, his feet stomping vainly. Facing Suji, he was as if he was a child. What great Tao? What immortal weapon? What forbidden method? All of them were ineffective. Ah! Lin Fu opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. But suddenly, with a click, his head was directly pinched and burst by Suji, spilling blood in the air. The headless body fell slowly, landing with a thud on the ground. Standing upright, the immortal weapon long knife was stuck squarely in his neck, just like going to the grave. The entire room was silent, and the gazes of many people looking at Suji were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Killed the immortal weapon-wielding imperial clan chief with a single slap? Su Joxiao's strength seemed to have no upper limit. What exactly has he been studying in the eastern wasteland these past few hundred years? Even the extremely discerning Xie was a bit stunned at the moment and looked at Tian Lu. This is your disciple? Those who cultivate in the Linlang Academy are all my disciples. Tian Lu smiled cheerfully. Oof, no wonder you have the confidence to bet with me. Xie frowned slightly but the ultramarine immortal sect is not one to be messed with. And the 7 sons of ultramarine are even the pride of the heavens, each one of them incredibly strong. Then let's watch. Although Tianlu spoke forcefully, he actually had no bottom in his heart. He knew the strength of the Gunstar immortal sect better than anyone else. To charge hard, even his Dao lineage in the immortal realm, the Tai sword sect, couldn't do it. On the other side, an old man at Tang Heng's side leaned over and said something in his ear. What did you say? Human immortal realm? Tang Hong was slightly startled. In the lower realm, there may not be one person who can become an immortal in a million years. It takes great chance, great spirit, and a full dose of talent. I never thought I'd run into someone like that. Tang Hong took a deep breath, and for the first time, he paid some attention to the. If this kind of person is an enemy, then he absolutely cannot be kept. If he is allowed to ascend to the immortal realm, in less than 100 years' time, the Chuanshin immortal sect will have a great enemy. Speaking of this, he rode the dragon beast and stepped into the sky, facing Suji directly. Your name is Su Joxiao, isn't it? Suji didn't respond and remained old and calm on his knees. Tang Hong huffed in his heart, but still, in a deep voice. I, Dunstar Immortal Sect, cherish talent. If you step aside now and commit yourself to my command, I can make the decision to reward you with the Tianxian continent, so that you can be the sole overlord of this world and reign supreme. Upon hearing this, many of the power patriarchs who had old grudges with Suji's body trembled and shook their heads violently. Suji is overbearing, murderous, and unemotional. If they let Suji gain power, will there be a way out for them? Speak! Tang Hong bellowed in a deep voice, clamping his legs together and commanding his crotch dragon beast to step into the circle drawn by Suji. Buzz! Suddenly, Suji opened his eyes and pointed a finger with his trusty hand. Rumble! The sky broke open in a big hole, and a finger, like a giant pillar of the sky, smashed down from the sky. Tang Heng's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Suji to face him, but he was also a ruthless person. Lifting his hand was a killing move, and it came with such force and dominance. He wasn't fully prepared. In the nick of time, Tang Hong took out a dagger from his sleeve, cut through the void on the side, and lumbered in. The remaining dragon beasts hissed up to the sky, raised their spines, and performed secret techniques to resist the giant fingers. Dragons, known throughout the world for the hardness of their bodies. Not to mention that this dragon beast, which also came from the immortal realm, was the mount of the 7 sons of the Kuner. The result was in the shocked gazes of countless people. The giant finger just pressed down on the dragon beast, sinking a little bit into the ground. Click 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 dash. Roar. With a roar, the dragon beast's body began to fall apart. When the fingerprints dissipated, there was only a large pit left in place. As for the dragon beast, it was even ground into pieces by the giant finger. Tang Hong was in a rage. That was one of his favorite mounts. He didn't expect to be beheaded by Suji just like that. But that's not all. Su Shu's 3 talents pointing immortal fingers could mobilize the fate of heaven and earth, tracing back destiny, cause and effect. Since he had locked onto Tang Hong, he would never stop until his power was not used up, only to see that above Tang Heng's head, space broke open once again. Another giant finger chiseled down. How dare you! How dare you! Tang Heng's face was filled with rage as his halberd crossed the sky, facing the giant finger directly. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout the Tianxian continent, as wave-like airwaves radiated out in all directions with Tang Hong at the center. Click 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 dash. The sun, moon, and stars appeared in unison throughout the Tianxian continent, and the space shed its layers like a broken mirror. The heavens were hissing, drifting snow for a while, turning into blood rain for a while, and fogging up after a while. Not good. Tang Heng has used the power of the Earth Immortal Realm, exceeding the carrying limit of the Tianqian continent. This realm is starting to collapse. Tianlu's eyes were horrified and he exclaimed in shock. Chapter 43, Group Star Order. Destroy a realm. The realm collapsed. At this moment, everywhere in the Tianqian continent, there were spaces that began to shatter. The order was thrown into disarray. Countless powerful people looked up at the sky with bewilderment. Everyone feels like they're at the end of their rope, in the road to immortality. Yu Wenba, the Blood Rose Emperor, and the others were squeezed out, looking into the long sky with horrified eyes, especially Gu Bloodmei, whose eyes suddenly glared tremendously as she disappeared into the Linlang Academy, and in that immortal realm where no one can explore. Ji Thin was floating in the starry river, and in front of him was the sight of Su Ji battling Tang Heng. Fu Yueying was beside him, her eyes were amber, her gaze filled with worry as she stared closely at Su Ji. Ji Thin laughed. This husband of yours is really something, crossing into the human immortal realm in a day. I'm kind of looking forward to him coming to the immortal realm to see what he can stir up. Fu Yueying nodded. He has an inexplicable aura about him that has always attracted me, but the immortal domain is still too dangerous for him. At that moment, the realm suddenly collapsed, and Ji Bo's expression was startled. Senior sister, there's something wrong with this realm of yours. There's an inexplicable force dragging the realm from collapsing. Fu Yueying came closer and her eyes widened. I told you that my hometown has a lot of secrets. You guys non-believe me. Ji Thin shook his head and lost his smile. It's not that we don't believe in it. It's just that for the immortal court, any more secrets would be in vain. The reason I pointed this out is just to tell you that the realm collapsed after using the immortal power, and your husband may have to face a bitter battle. Bitter battle? Fu Yueying froze, then gave a creep. Originally, the Tianqian continent could only carry the power of a half-immortal. But now, Tang Heng took the initiative to break the taboo, raising the tier of combat up a dimension. Su, can it work? In the middle of the field, Su Ji was still on his knees, frowning as he watched the sky shake. The rain flowed backwards, and the great Tao collapsed. There was a great deal of mourning, and many of the sacred realm elders who were nearing the end of their years were directly sitting down, and even the emperor realm was full of panic as they retreated backward. Su Ji looked at the dog on his shoulder. Little Ash, Tianqian continent is going to collapse? Woof, which can be. The Tianqian continent isn't that simple. Little Ash responded briefly, then quickly said, you see that the heart of the realm is still intact. If you're worried about those old acquaintances, just refine the heart of the realm and repair the world. It's still fixable? Su Ji was stunned, but in the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Tang Heng held his halberd and appeared on his side, stabbing out with a halberd that cracked space. He then took a step out and caught up with Su Ji's pace, followed by another halberd. Thunder! A halberd struck, and the void was filled with chains of lightning, like a cage, blocking all of Su Ji's retreat. Su Ji's gaze condensed as he turned around and popped out with a fist, facing the halberd directly. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded as the halberd was knocked out of his hand by Su Ji's punch. How is it possible? Tang Heng's eyes were wide and round. He was at the Earth Immortal Realm. It's a no-brainer immortal. It's here to descend to strike and make a statement. How is it possible to hold an immortal soldier and not even be able to defeat a person from the lower realms with his bare hands? The person in front of me, is he a monster? But Su Ji didn't know what Tang Heng was thinking at the moment. He only knew how courageous he was when he was burdened with the Zongsheng battle body and his cultivation was unblocked. Simply unstoppable. Boom! With another punch, Su Ji blasted straight onto Tang Heng's skull, hitting the young leader of the immortal world and sending him flying backwards, blood spraying out. A bit hard. Nice sandbag. Seeing the hunt, Su Ji fiercely stepped forward, chasing Tang Heng in the air. Boom! 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 The heavens shook and the earth shook. Punches reached the flesh, and Tang Heng's body was ruptured by the blows, as if porcelain had fallen to the ground. Xiaohua's eyes went straight as he watched, crushing the 7 sons of the Chuanshur head-on. This Su Ji, his talent is also too strong. I didn't expect Tianxian to have such a good seedling besides Immortal Emperor Yuing. Tianlu was filled with joy. The Chuanqing sect manipulated the heavenly Tao and divided the order. And as the founder of the Linlang Academy, he hadn't suffered many losses from them. The stronger Su Su was, the prouder he was. Some of the elders of the Linlang Academy, who had eyes of surprise, ran to Tianlu's side. Kneeling for a long time can be tiring. Too strong. Su Joshia was able to beat General Tang like this. Could it be that the Tianqian continent, we Tianqian people should be the masters ourselves? Still don't take it too lightly. The quick victory theory is not desirable. I see that several elders from the Chuanqing sect haven't moved yet. It looks like they aren't nervous. At those words, Tianlu's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked into that cloud layer in the distance. The three old men lowered their eyebrows, as if they were old monks sitting still, as if the sparring match between Su Ji and Tang Han was nothing more than a small fight for them. What if they go down and intervene? One of you, one of me, and one of the others? Tenru looked sideways at Shekar. Sheho laughed. You too, Tenlu. The two sides are mismatched in battle. Across the street, in the upper fairy realm, one more person. Boom! In the middle of the field, as Suji's last punch blasted down, Tang Heng's torso exploded into pieces. His blood sprayed 3 feet, and he flew toward the back as if he were a ragbag. Su Jiuxiao, don't force me, a tiny lower realm, a tiny human immortal. Want to disobey the group of stars? Su Ru sneered and was about to chase after him again, but then he saw a starburst rise steeply in front of him. Outside the sky, a meteorite star fell at an extremely fast speed. It merged into Tang Heng's body. Click 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 dash. In an instant, Tang Han put on a starlight battle robe, and his right hand halberd once again appeared in his hand, forcing me to use the order of the swarming stars. Your death is worth being proud of. Tang Han lightly droned. All immortals listen to the order. Kill Su Jiuxiao and destroy the human race in this realm. I'm going to make everyone, for Su Jiuxiao's recklessness, be buried with him. Burial. Hearing these words, the three old men in the clouds abruptly opened their eyes. In an instant, the clouds collapsed, the great Tao stabilized, and thousands of haze bloomed. The three of them directly disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were already less than 5 miles away from Su Ji. Stop! Tianlu and Xia He's bodies manifested away and huffed. Gun Star Sect. Opening your mouth to destroy a realm is a bit too unreasonable. Tang Hung laughed from afar. Reasoning? Where the stars are, I, Tang Hung, am the reason. Kill. With a rumble, Tianlu, Xia He and the two old men engaged in battle. The other old man, on the other hand, lunged straight at Su Ji. Tang Hung droned in a deep voice. Su Jiuxiao, so what if you can fight? You were born in the lower realms after all. Take your life. At those words, Su Ji's hot blood poured out. 2,000 years of mortal combat. The most he's ever heard is that you can't. You are of low status. It was so hard to become a great emperor, but he didn't expect that someone else would dare to make such a wild remark to him. But the old man in the sky, with his upper immortal cultivation, was 2 great realms higher than him. It left him slightly powerless. Woof, I got it. At that moment, Ash suddenly barked. Su Ji stiffened. You? Chapter 44 Little Gray shows his power and swallows an immortal alive. Little Gray was just a chance Fu Yuing gave Su Ji. Su Ji has always thought that the role of the small gray, similar to the encyclopedia, the main role of an explanation of all things. However, it was never expected that this dog would grin and want to charge in the face of a supreme immortal attacking. Too much courage. You, okay? The corner of Suji's mouth twitched. Woof. Little Gray was dissatisfied. He felt that from the beginning. Su Ji had never looked down on it. Let's show you what it means to have the greatest chance in all the heavens. Little Gray let out a bark and scurried away from Su Ji. Evil dog pounces. In a blink of an eye, Little Gray's body skyrocketed 10,000 times, as if it was an ancient divine beast reviving, stretching across the sky and earth. The oncoming upper immortal had just wanted to stop charging and flee backward when Little Gray grabbed it in his mouth and took it into his mouth. Put. The sound of chewing came, accompanied by wisps of white gas. A supreme immortal was actually eaten alive by Little Gray just like that. It's unbelievable. Hiss. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side, Tian Lu, Xia He, and the other 2 old men, who had just started the fight, hastily braked their cars. With such a big change of heart, there is still a gross fight. Everyone looked at the large beast with fear. Even Tang Heng's lower lip trembled a little. Even Su Ru was a bit bewildered. In the immortal realm, Ji Bo looked at Fu Yueying with an odd expression. Your dog has this kind of ability. Why haven't you been using it? Who knows? Fu Yueying was even more confused than him. I didn't know it was so powerful. When you follow me, Xiao Su does nothing but sleep. It's as if your divine soul is broken. It feels even worse than me. Ji Bo was dumbfounded. What do you mean? You become so strong by following Su Ji? He has this kind of magic power? Fu Yueying's eyes erupted with intense interest. Go back to Tianxian. I want to ask him face to face. No way. Ji Thin balked. Master's orders can't be disobeyed. Fu Yueying glared at him with red eyes, looking like she wanted to tear her face off. This way. After he comes to the immortal realm, I will give him some help so that he can go up to the immortal court to see you earlier. Okay? No matter how talented a young man is, he still needs to be practiced. If you stay in the Tianxian continent any longer, some people are going to find you. Ji Thin said bitterly. He really didn't have anything personal either. As an immortal exalt who controlled time, He had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years. For Su Xiao and Fu Yueying, he was more the mentality of a grandfather looking at his granddaughter and son-in-law. What a mind to work for them. Okay. Fu Yueying gritted her teeth, itching to immediately regain her strength and fly back to Tianxian to ask little Ash about his strangeness in person. Inside the Lin Lang Academy, Ash had just finished eating an old man and burped, slightly tired in his eyes. Immediately, it turned to look at the other two old men. Escape. Although the two old men had the cultivation of an upper immortal, they didn't have any will to try to fight back when they faced Little Grey, who was even more massive than a star. The only word left in his mind was escape. But how could they be faster than the hungry Ash? With only a light leap, Ash soared away. Evil dog pounces. There's that trick again. But it works. This mouth was like a dry land in the sleeve, a mustard seed in the sky, covering all of the 1,000 miles of space in front of it. The two immortals went crazy and fled, burning immortal yuan and blowing up their own immortal weapons. But all to no avail, completely unable to escape from the cage in front of them. Barf, barf. The sound of Little Ash gnawing through the ribs of the two men spread throughout the Tianxian continent. Tianlu had long since become bloodless with fear. Xiahua couldn't hold his weapon with his hands shaking beside him. Senior brother, what exactly is the situation with this disciple of yours? Tianlu almost gave Little Grey an E. I've never seen this dog before, but the breath on it is extremely ancient and barbaric. I'm afraid that the time of its birth was even earlier than the Tianxian continent. It's even earlier than the Tianxian continent. Xiahua stared with wide eyes, his heart trembling. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this Tianxian continent. I thought it would be a beautiful job, traveling and seeing theater. I hadn't realized that it was just as horrible as some of the demonic mystical realms. On the other side, many of the originally wavering patriarchs of the Emperor clan and Ancient Saint clan had their eyes exposing surprise at this moment. Emperor Jiao Shao, worthy of being a character that only comes out once in 10,000 years in my Tianxian continent. How fortunate for my Tianxian continent to have a Nine Heavens Emperor. The Chen family. I am willing to throw myself under the Emperor's banner and serve him as a dog and horse. The Zhu family is also willing. The Shu family is willing to share the Emperor's worries. Shu Wanli was filled with shock when she looked at the great Emperor who used to be so high up and equal to her. But at this moment, he was like a lost dog thirsting for shelter. Looking at Su Ji's back, countless emotions welled up in her heart. Su Ji, on the other hand, was full of calm. It seems that compared to the group star immortal sect that controls the heavenly Tao, the hearts of the people of Tianxian continent are more toward themselves. After all, one wouldn't take the life of a saint realm or emperor realm and run to sacrifice the Dan furnace. At this time, the Little Grey in the air suddenly let out a doggy bark. Its voice shrunk 10,000 times, and shrunk on Su Ji's shoulder. What's wrong? Su Ru transmitted his voice. No energy. Little Ash was at the moment like a pet dog, spitting out his tongue and huffing. Seeing this, Su Ji's heart stirred. Your power. It comes from my 7 books of martial scriptures? Right. Ash's tongue lolled out. But not all right. I've only been with you for a day after all. I've actually built up some energy over the years and released it all today. By following you, I have the motivation to recover. So naturally I won't skimp on the use of my power. Su Ji nodded. No wonder this dog looked excited when he saw himself using the power of the 7 books of martial scriptures. Dare I say there is an element of that. And just as Little Ash shrunk, the heavenly Tao will of the Tianxian continent suddenly rioted. It transformed into an eye in the air. The eyes shot out endless light, as if they were going to cover the heavens and the earth. There was a hateful color surging out of Su Ji's eyes. Zhengzhou Tendo, the culprit who almost killed him. If it wasn't for the awakening of the system, he would have been invaded by his heart demons and died a violent death in the eastern wasteland as a loser. At that moment, Tang Hong and the eye in the sky made a sound at the same time. Su Jiao, get out of the way, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Gunstar sect will uproot you and the forces behind you and completely kill you. The forces behind it. Su Ji stroked his chin as he heard the scorn of the person behind the central state heavenly Tao. It seemed that the visitor was using Ash as his background. What if I don't? Su Ru stood upright. No matter if it was Little Grey, Fu Yueying, or the Hua Qing immortal from the eastern wasteland, they were all telling him to capture the heart of the realm. And now that he had the upper hand, how could he compromise and give in? Who dares to refuse the group of stars? Tang Hong took a step forward, and his body began to blossom with starlight. Chapter 45 Power of the Will of Heaven and Earth. Banishment of the Stars. In the air, the will of heaven and earth transformed into a beam of golden clouds and mist, which was thrown into Tang Heng's body. In a flash, the starlight battle robe on Tang Heng's body glowed. In the distance, many immortal elements came desperately, pouring into his body. Open! Tang Heng's eyes were filled with excitement. After becoming one with the heavenly Tao, The power Tang Hang could call upon today could only be described as awesome. With a palm cover, the entire void shattered open, and many golden liquids surfaced on Su Ji's side. The liquid gradually connected into two ropes, binding Su Ji's limbs. At the other end of the rope, Tang Heng held the rope tightly. This was to use the true water of the void as a rope, and after binding Su Ji, he would throw himself into that Dan cauldron in the distance to catalyze the heart of the realm. A human immortal will surely be able to make the heart of the realm come out. Ultramarine exile. Tang Heng's palm closed, and Su Ji's figure instantly fell into the spatial turbulence. First, he used the power of the space rupture to cut Su Ji and weaken him. At the same time, he drank towards the few dog legs behind him. Quickly, continue to refine the man toward the furnace of the living. As long as I completely control this realm, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to win against me in the Tianxian realm. A few doglegs were startled at the words, and after glancing at each other, they directly grabbed a few Emperor Realm clansmen on their sides. At the very front was none other than the Law Enforcement Hall Grand Elder, Lin Hong, who had once been upset with Su Ji. Just now, almost all of Tianxian's native forces had thrown themselves under Su Ji's banner. Only the Lin family, which he led, did not move. Their Lin family and Su Ji, their hatred was too deep, making him slightly hesitant and still waiting to see. Just didn't expect that after just a small look for such a short while, Tang Heng was going to put them into the Dan furnace and use them as fuel. General Tang, our Lin family has always been loyal to you, and we have not rebelled in the battlefield. Give a way out. Lin Hong kowtowed frantically, and the several small power patriarchs on his side also nodded their heads in succession. General Tang, you can't chill us. Not bad. We are the most loyal. I hope the general is clear. I begged the general for a way out. Tang Heng sneered sideways. Don't want to die? Then you guys make a move and capture the few imperial clans that have rebelled against the enemy into the past life furnace for me. After saying that, he threw down a box of pills. This is the immortal pill of induced yuan. It can advance your longevity and temporarily exert the strength of the earth immortal realm. Don't let me down. Lin Hong's fingers were trembling as he received the immortal pill of induced elementalism. The side effects of such pills that preempted longevity must be extremely great. Eat it and you could live 1,000 years less. But if you don't eat, you'll die immediately. Lin Hong had no choice. With this in mind, they closed their eyes and brought the elixir to their mouths. Boom! In an instant, the meridians on their bodies appeared through their bodies, pitch black and incomparably dark, and everyone's eyes were tinted with black mist. Kill! Lin Hong lost his mind and took the brunt towards Chu Wanli. Behind them, a bewildering number of cultivators were shrouded in black qi, starting a one-sided hunt, trading longevity for power. This is the power of the immortal pill. Some of the emperor realms of the Tianxian continent were completely unable to stop them, and were unilaterally harvested and thrown into the Dan furnace. The flames of the Dan furnace boiled up. The heart of the realm was one step closer towards a white gold color, and at least 70% of the area had already been transformed into platinum. Stop! With a movement of his mind, Tianlu was about to move forward and protect Chu Wanli. If the Tai Sword faction dares to move a single point, it will not end in death. Tang Heng coldly glanced at Tianlu, its voice turning ancient in vicissitudes, and in the distance, the immortal road, which was like a substance, faintly sounded like a vibrating sound, as well as the sound of glass shattering. There are supreme beings who want to come across the border. Tianlu's body trembled. This person's might, even the immortal road couldn't carry it. It must be a Xianxian level old antique. Never be a force to be reckoned with. Xiahua grabbed Tianlu's hand and shook his head violently. Don't cause any more trouble for the division, or no one will be able to intercede for you. Trouble. Tianlu's body softened and he lowered his head in a somewhat disheveled manner. Bang! In the distance, Chu Wanli exerted all her strength, but she was still sent flying by Lin Hong's slap. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Lin Hong was merely an elder of the law enforcement hall, while she was the head of the Academy of Literature. In the past, he had cleaned up Lin Hong with at most 3 moves, but at this moment, he was undefeated. It could be imagined just how powerful Tang Heng's immortal pill of induced yuan was. It's a real descending blow. Snort! Lin Hong's right hand grabbed like a tiger's claw, aiming straight for Chu Wanli's throat. Chu Wanli's right hand held the sword and slashed. Clanging, the long sword was bounced off. Lin Hong's right hand was unharmed and continued to grab. Clang! A claw grabbed solidly, leaving 5 blood-colored claw marks on Chu Wanli's snow-white throat, and her entire body flew towards the Dan furnace as if she were a floating willow floss. Die! Lin Hong laughed out loud. Previously, when he wanted to move Su Ru, he was prevented by Chu Wanli, and even used the golden list to smack him in the face. He had long held a grudge. After all, that time, it was Su Ji who didn't abide by the rules of the courtyard first. But Chu Wanli was too unfair and repeatedly harbored Su Ji. Standing in Lin Hong's shoes, he felt he was right. It was impartial law enforcement. It's Chu Wanli's fault. At this moment, with his own hands, he sends this woman to her death and avenges her death. On the other side, the two couples, Luo Feng and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, were also being chased to their deaths and would soon become fuel. The emperor realms of the Chen family, Chu family, Panglai sacred clan, and other ancient Sing clans that had defected to Su Shu were also all injured. The whole scene was extremely sad. No, I'm going to make a move. These are my children. Tianlu's eyes were red. The scholars that he had founded the Lin Lang Academy and trained for many years were going to be taken out in one fell swoop at this moment. We're not human beings. We're all human beings. Shekar pulls him back with a deadly grip. Remember, you have power. You go out and represent the Tai sword sect. You must not be bent on inviting great enemies for the sword sect. Power. Tianlu clenched his fists in death, staring with wide eyes, as if he was in a frenzy. But it didn't move another minute. He was backed off by Tang Heng's words. On the other hand, on the other side, Tang Heng, who was maneuvering Su Ji to fall into the spatial rotation, his face suddenly changed. After the power of the will of heaven and earth in the central state was integrated into his body, he felt that he could control even a supreme immortal for several hours if he banished him. But now, he felt that on the other end of his leash was an ancient beast that was vaguely about to transcend his control. The strangulation made his fingers raw. This can't be right. Tang Heng tugged at it to death, looking at the heart of that realm in the distance maturing a little bit, shouting madly in his heart, "Just hold on a little longer. It'll work in a minute." But just then, there was a soft thud. The thin rope condensed by the true water of the void broke. Tang Heng's face changed drastically. The distant void, steeply cracked, was pierced through by someone's fist. Su Ji's figure leaped out and punched above Tang Heng's head. Boom! Tang Heng's head was directly knocked away from his body, and with a clang, he smashed onto the past life furnace. It then bounced back, falling just a few miles to the side of the severely injured Chu Wanli. And at this time, Lin Hong had yet to send Chu Wanli into the furnace. Seeing Tang Heng's bleeding head, he looked startled and hastily shifted his target, stepping forward and holding the head in his arms. Chapter 46 Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. 3000 Great Tao. Su Ji showed his figure. There was a gray aura vaguely flowing on the surface of his body. It was a savage, ancient, deep gray. According to the 7 books of the martial scriptures, this is called chaos gas. It is a kind of primordial chi that has stretched across the universe since the beginning of heaven and earth. Usually, it was just silent in the limbs and bones of Su Ji. However, just now, Su Ji was angered and brought his own strength to the extreme, activating a trace of chaos chi lurking in his body. The power directly skyrocketed to a level he couldn't comprehend. It even gave him an illusion. Even if a large star was in front of him, he could tear it apart with his bare hands. Wanli. At this time, Su Ji turned his head to see that Chu Wanli was beaten to death and was almost about to be sacrificed. An anger instantly rose from between his chest. Although he has no love for Chu Wanli, it is only Chu Wanli's unilateral pursuit of him. But the help and care Chu Wanli gave him was sincere and substantial. Even when he was expelled from the central state and banished to the eastern wasteland, Chu Wanli stood by him time and time again. At this moment, it was surprising to be beaten half to death. You, all of you, have a way of taking death. Su Ji let out a long whistle. Steeply, the sky shook, and the sun and moon that appeared in unison in the air swayed. Bits and pieces of fire surfaced in the academy, covering at least several miles. Su Ru made a move with his hand, and the wild wind whistled, and those who had originally cast their lot with him, regardless of whether they had conflicts in the past, were all rolled out by him several miles away at this moment. Chu Wanli was even directly rolled by him to Tianlu's side, sheltered by him. Immediately afterward, the temperature in the entire academy suddenly rose. What kind of power is this? Tianlu's complexion changed slightly. The dots of firelight in front of him turned into blazing gold, and an incomparably terrifying temperature was spreading in the academy. And, it's still climbing. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and that immortal artifact past life furnace was vaguely showing signs of melting. Zip, zip, zip. Lin Hong and the others, their body surfaces began to melt. Their face skin peeled off, and their faces were covered in black blood. Their bodies trembled and they directly came to their senses. Their faces panicked beyond measure. The great avenues were all blocked. The space was all burned, and they couldn't even run away if they wanted to. Looking at Su Ji in the sky, who was like a demon god approaching the dust, they could only kneel down in unison and cry out in pain. Ninth Heavenly Emperor, spare your life. Spare your life. We are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender. I would like to work as an ox for the 9 heavens sacred ground and donate all my money and utensils, just to let our divine souls fall into reincarnation and live another life. Countless people's divine souls were being burned in agony. Even those Chuanqing sect members who had followed Tang Heng to the Tianxian realm were all groaning on the ground at the moment, their torsos spasming and in a sorry state. Tang Heng's head snapped, his eyes open and drank. Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Without answering, Su resigned and threw a punch. In a flash, a huge heaven and earth furnace appeared between heaven and earth, enough to burn everything and contain heaven and earth. At the center was none other than Tang Heng and the others. At this point, Tang Heng finally realized what Su Ji was up to. This was to follow the example of his past life furnace and refine them all into the heart of the realm. What kind of battle technique is this? And why do you have this kind of powerful technique? Tang Heng's eyes were wide with anger. Even he had to melt the Emperor realm with the help of an immortal weapon. He didn't expect Su Ji to just throw a punch and achieve an effect that was 10 times stronger than him. What the hell are you from? Tang Heng's head was melting. His divine soul was collapsing. And his pain was extreme. You won't know for the rest of your life. Suja was very calm and threw another punch. Boom! The flames went straight up to the 9 heavens. In the Linlang Academy, no matter what kind of building, or spirit beast, or things such as emperor plants or emperor artifacts, at this moment, they were all burned into a golden point of light and injected into the heart of the realm. Aha! Tang Heng screamed miserably, Star One, save me! Save me! Stargazer, save me! Upon hearing this, the road to immortality steeply and violently trembled. Tianlu's eyes snapped wide as if he had seen a ghost. What did he say? The star person from the group Star Sect? That's at least a Xian immortal level powerhouse. With a physical body descending, this side of heaven and earth will collapse. How did they dare? Immortal realms are categorized into human immortal/earth immortal, heavenly immortal, upper immortal, Xian immortal, immortal king, and immortal emperor, Xian immortal level. That would be a mainstay in the immortal realm. At the very least, in the little diffusion immortal region where the Tiani Sword sect and the Chuanqing immortal sect were located, it was already a dominant party. Xian immortals can't get down. Tianxian realm can't carry it. Xia, he calmly said. This should be one of his avatars, but it's already very human to be defeated. An incarnation of the Xian immortal. Tenru was silent. Xian immortal and upper immortal, even though there only seemed to be a difference of 1 rank, but out of the thousands of immortals, only 1 Xian immortal could not be produced. The world is divided into 3,000 great paths and infinite small paths. Only those who had realized the 3,000 great roads to a small degree could be called Xian immortals. The immortal who holds the subtle truths of heaven and earth. How strong is the 3,000 paths? Like the spatial avenue that Su Ji had sensed the fur, that belonged to the avenue that was at the top of the 3,000 avenues. But Su Ru's senses were too shallow. If you compare the avenue to a 10,000 mile runway, the Xianxian had probably run a mile. As for Su Ru, I'm afraid that only 1 foot has stepped out of the starting line. That's all. Su Ji then claimed to be invincible in the same rank in the Tianxian continent. Even the will of heaven and earth couldn't help him. As for Tianlu, these upper immortals, they are somewhat in control of the trail. However, I'm afraid that in terms of the great Tao of space, fate, time, and chaos, I'm not much higher than Su Ji. Therefore, the gap between them and the Xian immortals and Tianlu could be described as a world of difference. If a Xian immortal who had sensed space and time descended, then 10,000 upper immortals would be useless and would be played with as ants alive. It's a gap in the word. Different paths, each other's combat power, no less than the abyss of the heavens. Rumble. As the path to immortality trembles, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. He wore a white robe and his face could not be seen clearly, but there was a feeling of blending with heaven and earth when he raised his hands. It was as if he was already in heaven and earth. Su Ji swept away with a single glance, and if it wasn't for the assistance of his divine soul, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to locate this white-robed man in heaven and earth. Cloud Dust Starman, why is he here? When Tianlu saw this, his face changed greatly, and his body could not stop trembling, as if the name of the person in front of him was some supreme great terror. Xia Hua was at the side, and her delicate body was also trembling non-stop, not even daring to look at Yun Chen with her eyes. Cloud Dust Star, control 3,000 avenues, ranked 57 of the Star Avenue. Even in the group Star Immortal Sect, his battle power was unrivaled. When he arrives in person, who can resist? Even if Xia he wanted to call for help, he couldn't find any suitable assistance for a while. As soon as Cloud Dust landed on the ground and saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were ancient and wave-free. High-ranked immortal technique. What is your teacher's school? Su Ji didn't reply, only looking at the heart of the realm. At this moment, the heart of the realm had completely turned a white gold color. It's only a few blinks away from maturity. Chapter 47, The Heart of the Realm Ripens. Someone wants to pick a peach? In the immortal realm, when she saw Yun Chen appear, Fu Yueying became a little fidgety. The beautiful eyes frequently looked at Ji-Thin on the side. Ji-Thin's expression remained unchanged, still looking straight ahead with teasing eyes. Senior. Fu Yueying puffed up her cheeks. She was most annoyed with this dead old man. It was obvious what she was worried about, but she always pretended not to know. I can't make a move. Ji-Thin immediately waved his hand and, I traveled quietly on this trip, and I was in black until I saw you. Moreover, we have a good relationship with the little diffusion immortal region. If we strut around and take action against a Xian immortal, how can we explain to the little diffusion immortal lord? Are you still afraid of immortal lord Xiaoyan? Fu Yueying's cheeks bulged even more. Just like two small dumplings. People are just an immortal king, and you still control time. The entire little diffusion immortal region together can't even beat you. Ji-Thin was helpless. More importantly, once I made my move, those people went straight to the immortal court. When the time comes, even your master won't be able to protect you. Which is more important, do you know? At those words, Fu Yueying was silent. It's worth taking your life for his? Ji-Thin glanced at her. Fu Yueying off the mouth to say, but opened his mouth, but how can not speak? Anxious whimpering half a day. Ji-Thin was smug. It's not worth it for me to make the decision for you. He knew that it would be worth it to let Fu Yueying speak for herself. She even gave it to that dog. What else can't she give? In fact, Fu Yueying and Luo Zio had very similar personalities. It's all a bit love brain. For a moment, Fu Yueying unblocked. Angry jumped up. Red eyes. Pink fists to burst hammer Ji-Thin. In the end, Ji-Thin laughed bitterly and lost the battle. Okay, just kidding with you. If something really happened, would I stand by and do nothing? Do you think I have some kind of fetish for opening a telescope here to spy on the Tianqian realm? He had seen too many ant fights like this one over the course of many long years. If you were as steady with yourself as you are with Su Ji, master, and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Ji-Thin suddenly sighed deeply. In the Tianqian realm, the progress of the transformation of the realm center stopped. The moment Yun Chen appeared, Su Ji was no longer able to put Tang Hang and the others into the heart of the realm. Just a little bit. Su Ji clenched his fist. If he refined the heart of the realm, he would directly collapse the immortal road with one punch. At that time, without the spatial anchor point, he would be the Earth Emperor of the Tianqian realm. In the vastness of the universe, even an immortal king would have to spend quite a bit of time trying to find a realm. In the distance, Cloud Dust's gaze had sunk. He never thought that he would be ignored by a junior. Bold, Cloud Dust shouted in a deep voice, and the sun and moon that appeared in unison in the air suddenly exploded into pieces. Then, the stars descended from the sky, and a field enveloped 1,000,000 miles around. A small slice of the Middle Kingdom was within his domain. Click click click. The Tianqian realm collapsed at an accelerated rate. Floodwaters poured in, and snow-covered mountains sank. Tree branches and dead leaves scurried through the air like fluttering rain. Tianlu and the others fell to their knees uncontrollably. This is the might of the Star Avenue. The mere fact that the Dao might was outwardly visible was too much for them to bear. The only one still standing in the field was Su Ji. Of course, he's not on his own. Instead, it was Ash on his shoulder. This dog is not affected in the slightest. Under the pressure of Shaochang's Star Avenue, he was still able to talk and laugh as if he was in a fairyland, frantically huffing and puffing towards his surroundings. Ash, you against it? Su Ru tried. As long as little Ash carried on for a while, he himself would be able to knock Tang Hung into the heart of the realm. From there, it's a step to the top. Ash? The little gray tongue immediately retracted, not even hailing the breath. Bitterly, brother, you really don't want me, do you? 5 breaths of time. Suji rubbed its doggy head and delicately stroked its delicate fur. Don't say it. The hand feeling is first class, not losing too much to Luo Zio. Ash's tail wagged violently as he was rubbed out of habit. Looking at the aggressive Cloud Dust, there was silence for a long time. Then the fuming dog barked. Good. After I die, pass a message to AV for me. Just say. Su tried her best. As the words fell, it leapt forward and pounced straight towards Cloud Dust. At this moment, no matter what Star Avenue or the various types of spells Yun Chen struck out, none of them could block Little Ash's graceful route. Woof! Evil dog pounces. It took a bite on Cloud Dust's white sleeve and couldn't even shake it off. Cloud Dust was furious and swung his fist to slam Little Gray's doggy head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out! Bang! 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 Punching. Ash bit down viciously, not even whimpering. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Ash embodied the phrase to a T at the moment. Tianlu and the others shivered as they watched. They were even afraid that the entire realm would be devastated after Little Ash angered Cloud Dust. On the other side, Suji looked a little touched, not expecting Little Ash to be so loyal, not even afraid to die. It's so true that dogs are the most loyal animals. At the same time, The movements of his hands were not slow. Towards Tang Hung, a punch was thrown. Die for me, No! Tang Hung howled out, but to no avail, as his entire head was instantly smashed into particles and blood mist floated. Suji's anger-laden punch was predictably powerful. It wasn't just Tang Heng's head that was blown off. Even the will of the heavenly Tao of the central state was smashed by this punch. Endless golden light surged towards the center of the realm. The heart of the realm flickered madly. Finally, after drawing on the power of the will of heaven and earth, it shuddered violently. The whole body turned into a white gold color. The heart of the realm, ripe for the picking. At the same time, in the direction of the western region of the Tianxian continent, black light suddenly surged. In the next moment, a blood-colored rose floated towards the heart of the realm. Immediately, the rose took shape and a long-legged beauty coalesced. She vaguely had the might of an upper immortal, and reached out to grab at the heart of the realm. Full of surprises, Gu Blood Mei. Suji was furious. The evil palace even made a move at this time, wanting to pick his peach. However, he had just thrown a punch, and was unable to block it at a time when the old force had not yet gone and the new force had not yet been born. One could only watch as Gu Bloodmei's delicate hand grasped onto the heart of the realm. Gu Bloodmei turned her head towards Suji and smiled sweetly. Thank you, baby nine heavens, who let you kill me twice? This will be your reparation blah blah. You! Suji stepped into the void and rushed away at great speed. But in the next instant, Gu Bloodmei's sweet smile suddenly froze, and then quickly turned ugly. Then, her body suddenly grew larger, like a balloon filled with tap water, expanding extremely fast. How can the power of this realm heart be so huge? Gu Bloodmei's expression was hideous, and then it exploded with a bang, and all the power was integrated into the heart of the realm. Ha! Suji sprinted to the front of the heart of the realm, full of dismay. It didn't even dare to reach out and absorb the heart of the realm. If he was right, the power of Gu Bloodmei just now, at least it was on the same level as his master, Tian Lu. This woman, who has always been dormant, walking the world with a holster, and whose ambitions are boundless, died violently in front of him, a little scrupulous, and at that moment, Little Ash's voice transmission rang in his ears. The heavenly Xian realm's realm heart is awesome. They didn't make any preparations, so they definitely can't absorb it. But you're different. You have a Songshang battle body and cultivate the 7 books of the martial scriptures. Even chaos chi can be accommodated. It's tailor-made for you, Little Ash. Suji turned his head and froze directly. In his mind, Ash should have been beaten half to death by this time. Only out of breath but not in. But whoever thought? Little Ash was still biting the cloud dust, his expression unchanged, and he still had the leisure time to send a message to Suji. The fists are still slamming, but judging from the expression on Cloud Dust's face, and his unintentional action of sucking in cool air, undoubtedly it was Cloud Dust who suffered more. Ash's head is too hard, isn't it? Chapter 48, Condensing the Power of a Realm, Beheading the Xianxian Immortal Incarnation. Suru flattened his mouth. He felt that he had just been moved for nothing, fooled by Ash's in-your-face acting. Also, even an immortal exalted like Fu Yueying regarded it as the most precious treasure, the little gray that was known as the greatest opportunity in the heavens and the worlds. How could it be killed by a Xianxian incarnation? If he could really beat him to death, Little Ash wouldn't have been able to follow Fu Yueying to reincarnate from the immortal realm back to Tianxian. Absorb it. Feeling that Suji was showing some signs of relaxation, Little Ash hurriedly transmitted his voice. It doesn't hurt to hit, but it's not nice to have someone knocking on your head all the time. Yes. Suji took a deep breath and pressed his right hand on the heart of the realm. Buzz. The heart of the realm shrunk extremely fast, merging from his palm into his body and finally crashing into his dantian. In an instant, the entire Tianxian continent's aura rioted. Countless spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and cultivators unconsciously looked towards the direction of the academy. Points of light floated out from their bodies and surged towards Suji. This is the breath of life, the very essence of a realm. At this moment, Suji was frantically absorbing the power of the realm. The 7 books of martial scriptures were operated to the extreme by him, and his physical body strength climbed up. Countless laws intertwined and exploded in his mind. His cultivation level began to break through layers as his sense of the great Tao deepened. Human immortal triple, quadruple and fifth. Boom! Susu broke through the human immortal realm and came directly to the heavenly immortal realm. Infinite light spilled out. The broken sun and moon in the air were repaired. Mountains and rivers that had long been displaced in the distance were recovering. The vitality of the entire world steeply skyrocketed. The entire realm had a backbone. A new will of heaven and earth was born, transforming into a white Qilin that knelt down in front of Suji, pious beyond measure. Slowly, the cultivators, demonic beasts, all knelt down towards Suji, and even the spiritual plants, all bent down towards Suji. Cloud Dust looked on with eyes wide open and shouted angrily, "How dare you! Stealing my Gunstar Immortal Sex Realm! After I go up to the Little Diffusion Star region, or even to the Immortal Court to sue you, whatever power you have behind you will fly into oblivion." Suja's eyes suddenly opened. Turning his head to look at Cloud Dust, he lightly drank. Noisy. A hand move. Tang Heng's somewhat broken immortal weapon halberd flew into his hand. This immortal weapon rank is not low. Even that past life furnace was refined by Suji's punch, while this halberd is just a little broken. Suji held his halberd and called out, "Ash!" Ash answered, "Woof!" It let go of its big mouth that was biting Cloud Dust and turned around to run towards Suji. When it approached Suji, its body steeply became a little bigger, covered with scales, and looked much more imposing than a battle tiger. "Woof! Ride me!" Little Gray's eyes were blazing with wariness. Riding the dog? The corners of Suji's mouth jerked. As cool as Ash is now. Isn't the push a little too low? Woof! 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 Ash was extremely disgruntled. "Okay, so ride the dog." Suru lightly drank. "No one rides a dog in the heavens and the earth, so I will be the only one to do so." Taking a step onto Little Ash's back, Suji violently rushed towards Cloud Dust. Not to mention, Little Gray's speed was extremely fast, at least 5 times more than Suji's. It was but half a blink of an eye. Suru had already been in full power. It reached Cloud Dust's head and swung down with a halberd. The point of light behind him was not dispersed, and a brilliant strip of light, crowning 10 miles across, chased after Suji's figure. This halberd was the power of the entire realm. Cloud Dust was just an avatar. What was there to block? Dang! With a dull explosion, even though Yun Chen's body was comparable to that of a great star, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment, and he was cleaved straight into the ground. Damn! Yun Chen roared. He was a Xian Xian, sensing the 3,000 great roads, a realm like the heavenly Xian realm. In the past, he wouldn't even give it a gaze. But today, it was a junior from the lower realm that was pressed and blasted with a hammer. "You want to seize this realm, don't you? Then I will destroy this realm." Cloud Dust rose, and instantly, thousands of large stars glittered, falling down like a meteor shower. He had already seen the source of Suji's power. As long as the realm was destroyed, Suji was just a grasshopper in the fall without his source of power. Starfall, rumble, a meteorite from the sky smashed down, and a doomsday-like scene descended. Enough! Suji looked up to the sky and all of his strength was poured into his right arm. The 7 books of martial scriptures were directly catalyzed to the extreme. The Tsongshang battle body meridians were fully opened. The heart of the realm was beating madly like a heart. Countless auras were converted into chaotic auras. In that instant, Suji's physical quality increased more than tenfold. Afterwards, the Little Gray leapt up to the sky, and Suji used the halberd as a javelin and threw it down through the air. Click 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 dash. Space was mashed right into the ground. The halberd instantly traversed several miles and plunged into Yun Chen's forehead. Centered on his forehead, wounds spread like a spider web. How? Possible? Cloud Dust's eyes were wide and round. Even though it was only one of his avatars, it was refined using the hardest neutron star in the Little Diffusion Starfield. It's indestructible, so to speak. Without the power of a Xian immortal, you can't even leave a white mark. However, Suji had exploded him with a halberd thrust. There is something wrong with the power of this realm. Cloud Dust instantly understood and looked at Suji with a face full of fire. "If you can't take this realm, when my true body descends, I'll have to hang you up, boil you day and night, and incinerate you for 100,000 years. There's so much bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Suja bellowed and chiseled out with a fist. In the sky, a furnace emerged. In the blink of an eye, it refined Cloud Dust's shattered body into a point of light. Suji opened his mouth and the power was sucked into his mouth. Then he sprayed it into the sky. Endless platinum flames spread out. The stars that were falling from the sky were burned by this flame, and were instantly turned into fragments that slowly fell down. Seeing this, everyone looked like they had dementia. With his mouth open and eyes wide open, he looked incredulously at Suji, who was riding on the battle pet. What kind of demon god is this? And at this moment, Suji had already turned around, riding Little Gray, and heading towards that immortalization road. What does he want? The question came to everyone's mind. Chapter 49, Stepping Up to the Immortal Realm. Surprisingly, Su Jiuxia won. Luo Feng and Yaoqi's sacred Lord Yun Ting both looked at the long sky, only feeling their brains go down. Unbelievable. They had all despaired when Tang Hong had descended and had confined them, ready to throw them into the furnace of the afterlife. However, he never expected that Suji could even resist the people of the immortal realm. The scale and spectacle of this battle was even far beyond their knowledge. The realm collapsing and slowly repairing could be said to be the first time in the history of the Tianqian realm. Hey, Luo Feng, Su Jiuxiao is my son-in-law, right? Yen Yunting suddenly spoke. Right. Luo Feng was originally still confused, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up and was filled with excitement. Now we're rich, wife, but will I call him brother, or will he call me dad? Yen Yunting's face froze as she turned her head and coldly dropped a sentence. If you don't want to die, just settle down. He's already a Tianxin co-lord now. No, I'm going to draw a line in the sand with you so you don't victimize me. Luo Feng snapped, rubbing his hands together, imagining how he would look like a dog in the heavenly Xian realm in the future. The backs are a lot straighter. To the side, Chu Wanli's figure drifted amidst the ruins. The gaze that looked at Su Ji was tinged with 3 points of worship, 3 points of adoration, 3 points of admiration, and 1 point of indescribable emotion. For a moment, she sighed slightly. Falling flowers have feelings. Running water has no intention. Although her vision is correct, but it is still too late to start. At this moment, how she envied Luo Ziyou and Fu Yueying. If she could fall into Su Ji's arms, what would be the harm in living a new life? In the distance, Sui Dai was mixed in the shelter of her elders, staring blankly at the big man in the air who wielded his power and moved to decide the life and death of a realm. Then she remembered the unsuspecting Ouyang Ming. Damn thing. In a couple days, I'm going to rake your grave and spit on it twice. You scum who almost dragged my Kunlun sacred clan to the brink of extinction as well. She spat back and forth, and those who originally had no grudges against Su Ji, and even had some relations, such as Qin Umo, cheered wildly. Win! Win! I told you! What kind of immortal world visitor can still beat the 9 heavenly kings? And then that immortal who controlled the stars was all torn apart by the great emperor of the 9 heavens. Too powerful. Tianlu and Xia He exchanged a glance, and the two of them surged towards Su Jia. Tianlu said with concern, resignation, where do you want to go? Su Ru turned his head. Step into the sky and break this immortal path. The power within his body was too much to vent right now. This was the energy that had been stored in the Tianshan realm for an unknown number of years. Su Ji couldn't store it for long, and it would be a waste not to vent him out. What's more, that cloud dust incarnation said that it would descend to Tianshan before it died. How can you rest easy without breaking the path to immortality? Broken immortal road? Xiahua was creeped out when he heard this, and he and Tianlu exchanged glances, both seeing the dumbfoundedness in each other's eyes. Do you know what's behind the fairy road? Shekar wanted to say a few more words, only to find that Su Ji's figure had already disappeared from sight. It is following the trajectory of that immortal path, ascending to the heavens. Tianlu, this disciple of yours is too wild. Xiahua's face turned pale as he hurriedly took out a dragon boat and greeted a few disciples of the Tai Sword Sect's forces, turning around to flee. Behind the immortal road, it was a large city in the space of the small diffusion starfield. It's a space transit station built specifically to lead to each of the smaller realms. It belonged to immortal Lord Shaoyan, and was rumored to have been built by an immortal lord who excelled in the spatial avenue. If Suru ran off and trashed this thing, who would dare take the karma? At the very least, the Tai Sword Sect's raising of their clan would not be enough. While Tenru was thinking a little deeper. Wait, hold your horses. How can the immortal path be broken just by saying so? Can resignation still resist immortal Lord Shaoyan? Let's just follow him and persuade him not to do anything foolish. Xiahua sniffed and froze. Yeah, I was just stunned by Su Ji killing cloud dust. Even if Su Ji had refined the heart of the realm, he was only at the heavenly immortal realm. We're going to destroy the path of the immortals. Right. Follow up and take a look. Your disciple is a disciple of my Tai Sword sect, and now that he's absorbed the heart of the realm, his future is too promising to be ruined. Xiahua turned around and ran away in the dragon boat. Tianlu followed, busy shouting, Hey, that dragon boat of yours has lost to me. The silhouettes are gone. Tianlu smiled bitterly and shook his head, turning his head to call Chu Wanli over and instructed him. Wan'er, you go to the western region to take a look. The demonic qi is surging again, and that matter of resignation in the first place may be able to be investigated. Chu Wanli froze. In the beginning, Su Ji was wrongly accused and driven out of the central state. Behind it was the fact that the heavenly Tao of the central state had judged that Su Ji had introduced the devil race in the western region. She had guessed that it was a plant from the evil temple, but no one knows exactly what's going on. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. Chu Wanli's eyes lit up. If he could help Su Ji find out the truth about what happened in the first place, he would also think highly of himself, right? At the same time, Su Ji crossed the immortal road, and with a trance in his body, he was already in a giant city. The city was lavish, with people coming and going, and there were many flying birds and dragon riders in the air, with immortal mansions standing in the distance. This is an immortal city? Suru frowned slightly. This is Tsung Dome City, which is simply a spatial spell turning point. Little Ash looked toward the back as if he were counting. These 5 spatial gates behind us lead to 5 small realms. just now, came out of one of the gates. Su-ru nodded slightly. Then I'll smash the door. Even if I break the immortal path? Little Ash shook his head. Not really. Spatial formations are extremely tedious and huge. This is just the exit. The import is in the Tsangdong mansion in the center of the city. That's Immortal Lord Xiaoyan's territory. It's hard to break in if you do it the hard way. At this, it paused, and laughed only to see the world go by. But you now have the power of a realm, and no one can stop you before Xianxian, so you can go and try. At the same time, the door behind them flickered again. Tianlu and Xia He dropped out, and when they saw Su-ru, they hurriedly said sharply one by one, Su-ru, don't be rash, deliberate from the beginning. Resignation. You are no match for them, but with your talent, as long as you endure for the time being, you will be able to avenge your great hatred in the future. Su-ru turned his head to look at Tianlu, whose worried features were all wrinkled together. Patience? This Chuanqing immortal sect had remotely controlled the heavenly Tao and had oppressed him for at least 300 years. Dude, now that he knows who the culprit is, it's only natural to have revenge on the spot. At the very least, we should collect some interest, and in the meantime, we'll be done with it. And at that moment, a group of people came clattering over in the distance. They wore star robes and held long swords, each with extraordinary cultivation, and when they saw Su Ji, they rebuked in a low voice. Where did you ascend to the lower realms? What are you doing here? Come with me. Go digging, mining. Su Ji was stunned and looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the group, but the figure riding Little Gray was motionless. The nerve is real. The middle-aged man was disdainful. All the cultivators who have ascended to the immortal realm are just like you. Used to acting like a bully in the lower realms and coming up here to be arrogant and unbeatable. But I'll show you what true cruelty means. He heatedly laughed and pulled out his long sword with a clang, slowly walking towards Su Ji, his right hand condensing immortal energy. His cultivation level had actually reached the heavenly immortal realm, so he was worthy of being able to mix with a small leader. But suddenly, a puppy dog leg shouted from his side, Captain, they seem to be coming up from the Tianxian realm. What? Tianxian realm? The middle-aged man stiffened and slightly staggered, and indeed saw the two words Tianxian written on the gate behind the trio of Su Ji. Chapter 50, pushing all the way across. Su-ru worships the house. The middle-aged man was confused on the spot. The heavenly Shen realm had been closed for 10,000 years and was only recently liberalized, so he didn't even react for a moment. On top of that, he just got the news. It says that General Tang Hang, the seventh son of their Chuanqing sect, died in the Tianxian realm. I've heard that it's already alarmed the Cloud Dust Starman. Now that someone from the Tianxian realm had come, what did it mean? Could it be that not even the Cloud Dust Stargazers could do anything about them? Thinking about this, the middle-aged man's face turned white. The knife was thrown away. His feet softened, and he was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. But by this time Su Ji had already moved. Who are you to ask me to go digging? With a wave of Su Ji's cuff, a huge invisible forceful chi swept away like a gale. The power instantly swept across 1,000 feet, bringing up endless waves of air. Even the luxurious floor made of immortal gold was now lifted up by the beating of the layers and thrown toward the distance. The power had just struck, and the middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand to block. Boom! With an explosive sound, the man exploded from it as if he was split into 5 horses, and his limbs flew about in disarray. The faces of the Kuner sect members who followed after them changed drastically, and they followed suit, tearing their bodies apart and being smashed into particles. Their cultivation was not as good as the middle-aged man's, and even if they only received some waves, they were completely unable to withstand this monstrous might. When the dust cleared, Tianlu and Xia was stared in disbelief. The space in front of him was at least 10,000 feet, and it was directly reduced to savage ruins. One must know that the immortal realm space was to be more solid than the heavenly Xian realm, not to mention the fact that there was a city protection spell formation in Sangdong City, to strike such a mighty blow with a sleeve hand. The two of them, even though they were upper immortals, thought that they were far from being able to do so. In fact, even Little Ash didn't know how much power was in Su Ji's body at this moment. The power of a realm is just too much. With Su Ji blowing up the swarming star sect members, the Sangdong City was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Fairy voices startled and alarm bells exploded. This area is off limits to martial arts fighting, and someone broke the ban. Everyone cast their eyes to the south of Sangdong City. There, a man riding a war dog slowly stepped into the sky, heading straight toward the Sangdong mansion. Who's that? He didn't use the laws of the immortal realm. In being ostracized, he's from the lower realms? Just ascended up and moved to kill. This kind of dilettante really comes out every 100 years. Too life-threatening. At this moment, almost everyone was not optimistic about Su Ji. Powerful cultivators who had ridden the sands in the lower realms and ascended to the immortal realm usually had such a link. When you've been cleaned up for a few days, you'll know, to be honest. And that's when it happened. The sound of a group of stars roaring resounded in the vaulted city. Above the 9 heavens, countless large stars slowly fell. On the approach to the vault house, the large star at the very front suddenly transformed into a shape, and a man wearing a blue star robe with a cold face appeared. He was holding a star pen, and his eyebrows were like stars. It's not a small head at first glance. It's the 7th mountain immortal, someone said in surprise. Supreme Immortal Chiyu was actually in Song Dome City, so behind him is the Starfall military formation, which is most adept at slaughtering cities and destroying clans, isn't it? I'll go. With the power of the Starfall army formation, who can resist it until Xian Immortal? That dog riding guy is finished. I've heard that the 7 Mount Immortals take pleasure in torturing people. Some rumors. TSK. Hush, no more talk. Lives are at stake. The city resounded with sparse voices. A Supreme Immortal, facing Su Ji directly. 7th, you said in a deep voice. Who dares to brutally kill my Chuanqing sect members? Is it possible that you still consider this place as your lower realm? Bind your own hands, hand over your chances and treasures, and come into my Chuanqing to mine for 100,000 years to atone for your sins, and you will be spared from death. At those words, Su Ji's expression remained unchanged. His legs clamped together and he slowly marched towards the man. Nanak's brows furrowed. You can't hear me. Kneel down. Su Ji gave a cold shout. The sound waves were mixed with chaotic chi and surged outward as if they were heavy ocean waves. The first to bear the brunt of the attack, Chiyu's face turned white as he fought to fend it off. After half a breath, he suddenly broke his defense, as if he were a demented child, and became cockeyed. Subsequently, blood began to ooze out of all 7 of his orifices. It was actually really like what Su Ji had said, kneeling in the sky with a rumble. Stump, stump, stump. Su Ji rode Little Gray and accelerated violently, leaping over 10,000 feet. The 9 Heavens Emperor's sword in his hand raised high and slashed down. Snort! Chiyu's head was thrown flying, and his divine soul was directly twisted into smithereens by the sword chi. The headless body stalled in the air, as if a prisoner had been suspended in the air, unable to descend. In the distance, the descending trend of that Starfall army formation slowly slowed down. A blink of an eye later, they actually turned around in unison, got away. They made the judgment that Su Ru was never to be defeated. Escape? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Su Ji's mouth. The two sides are hostile. Then there is no possibility of keeping their hands off. Otherwise, it will be too late to repent once there are consequences. Looking at the thousands of meteor showers that disappeared at breakneck speed, Su Ji put away his emperor's sword and stretched out his right hand. Elegantly, as if a Confucian student was playing chess, he pointed out 3 fingers. The 3 talents pointing finger of immortality. Genius, genius, talent. This move carried some of the implications of the 3,000 paths of the Tao of Fate. Any target that is targeted by Su Ji, there was no possibility of escape through and through before the finger power ran out. How heavy is Su Ji's finger power now? A finger pressed down, and the void of the immortal realm was directly imprinted with a huge fingerprint. With a bang, the big star bloomed in the void as if it were a firework. Immediately after that, boom, 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 the air erupted in a series of brilliant fireworks, like a kingdom greeting its warriors returning from a great victory. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone was frozen to the spot, not knowing what to do. Xiahua glared his eyes out, and ABA tried to say something to Tianlu, but he couldn't hear anything. Tianlu was even more trembling as he watched, frantically recalling whether he had ever treated Su Ji poorly over the years. One must know that the strength of that 7 Mount Immortal was still above the 2 of them all. Together with the Starfall army that followed, 10 of them combined wouldn't be enough to fight. But in front of Su Ru, with a word, a sword, and a finger, an invincible military formation fell apart. Terror! At this moment, an old man with white eyebrows hanging down to his waist, who claimed to have seen a lot of things, trembled as he looked at Su Ji and asked respectfully, "Dare I ask the immortal, what is his honorary name?" Without even looking at him, Su Ji turned around and dismounted, walking over to Chiyu's headless body and kicking it out. Bang! Chiyu's body flew straight towards the Tsongdong mansion. Su Ji let out a soft whistle, loud and clear to the whole city. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao, come to pay your respects. Chapter 51, The Might of a Swing. The immortal world trembles. Not far outside the city, in the sea of stars, Ji Thin saw the situation. His eyes showed appreciation, and he stretched out his hands to applaud. Mad. It's wild. It's very similar to your 3rd senior brother. He was like this in his youth, killing all the 10,000 families and crossing the Starry River. Fu Yueying, however, was full of worry and urged, "Come closer. I'm afraid that if something does happen, You won't be able to save it in time. Ji Thin glanced at her. Caring is messy. He, an immortal dignity level powerhouse, controlled time, though he hadn't yet reached the realm of time standing still. But how can you not catch up with such a small distance? Unless the other party comes with an immortal dignity as well. But how is that possible? In the entire Little Diffusion immortal region, there were no immortal exalts. In the Tsung Dome mansion, a fat man of at least 200 pounds, wearing extremely luxurious clothes and a golden crown, sat at the top. Below him, there was a man wearing a star robe with a handsome appearance. His name was Shinwei, the fifth son of Chuanqing of the Chuanqing immortal sect, with the same status as that Tang Hong who died in the Tianqian realm, but much older. Cultivation is naturally not at the same level. At this time, Suji had just kicked the corpse of Chiyu into the mansion. The headless body was like a ragbag, lying pensively in the middle of the temple, spraying blood outward in a mischievous manner. It's outright humiliating. Not only was it humiliating him, Gunstar sect, but it was also humiliating the entire Little Diffusion immortal region. Shinwei arched his hand. Your Highness, the people of the lower realms are knocking at the residence. What kind of great disrespect is this? And we're just going to watch? The fat man up there who didn't look too natural was the son of immortal Lord Shaoyan. In this immortal realm, a well-deserved prince, but he was idle, had little combat power, no commitment, and just had a good birth. Shinwei had always been extremely displeased with this person, but there was no way. The identity of the crown prince was there, and Shinwei could only accompany the fat man with a smile and request for a sign even if he was disgusted with him. Shinwei, take it easy. Hearing Shinwei's righteous anger and rage, Fatty had a scared look on his face and, who dares to knock in the great cities of space throughout the ages? None of them are the kind of masters who come from a place where there's no limit to what they can do. One word, stomped me to death. And I'm just a few entries in his character biography. Is it a loss now? Shinwei was speechless for a while. If this fat man had used his work of judging the times and studying the avenues, it wasn't as if he couldn't pile up a Xian immortal with all those resources. It can be tolerated. Shinwei gave a cold shout and, those whose kowtowing is not recorded are merely dead. Your Highness is a little too scared. Fatty shook his head frantically. Isn't that cloud dust stargazer of yours already on his way here? My uncle Xian is also heading this way. As long as we hide in the Great Hall and don't go out, no matter how rampant that lower realm person is, they can't do anything to us. Wait a little longer. Shinwei turned his head and looked at Fatty. In the entire Tsung Dome city, there was only this Great Hall that was sturdy. In other words, if Suji destroyed all of the immortal path nodes and then escaped to the lower realms, they would have suffered a stifling loss for nothing. Outside the hall, also as Shinwei expected, Suji rode Little Gray and was heading towards the location of the teleportation node. No one on the road dared to stop him and could only look at him in awe. We can't let him get away with this. Shinwei glanced at the fatty, turned around and appeared directly in front of Suji, blocking his path. Seeing Shinwei, Tianlu and Xia both stopped their steps at once, not daring to go forward. Although the two of them were also upper immortals, Shinwei was the seven sons of the Kunshi. Those who were able to obtain this title were all people who aspired to go to the extreme in each realm. Stop! Shinwei drank softly at Suji, holding a stack of cards in his hand, and when he saw that Suji didn't even look at him, he casually drew one out. 1,000 blades. Shinwei played the card in his hand. In an instant, thousands of blade lights appeared from the void and headed straight for Suji. This is not a strong move. There was a starburst in the light of the blade. Each of the stabs came with the power of a star. In the outside world, I'm afraid it could destroy a cluster of meteorites. However, Suji didn't even look at him and just slapped his palm with his sleeve hand. A giant palm emerged in the air, and with a forceful closing, all the Dao blades crumbled and dissolved into the void. Suji still didn't look at him and ran towards the teleportation spell formation. He had a premonition that an extremely terrifying cultivator was approaching. This was a foreshadowing of fate and a side benefit brought about by his realization of the three talents pointing immortal finger. Can faintly see a corner of the future. That said, time is now running out. You dare to look down on me? Shinwei looked at Suji incredulously. In the entire Little Diffusion immortal region's upper immortals, he wasn't said to be ranked in the top 5, but at the very least, he was in the top 10, wasn't he? As far as the man and woman following Suji were concerned, it would only take a few blinks of an eye for him to rub them into muddy ashes. However, the Suji in front of him even skimmed over him as if he were an ant. How could Shinwei, who had always been so high and mighty, tolerate this? I'm going to tear you apart. Immediately, Shinwei was furious. His clothes exploded, and he drew 3 cards in a row, blossoming with golden light, and threw them towards Suji. The cards took off and turned into thousands of points of light, as if they were stakes that were driven into the space several miles to Suji's side. Boom! The space in front of Suji suddenly collapsed, and countless immortal Buddhas appeared from the air. They each had silk threads wrapped around their hands, which were threads of karma, constantly entangling Suji's limbs and divine soul, blocking his progress. Although Suji had a lot of power, his weakness and the laws together made him actually be controlled in place for a moment. 17th of the 3000 Great Tao, the Tao of cause and effect. Seeing this, Tianlu cried out in horror. Xinwei deserves to be called the seven sons of the Kunshi, not taking the astral path, but taking the causal path instead, and he's even accomplished so much. Xia was sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Compared to these heavenly prides, these ordinary cultivators of theirs really couldn't make it to the stage, especially this Xinwei, compared to Tang Heng, and a lot stronger. In the future the achievement of Xianxian is almost a nail in the coffin. Even Prince Xiaoyan, who was peeking in the Great Hall, looked at Xinwei with envy in his eyes. Woof, use force to break the ban. You'll only get deeper and deeper if you tangle with the laws. Ash looked at Suji for a moment and knew what he wanted. With his heavenly immortal level law perception, he was still far from being able to do anything to collide with Xinwei in terms of laws. Suji's eyes snapped open. Just now, he had some epiphanies, and the laws of the Great Tao kept colliding in his mind, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. But there's no time to lose. You're a bit annoying. Suji turned his head and looked at Xinwei. Xinwei clasped his elbow and stood in the void, sneering, if you don't kill me today, you can't leave. Su-Ru, Ash, someone else has such a request? Su-Ru and Little Gray exchanged a glance. Meet him and kill, Ash egged on. Suji nodded, his legs clamped together, and chaos chi channeled a little towards Little Ash. In an instant, an aura of antiquity, savagery, eternity, and chaos intertwined swept out from Little Gray. At that instant, the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region, and even the Great Diffusion Immortal region, and even that central immortal region that was far away in the heavens, all trembled fiercely, especially in the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Some of the ancient forbidden places seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of pressure, and were even about to start collapsing. Xinwei, who had borne the brunt of the attack, turned pale. He was only fluctuated by the pressure. The fluctuations of the Great Tao on his body were then completely isolated. With a boom sound, his body was like a kite with broken strings, swinging towards the distance. His body shriveled up quite a bit. Ash looked confused. Woof, Ash, asterisk. God damn it. Who let you channel chaos chi on me? Chapter 52. Whose dog is this anyway? The little greyhound barked and barked, rather exasperated. Desperately, he pressed the grand and boundless pressure on his body to death. Suji was also almost swung away in that instant, and at this moment, he was looking at Little Gray with a palpitating heart. Dog, what the hell are you? Little Gray bared his teeth. The first chance in all the worlds. Su-Ru was really convinced this time. The dog's body shook, and it shook that Xinwei, who was sensing cause and effect, into a dwarf. This is coming from a real place. You wouldn't be a reincarnation of an immortal dignitary as well, would you? Suji looked at Little Gray suspiciously. Then if I channel some chaos chi to you in the future, won't you walk horizontally in this world? The Little Gray frantic dog barked. No, absolutely not. You settle down. You can't let some power know I'm alive. Otherwise, not only me, but even your family is in trouble. My family? Suji looked straight at Ash. What family? Ash's sweaty hair exploded, as if he felt he had lost his words, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. I mean the Tai Sword sect. Isn't your benefactor from the Tai Sword sect? They're in big trouble too. Su-Ru looked at the dog half-heartedly. Little Gray's tail flicked twice and changed the topic. Quickly go destroy the teleportation array and return to the Tianxian realm. Someone is approaching. Something for later. Su-Ru nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Little Gray was strong, but it had isolated Suji's power, making it clear that it was a forbidden method that could not be used. With a clip of his dog's belly, he swept towards the teleportation immortal formation. In the distant sea of stars, Ji-Fin's mind was shaken, and it took him a long time to get over it. The stronger they were, the more they could feel the vastness and grandeur of Little Gray's square shock. It was like the beginning of heaven and earth, the first appearance of the immortals and demons, which could be viewed and could not be estimated. The power just now, was it from that dog, or was it from Suji's body? Ji-Fin calmly asked. He was affected much more than even Xinwei. If it wasn't for his extreme strength, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured at this moment. No, don't know mo. Omega. Fu Yueying was also staring. Her mind was like mush. Where did she think of that? Ash followed her like a mangy dog. All you do is eat, drink and tease the ES. How can you follow such a heroic performance of Suji? Whose dog is this anyway? Fu Yueying lightly grunted, her pink lips pouting. There is a sense of condescension that the pet prefers the male owner to the female owner. On the other side, Suji had already leaped over a distance of 10,000 feet to the teleportation spell formation. He threw a punch. A furnace of heaven and earth emerged, slowly absorbing the immortal energy in the air. The flames gradually boiled. Suji set the time. After a quarter of an hour, the furnace would explode and blow up the entire space spell. This furnace, nonsense of 3,000 avenues of the Xianxian immortal cannot move. A touch will blow up. Go back. Su-Ru had a satisfied look on his face, escaping after wreaking havoc. It was so exciting. In the next second, he was going to charge into the spell formation on Little Grey and head back to the heavenly Xian realm. It was also at this time that a sudden change occurred. In the distance, the Xinwei who had transformed into a midget suddenly stood up, bringing blood with him as he pounced straight on Tianlu and Xiaohe. Tian Xian, Sujiu Xiao, if you dare to run, I'll kill these two attendants of yours, especially this old man, looking at you with kindness and care in his eyes. Someone very important to you. Right. Jia Jia Jia. Suji stopped his pace, and his murderous aura climbed violently. Threatening him with those around him couldn't be tolerated. But before he could strike, he suddenly gave a delicate cry, and his right hand's jade-colored soft sword violently sprang out. Immediately afterward, the sword split into 9 lights, as if the Milky Way was falling straight down into the 9 heavens, the waterfall pouring down from the sky, instantly chopping above Shinwei's body. Sand pen. My mother is his senior aunt. In your mouth becomes a follower. I'll stab you to death. Shinwei's face was filled with horror. He had greatly overestimated his own strength. After being shaken by Ash, his connection with the Tao of cause and effect was broken. In other words, she had not pulled away from the likes of Xiahua in terms of essentials. What's more, he was still injured and carrying some contempt now, so naturally he was no match for Xiaohe's power-stored sword. Tianlu was so excited to see this that he rushed straight up and started mending. Elder sister, don't stick your nose in twice. Let me do it. I'll do it. In the usual days, when he saw the 7 sons of the Gunstar, he didn't even dare to fart, with his tail between his legs. Where have you ever raised your eyebrows like today? If those people from the Tai Sword sect knew that he was stabbing the 7 sons of the Ultramarines, it's simply glorious. Ah! Shinwei hissed madly as she was stabbed and, Prince Xiaoyan, save me. If you don't save me, you won't be able to explain when the Cloud Dust Stargazer arrives later. Prince Xiaoyan? Prince Xiaoyan is in Songdome City? Tianlu and Xiaohe's faces turned white, not even thrusting their swords, turning their heads and running towards Su Ji, hastily drinking. Run! Prince Xiaoyan is here. Offend no one but him. They are truly afraid. With their knowledge of Su Ji's character, Prince Xiaoyan came out, that too with a slap before leaving. That would be a real stab in the dark. Good. Su-Ru nodded. He's not that much of a mongrel character either. This little Prince Yen hadn't messed with him at all, so he naturally wouldn't think about how to whack people. What's more, he was the one who first came to Songdome City to make a mess, and he deserved it first. Immediately, the 3 men and a dog ran into the teleportation spell. With a flash of essence light, he followed the arcane fluctuation and flew towards Tianxian. The next moment, the door to the Great Hall opened and Prince Xiaoyan walked out with a big belly. Looking at the charred and blackened Shinwei, he'd sked inside. Shen Xingzi, I told you just now, don't mess with this muddy water. History doesn't lie. Who in this world has the courage to knock? I have a feeling that the one called Su Jiuxia just now will at least come up with a few immortal domain biographies in the future. Originally, I should be the one he bullied here. But now, it's your turn to go down in history. He chuckled, once again feeling full of superiority for his wit. And at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on his side. The visitor's eyebrows were gray and black. His face was old, and he vaguely melted into the great Tao. Seeing that Prince Xiaoyan was unharmed, he sighed in relief and respectfully saluted. And, Your Highness, are you all right? It's fine. Fatty shook his head. That fireplace, Uncle Xian, do you think you should dismantle it for him? Fireplace? Uncle Xian turned his head to see that beside the heavenly Xian realm's teleportation gate, there was indeed a large furnace that was vaguely about to explode. What does Your Highness mean? Uncle Xian's heart fluttered and he didn't make a move. Just looked at Fatty. Let him go. Fatty waved his big hand. He really didn't want to see Su Ji. That's if the fireplace is gone and the guy on the dog comes back for more. He can't afford it. Then follow the words of the Crown Prince. Uncle Xian bowed. No. At this moment, a soft cry suddenly came from the side. Chapter 53, Space Cut Off. Immortal dignitary comes to the rescue. With the sound of a soft drink, 2 men fell straight down from the sky. Cloud dust. iPhone? Uncle Xian glanced at the 2 of them, a flash of dismay in his eyes. Why have you 2 great stargazers of the Chuanshan immortal sect come together to my Sangdao mansion? Could it be an investigation into the terrifying pressure that appeared at first glance just now? Sai TC nodded. I happened to be in the neighborhood and felt that amazing fluctuation, so I came over to take a look. Cloud Dust waved his hand aside. Let's not worry about the mighty or not. Hai Feng, make your move and grab the kid from the Tianxian realm for me. You're the only one of us here who has sensed the spatial Dao, so intercept their route to the Tsang Dome mansion for me. Sai TC glanced at Cloud Dust and nodded. The intimidating pressure was fleeting, and it didn't look like much of a frown. Might as well do an old friend a favor first. With that in mind, he turned his head to look at the fireplace and palmed everything. The furnace instantly fell into the void and silently annihilated. Immediately, his eyes turned hollow as he looked toward the teleportation spell formation. Buzz. The spell formation became transparent, and through the layers of space, Haifeng saw the three Suji who were leaping towards the Tianxian realm at breakneck speed. Graft. With a grip of his hand, the space in front of him was sliced out and connected directly in front of Suji. Suji's face changed, and the little gray dog barked, but it could no longer break. In the next instant, 3 people and a dog appeared in the field. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A blinding light shot through the room, and Tenro let out a scream, paralyzing him to the ground. In front of him, Hai Feng, Yun Duan and Xian Yuan, the 3 Xian immortals. If these 3 were to come out together, it would be more than enough to destroy 1,000 small realms. They have no chance of escape. Facing desperation, Xiahua's lips went pale. Falling from the euphoric escape he just had to hell in a handbasket. The gap between each other's moods is palpable. In the distance, the dying Shinwei dragged his body over, his face full of sardonic smiles. Uncle Cloud Dust, Uncle Hai Feng, they were the ones who blossomed at terrifying pressure and knocked me down just now. I suspect that they have supreme treasures on them. Treasure? Six eyes lit up. Hyunwon licked his upper lip. So you sent it? Naturally, he had also felt the shocking pressure just now. Only, his cultivation wasn't as strong as Ji Thin's, and he couldn't feel the fear in it yet. Only the preciousness. At this moment, greed had filled his mind. Kid, hand over the treasure and I'll make a decision for you to join the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion and never be threatened by the Chuanqing Immortal Sect again. Hai Feng and Yun Duan looked stunned. Brother Xian Yuan, this person has a blood feud with our Chuanqing Immortal Sect. It's better to leave it to us. At the same time, they glared fiercely at Shinwei. Isn't that pure retardation? Which pot is the wrong pot? For something so confidential, one should go back to the Gunstar Immortal Sect and shut the door to talk about it. On the side, Prince Xiaoyan stepped forward and grabbed Xian Yuan's arm, admonishing him. Uncle Xian. No, stabilization is the main thing. But how could Xian Yuan listen to Prince Xiaoyan's words at this time? He was a Xian, just a protector of the crown prince, not a servant of any kind. After all, in the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region, Xian immortals had an extremely high status. How could someone who could perceive the 3,000 Great Dao stoop so low as to be a servant? At this moment, he had a feeling that as long as he captured the chance on Su Ji, in the future, the sea would be wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky would be high enough for birds to fly. Even immortal Lord Xiaoyan could not help him. Sensing Xian Yuan's surging greed, Hai Feng and Yun Duan looked at each other inside. Then, Brother Xian Yuan, remember to give our Chuanqing sect some compensation. Definitely. Hyunwon licked the tip of his tongue and stepped forward to look at Su Ji. Hand it over. His eyes glazed over, and his immortal energy instantly squeezed towards the 3 of them. Su Ji, Tianlu and Xiahua immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Trembling, Su Ji, under Little Gray's augmentation, felt a hint of oppression even though he was not harmed. Shinwei laughed out loud. If I can't cure you, there are plenty of people who can. Boy, Prince Xiaoyan was at the side, watching the 3 of Su Ji being easily bound, and his mind was also filled with doubts. Did he look away? Did the person in front of you really have no backhanded preparations before he dared to bully his way into the great city of space? That would be a real eye-opening walk. Thinking about this, he coldly said, so it's a lower realm hairy head, wasting so much of my feelings. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly snapped and gave himself a slap. This dog's mouth, why can't it hold back for just 1 second? Only to see that in front of Su Ji, an old man with white hair and a withered face slowly appeared. The old man smiled like the Maitreya Buddha and turned his head to look at Ash. Woof! Ash wagged his tail and lolled his tongue, his eyes full of pleasing. Apparently the 2 sides are well acquainted. You are? Sushi felt the familiar figure in front of him and was slightly surprised. He was just planning to fish out of water and infuse little gray Gaga with chaos chi to ignite this world. I didn't realize that the person in front of me would show up to help. That's right. The person in front of him was the immortal Zun Jibo who had been chased by Su Ji in the Tianxian realm. Seeing the 3 Xian immortals surrounded, he knew that Su Resignation's retreat was over and showed up to save him. What are you? At that moment, Hyunwon's heavy voice rang out. You don't deserve to know what I am. Get lost. Ji-bo looked at Hyunwon expressionlessly. Bold. Xian Yuan was furious and, this is the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain, the territory of my Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion. Even if you're an immortal king and you want to act as an authority here, you'll have to go through our immortal lord's consent first. Noisy. Ji Thin reached out. Pop. A palm print imprinted in the void emerged. Hyunwon's body was thrown up and fell heavily on the distant floor, the right side of his face directly thinning out. His eyes widened incredulously as he looked at Ji Thin. As a Xianxian immortal, he was raised in a dignified manner, and he didn't know how many faces he had. No one dared to hit him in the face anymore. I want your life. Xian Yuan bellowed and rose to play Tai Chi, a surge of spatial power slowly condensing in front of his chest. Yuanxiu, returning palm. The might was so shocking that the entire Dome city shook. But again, the only thing that responded to him was a gentle tap from Ji Thin. Just like hitting a mosquito. Asterisk 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 dot. Pa dash. Another slap smacked the left side of Xian Yuan's face, not only smashing his face to pieces, but also rushing the spatial power in his palm to collapse. Hyunwon fell to his knees, cloaked, and stared at Ji Thin in disbelief. You're an immortal king? Damn it. I've already informed the immortal lord that you do whatever you want. You can't escape. Ji Thin's face sunk slightly and his right finger lightly hooked. Hyunwon suddenly slapped himself, howling with blood and misery. Ji Thin turned his head to Suji and laughed. Originally I wasn't going to save you, but after observing you for a while, I'm a bit sparing. Well, you're right in thinking that my saving you has nothing to do with AF, that favor is on me. Far away in the sea of stars. Fu Yueying. Chapter 54, Killing Xianxian Immortals in a Row. The Crown Prince begs for forgiveness. Cherished talent? Suja froze, and Ji Thin laughed. The avenue of time is profound and incomparable. So watch. After saying that, he turned to look at the two people in the distance, Haifeng and Yun Chen. Escape. The two men's complexions changed greatly, and they turned around and turned into a ray of Dao light, fleeing extremely fast. But how could they be faster than Ji-bo? Only to see that in Ji Thin's right hand slightly pinched, the two people's figures slowed down several times, clearly already trying their best to escape, but they were as sluggish as a snail. Ji-bo then slapped his right hand. The space instantly turned into a shaped transparent palm print. Against the two boom a slap down. In an instant, the two Xianxian immortals' corpses and bones were gone, leaving only a pool of blood on the spot. How is it? Did you learn it? Ji Thin turned his head and looked at Su Ji in an old-fashioned manner. Su Ru. He always felt that this Ji-bo had come to show off his skills. How could he learn by just watching from afar? Seeing Su Ji's expression, Ji-bo nodded in satisfaction. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. So quit being arrogant. The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. The old man was acting crazy in front of him. Today also, even if, when he later strength exceeded Ji Thin, must double in front of him to pretend back. And at that moment, the space cracked open, and an old man in a dragon robe stepped out. When he saw Ji-bo, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his originally majestic face. Lord Ji? He took 3 steps to Ji Thin's side and grabbed his hand. Why did you come to my little diffusion immortal realm and not inform me? My master's father misses you so much. He's been chanting about you every day. Shoo, Ji Thin pressed him. Don't tell anyone about me coming to the little diffusion immortal region. Understand? Understood. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan rubbed his hands together and turned his head to look at the situation. Instantly there was a realization in his mind. Taking a step forward, he slapped his palm at the Xian Yuan that was madly pumping himself. With a poof, Xian Yuan's head exploded and blood was spilled on the spot, dead beyond repair. If you dare to offend Lord Ji, your 9 clans will not be protected. He let out a cold snort, then looked at the constipated-looking Prince Xiaoyan. Father, I didn't do anything. Nothing. The fat man immediately knelt down, trembling, and looked at Su Ji. Brother Su, as you can see, I didn't stop you in the slightest when you were about to leave. Su Ji sniffed and nodded. He glanced at Ji-bo, knowing that he didn't want to fall out with immortal Lord Xiaoyan. This was evident from the fact that he slapped over Haifeng and Yun Dust with one palm, but did not make a move to kill Xian Yuan. Therefore, Su Ru also gave the fat man a step down, not bothering to make things difficult for him. Seeing this, the fat man had hot tears in his eyes and couldn't wait to come over on the spot to worship Su Ji. He's been steady for years, and if he folds here, he's really grasping at straws. Brother Su, when you come to the little diffusion immortal region in the future, if there is anything I can use this prince for, just open your mouth. I'll die for it. Prince Xiaoyan swore with conviction and really took Su Ji as his savior. Su Ji smiled, and without making more words, he turned around and rode Little Gray. heading towards the teleportation spell formation. After this incident, he had some understanding in his mind. Strength, or not enough. Let's go back to the heavenly Xian realm to receive the 3-month reward first. Ji Thin stopped him and laughed. Now you understand why a food didn't let you come to the immortal region, right? Suja was silent for half a second. I see. Is the heart fearful? Ji Thin laughed. No, Suru replied. Very well. Ji Thin nodded. I haven't misjudged you. The power that Ape and I are in is called Cloud Dream Immortal Court, where the central immortal region is located. If you can come to the immortal court from the Tianxian realm, I can make the decision to let you two be alone for half a month. Half a month alone? Suru's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that make that mission of his complete? But Ji Thin was after all Fu Yuying's senior brother, and Suji acted righteous on the surface. I didn't go to see AV for some one night alone, but because I insisted on love. Love? Ji Thin snorted. I haven't told Ape about the ridiculous things you did in my Wanxiang kingdom. As far as I can tell, you've called out the wrong person's name on several late nights. Is this also love? Suji was shocked. You spied on me? Ji Thin slanted him a glance. A few girls were chatting. I just overheard them. My Wanxiang kingdom is the real world, not a delusion. So naturally I won't go for some beamer behavior. You think I'm that classless? Suji suspiciously looked at Ji Thin. He felt that this immortal father was very disrespectful for his old age though, but it's also true that there's no sense of being spied on when you're doing your business. Alright, Ji Thin murmured. Go back to the heavenly Xian realm. In the future, when you do something, don't be so reckless. Next time I won't be able to shelter you by your side. Suru nodded. From the time he awakened the system to today, it had only been less than 10 days. His strength, however, has skyrocketed. As long as he was given some more time, I'm afraid that the entire immortal world would be trampled under his feet. And at that moment, Xia suddenly said, since the matter has been settled, I won't go back. I'll go back to the Tai Sword sect. Seeing the expression on her face, Suji knew that this senior aunt had panicked. Xianxian immortals were all easily slapped into meat cakes. Her life was too small in a game at this level. Tianlu nodded. It's good that you're not going back. After the Tianxian realm is repaired, you won't be able to stay there if you have to hide your cultivation and keep your tail between your legs. Xia sank his voice. Senior brother, why don't you come back to the Tai Sword sect with me as well? For those love debts you owed back then. I'll help you plead with the sect master. Love debt? Su Ji's ears perked up. Tianlu shook his head with a bitter smile. The past is gone with the wind. I'm fine staying in the Tianxian realm. So let's say goodbye. Xia nodded his head, and Suru glanced at the two of them with intent, before he was pulled hard into the teleportation spell by Tianlu. Ji Thin, help me destroy the teleportation spell. Su Ji's voice came out from the spell. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan was stunned. Ji Thin shook his head and lost his smile. Don't look at Su resigned to do things recklessly, but rough and fine. Only trust themselves. Destroying the teleportation spell formation was undoubtedly the best outcome for him right now. With a boom, Ji Thin struck out, directly collapsing the teleportation spell formation. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan arched his hand. Lord Ji, do you want me to order this disciple of yours to go on? Ji Thin waved his hand. He is not my disciple. What I came here today, you just pretend it never happened. Understand? Why is this? Immortal Lord Xiaoyan was first stunned, then realized, could it be for the sake of training? You've learned to ask yourself questions. Ji Bo glanced at him. You guessed it right. Young people have to suffer some twists and turns before they can become something. Understand. Understand. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan nodded his head. On the other hand, Suji had returned to the Tianxian realm and was just about to go back to the Nine Heavens sacred ground to enjoy himself fiercely for a few months when his face suddenly changed. Now that he had refined the heart of the realm, the entire Tianxian realm was under his control, and there was only one place that was still in the mist. That is the western part of the continent. The place full of magic. Chapter 55, Evil Demon? There's still this thing in Tianxian realm? How can we allow others to live in our so-called couch? Feeling that the realm under his control had blackened a piece, Suji's face instantly blackened a piece as well. Meanwhile, Ash blushed and barked. Check out the west. Suji clamped the dog's belly, and Little Gray scurried out like an unstringed arrow, directly drilling into the void. Tianlu, on the other hand, turned his head and began to rebuild the central state. As a result of this disaster, although the space was regaining its stability, there wasn't much left of those buildings. Still have to build it from scratch. Fortunately, practitioners build faster still. Otherwise, the years of trying to recover from such a battle alone would take hundreds of years. Western region, Pro-Demon Abyss. Chu Wanli shivered and looked at a landscape in the distance. There, thousands of cultists, worshipping a bouquet of blood-colored roses. At the bottom of the abyss, the demonic aura was eerie. Dark currents surged, and the pressure emanating from it only wanted to suffocate people from the impact. Shu Wanli froze all her life signs, just like a dead person, unable to move, not even daring to draw on her aura. Its goo blood rose? At this moment, Suji appeared at Shu Wanli's side. Shu Wanli froze. Then surprise erupted in her eyes. Su Jiuxiao, you've returned from the immortal world? Suji nodded, seeing Shu Wanli again. His eyes fluttered up and down, completely unable to look directly at Shu Wanli. What for? Shu Wanli was full of doubts. Besides Fu Yueying, which woman did you fall in love with behind my back? Su Ru was stunned. What nonsense? Shu Wanli hummed. Then why don't you even dare to look at me? Su Ru coughed softly twice, his eyes still fluttering. He had seen Shu Wanli without clothes too many times in the other parallel time and space created by Jibo. At this moment, at a glance, Shu Wanli was in front of him as if she was naked, and he even knew where there was a mole. The point is, Shu Wanli didn't know that part of history. She was still an innocent woman. Therefore, Suji was also embarrassed to look at it more, fearing that he would subconsciously do something strange. There are some things that become habits that are the worst. He's a married man and doesn't want to get into too many love affairs. Women, most troublesome. Look at me. Shu Wanli was annoyed and tugged on Suji's sleeve. Is she that bad? You don't even look at her anymore after you're married? Well, at least in the entire Tianxian continent, she was considered to be a top-ranking beauty. How many can compete with her? This matter will be discussed at a later date. Su Ru waved his hand and turned his head in the direction of the evil palace. What's going on here? Poof. When it came to business, Shu Wanli also straightened up and, I've been watching this for a while now. It looks like they're sacrificing something and releasing something? Sacrifice? Release? Suji recalled a few hundred years ago, when he came to the western region to practice, a female demon Gaga pestered him and tried to mess with his Tao, and he reacted half a beat slower, not recognizing the wolfishness of the female demon for a moment, and cooperated for 2 days, releasing some evil demons. Then he was judged by the heavenly Tao to be possessed of the devil, and he was given a book of orders to pursue him. In the end, Suji killed the 10 emperors and 100 saints and fled to the eastern wasteland, where he suffered from heart demons day in and day out, almost hung up. It wasn't until the revival of the system that it took him to the top of his life once again. Stringing back and forth and thinking for a moment, Suji suddenly looked at the blood-colored rose. You say, was it that Gu Bloody Mei who was victimizing me back then? Su Ru coldly spoke. Gu Blood Rose? Shu Wanli looked at the rose and thought that it did look a bit like the other one on Gu Blood Rose's chest. It's a possibility. She ruled. Woof. Suddenly, the cultists rioted in the distance, and Ash barked softly. Ha! Shu Wanli turned her head to take a look, covering her mouth and sighing lightly. What an ugly dog. Woof. Ash bared his teeth, his fur standing on end. What's so fierce? Suji slapped it on the dog's head. I'm going to tell AV. Ash was furious, and his tail kept wagging low. I knew it was that woman's dog. Shu Wanli laughed softly, picking up Little Gray and brushing its fur. Instantly, Ash's tongue lolled out and a smile filled his face. Su Ru looked at Little Ash with a look of contempt. No wonder this dog can't get along with Fu Yueying. He has no sense of decency. I really don't know who he learned from. And at that moment, the cultists suddenly rioted in the distance. Bloody roses bloom. From it, lay a stunning-looking woman with long legs. The woman had an almond face with peach blossom cheeks, white teeth and vermilion lips, a pair of long legs close to half the length of her body, and she walked slowly, swaying out a wonderful posture. It was clearly Gu Bloodmay, who had failed to snatch the heart of the realm. My lord. Beside her, a man dressed in black knelt. The news is correct? Su Joshio stepped through the immortal formation gate and went to the immortal region? Gu Bloodmay's expression was cold and cold, her face full of unwillingness after her plotting had failed and her chance had been taken. That's right. When my subordinate was walking back, that Su Joshio happened to go to the immortal region. The man bowed. Aha. Gu Bloodmay nodded. After the heart of the realm was absorbed by Su Ru, she was practically blind in the Tianxian continent. This is the last chance. As long as we release the ancient demon immortals and seize control of this realm, that's Su Joshio's revenge for killing me twice and killing me once. I'm going to settle things with him. Gu Bloodmay coldly grunted. Just don't know why. She took that last time she stole the heart of Suji's realm and propped herself up. It was also counted on Suji's head. Come out. Demon Fairy. Gu Bloodmay stretched her hands out. The next bloody scene took place. One by one, the heads of the cultists, who looked like pilgrims, suddenly burst open. Essence blood merged into a cluster of water streams, spraying out from his neck towards the demonic abyss. A strong demonic aura, as if from hell, slowly rose from the demonic abyss. As the number of deaths increased, a shadow gradually became clear and stood over the demon abyss. The silhouette had no hair, had a scar on its face, and was dressed as a dark ascetic, looking terrifying. At the same time, Suji's heart stirred, and he actually felt that the Tianqian realm was getting out of his control. Besides the realm heart, there are people who can control the realm. Suru's heart was shaken, and Little Gray, who saw the demonic shadow, suddenly rubbed and bounced up from Chu Wanli's arms and climbed onto Suji's shoulder, woofing and barking. "Get out!" Ash called out. Good. No need for Ash to say it. Suru would be on it. This Blood May has gone against the grain, repeatedly working against himself. However, the pressure of the demon monk in the distance, in Suji's opinion, was no less than that of Xian immortals such as Cloud Dust and Haifeng. Even as the cultists died violently, the bald demon monk's strength continued to rise. Even in the Tianqian realm, Suji didn't dare to be too careless. One could only look for opportunities to see if they could cut off the source of the demon monk's power. Therefore, he set his sights on the cultists at the first opportunity, leaping up from next to Chu Wanli and slashing diagonally with the Emperor's sword in his hand. Immortal Technique. Star River Sword Technique. Chapter 56. Wouldn't recognize the wrong master. Would you? Boom! 100-mile-long sword light directly tore through space and engraved itself in space. With Suji's ability nowadays, he had already sensed the way of the stars in the sword. When this sword was swung out, many large illusory stars emerged in the sword chi, and the force was enough to destroy the moon and break the sun. Tens of thousands of pagans looked horrified. They are not yet consecrated to the honored foreign gods. A single sword light chopped in, and it directly chopped half of them into particles. Sujiu Xiao, why is he here? Blood May shouted angrily, then slapped the black-robed man next to her. Didn't you say he went to the immortal region? The black-clothed man's head directly rotated 360 degrees and flew out, not even having the time to say words of explanation. In fact, Suji was already here, and it was useless for him to explain any further. Blood May wouldn't listen either. Blood May, today, whether this is your holster or not, and no matter where you are, as long as you're still in the Tianqian realm, you won't be able to escape this. Su carried his long sword in his hand and took a step forward, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph. Sujiu Xiao, do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you've refined the heart of the realm? With the demon immortal present today, even if you're as heavenly as you are, you'll have to hand over the Tianqian realm. To be clear, you're late. A cold aura flickered in Blood Rose's eyes, and with a stab, she pulled out the scarlet rose on her shoulder and threw it to the demon monk. In an instant, a brilliant aura blossomed in the eyes of the demon monk, and his cultivation, which was comparable to that of a Xian immortal, climbed up once more. Ha ha ha! Sujiu Xiao, be buried with this world. Blood May smiled demurely. What my mother can't get, you don't want to get either. Thumbs down. Suddenly, Suji struck with his sword, and Bloody Rose's head was thrown up. What good will it do you to kill me? Bloody Rose's voice rang out along with that demonic monk. To tell you the truth, my true form is that one rose. Just now you had a chance, but now, you don't have any more chances. I've become a magic immortal. As the words fell, the entire heavenly Xian realm rumbled, and the heavenly Dowel that had just become an immortal violently collapsed once again. The strength of the devil god that Blood May had manifested surged once again, vaguely poised to break through the Xian immortals and head towards the immortal king. An immortal king. One must know that the immortal lord of the Little Diffusion immortal domain, the ruthless man who controlled an unknown number of starfields, was only at the immortal king realm. An immortal king realm descended upon Tianqian. Who could resist? Suji took 2 steps backward, his mind whirling, thinking of a way to break the situation. It seems that the only way to have a chance is to pour some chaos chi on Ash. But looking at that reaction of Little Gray, it seemed that filling it with chaos chi was some kind of big trouble that was going to destroy the world. Just do it once. Ash. Suru took a deep breath and turned his head to look for Ash. After searching for half a day, he found that Little Gray had already arrived in front of the Devil's Abyss at an unknown time, barking madly towards the Devil's Abyss. Woof, 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 meow, meow. What responded to it was actually the sound of a cat purring from the Demon Abyss. What are you doing? Ash, get over here and take on the enemy. Suji was in a big hurry. This dog wouldn't be trying to stage some kind of pure love between a cat and a dog for him at such a time, right? Then he really wants to eat dog meat. Woof. Little Gray ignored Suji and barked louder and louder. In the distance, the demon monk's body suddenly trembled, and a majestic and surging power came out. The space began to fragment, as if it was the end of the world, scattering in all directions. An immortal king, Suji glared, pounced over, grabbed Little Gray's neck, and was about to instill chaos chi into its body. Suddenly, a cat's paw poked out from beneath the Devil's Abyss. The cat's claws were flat, but they were extremely fast, and in a thousandth of a blink, They had appeared on the demon monk's head. Su Jiuxiao, don't you dare try to escape. Ha! Gu Bloodmay was still immersed in the atmosphere of breaking through to a mortal king and henceforth being free on earth. A cat's paw suddenly pressed down. What child's trick? Gu Bloodmay disdained it and raised her hand to the top. Blue-black flames draped around her hand, almost burning through the vacuum. But in the next second, Gu Bloodmay's face suddenly froze. She was surprised to find that the huge force coming from her head was something she couldn't resist in any way. Her body, completely imprisoned, pressed down into the demonic abyss one by one. Ah! What is this? Su Jiuxiao, what tricks are you playing again? Gu Bloodmay's eyes rounded, but the power of that cat's claws grew. In the work of a single breath, Gu Bloodmay's body sank into the bottom of the devil's abyss, and only her pleas for mercy could be faintly heard. Su Jiuxiao, I was wrong, let me go. The voice faded away. Su Ji gulped. The cat's paw, as mundane as it seemed, was something he could clearly feel. It's stronger than Jibo. What kind of monster is this? Woof! The little gray tail wagged violently, and Chu Wanli ran over in shock, patting her huge chest and saying in surprise, Ash, did you just summon cat's paw? As an onlooker, Suji was in the middle of the situation and didn't react for a moment, but Chu Wanli on the side, that can be seen clearly. After the little gray dog barked twice, a cat's cry came from the magic abyss, and then the cat's claws appeared. If it didn't call it, who could it be? Ash, is that you? Suji looked at little Ash in shock. How many other secrets were there that he hadn't discovered in this first chance of the heavens and the worlds? Awesome! This devil's abyss, it's better to seal it up for now. Although the devil's abyss was helping itself, it was the devil's abyss after all. Sushi took a long breath and relaxed somewhat. No wonder the heavenly Xian realm was able to ignore the rules and not even collapse when Xian immortal incarnations descended upon it. Since there's such a counterintuitive place to stay down here to stabilize order, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse for myself to take over this heavenly Xian realm. Just in case one day in the future, some devil poked out of the devil's abyss, he wouldn't strike out at himself, would he? Suji's heart tightened, and the desire for strength in his heart was once again raised by a dimension. Little Ash, how can we seal this demonic abyss? Su-Ru turned his head and looked at little Ash, but how could he know that little Gray did not answer, but instead leaped on all fours and plunged into the devil's abyss? Ha! Chu Wanli exclaimed. Su-Ru was also confused. What does this dog want? At the bottom of the devil's abyss, little Gray appeared and came to a huge door with a devilish aura, barking twice. A moment later, the door opened and a colorful ragdoll cat stepped out. Of course, there are some differences from the regular ragdoll cat, which has a dragon's tail. Meow. The ragdoll cat purred, his voice somewhat similar to a teenage girl. Dogs, why are you here now? Late. I'm counting. 2,000 years? The little greyhound's face was displeased, and he took a few steps in place, just not answering. The ragdoll cat, of course, wouldn't leave him alone, meowing incessantly in his ear. Is the young master so weak that it took 2,000 years to take over the heart of the realm? Did you slack off and take him to the Acacia domain? I told you long ago, young people should be trained ruthlessly, and go through trials and tribulations before they can become a pillar of the party. No craving for pleasure. Do you understand? Ash whimpered twice, drooping his ears and shaking his head frantically. All wrong? The ragdoll cat's feline eyes rolled wildly, then suddenly settled. You don't recognize the wrong owner, do you? Chapter 57, The Great Emperor Returns to the Palace. Tian Xin Kolord. Wrong master? The little greyhound's face shook, and he flopped down on his forelegs, looking at the ragdoll cat with wide, aggravated eyes. You're really mistaken? The ragdoll cat was furious and stepped on Ash's doggy head with one cat paw. How flexible is Ash? At least Ji Thin couldn't even say he could tackle him. But under the claws of the ragdoll cat, it was pinned to the ground, and no matter how much it whimpered, it couldn't break free. Wait, the Muppet Cat vented for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Could it be someone from that clan that could make you recognize the wrong one? Shoo! Ash hastily told it not to say anything. There are some existences that are so meditative that they must not even be mentioned by name, because they can sense it. The ragdoll cat straightened her stance, taking her paws off Ash and murmuring, it'll be interesting to see if it's really that guy. Immediately, it turned its head to look at little Ash. Where's young master? Why don't you let him in? He's not strong enough to get in. Little Ash was honest, not at all as lively and cheerful as he was in front of Suji. Apparently, he's a little afraid of Muppet Cats. Not strong enough? Ragdoll Cat froze. How long have you been recognizing your master? Yesterday, right? Ash ducked and dodged the claws of the ragdoll cat coming at him. Then in these 2,000 years, is this how young master has lived? Is the food good? Is the clothing warm? The ragdoll cat was filled with guilt. There were riots outside a few times today, waking me up. Did someone from the immortal realm come down to bully young master? Ash thought for a moment. Sort of, but he didn't suffer much. Muppet Cat turned. I'm going to destroy them. Is the little diffusion immortal domain? I'll directly collapse it. Wait! Ash exclaimed, grabbing the ragdoll cat at once. You have to keep the house. What's going to happen to this family if you leave? You guard. The Muppet Cat squeezed Ash again. I can't. Ash shook his head like a rattle and, if someone really fights up, I'll be torn apart in a second. How can I be as wise as you? It has to be a cat as strong as you to keep house. The ragdoll cat, who really seemed to enjoy a pleasing compliment as much as the young girl, sniffed and hummed softly. That's right. You're too much of a dish. Then I'll be here to guard the family property for young master. However, if someone really bullies the young master, you tell me the first time. The family fortune can be earned again, but the young master mustn't let anyone bully him. The little greyhound's head nodded in succession, and he puffed curtly, his harumps dripping onto the cat's fur. Bang! The ragdoll cat kicked it off and ran back inside the door. Don't touch me. Ash ate the pain. There weren't many people or beasts in the world that could cause him harm. Ragdoll cats definitely count. This guy, the strength of his flesh is too terrifying. This heavenly Xian realm has its spine as a skeleton. Not to mention a Xian immortal. Even if an immortal dignity comes above, it won't collapse. And at that moment, the ragdoll cat had run out of the door with a pamphlet in its mouth. Here, bring this to the young master. Spatial Xian Dian? Ash's eyes glazed over. This was an unparalleled treasure book for cultivating the spatial avenue, and the entire immortal realm was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find a few copies of it. It's too valuable, isn't it? And if it's lost, it's over. Little Ash muttered. Young master can be reincarnated again, as long as I guard his divine soul, that is. But, get out of here. The ragdoll cat was furious. Its claws swung up and scratched Ash frantically. Ash! Little Gray returned to the Devil's Abyss with the Spatial Arcane Dictionary in his mouth. Only 3 feet left to walk on. The other Forlun deadpanned over his forehead. What? Suji froze, and Chu Wanli went forward with him, fiddling with Little Gray's forelimbs, but the dog just died and wouldn't let go. Ash! Look! The cat! Su resigned with a gulp. Woof! With a jolt, Ash took 3 sharp steps back and crawled backwards on all fours. But, Suji and Chu Wanli laughed when they saw its flowery face. Ash! You didn't get caught cheating, did you? Woof! The Little Gray showed his teeth, and Suji picked up the pamphlet that fell on the ground and flipped through it. Frowning, how come there's not a single word? A wordless heavenly book? Concentrate. Use the spatial avenue to sense him, the Little Gray dog called. Suru did as he was told. Using all of his spatial laws, he looked to the front of the book. The word, empty, separated by 1,000 layers of space, loomed large. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is this? Suji was shocked. Just for a while, his spiritual power was actually a bit deprived, and subconsciously he wanted to put his arm around Chu Wanli and fall back to sleep. Luckily, he reacted at the final juncture. This is not Jibo's Wansheng kingdom, so you can't just snuggle up. Otherwise his self-proclaimed innocence of a groom's persona would be gone. Take your time to sense it for 10,000 years, and you might be able to produce a Xian immortal. Little Ash held his head high. The path of immortal cultivation is not that simple. You have to be patient and precipitate. He taught assiduously and vaguely felt like the well-read preaching immortal, but by the time it reacted, Suji had already brought Chu Wanli and disappeared in place. What it says? Well, half a word. Su has a system. The wordless heavenly book is placed beside him. 1,000 years of cultivation will be poured into the line. It won't take long. Su went back to the old site of the Lin Lang Academy. It's only been a little while since I went to the west to fight the bandits. A magnificent palace surprisingly rose up from the ground. Other than that, there's nothing to say about the fact that the immortal cultivator is engaged in the construction piece. It's fast. Su brought Chu Wanli to the scene. A row of emperor races on the left, and a row of ancient saint races on the right. In the innermost part, there was a large dragon seat, perched in the air, with a real divine dragon dancing behind the chair. Yuan Bo, Qin Umo, Tian Lu Shang Xian, Yao Qi Sacred Lord, and even the 9 heavens sacred land Gao Ran. All of these people he knew so well. Not one of them were there. Each one was dressed in proper clothing and had a respectful face. When he saw Suji appear, the scene immediately erupted with a shocking sound. Welcome back to the palace, Great Emperor, asterisk 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 asterisk. Suru was dumbfounded. What's up with that? It's too vulgar, isn't it? But I like it. What is this situation? Suru asked softly, but his majestic voice filled the entire palace. Under the dragon seat, the man at the head took a step out. It was Luo Feng. As Suji's father-in-law, he was now in a high position. He was seen sitting cross-legged with the sound of the zither in his hands. Clang! And the background music? The corner of Suji's mouth twitched. Luo Feng said in a loud voice. 9 is the extreme of the number. Xiao is the top of the sky. The 9 heavenly emperors. Leading Tian Xian. The 10,000 souls jump for joy. It is worth raising the realm to celebrate for 3 days. To wish that Tian Xian has a co-owner. Suji froze. Spinning his mouth, he sketched a faint smile. It's not necessary, is it? If you don't sit in this dragon seat, who will? In the future, no matter what forces are involved, they will all listen to your teachings, and take your words and phrases as the Bible and record them in their education textbooks. Not bad. I won't stay in the Tianxian realm that isn't ruled by the great emperor of the 9 heavens. If that's really the case, I might as well run headlong into the ground to die. The Chen family used to have a bit of an old grudge against Su Ji, but at this moment, when they saw Su Ru shirking his responsibility of not being this Tianxian co-lord, their new patriarch could not wait to headbutt his head and splatter his blood in the air. Chapter 58, 4 months in a row. Peak of Upper Immortal. Yes, master, just take a seat. Gao Ran was also full of excitement. Developed. The master teacher who was almost GA suddenly shook his tiger's body, and his mic came to Tian Xian. It's a success to look up to your father. Is there anything under the sun more delightful than this? Hey, the hospitality is overwhelming. Suji sighed and slowly walked over to the dragon seat and sat down. In that case, let's follow Luo Feng's words and have a big celebration for 3 days. As soon as Su Su's words fell, smoke and fire spread all over the sky. Immortal energy was showered down, and countless scattered cultivators knelt down and kowtowed, thanking the great emperor for his gift. Ash looked on with his doggy head shaking. What a load! It was even more pretentious than some of the immortal emperors it had seen who ruled over billions of frontiers. It knew deep down that Suji still had a long way to go, and really wanted to leisurely become this co-owner, fearing that it wouldn't be that easy. And Su Ru himself ran to the immortal realm to go for a walk, and had seen so many applications of the great Tao, which had long ago planted the seed in his heart. He himself wouldn't be willing to just stay in a small place for the rest of his life. It is necessary to go out in less than 100 years. The next step is to eat, drink and be merry. Chu Wanli accompanied her, and Suji beautifully ate some dragon's liver and phoenix marrow. Late at night, Tianlu called Su Ru to the back hall. Smiling, he said, with the matter of the immortal region settled, we'll have plenty of time to live a free life. Su Ru shook his head, staying in peace. I'm a bit uneasy if I don't pick up Afe back. What's more, Xiao was also brought to the immortal realm by Ji Thin. She's gifted, but after all, she's not familiar with the world, and she's sure to miss her parents. I'll bring them back with me when I get a chance. Tianlu nodded and stroked his beard in relief. He liked Su Ru to be as sentimental as he was. This disciple was not taken in vain. At this moment, he felt more and more how right a choice it was to take in the desperate Suji 1,000 years ago. People, it is true that you still have to do good things to get good rewards. Dean, the immortal road has been destroyed by Ji Thin. How do we get to the immortal region now? Suji suddenly thought of something and asked. Well, have to sense the space avenue. I do have the immortal domain positioned here, but the star vault is vast, and if you don't know the spatial avenue, it's absolutely impossible for you to leap across the sea of stars and arrive at the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain. Moreover, even if you reach the Little Diffusion Immortal region, it will be difficult for you to go to the Cloud Dream Immortal Court where a Fu is located. Su Ru frowned deeply. Cloud Dream Immortal Court. Not in the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain? Not in. Tianlu sighed. The Immortal Court is in the Central Immortal State. That place? Even I have never been there. How can I go? Su Ru asked. Extradition. Tianlu glanced at him. Every 300,000 years, the Central Immortal State will extradite a batch of immortals in each of the great immortal realms. What about the conditions? Su Ru raised an eyebrow. Prove your worth. Tianlu laughed. Only young immortals with boundless potential can be looked upon by the immortal state. That age threshold is under 1,000,000 years old. Millions of years. Suji froze. Immortal lifespans are endless. He was only 2,000 years old now, but he was already considered a retired elder in the Tianxian realm, and in the immortal world, it can only be considered young. And how do you prove your worth? Su Ru added. Battle. Tianlu counted with his fingers. The next immortal domain battle should be another 300,000 years away. You can make it. The corner of Suji's mouth twitched. 300,000 years. Luo Zio and Fu Yueying were probably turned into blood. When was the most recent session? Su Ru glared at him. The most recent session? Tianlu shook his head. Unfortunately, in half a year. Immortal domain battle. In previous years, it was the Xianxian immortal who took the top spot. You still have to practice. Upon hearing this, Suji directly turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. Wait, Tianlu grabbed Suru. You don't really want to participate, do you? Try it, maybe. Suzaku grinned. Then you remember to compete in my Tai sword sect, and fight for glory for your master. Tenlo suddenly flies rubbed his hands together and, it's not a good idea for master to lose face in the Tai sword sect. You understand? Suja froze. Think of some of the rumors. It was said that Tianlu was in the immortal realm because his daughter-in-law ran away with someone and still showed her love in front of him every day, teasing him like a turtle. The man on the other side of the street is also a thief and a brave man, and he takes pleasure in beating up Tenru every day. In a fit of rage, Tianlu rebelled from the Tai sword sect and fled to the Tianxian realm to live in seclusion, not asking questions about the world. And according to what Xu Wanli and Fu Yueying described to him before, Tianlu often stared at a painting of a woman late at night, with words on his lips and sometimes 2 lines of clear tears. Thinking of this, Su Ji patted Tianlu's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. Dean, I will. Tianlu's nose soured as he recalled the happy days of the Tai sword sect and almost broke his defense. Forcing back the urge to shed tears, Tianlu turned around and exited the great hall. A scroll also appeared in his hand, and he dully walked towards the lotus pond in the backyard. Su Ru shook his head. Ask the world what love is. Hey, women are terrible. The next days, Su resigned to find a strange mountain beauty, the mountain red falling leaves floating. Very beautiful. This was the only place in Tianxian continent that produced the exotic 8 treasure fish. The flavor is no less than dragon meat. He stayed here and fished, a colorless booklet at his side. Day by day, the system's voice in his head kept ringing. On the 7th day of marriage, 1,000 years of cultivation will be rewarded. On the 8th day of marriage, rewarded with an immortal weapon, the holy armor of battle. On the 9th day of marriage, the reward avenue, the 5 elements avenue. On the 30th day of marriage, the space cannon was broken by you, and at a glance, space was cut into 10,000 parts. Your spatial Tao is promoted to the initiate level, and your strength is raised to the upper immortal realm. On the 60th day of marriage, rewarded with a high-level immortal art, Hand of the Heavens, and at the same time, the realization of the 3,000 paths of the Vault Path. On the 90th day of marriage, the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword was upgraded in grade and promoted to a high-ranking immortal weapon, which comes with the Sharp Avenue and is indestructible. On the 120th day of marriage, rewarded with an immortal mansion-type immortal artifact, the Coiling Dragon Immortal Boat, high-ranked immortal artifact. If it's not off, it's on? Ding for 4 months. Su resigned. People are stupid. Every day, fishing and teasing the dog here. The cultivation level went up like a rocket. Opened the panel and looked at it. Host, Su resignation. Cultivation, peak upper immortal. The 3,000 paths, the path of space, the path of the vault, the path of destiny, and the path of the 5 elements. Immortal weapon, Imperial Sword of the 9 Heavens, high grade. Coiling Dragon Immortal Boat, high grade. Holy Armor of Battle. Techniques, the 7 books of the martial scriptures, chaos level. The Sun and Moon Spitting Technique, Immortal Technique. And the Space Arcana. Battle Techniques, Hand of Heaven. Fist of Heaven and Earth Melting Furnace. Star River Sword Technique. Ash was on the sidelines, and the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. How is it that it's only been 4 months, and I haven't seen Suji cultivate? And this body emanates pressure, and it's getting scarier by the day? Chapter 59, Space Branching. Revisiting the Immortal Region. Phew. On this day, Suji caught a bajin fish, grew up, and directly threw the fish into a boiling pot on the side. Little Ash's tail wagged instantly, and his gaze towards Suji was full of pleasing. It smells so good. Suji glanced at it and sneaked a punch through. With this punch, the space didn't fluctuate half a bit, and even Little Ash didn't react before the fist had already chiseled on its head. Woof! Ash took a step back and went on alert, looking left and right. Suji, be careful. There's an assassin, specializing in the space avenue. It feels like a Xian immortal. Suji froze, then laughed out softly. Is that what you're talking about? Bang! Another punch, a solid one, to Ash's head. Ash was instantly confused. Are you enlightened? Suru nodded. How about this punch of mine? Little Ash's eyes showed horror. 4 months, and you've cultivated the spatial Xian Dian to this level? Aha, Suru said with a slight smile. I feel a hair's breadth away from the Xian immortal, yet I can't step out of that step anyhow, and the results are not significant if I use time to grind it down. Ash looked grave. Well, the heavenly Xian realm is farther away from the immortal realm, and the great Tao of perception is actually rather hazy. So if you were in the immortal realm, it would probably be a bit easier to promote Xian immortal. What makes a Xian immortal? Suru asked. If you cultivate the spatial avenue to the small completion realm, then you are a Xian immortal. The space avenue, with its several branches, is like a 10. 000 avenue with several winding runways. It's subdivided into fusion, cutting, squeezing, and splitting. Well, let's see. You're supposed to be going with the fusion one, where the body merges with space. The mark of this branch crossing over into Xian immortality is instantaneous movement. Instantaneous transmission? Suji's eyes lit up. Right, Ash nodded. Breaking space with a single punch is violent, but it's more likely to alert others. And the consumption of immortal yuan is very high. This is the most coarsely obvious method. And like the punch you just threw at me, it was like a gazelle hanging from the corner. Without a trace, I don't know the spatial avenue, so I can't avoid it, and I can only be passively beaten. The spatial avenue is in existence ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 avenues you have cultivated to this point. When you go to the immortal realm, don't make a sound. Why? Suji snorted. Do they still want to take me back for research? Of course not, Ash woofed and barked. Those who are upper immortals who have sensed the space avenue are few and far between. So perhaps a superpower will come across the domain and capture you back to repair the space spell formation. Are you trying to do infrastructure in the fairy world? Su-Ru. Civil engineering? The dogs won't even do it. In the back of the mountain, Tianlu was punching slowly, living a cozy life. Su-Ru walked in, directly breaking his tranquility. What? You're going to participate in this immortal region contest? Tenru almost bit his tongue. Yes, Suja nodded, his breath showing slightly. Tianlu instantly felt the gale force winds hit his face. In a few months' time, you jumped from the great emperor realm to the peak of supreme immortality? Tianlu looked stupefied and stared in place. Su was even higher in cultivation than him. Such a terrifying promotion speed was unheard of for him, at least in the Little Diffusion Immortal domain. Aha, Suja nodded. How do I get to the Little Diffusion Immortal region? It's not too late for me to go now. Tianlu hesitated for a moment. You really want to go? Do you know that with the deaths of Haifeng and Yunduan, you are already wanted by the Chuanqing Immortal sect in the Little Diffusion Immortal region? The moment we show our heads, we may be in for a siege. Suja was silent. On that day, he drank high from Tianshan Sujioxiao, and he didn't change his face. And in Songdong City, there were quite a few people who sought him. As for Ji Thin in the back, with his strength, ordinary cultivators can't see his face. So the grudge was all on Su Ji. 2 Xian immortals, even for the Kuner immortal sect, was considered a big loss. Definitely report it. Woof, it's fine. When you advance to Xian immortal, that Chuanqing immortal sect will have to kneel. Little Gray said disdainfully from the side. A small immortal domain's Taoist system, still pretending to be on it. Sooner or later we'll exterminate them. What an arrogant dog. Tianlu flinched, glanced at Little Ash, and said in a deep voice, but now that the immortal road has collapsed, even though I have the star node of the Tai Sword sect, it's too far away from here. Even if you're a space-based Xian immortal, you won't be able to walk to the Little Diffusion immortal domain in 2 months' time. Is there a solution? Su-Ru asked. Yes. Tenru laughed. Go to the extraterrestrial battlefield. It's left over there from the ancient times. So much space has been interlaced by the fight. Take your chances. Maybe. Extraterrestrial battlefield? Suji's heart moved. Good. By the way, if you really want to go to the immortal region, bring Wan Li with you. With her natural talent, it's enough for her to join the Tai Sword sect. Let her go to the immortal region to have a good hard training. Tenru added. Okay. Su-Ru smiled. That afternoon, Suji finally found a use for Luofeng. This guy had been hiding from his debt for 10 years in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and had met quite a few people, so he definitely had a lot of knowledge about the environment. There are several nodes that unusual people can't get close to. I'll take you there. Luofeng said this and the two of them arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield. After rolling around a bit, Suji locked onto one of the nodes. The aura emanating from its rear was vaguely similar to the Little Diffusion Immortal domain. Woof, are you sure this is okay? Ash said suspiciously. He was not good at spatial avenues, and at the moment, he had an uneasy look on his face. If this got out to some demonic realm and an emergency call for help was made, the uproar would never be small. It shouldn't be a problem. Su-Ru hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he had used the spatial avenue to sense a damaged node. The heart is not in the right place. Believe you once, a space immortal master close to Xian immortal is a character when placed in a small immortal domain. The little gray dog barked. Afterwards, Little Ash went back and called Chu Wanli over. The 2 men and a dog, riding in Suji's coiling dragon immortal boat, plunged headlong into the node. Luofeng's roar was still faintly heard behind him. Brother Su, remember to bring my daughter back. Spatial turbulence that blurs the concept of time. Suji didn't know how many times he had folded the space, and finally followed the vague spatial node and arrived in a world. Asterisk. It's so not human. It's exhausting. Su-Q let out a deep gasp. It's like fishing for fish in a fast stream. He took a bigger net though, but the current was so strong and the fish so small that it was a struggle to get one. And Su-Ju, to fish thousands of them. The physical labor involved is palpable. I should have known to mix to Xian before coming over. Suja flattened his mouth. But there is no time to lose. If he could, he would have blended in until he was an immortal dignitary before coming over. When the time comes, just like Ji Bo, he will be invincible, and no one will be able to stop him. Even immortal Lord Xiaoyan had to bend down to compensate for his smile, and that's when the sense of space gradually became clearer. Su Ji could sense that the coordinates of the Tai Sword sect were in the northwest, and not far from where they landed. There was another city, hidden and mesmerized in the universe. What luck! It's a big city in space. Ash eyed the surprise. Chapter 64 Great Forces. Spatial Turbulence? The Great City of Space. Sunset City. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Suja's mouth. He still remembered the densely packed spatial nodes when he was in Songdong City. This kind of large city ran through all the important areas of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Finding the spatial Great City was the same as finding the transportation hub of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Go on, check it out. It was the first time for Chu Wanli to come to the Immortal region, and like a curious baby, her eyes were as wide as a copper bell, not even blinking. Good, Su Ru answered, and the three of them entered Sunset City. Perhaps it was because the Immortal Domain contest was approaching. The crowd flow in Sunset City was much larger than Songdong City. The sky was densely packed with casual cultivators who were traveling with imperial swords. From time to time a few luxury rides fly by. The ones like Su Ji who barged right in on an immortal weapon dragon boat were all big spenders. Suja put away the dragon boat, and the two men and a dog walked to the center teleportation point. I'm sorry, Immortal. The node to the northwest is temporarily closed to casual cultivators. Watching over the node, the cultivator wearing a moon-colored robe faintly said, the nostrils don't breathe at all. Suja frowned and was about to break the ban with his power. A woman suddenly came up beside him. The woman had long hair and a haughty face. What he wore, even an earring, all faintly emitted a faint red light, transmitting the fluctuations of immortal weapons. At first glance, it's from an unusual background. Seeing Suji being stopped by the robed cultivator, the woman smiled faintly and looked at Suji. You want to go to the Tai Sword sect and participate in the Immortal Domain contest? Su Ru nodded. To introduce myself, I'm the eldest senior sister of the Kyushu Island, Water Moon Cave. My name is Meng. If you want, you can take our Water Moon Cave Heavens boat. Just 3 pounds of immortal gold is enough. 3 pounds of immortal gold? Su Ru's heart fluttered. During these 4 months, the system had sent him tens of thousands of pounds of immortal gold. Originally he didn't feel anything, but now he realized it was quite valuable. Star Trek are only 3 pounds of fairy gold. Or the back door. With a flick of his fingers, a storage ring flew into Meng's hands. Lead the way. Meng froze and carefully sized up Suji. It's really dirt cheap. Usually, she reported 1 caddy of immortal gold with others, and only reported 3 caddy when she saw Suji driving the immortal boat in. I didn't expect Suji to casually dump out 3 pounds without even blinking. And looking at Suji's appearance that he couldn't even enter the spatial teleportation point, it was obvious that he didn't have much of a background. Maybe it's a small person who broke into the Star River and got some ancient chance. It's a big fat goat. However, the Water Moon Cave days to do this scalping business. Not a day or two. Although he coveted the wealth in Suji's hands, it was not enough to tear his face off and snatch it. Go! Meng led Suji several people and flew towards a huge aerial fortress. Entered the fortress to an open square. There were already quite a few loose cultivators in the square, either meditating, practicing martial arts, or enjoying a meal. Just wait here. A few hours to Tai Sword sect. Well, in the middle should still pass through the island of Kyushu. After receiving 3 pounds of immortal gold, Meng's attitude was much better, and she smiled sweetly at Suji. Your name? Su Jiuxiao. Su Jiuxiao said indifferently. He wasn't even trying to hide his identity. When he was in the Tianqian realm, he was forced by the system to marry a deceased friend's daughter, and he still had to have a face, and still had a disguise. But when he got to the immortal realm, what's the point of disguising himself? What Gunstar Immortal sect wanted? He doesn't care. Even when Mundane was in the heavenly Shin realm, he was open all the way. His character is very rigid. This was evident from the fact that when he was falsely accused, he preferred to kill the 10 emperors and 100 saints and retreat to the eastern wasteland without explaining half a word. Nowadays, he was half a step short of Shin Immortal. It was just right that the Chuanqing Immortal sect's people had come, just in time to help him break through that tipping point from the battle. And he wasn't even worried about any danger to his life. It's good to activate Ash at critical moments. I don't know what side effects Ash has, but at least with 1 or 2 uses, it shouldn't be a problem. Is your name Su Jiuxiao? Shi Meng nodded, with doubts in her eyes. Why does it feel like I've heard it from somewhere? You think about it? Suja looked at her with a smirk. Eldest miss, the people from the Violet Sky Cave Heaven are here. Shi Meng wanted to chat a few more words when the shouts of other cultivators came from the distance. Excuse me. Shi Meng made a bow and went to the other side. Su Ru nodded and found a place to sit down. What the heck is this purple heavenly cave again? Suji looked at Little Gray. Woof. There's someone selling information over there. Why don't you go buy a copy? The little gray dog barked. Good thing too. Suji walked over and dropped a caddy of immortal gold, making the information-selling boy cry in pain before he inexplicably walked back. Is immortal gold expensive? Suru frowned. A pound. Already the smallest unit of his wealth. Ash bared his teeth and his dog brain was puzzled. It carries half a pound of fairy gold on it alone. In the immortal realm, immortal gold trading units were counted in pennies. A pound of immortal gold can be exchanged for 100 points. Where did Suju get so much money? Expensive or not? It's all introduced in the book. Little Ash pointed to the Encyclopedia of the Little Diffractive Immortal Domain in Suru's hand. Suji nodded, and his divine soul sank in. Intelligence spread out at once, and Suji slowly familiarized himself with the Little Diffusion Immortal region. There were 4 major powers in the Little Diffusion Immortal region, namely the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion, the Chuanqing Immortal Sect, the Tai Sword Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. Only these 4 major powers were qualified to participate in the Immortal Domain contest. All other minor powers have to be titled under its door. As for the scattered cultivators and small sects, almost all of them were concentrated in a wondrous place in the Little Diffusion Immortal region called the Island of the 9 States. There were 7 great caves on the island of Kyushu, and the Water Moon Cave, where Shi Meng was located, was one of them. It was worth mentioning that among the 7 great caves, there was a power named Smoky Xia Cave Sky, which used to be called Smoky Xia Immortal Mountain, alongside the 4 great powers. However, it has been in decline for a long time, and so far it has been reduced to the end of the cave. Their headmaster, named Huaqing Shangxian. This can't be the one who wanted to take me as a junior brother in the Eastern Wasteland. Right. Suru had an odd look on his face. If he wasn't short on time, he really wanted to run to the Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven and give this Huaqing Shangxian a lesson. One must know that when he was in the Eastern Wasteland, he hadn't been bullied by the Heavenly Tao. One by one, there's no escaping the reckoning. After flipping through the pages for a while, Suji yawned and got some dragon's liver and phoenix marrow to eat. The point where he is most different from other monks is, he didn't have to practice at all. Su resignation as long as eat, drink and have fun on the line, while Chu Wanlini sensing the Heavenly Tao, frowning straight, want to dip some immortal flavor, to consider a lot of things. Half an hour later, the entire flying fortress suddenly shook, swaying left and right, and the immortal chi was disorganized. The crowd instantly rioted. What's wrong? Chu Wanli woke up with a start, bumping into the spatial turbulence. This immortal weapon stopped working. Sushi sensed the spatial avenue. His insight was far beyond the reach of any human, and he instantly understood what had happened. Chapter 61 Killing for Treasure. Threats. Immortal weaponry stops. Suru frowned. As per his observation, most likely, this Water Moon Cave Heaven's people drove their immortal weapons into the spatial turbulence themselves. At this moment, as if confirming Su Ji's thoughts, Shi Meng walked in with a group of people. Each had a stern look on his face. What do they want? Chu Wanli was startled, and her body leaned towards Su Ji. Woof, it's just killing people for treasure. Old trick. Ash yawned and watched the show. Su Ji nodded and sat cross-legged. Judging by the route Shi Meng traveled, their target was probably the few cultivators from the Purple Sun Cave Sky. How can there be more oil and water on a loose cultivator than a caveman? Definitely picking the fat sheep to slaughter. And at that moment, the middle-aged man who led the Violet Sun Cave Heaven also sensed it and droned in a low voice. Shi Meng, what do you want? What do we want? Shimoni smiled. Rumor has it that the Violet Sun Cave Heaven recently obtained a high-grade immortal weapon in the outer regions, as well as tens of thousands of pounds of immortal gold. I wonder if this could be true. Yes. So what? The middle-aged man licked his upper lip and the spatial passageway is held by the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion, and you have filed a case in the Immortal Mansion. So if something happens to us, aren't you afraid to take the blame? Having entered the spatial turbulence, it would be too fishy if only the people from the Purple Sun Cave Heaven died out. The responsibility will definitely be on the Smoky Hollow. Shi Meng, as the person in charge, bore the brunt of it and could not escape at all. As long as you kill all of you, the person who takes the blame. I have another choice. Well, Shi Meng smiled wryly. Kill the light? At those words, the faces of the scattered cultivators in the room suddenly changed. Shi Meng, Is your water moon cave heaven crazy? You killed us all? We've paid our immortal gold. Is water moon cave heaven so lacking in resources? To go so far as to offend the little diffusion immortal mansion to do such a thing? Sure Meng, don't seek death. The crowd was loud and boisterous. Sure Meng smiled faintly and didn't explain much, just a slight hook of her hand. A dozen or so cultivators rushed out directly behind her, with the lowest cultivation level being at the beginning of the upper immortal realm. In an instant, the wrestling begins. This was the fight between the caves, and it was tragic. How fast do monks strike? In just half an incense stick of time, the people from the Purple Sun Cave Heaven were killed until only a middle-aged head was left. The dying middle-aged man, covered in blood, was cornered. Sure Meng, a man cannot stand without trust. You will surely die if you do this. The Violet Sun Cave Heaven, in conjunction with the small diffusion immortal mansion, will uproot your water moon cave heaven from the Yellow Springs and the Bijou. Sure Meng cackled, ignoring the middle-aged man, and instead turned her head to Su Ji, who was watching the show with his knees crossed, and said, "There are some things, and it's not like I did them. Don't you think so, Tianxian Su Jiuxiao? Tianxian Su Jiuxiao?" The entire room was shocked, and they all looked at Su Ji with fiery eyes. This name, recently, could be said to be well known in the Little Diffusion Immortal region. The Chuanqing Immortal sect offered a reward of 10 immortal weapons and 20,000 pounds of immortal gold for his head. I'm afraid that such an expensive bounty could arm some N-stream cave heaven. Even providing information about Su Jiuxiao, that could be rewarded with 1,000 pounds of immortal gold. During this period of time, I don't know how many cultivators acted spontaneously to search for Su Jiuxiao in the Starsea, but it all came to nothing. I didn't expect that they would run into each other here. The middle-aged man from the Violet Sun Cave Sky was first stunned. Then he laughed out loud. Sure Meng, you killed all of us to frame this lower realm junior? Sure Meng nodded slightly. Not bad. Su Ji looked at Sure Meng with a smirk. Know my identity? A trace of appreciation flowed out of Sure Meng's eyes, as expected of a character who stirred up such a big power as the Chuanqing Immortal sect to place a bounty on him. This determination is also very comparable to others. Su Ji smiled and shook his head. Do you know why the Chuanqing Immortal sect wants to offer me a reward? Shimon froze. Why? Su Ru glanced at her. It seemed that the Cunare Immortal sect hadn't publicized the fall of cloud dust and high foam. Otherwise, with the unusual deaths of the two Xian immortals, Sure Meng would never have dared to treat himself like this. Su Jiuxiao. Sure Meng couldn't pinpoint it, and looked sideways at Su Ji. You've just ascended to the immortal realm, and you actually have no grudges with my water moon cave heaven, so I don't want to make things too difficult for you. Truth be told, I'm desperate, but I'm also making an effort for my brother to participate in the immortal domain contest. How about this? You lend me 30,000 pounds of immortal gold and I'll let you go? 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. The whole room was in an uproar. Su Li looked at this Fu D devil. Okay, but well, I borrow money but usury. 9 out of 13 back. Are you willing to borrow? Of course I'm willing. Surprise erupted in Sure Meng's eyes. I didn't expect the Su Ji to be so fat. Dealing with the Chuanqing Immortal sect, where was the saving of taking money directly from Su Ji? At the same time, she had some regrets. Borrow 30,000 centavos. It's too little. The Chuanqing Immortal sect spent 20,000 immortal gold on rewarding an upper immortal, so I'm afraid that the chance on Su Ji was more than 100,000 immortal gold. The more she thought about it, the more fire burned in Sure Meng's eyes. At the same time, her hands weren't slow, commanding those around her and frantically slaughtering the casual cultivators. Su Ru smiled and shook his head. Flexing his fingers, a storage ring flew into Sure Meng's hand. Su Jiuxiao? Chu Wanli was startled. 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. It didn't sound like a small amount. Ash was non-committal, and stretched. With its understanding of Su Ji, he was definitely up to something. It's really 30,000 pounds. Sure Meng's eyes erupted with full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes kept circling around Su Ji. She's thinking, can we squeeze more oil out of Su Ji? Mr. Su, is this also going to the Tai Sword sect, to participate in the immortal domain contest? Sure Meng laughed. It's not hard to guess. Suja was now wanted, and the only way to break the situation was to achieve results in the immortal domain contest and be sheltered by the central immortal state. Yeah, Su Ru smiled and nodded. Then do you want to come and sit in my water moon cave heaven? When the time comes to go to the Tai Sword sect together, you can also have a companion? Sure Meng threw Su Ji a wink. People can also accompany you. Oh. Su Ru's eyes narrowed. That's not necessary. Sure Meng spread her hands. It's a pity then. It's fine. It's just that in this case, we'll have to ask Mr. Su to help our water moon cave sky take the blame. Anyway, you're not afraid of ticks. so there's no harm in having one more Violet Sun Cave Heaven as an archenemy. Threats. Suru did not answer. His eyes went cold. Then, as if he remembered something, he laughed. Hey, it's time to pay back what you owe me, right? What do you mean? Shimon froze. I didn't make it clear before. I borrowed money, and within a minute, I'm going to ask for it back, Suja faintly said. Now, it's time for you to pay back. 60,000 pounds, please. 60,000? How come it's doubled again? You want to trick me? Meng's face sank. Are you not clear about your situation? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four upper immortals surrounded Suji. If I didn't have to keep you to take the blame, do you think I would let you go? Meng snorted. Pinching you to death is as simple as pinching an ant. Chapter 62 Rampant. Beaten into the water moon cave. Crush me? Suru looked sideways at the four upper immortals and smiled faintly. Is that so? As the words fell, Suji's right hand lightly squeezed. Instantly, the Tao rioted and a large transparent hand appeared on the side of the four upper immortals. A slight pinch. Boom! The four upper immortals instantly turned into blood mist and dissipated into perception. You? Meng took 2 steps back and exclaimed. Uncle Chess! The top of Suji's head suddenly cracked open, and a middle-aged man with a gun killed him. The water dragon was draped around the gun, and this gun was extremely powerful, like a heavenly dragon coming out of the sea. Terrifying, but he had only just stepped out of the spatial turbulence. A giant palm wrapped around him. Boo! A peak upper immortal powerhouse was directly pinched into great Tao particles, transforming heaven and earth in his body. Uncle Ling! Ka dash! The space on the right cracked. An old man's hands turned into a circle, the water boiling, vaguely with the intention of a great circle, directly toward Suji's face. Thumbs down. The Nine Heavens Emperor's sword came out of its sheath and swept through, tossing the great head up. Afterwards, the Emperor's sword stabbed into space. The sword mingled with space, and in the cascading space, it found a few other old men, and the sword sealed their throats. Space cracked open, and a head with round eyes flew out, spinning on the ground and finally rolling in front of Meng, staring straight at her. Meng's eyes were horrified to the extreme. No longer having the appearance of the haughty young lady at the beginning, she sat on her but on the ground. Are you still an upper immortal? Suji lifted his steps and walked. His black hair spread out and his killing intent was like substance. Never belittle your opponent. Hearing that I came from the lower realms, you take it for granted that I'm weak? Reality will be a slap in the face to pampered, self-righteous sons of nobility like you. Now, pay back. Ah! Meng flew backward on all fours in fear. At the same time, there was a flash at her waist. The square shook tremendously. The next moment, the square was transported to the outside world. Meng took control of the flying fortress and fled in a flying frenzy. Aha! Countless loose cultivators were churned through by the spatial turbulence. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. With a wave of Suja's hand, Chuanli and Little Gray appeared at his side. At the same time, another middle-aged man also appeared beside Suji. It was the leader of that purple sun cave. When he saw Suji, he bowed and saluted. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for saving me. Suji nodded. Name? My name is Immortal Pingqing. Immortals can just call me Pingqing. Pingqing said. Good. Suru glanced at him. Lead the way to the water moon cave. Going to the water moon cave? Pingqing was shocked. There can be quite a few Xianxian immortals in the water moon cave heaven. Lead the way. Suru glanced at him. Xianxian? So what? He cultivated the 7 books of the martial scriptures while sensing the space avenue. An ordinary Xian immortal would not necessarily be able to beat him, unless a Xianxian immortal who ranked in the top 100 in terms of sensing the 3000 Great Tao was present. But Water Moon Cave Heaven, not even a top power, obviously didn't have that kind of great power. Pingqing swallowed his saliva and without further persuasion, he flew ahead and headed towards the Water Moon Cave sky. Wait, sit on this. Suji beckoned and the coiled dragon immortal boat appeared. On the way, Pingqing looked at Suji, who was sitting on his knees at the bow of the boat, with a face of fear, and asked Chu Wanli, who was beside him, this 9 heavenly immortals, has always been so crazy huh? Chu Wanli helped him make a reply. Getting used to it. Pingqing wiped his sweat. Although the upper immortal was very strong, it was still much worse than the cave heaven. That was, after all, a second-rate power in the little diffusion immortal region. It's hard for regular people to shake. Ash snorted. This is just where it's at. When this guy goes berserk, he can topple the immortal realm, turn the fairy realm upside down. Pingqing listened in awe. Even if a person is crazy, how come a dog is also so crazy? 2 days later, a flying fortress stumbled and crashed into the water moon cave. In the main hall, a group of old men were meeting. The old man sitting at the top suddenly made a move with his hand. Meng's figure appeared in the large hall. Her look of lingering shock was panicked, as if she had been frightened by something. Calm down. With a wave of the old man's sleeve, blue points of light spilled down, and Meng's expression soothed. What's going on? The old man asked with a frown. Sect Master. Meng's eyes widened as she told the encounter on the road. Are you saying that Su Joshio has no less than 100,000 pounds of immortal gold on him? The Water Moon Sect Master sighed slightly. It's a pity that he was left behind in the spatial turbulence by you. Otherwise this would be a huge fortune. If we can trick him into coming to the Water Moon Cave Sky with a little trick, then we'll be at our mercy, an elder said. Meng is still too young and not mellow enough. Someone regretted. Meng handed over the storage ring that Su Ji had given her, which contained 30,000 immortal gold. Sect Master, all the immortal gold. It's all here. I'm afraid that Su Joshio will come to my door to take revenge on me and ask me to pay back the money. Pay back. The two words that Su Ru brought with him as a divine soul shock had been lingering in her sea of consciousness for a long time. There's no harm in it. An upper immortal. Can he still turn over the sky? The Water Moon Sect Master took the storage ring and smiled disdainfully. If you really have that kind of courage, then you can't blame others for finding death. Not to mention the Chuanqing immortal sect. Even this Water Moon Cave heaven of mine will tell him to have no return. The crowd sniffed and laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. Suddenly, boom! The main door to the great hall was slammed open by a corpse. The body was in pieces and blood was splattered all over the place. Su Ji's voice followed. Water Moon Cave. Pay back the money. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. 300,000 pounds? The Water Moon Sect Master's eyes glared at Meng. Didn't you say it was only 30,000 pounds? Meng's face turned pale. It's 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. Su Joshio is sitting on the ground. He's blackmailing us. Blackmail? The Water Moon Sect Master blew out his beard. Not to mention 300,000, even 100,000 immortal gold. They couldn't even get it out of Water Moon Cave Heaven. Really think fairy gold is cabbage? Old Buster. Go ahead and tackle this ignorant little boy over here. The Water Moon Sect Master looked at the old man sitting on the side, who was filled with righteous indignation, and said in a cruel voice, Good. The oldest eight, named Jia Yong, held a hammer and was sensing the forging weapon avenue, which also belonged to the middle stream among the 3,000 avenues. Although his combat power wasn't particularly strong, he was still in Xian immortal. It's more than enough to gather an upper immortal. I'll let this kid know what cruelty is. Jia Yong laughed harshly and, I'm going to make him into an artifact soul and imprison him for eternity in a shadowy immortal artifact. Good. Upper Water Moon Immortal was greatly pleased and, even a supreme immortal dares to kill on my Water Moon Cave Sky. Today, let the people of the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region understand that my Water Moon Cave Sky is never to be bullied. No problem. Jia Yong grinned and directly kicked through space, walking out of the Water Moon Cave. Chapter 63 Xian Xian. Just this? Outside the Water Moon Cave Sky, Su Ji sat cross-legged. Little Ash, Chu Wanli, and Ping Qing were 100 miles behind him, watching from afar. Little Ash, what do you think Su Joshio he wants? Chu Wanli frowned slightly. In her opinion, when one came to the immortal region, one should keep a low profile and a low profile again. After all, this is a strange world. Little Gray was looking at it, and barked. It's making a statement. Establishing authority? Chu Wanli was slightly surprised. Then she also figured it out. With Su Ru's character, it was impossible for him to be in the immortal domain with his tail between his legs. And now that he was wanted by the ultramarine immortal sect, if he wanted to live a decent life, he was destined to be in constant trouble. Since you're bound to be found, you might as well be proactive. The mighty Water Moon Cave Sky let everyone know. He, Su Joshio, is not something that any cat or dog can come and mess with. In the distance, the entire Water Moon Cave Sky was thrown into chaos after Suji kicked a guarding disciple to death. The mountain protection spell formation opened up instantly, and the fluctuation of immortal energy was very violent. At this moment, a man who looked like a protector shouted at Suji through the mountain protection spell formation. Su Joshio, we've already notified the Chuanqian immortal sect that the Starman will be arriving immediately, so don't leave there if you're capable. A bunch of cultivators were also clamoring beside them. A wanted criminal. How dare he kill his way up to our Water Moon Cave Sky? He's really tired of living. Not bad. Our Water Moon Cave Sky isn't made of clay either. When the sect master comes out later, you won't be able to escape just the same. Humph. A lower realm cultivator who doesn't know how many pounds or how many tails, who is used to being brutal, really thinks that he can be disrespectful to the great powers. In actuality, it's just asking for death. The cave's mountain protection spell formation could resist the full force of an ordinary Xian immortal strike. So they weren't scared at all. Instead they were a bit afraid that Su Ji would run away. They have used agitation methods. That is, they want to keep Su resigned for a period of time. But how could they know that Su Ji didn't have the heart to escape at all? At this time, Su Ji's eyes suddenly opened and he slapped his palm. Buzz. The large invisible hand directly passed through the mountain protection spell formation and smashed the protector's head with a slap. The blood spurted up like a fountain. The person beside me, even the breeze did not feel, but also in the unimpeded incomparable excitement Su's resignation. There was a mountain guardian disciple who was cursing with a fluttering brow. Suddenly, his face was sprayed with water. A casual glance. Blood? He was frozen to the spot, as if he were a zombie looking to the side, only to see the majestic protector in the past. At this moment only a headless body, hanging in the air, constantly bubbling with blood. Protect, protect. His body kept trembling, but he hadn't finished speaking. The head was suddenly pierced through by a finger, instantly in pieces. Blood splashed onto the disciple beside him. Panic began to spread. The bristling expression came to an abrupt end. A group of disciples glanced at each other, and before they could react, their heads exploded violently like that firework. To their deaths. They didn't know how Su Ji had managed to pass through the mountain protector formation and inflicted damage on them. Immortal Ping Qing hid at the back, his eyes wide with shock, killing people invisibly. It's actually the Space Avenue? There aren't many Space Immortal Masters approaching Xian immortality in the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region. Ash gave him a look. Shu, it shouldn't be too rare. I see that the dead Haifeng of the Chuanqing Immortal sect wasn't in Xian Immortal of the spatial system? Ping Qing's face stiffened. That should be the only Space Immortal Master in the Little Diffusion Immortal region in plain sight. No, he's dead? Wait. Ping Qing suddenly showed fear in his eyes. The Chuanqing Immortal sect is offering such a large-scale bounty to the Nine Heavens Immortal. Could it be that Immortal Master Haifeng was killed by the Nine Heavens Immortal? Are you stupid? Little Ash glared at him. All of them are sensing the spatial avenue. How can a Supreme Immortal kill in Xian Immortal? Showtime. Ping Qing swallowed. Killing? It doesn't have to be strength. It can be betrayal, intrigue, traps, poison. Say it again. Little Gray bared his teeth. The matter of Su Jiaxiao's enlightenment of the spatial avenue must not be mentioned again, or you will definitely die. Ping Chang was stunned. Then his eyes were bewildered. What did I just see? He was decisive, chopping away at the memory. Chu Wanli laughed bitterly. It's useless for you to bully him. Su Jiaxiao isn't low-key at all. It's not just us who saw him using the spatial avenue. There are also people from Water Moon Cave Heaven. It's only a matter of time before it's exposed. Upon hearing this, Little Ash sighed lightly. He'll hold back a little longer, until he can resist Xian Immortals. Then he can make it public. It's still too early. A spatial lineage Xian Immortal. As long as he doesn't run into a pervert like Ji Thin, or find death on his own, there's no danger at all in crisscrossing the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Resisting a Xian Immortal. Chu Wanli pursed her lips, somewhat powerless. She also knew the cultivation system of the immortal world. An earth immortal like her, if she hadn't found the help of an immortal king who had sensed the great Tao of time, or if she had found a secret place where the laws of time could be adjusted, cultivating to Xian Immortal would take at least 50,000 years to start. That's still if her talent is going to be pulled full circle. Cultivation should have a background, a backing, a network, and wealth. The immortal world is even more naked than the mortal world. The classes are too solidified. Thinking about this, Chu Wanli sighed lightly. Stop it. I know Su Jiaxiao too well. No one can persuade him. The little gray dog barked. There will be a situation later. You go first. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you during the fight. When the time comes, you go to the Tai Sword sect and cultivate well to avenge us. Chu Wanli shook her head and spread a smile. Why should I leave? You're not afraid to die? Ash gave her a look. Not afraid. Chu Wanli quietly looked into the distance. Since I've come up here with him, I'll always follow him and support him all the way from behind. Even if he doesn't want me. Ash was silent. Why do you feel that this Chu is more suitable to be a madam than Fu? Should we persuade the young master to take it all? And at that moment, the avenue suddenly boiled over. Pieces of the void in front of Su Ru shattered, and out stepped a hammer-carrying blacksmith, which is Su Jiaxiao. As soon as Jia Yong came out, his voice was so loud and powerful that the fluctuations of the Great Tao rose up to the sky. The Water Moon Cave Heaven and the other caves belonged to the same island of Kyushu and were very close to each other. As soon as he took a high profile, the gazes of dozens of scouts from the surrounding forces instantly coalesced. It's the 8th Elder Immortal Master Jia Yon who sensed the Forging Weapon Avenue? What is Water Moon Cave doing? Could it be that you want to forge that youth into an implement? Forged into an implement? Is that youth's flesh strong? Wait, did you guys hear the name that Immortal Master Jia Yon said just now? Listen carefully. It seems to be Su Jiaxiao. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao? The scouts were horrified and rushed over to get a closer look. This is big news. A lower realm cultivator who was wanted by the Kunare Immortal sect had hit the Water Moon Cave in a high profile. Is this too long to live? Of course, that's what Jaeon thought. This strong man came out with a hammer, not defending himself at all, and looked at Suji with a teasing look in his eyes. You, an upper immortal, dare to block my Water Moon Cave heaven's door. Really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has to you. The words were not finished. Suddenly, with an explosive sound of clang, a pillar of light like swordchi rose up into the sky. The Nine Heavens Emperor sword was sheathed. Suji had originally plopped down on his knees, but at this time, he leapt forward and took over the hilt of the sword, merging into space with his body. Buzz! A sword swept past Jiayong's body. On Jiayong's body, 5-colored divine light bloomed. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements materialized, transforming into 5 large characters engraved on top of Jiayong's limbs and head. Behind Jiayong, Suji put away his sword and snapped his fingers. The 5 elements are out of balance. With a boom, the colorful divine light exploded, and Jiayong's body was directly torn apart. Even the divine soul was turned into particles. Suji turned around, and with a wave of his hand, the storage ring inlaid with immortal diamonds flew into his hand. He was slightly dismayed. Xianxian. On this? Chapter 64, even attacking Xianxian immortals must kneel. Jaeon is dead. He hadn't even had time to give his name. He was then chopped into flying dust by Suji using 70% of his power with a single sword, without even an ounce of resistance. It wasn't that Xianxian wasn't strong. The main reason was that Suji, an upper immortal, was different from ordinary upper immortals. There were too many things beyond the perception of ordinary people in the arts he cultivated. The 7 books of martial scriptures alone had increased the amount of immortal yuan he could utilize to an unfathomable level. What's more, he had also comprehended the 5 elements Great Tao and Space Great Tao, which ranked in the top 100, all the way to the peak of initiation. Both were one step away from becoming Xian immortals. The Nine Heavens Emperor's sword was another high-grade immortal weapon that cut iron like mud. So, Jaelon didn't lose unfairly. Too strong. In the distance, the scouts were wetting their pants with fear. An immortal killing a Xian immortal? Those who were able to make it this far were none other than the pride of the heavens. And they were all key cultivation prides in the great powers. This was a talent that could participate in the immortal domain contest. For a moment, everyone's expressions were subtle. No wonder the Chuanxing immortal sect spared no expense in offering a reward for this person. If this grows up, even if it goes further and achieves Xianxian, the Gunstar immortal sect is all about to run into big trouble. Unfortunately, he ended up offending someone he shouldn't have. Someone sighed softly. Gunstar immortal sect. This behemoth that had stood in the Shaoyan immortal region for an unknown number of years. The power was large enough to compete with the small diffusion immortal mansion. Offended it? If there is no big background big head, any you again stunning when the world growth is not in vain. There are those who lament. Then of course there are those who are outraged. Inside the Water Moon Cave sky, the Water Moon sect master slapped his cup to pieces and said angrily, Sure Meng, why didn't you say he could kill Xian immortals in seconds? Seconds to kill Xianxian immortals. That's not at all the same track as defeating or killing. It represents a crushing of strength, though there was some element of gullibility on Jaeon's part. However, what he was wearing could be valuable body protection immortal weapons. As a forging immortal master, Jiayong naturally kept the best for himself. This was all chopped up by Suji's sword. It was conceivable that the youth sitting cross-legged outside was in charge of just how terrifying the attacking system avenue was. Sect Master. What now? Someone asked. Close the door and lock the cave. Don't skimp on the immortal gold. Get the disciples up and set up their formations. Turn on the mountain protection spell formation to the highest level for me. Hold on. As long as time passes and the Kunare immortal sect's powerhouses approach, Su Joshio will naturally retreat. The crowd nodded, but one of them, Scarface, wasn't too convinced. How embarrassing is it that we have to close the cave to avoid fighting when an immortal steps through the mountain gate? In the future, how will the Kyushu Island, and even the entire Little Diffusion immortal region, view our Water Moon Cave heaven? In this matter, I am unwilling. GD. According to you, how will it be handled? The Water Moon sect master glanced at Scarface. GD. The Water Moon Cave heaven's battle power was second only to the Water Moon sect master's bruiser. In the past, he'd looked at John with displeasure. A stinking ironworker, bragging all day long about how powerful he is in battle. If he didn't see some value in him, GD would have stabbed Jiayong to death long ago, and wouldn't have waited for Su Ji to come. He was already short-tempered. At this moment, seeing the Water Moon sect master so weak, his heart was even more displeased, so he exclaimed, Battle! We 6 Xian immortals come out together, and our formations are all present. Let the Tsujoshio have 3 heads and 6 arms. Can he still resist our attack? As soon as his words fell, some elders immediately objected. Even if we can win that Tsujoshio, what about the immortal domain contest if we hurt our bones? It's better to follow the sect master's arrangement and focus on stabilization. Put your mother's fart. GD was furious. With such a shrunken head, the heart of the Tao is collapsing. A stinking ironworker gets killed. And look at you all freaking out. Lao Zi senses the 3000 Great Tao ranked 157. The Sharp Tao, which is to go forward and fight in every battle. If you won't go, then I will. As the words fell, G was the first to arrow out. Behind him, there was another elder with dual swords in his hands, his blood boiling at GD's words. Fourth elder, wait for me. I'm willing to accompany you in the battle. The two walk hand in hand. The remaining elders were silent, viciously glaring at Meng, who was paralyzed at the side. The killing intent in his eyes was self-evident. It's such a big mess. Death is not enough. Meng almost became incontinent with fear as she listened to a few elders arguing. Never did he expect that one of his ghostly obsessions would provoke such a horrible devil, causing the entire clan to fall apart. Thinking about how I coquettishly smiled with him and threatened him, like you're being held by me. Her body shivered involuntarily. If she could, it would be fine for her to kneel and kowtow to Suji and pray for forgiveness. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. It didn't help that she was on her knees begging for mercy. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on her bad luck. It happened to run into the hands of Suji, who wanted to make a statement. The two hit it off outside the water moon cave. GD, who carried the hopes of thousands of disciples, walked out with another flower-armored old man. As soon as the two men came out, the battle intent in their eyes was blazing. Giddy opened his mouth to roar. Raise the majesty of my water moon. Rather than fight, better to fight than to yield. Countless disciples roared after them. Kill! The light of the blade in GD's hand flashed, and space was cut straight in half as the blade surged towards Suji. This blade, implying the Great Tao, was indestructible, like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, and was unimaginably sharp. Even Suji was slightly solemn. He estimated. The blade on in front of him was able to cause damage to his Tsongsheng battle body. This has been a remarkable means of attack. The ranking of the 3000 paths was not entirely based on the might of the battle. To talk about offense alone, the Sharp Avenue could at least be ranked in the top 50 of the 3000 avenues. Who dash? The blade sliced straight through, and Suji's figure was as illusory and elusive as electricity. Stigmata. GD's eyes were horrified. What kind of Tao was this that was even faster than his blade light? But before he could ponder over it, Suji appeared above GD's head and stomped down in the air. Kneel. Chapter 65. Apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Scratching his head. Boom. With a shocking sound, Suji's foot stepped on GD's head, and the invisible airwave directly radiated out. GD trembled, but didn't move an inch. Hard top. You, an upper immortal, are worthy of making me kneel? GD's face was hideous, hissing furiously, blood seeping out from between his teeth. It was evident how much effort he had put into confronting Suji. Not kneeling? Su-Ru sneered. The soles of his feet increased their strength, and the acupoints slowly opened. Chaotic chi flowed through his body. The power is starting to increase. Double, triple, instant 5-fold increase. Click, click, click. The sound of a skull cracking came. GD clenched his teeth so tightly that he couldn't even hiss anymore. His body was crumbling. He was actually going to be crushed alive by Suji. It's a man, Suji exclaimed, but the soles of his feet did not slow down at all, lifting up and stomping down with a heavy foot. Bang! GD's head was directly stomped on. His body could no longer support himself and he fell to his knees in death. A corpse covered in blood just knelt in front of Suji. Buzz! GD's greatsword was windless and fiercely burning, running straight at Suji. This sword was born with a spirit, and like his master, it would rather die than give in and fight until the last moment. Su-Ru waved his hand, and the blade instantly sank into another dimension. After 1,000 turns, the battle sword flew out of the space, but only the hilt remained. The blade had burned out. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Suji in shock. How could it be imagined that a cultivator from the lower realm would be able to cross over and kill the Water Moon Cave Heavens number 2 in a short period of time? It's still such a simple head-on crush. Escape! The flower-armored old man who followed GD out was scared less, turning around and just running wildly to escape, rushing towards the Water Moon Cave sky. Stay, Suji faintly said, and his right hand grabbed in vain. The invisible space steeply distorted and transformed into a transparent giant claw that descended from the sky. In the palm of his hand, there were endless space corridors. The old man fell into it, full of confusion, as if he had plunged into an infinite vacuum. No matter how much you run, you can't get out of the maze. In the next instant, Suji's right hand pinched closed. Billions of living beings howled in the corridor. The old man's eardrums cracked, and his divine soul came to a standstill. Snap! The giant hand closed. The entire space burst into pieces, and the old man's body was directly pinched into nothingness, disappearing into this world forever. High-ranked immortal technique, Hand of the Divine. Suji looked at his right hand. He had a feeling that this immortal law was still in its infancy and could be upgraded again. That pinch just now, the billions of living beings in it didn't look like a fake, as if there was truly a world rotating in it. When practiced to the extreme, is it really possible to crush a realm? Su-Ru was thoughtful. Inside the water moon cave sky, the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. The water moon sect master didn't say a word and sat at the top, while the other few elders were all silent, their bodies trembling. It's horrible. He's an upper immortal? The water moon sect master asked softly. No one responded. It's extermination. The water moon sect master closed his eyes. Until now, he couldn't believe that the water moon cave heaven was going to be destroyed in his hands. The crisis came too quickly and without warning. The female disciple of the sect went out for a trip, but she came back with a bogeyman. With Su-Su's terrifying strength, it really wasn't that simple for the Kunar immortal sect to take him down. If it doesn't work out, even if they closed the cave and avoided Suji's attack, in the future, as long as Su-Ru was around for one day, they, Water Moon Cave Heaven, would never dare to gain a foothold in the little diffusion immortal region. It's all over. You can't always walk on the shore without getting your shoes wet. Some of the elders had miserable faces. They know about that Shmo did, but they turn a blind eye, because Shmo can really bring back resources. It's just that, when earning resources, they don't realize that there are two sides to everything. Can bring back resources and, the devil, sect master, beg for mercy. An elder said bitterly, it's just a conflict of interest. It's not a life and death feud. There's a chance. There was a silence in the hall. A second-rate major power to beg for forgiveness from a lower realm casualty? How will the Water Moon Cave Heaven gain a foothold on the island of Kyushu in the future? How do other powers see them? It might even be eliminated as a second-rate power, and be directly ranked into the ranks of small sects and clans. But Giddy is dead, and the main warring factions have lost their backbone. Most people responded directly to this elder's suggestion. Yes, 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 surrender, Gate Master. Living is the most important. Even if it's a small sect, you don't have to do it with your tail between your legs. As long as our cave is still around, there will always be a day to come out. Not bad. Maybe in the future when this Su Joshio becomes rich and achieves Immortal King, it will still be a beautiful story if we lose to him. The Water Moon Sect Master heaved a sigh. Good. So be it. As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Shurmang, his gaze icy cold as if it was a cold river in the nine heavens. Sect Master. Sect Master. Shurmang cloaked his head and frequently backed away. You can't send me out to die. You can't. Auntie. Have you forgotten my dead aunt? The Water Moon Sect Master kept his mouth shut, for the sake of the survival of the clan, not to mention sending Shurmang away. Even if he were to send out his aged mother, he would not have the slightest complaint. He tackled Shurmang's neck as if he was tackling a. Then he turned his head to look at the crowd. Immortal Master Su wants 300,000 immortal gold. There aren't enough resources in the gate. Now, pack up your immortal weapons, immortal gold, mounts, all of them. Get it all together. I'll go out and beg for mercy first. The door master himself went out. A tremor ran through the crowd, but didn't say anything. He just silently handed over his storage ring and handed it over to the second elder for unified collection. With a miserable sigh, the Water Moon Sect Master carried Shurmang and flashed out in a single step. Arriving outside the Water Moon Cave sky, a respectful bow was made to Suji. Suji glanced at him. You are the Water Moon Sect Master? Just call me Water Moon. All the previous sect masters were called by that name. Suigetsu threw Shurmang in the air and smiled curtly. Immortal Master Su, the person you wanted, I have brought out for you. In addition, 300,000 immortal gold. I'm preparing it. Within half an hour, I can definitely hand it over to you. Shurmang knelt down on the ground at once, and her body, originally paralyzed with fear, was instantly flexible at this moment by the desire for life. Immortal Master Su, Immortal Master Su. She took 3 steps and crawled across the room. It was Shurmu who was wrong. Shurmu who was guilty, and should not have counted on you like that. Please, let me live. I will definitely eat fasting and chanting Buddha's name, and set up a tablet for you and make offerings every day. Or, Dream also has some good looks and good spirit root. If you like it, Dream can accompany you every day. At that, she spun around, limbs facing the ground, hips up in a suggestive gesture. Shurmang, as the Water Moon Cave Heaven senior sister, naturally had a physique that was different from the norm, completely different from those mundane women. If she offered her body on her own initiative, in conjunction with the dual cultivation technique, some Xianni mortals wouldn't be able to refuse. The scouts who saw the scene were more afraid than a little envious. The seemingly infinite scenery of Watermoon Cave Heaven. When it came across Su Ru, it also had to wag its tail and beg for mercy. The power they were in was not much stronger than the Watermoon Cave Heaven. Empathize with this moment. Deadly, he memorized Su Ji's appearance in his mind. You can't mess with anyone but this bogeyman. Chapter 66, Talking Collapses. Water Moon Dao Formation. Su Resignation treads the heavens. Put. Chu Wanli glanced at Shi Meng with contempt. I didn't realize that the people of the immortal realm are not much different from those of our Tianxian realm. One look. Little Ash wagged his tail. The people of the immortal realm are also people. There are 7 desires in man, and the desire for life is more human than any other desire. Chu Wanli nodded her head slightly. I thought that immortals are all the kind who have no desires and are high above the world. Ash snorted. That's because he has no involvement with you, no disputes of interest, and doesn't even have you in his sights, so he's too lazy to bother with you. Those who truly have no desires, that are all practicing the way of heaven, practicing and being assimilated by heaven, that kind can't even be called human. Therefore, the way of heaven is a big no-no. Don't bother practicing it. Oh, Chu Wanli thought for a moment and nodded, then looked at Su Ji. Little Ash, do you think Su Ru will spare Water Moon Cave Heaven? Ash shook his head. How would I know? I've just been with him for a few days. You've known him for so long. You should be more familiar with him than me, right? However, if it was a Fu here, she would have spared Watermoon Cave, gotten her compensation and left, at most killing another Shi Meng. Do you think Su Ju will? I don't think so. Chu Wanli spread her face and smiled. He's never been soft in the face of his enemies. Shi Meng wanted to trap him, and those 2 Xianni mortals came out just now to kill him. Now that you can't beat them, you say you want to surrender. How in the world can it be that simple? Chu Wanli did have an understanding of Su Ji's thoughts. Seeing Shi Meng constantly scratching her head, Su Ji did not have half a ripple in his heart. Although Shi Meng had a good face and an excellent body, he wasn't exactly a first-timer. Even extremely skilled masters, broken, will not be mesmerized by this. Behind Shi Meng, seeing that Su Ji did not move, the Watermoon Sect Master clenched his teeth with force and violently rushed up, slapping his palm on Shi Meng's skull. Auntie, you. Shi Meng eyes wide. No sound. The Watermoon Sect Master murmured. Immortal Master Su, Shi Meng offended you and was already guilty. But at this moment, he is still being frivolous and reckless, and even more so, he deserves to die. Please also ask Immortal Master Su to join me in the Watermoon Cave and reveal this matter. Right? Su Ji glanced at him. The matter of Shi Meng. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. Can be ended. But you Watermoon Cave Heaven's 2 Xianni mortals attacked and killed me. Can you say anything about that? The Watermoon Sect Master's eyes widened. They're all dead already. Su Ru looked at him with a wry smile. They flew out from the Watermoon Cave sky. Can it be false? The Watermoon Sect Master's heart trembled, regretting for not stopping Giddy just now. But still, there's no such thing as a pill for regret. At that time, the Watermoon Sect Master didn't know that Su Ji was so fierce, killing Xianxian immortals like dogs. Then what compensation does Immortal Master Su want? Let's have another 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. Broken no more. The Watermoon Sect Master was furious. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold had nearly emptied the entire Watermoon Cave sky. 300,000 more. Unless all of them Xianxian immortals were sold into slavery in the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion. No. Then war. Su Ru closed his eyes. Do you really think that my Watermoon Cave sky is made of clay? Let me tell you. Su Jiu, you haven't won yet. Stargazers from the Chuanqing Immortal Sect are on their way here. The Watermoon Sect Master's teeth clenched as he turned around and headed back to the Watermoon Cave. Effective immediately, Watermoon Cave Heaven and Su Joshio will not rest in death. Formation. I'd like to see how you, an upper immortal, can break through my mountain protection immortal formation. Watermoon Cave Heaven. Can be killed but not humiliated. To be killed and not humiliated? Su Ru sneered. Then you will be satisfied. In the distance, the Watermoon Cave sky boiled over as the entire immortal mountain floated into the air. Endless immortal element dazzling. Immortal beasts surrounded them. Immortal trees blossomed, and thousands of sons and daughters lined up in the Watermoon Dao formation, glaring angrily at Su Ji. Watermoon Sect Master sat in the center, white hair and white robe, solemn and dignified. At this moment, the immortal mountain was like a single unit, and its defense power skyrocketed. The Watermoon Sect Master had also finally found his confidence. Su Jiu, in the face of my mountain protection immortal formation, what are you going to do? A great deal. Little Ash was stunned. This immortal mountain. It's a huge immortal artifact. And it's still being forged. No wonder Water Moon Cave Heaven is so poor. Doing some robbing every day. It's no wonder the one with the hammer had such a high status in the beginning. So it's all voted in here. Chu Wanli's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Can't you call in? It's difficult. Little Ash was silent for a moment. Only a peak-slaying lineage Xian immortal can hope to break through the defenses of this place. Suru is not even close. He didn't sense the sword Dao. Kendo. The 3000 Great Dao ranked in the top 30. And on offense alone, it could be ranked in the top 5. The sword was the king of all armies. Sharp and unparalleled. Although Su Ji had a few sword moves, he had not sensed the way of the sword. So are we pulling out? Chu Wanli looked around, her neck craning. She's just an earth immortal. It is impossible to say that you are not afraid at all. If Su Ji hadn't been here, she would have run away without a trace. Listen to Su Ru. What we say doesn't matter anyway. Ash spat out his tongue. You don't say. It's still an okay feeling. When he followed Fu Yueying, every time he encountered a crisis, he would need it to come up with an idea. It's a headache. It's better to follow Su Ji, to be able to lie down. In the distance, Su Ji looked at the Water Moon Sect Master who had regained his confidence. It looks like he just kicked and slapped himself. Still didn't scare the old man completely. Why? Su Jiuxiao, I advise you to retreat. The Water Moon Sect Master looked at Su Ji, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Even if it's the Chuanqing Immortal Sect, if they want to break into my Water Moon Cave sky, it won't be that easy. You'd better go and cultivate to Xian Immortal before you come back. By the time Su Xian Immortal, the Water Moon Cave Heaven would not even know which immortal realm it had opened into. Never again, the Water Moon Sect Master secretly said. Shu. Without saying a word, Su Ji directly got up, holding the sword in his right hand, and chopped towards the Water Moon Cave sky. The sword was like a river of stars. Star River swordsmanship. Snort. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, without making any waves. That hard? Su Ru frowned. Ha 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 ha. The Water Moon Sect Master laughed freely. Su Jiuxiao isn't that scary. Just now, stomping GD to death with one foot and slapping old Seven to death with one palm really gave him a frightening daze. Su Jiuxiao, give up. Your 300,000 immortal gold. This sect master will not be able to pay out another cent. You chose yourself and are responsible for your choices. In the distance, the heads of the great cave heavens had already rushed to the field. It was also a slight relief to see it. The lesser diffusion immortal domain did not need a heavenly pride with unlimited battle power and a disregard for the rules in Canthus. Today, Su Jiuxiao can destroy Water Moon Cave Heaven. We might kill them in their lair tomorrow. No one was willing to have, on their heads, another giant in addition to the four great powers. Su Jiuxiao being defeated was what they would like to see. And at that moment, Su Ji suddenly put away his sword and slowly stepped up into the sky, looking down at the Water Moon Cave sky. The skin of his body blossomed into a gray aura. It was an ancient, barbaric, and up to the source aura. Chaos gas? The little greyhound barked. What's he going to do when he unbans so much? Not trying to dunk yourself again? Chapter 67, Fist suppresses water and moon. Furnace refines cave heaven. Seeing Su Ji, who was covered in light gray air currents, the Water Moon Sect Master was also filled with questions. What kind of forbidden art is this trying to perform? You won't die until you reach the Yellow River. An elder shook his head and, after the radiant strike, he will naturally retreat. And after years of constantly reinforcing the cave sky, even we didn't know that the defense of the cave sky today is so amazing. Not to mention this Su Jiuxiao, even that group star immortal formation and little diffusion army formation. If they want to penetrate my Water Moon Dao formation, they'll have to touch it. Extremely well said. The Water Moon Sect Master laughed out loud. The more he listened, the wider his mouth grinned. The Water Moon Dao formation with all its firepower was completely invincible on this Kyushu island. A lower realm cultivator is just a monk, and he still wants them to compensate 300,000 pounds of immortal gold? Where's the face? With this in mind, the Water Moon Sect Master pointed at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, retreat now. From now on well water does not offend river water. 30,000 immortal gold to return you. Can it be good? Su Ji shook his head, and the chaos chi boiled, all of it converging on top of his right hand. Jab. Grayish flames flared up, and the searing flames distorted space as the temperature increased dramatically for 10,000 miles around. Grayish-white flames? The Water Moon Sect Master was startled. What kind of fire is this? Does the immortal region have this kind of flame? Several elders also looked at each other in confusion. Never seen it at all. Maybe it's some kind of foreign fire generated by heaven and earth? An elder hesitated and said, the heaven and earth exotic flame. Its power isn't too strong, but its efficacy is different. Could it be a flame with a formation-breaking effect? That's why Su Joxiao is emboldened? It's possible. But our water moon Dao formation is not something that can be burned down with a single fire. It feels like an immortal technique. He's mobilizing immortal energy. Some elders were sharp-eyed and sensed that Suji was drawing an immortal yuan as if he were swallowing it like a whale. Coming! Someone shouted. Only Suji's eyes opened, and his eyes were filled with gray and white dancing flames. The right fist chiseled out violently. A heaven and earth furnace emerged. The furnace was as high as 100,000 feet, which was more than enough to hold 3 water moon cave skies. It was 10 times taller than any normal immortal mansion-type immortal artifact. It directly covered the water moon cave. Refined. Suji plopped down on his knees, and a steady stream of chaotic chi was channeled into the cauldron in front of him. Flames rose to the sky, and waves of gray and black air surged and tumbled. Inside, tens of thousands of disciples of Water Moon Cave Heaven were bewildered. Heat. The temperature is too high. They are at least earth immortals, and would not even frown if they were to go down to the sea of fire. At this moment, under the shelter of the immortal weapon, one could actually feel the taste of sweat. No, my body is melting. There were disciples with insufficient cultivation whose eyes protruded out. His skin was melting, turning into a gray liquid that blended into this furnace. The flames of the furnace grew brighter and brighter. The Water Moon Sect Master was in control of the entire situation, and at this moment, his eyes were glazed over. What kind of technique is this? Such a huge cauldron. Su Joxiao is refining us as pills? This is a demonic feat. The earlier elder directly paralyzed to the ground and human body pill. This is expressly forbidden in the central immortal state. He even dares to refine it. Not afraid of death. Someone please pass on the information here. Go to the immortal court and complain, so that the immortal emperor can deal with this devil. It's useless. The Water Moon Sect Master took 2 steps back, his feet feeling as if they were paralyzed. All isolation from the outside world is broken. This is a new world. We have eyes but no pearls. This is at least a high-level immortal art. This Su Joxiao's coming is amazingly big. If I had known, I would have directly handed over the 600,000 pounds of immortal gold. Even if the women in my family were slaves and prostitutes, it would have been better than a great disaster. High-ranking immortal techniques. The crowd was all silent. Their faces all lifeless. High-ranked immortal techniques. They were all at least immortal king-level techniques. Use it against them. It's a big deal. Yes. It wasn't until this moment that Suji began to utilize the true efficacy of the heaven and earth melting fist. Previously, when he was in the heavenly Xian realm and refined Tang Hung, he hadn't even utilized 1/10,000th of the power of this immortal law. But even then, Tang Hung couldn't block it. Similarly, the Water Moon Sect Master and the others couldn't carry it either. Not, Ash said, his eyes rolling. Suji hadn't even inherited the family fortune yet. So how did he have this level of arts? Refining a power layer. This heaven and earth melting furnace. I'm afraid it has the power of a peak Xian immortal. Of course, a peak Xian immortal wouldn't just stand still and beat you up. Suji using this move against Water Moon Cave Heaven was also considered a trick, because the Water Moon Cave doesn't resist at all. Like a turtle shell, they stayed put and waited for Suji to cover them. Even Ash was shocked like this. The two of them, Ping Cheng and Chu Wanli, were even more so, standing in place with his brain as if it was down. He looked at the boundless flaming furnace that crossed the sky. The mind could not be calmed for a long time. In the distance, many scouts were frantically composing and spreading the information about this place. The Water Moon Cave is being refined. This was destined to be a great event that would startle the immortal realm. It has to be reported to the highest levels within the force. Tai Sword Sect. Xiahua was chatting with a shell-sized sound transmission stone. On the other end, naturally, was Tenru, senior sister, Suji and Wanli. You have to take good care of them. That's all I've got. 2 favorite disciples. We can't let them fall. Tenru's curt voice came through. Don't worry. Xiahua packed his bags. If they come to the Little Diffusion Immortal region, then they are my Tai Sword Sex people. I'll take good care of it as if it were my own disciple. Tianlu was moved. Elder sister. You know, I've always treated you as my own sister. He nodded and laughed. I know. Don't say those melodramatic words when you're a handful of years old. Where are they now? They have arrived at the immortal domain for 5 hours. Tianlu felt the beacon placed on Chu Wanli's body. We should be near. Well, Kyushu Island by now. That's pretty close. He got up, gathered his body, and prepared to pick up the 2 Suji. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in? Shekar frowned. Deacon Xie. Something's happened on Kyushu Island. A maid ran in, holding a book of bamboo slips with a scribbled script that looked like it came with an expedited summons. Kyushu Island? Xiahe's position in the Tai Sword sect was that of an external deacon. Things like Tian Xian's realm heart coming out of the world were usually resolved by her. At this moment, when she heard the name of Kyushu Island, she vaguely felt that something was wrong in her heart. What is it? She asked. A supreme devil appeared on the island of Kyushu, fisted the water moon, and locked the entire water moon cave into a furnace. Some say it's to refine the water moon cave immortals into pills. The maid read the note in her hand with a shudder in one sentence. Put, Xiahua even laughed at that. Refining tens of thousands of cultivators as pills? Those immortal dignitaries in the central immortal region wouldn't dare to do that. The transmission was expedited. It's normal to have misdirection. Wait for the second letter. The little diffusion immortal realm is much larger than the Tianxian realm, so it's normal for the information to be less accurate. Xiahua sipped his water and looked at the maid calmly. Does it say anything else? The maid looked at it and said, oh you. It also says that the person who did the evil is called Tianxian Suzhouxiao. Tianxian Suzhouxiao. What a niche name. I see that the honorary titles of those great powers are all what swinging world Shinxian immortal, crossing immortal king. The first time I hear this kind of PFF. Xiaohe's eyes rounded, and with a puff, he spat out the water he had just drank, looking at the maid dumbfounded. Ha, Deacon, what's wrong with you? The maid looked at Xiaohe strangely. What did you say his name was? Tianxian Suzhouxia. Ah, the maid read it again, and when she looked up again, there was no sign of Xiaohe. Where is everyone? The maid was confused. Chapter 68, Luo Xiao's determination. I'm going to beat Su Ji. Xiahua cursed Tianlu a million times on the way. Where is the sisterly kindness and filial piety of the beginning? What kind of hot potato is Su Zhouxiao? It was only a few hours after arriving at the little diffusion immortal domain, running to the entrance of someone's water moon cave to refine their entire cave? Though there may be an exaggerated part of the summons, there will be no falsehood in this matter. She was already thinking frantically about how she could wipe her ass clean on this one. Central Immortal State, Cloud Dream Immortal Court. On top of one of the immortal mountains that had stood for endless years, there was a Yao pond that had immortal energy transformed into liquid. At this moment, Luo Zia was swinging on the edge of the pond with her bare white legs, teasing a little phoenix. On the chair beside her, there was also a snow-colored lantern with a green flame burning in it. Luo Zia turned her head, looked at the lantern, and said softly, Master, are you okay? In the lantern, Fu Yueying's voice came out. It's only been a few months. I'm not that fragile. Oh, Luo Zia spat out her tongue and, Elder Master locked me into the secret realm of time, and I've passed a few thousand years, and now I'm dizzy from everything I look at. Well, Fu Yueying mused, being in seclusion all the time is not good for the Tao. You must not cultivate anymore. Go and wander around the immortal court to sharpen your heart. Good. Luo Xiao's thoughts emptied and she laid down on the chair, a shadow coming to mind for no reason. That night, it's far away, but it's very impressive yet. Master, I also want to sense the Tao of time, so that I can dissipate the impact that time has caused me. Luo Xiao suddenly said. She was afraid that time had worn away her memories. Too late. Fu Yueying's voice came out. You used the time mystery realm early before you could sense time. Time has paralyzed your soul. You won't be able to sense the avenue of time in your lifetime. Woo, Luo Zia was dejected. But in just a moment, she recovered. Time is too vain. Even in the central immortal state, how many people can realize time? For someone like Ji Bo, the fact that even the immortal exalted above him couldn't take him was enough to illustrate the hegemony of the Tao of time. Even if Luo Zia really immersed herself to sense, I'm afraid there wasn't much hope. And at that moment, a few bubbles suddenly rose in the pond, as if fish and shrimp were playing in it. The next moment, a colorful carp leaped out of the water and spat out a scroll. What is this? Luo Zia was about to receive the scroll to see what was going on when the surrounding time suddenly slowed down. A hand as if it were deadwood poked out. Grab the scroll. Yeah. Luo Zia huffed and puffed as she looked at the side of the pond. The bad old man who had shriveled up to 1.5 meters. Senior, can you make it look better? This is ugly. Ji Thin grinned his toothless mouth sardonically. And, when I go on a date with Sister Xian, you'll know exactly how handsome your senior is. Sister Xian? Who is it? Luo Xiao's gossipy heart blazed. Kids don't pry. Ji Thin glanced at her and opened the scroll in his old age. Eyes suddenly widened. What's wrong? Luo Zia was puzzled. Intelligence from the little diffusion immortal domain. Ji Thin said softly. Luo Xiao's expression didn't have much of a reaction, and Fu Yueying even dimmed her green light a bit. Chicken asterisk 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 and lazy. About your husbands. Boom. The snow-colored lantern steeply bloomed into a shocking flame. Luo Xiao's cheeks were slightly pink. It's Su Ruler? Her emotions were mixed. Thought I was married to a great 18-year-old. I didn't realize it was a 2,000-year-old man. Of course, For her now, age is no longer an issue. What mattered was that the man was an old favorite of her master's. But she's the one who had sex. She was tangled up in her mind in an uncharacteristic way. Fu Yuing and Ji Thin didn't care about this, and the two of them studied the atlas. This is the image mapped out by the avenue, which isn't particularly clear. The painting shows a man on his knees, a cauldron in front of him, and several people bustling around him. It looks like Su Ru is bullying someone else. Ji Thin analyzed. Although I signaled this heaven reflecting immortal pool to pay attention to the little diffusion immortal region, it still won't map up without fluctuations close to Xian immortals. Fu Yuing flabbergasted. Are you saying that Su Ru has already metaphysical immortals? It's only been 4 months, hasn't it? Her voice suddenly increased. When she first ascended to the immortal realm, she was already considered a rare wizard in the ages, and it took her thousands of years to cultivate to Xian immortal. It wasn't like Su Su had an immortal dignitary to escort him, much less an immortal dignitary who specialized in time to teach him attentively. How is it possible to break through to Xian Xian in 4 months? The sky's the limit. Close, right? Ji Thin wasn't too sure. After all, the little diffusion immortal domain was just too far away from here. But I reckon that with his current strength, he should be participating in the immortal domain contest in the little diffusion immortal domain. Immortal domain battle? Fu Yuing's voice came out. What is the reward for this session? Or the avenue flower? 300,000 years are ripe. This session. It's Kendo. Kendo, the king of 10,000 soldiers. The top 5 avenues of attack. I'm going. Luo Xiao's eyes shone with starlight, and the little phoenix on her shoulder cried eerily. Are you sure you want to go? Ji Thin glanced at her. Fighting on the same stage as Su Ji. Can you beat it? Who are you underestimating? Luo Xiao bared her baby tiger teeth. I'm a Xian immortal. A Xian immortal. Or a Xian immortal who carries the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. I couldn't beat Su Ji before because he was cheating. Okay, when I see him again, I'll definitely beat the crap out of him. Your master can't go. Ji Thin gave her a teasing look. Humph, I'll be fine on my own. Luo Xiao arrogantly crossed her arms and tilted her head to the sky. Fu Yuing came in coldly. Have you thought about the consequences? You didn't fight that night. What happened afterward? Do you want me to help you remember? Luo Xiao froze, then considered her strength. I have Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is an immortal king, as powerful as Su Zhu is. Can he still beat an immortal king? Xiao Luo. The little phoenix on his shoulder purred pleasantly. Little Su likes to play with birds the most. Fu Yuing's voice was very flat, but hearing it in the phoenix's eyes was like thunder. The gray dog. The nightmare of nightmares. Luo Xiao shook her head violently, then took a deep breath and, whatever, I'm sure I can beat him. Big deal. I'll just run. If I can't beat him, I can't run? Fu Yuing said blandly. I'm just persuading. As long as you want to suffer the consequences, then you can go. Luo Xiao. Chapter 69. Xia he was horrified. The group of Star Immortals army arrived. The infinitely inflated Luo Xiao still left from the central immortal state. Quietly. In order to avenge the bullying by Su Ji that night, she also decided to change her body shape, winning Su Ru in the immortal domain battle in a dignified manner. A surprise for Su Ji. To realize this great ambition, before he left, he also asked Ji Thin to borrow a few high-grade immortal weapons. Ji Thin looked at Luo Xiao's distant figure inside. Senior sister, don't worry too much. The disciple I taught must have passed the character test. Even if he wins against Su Ji, he won't embarrass him too much. Fu Yuing, can't you hear that I'm worried about Xiao being bullied? Cowardice. Ji Thin glanced at the lantern. Xiao took my immortal weapon. If I lose to Su Ji again, I'll drink the water in this reflecting sky immortal pond as wine. That's foot washing water. Fu Yuing was speechless. Luo Xiao soaks her feet here every day. His own senior brother hadn't gone crazy. I know it's a foot wash, Ji Thin said in a godly voice. I'm just telling you that the treasures I'm giving are enough to put any Xian immortal in a situation where they can't fight back. Just watch the show. The lantern fire went out with a bang. Fu Yuing did not even bother to pay attention to him. Directly into a deep sleep. Kyushu Island. Xia he, who had spent several £100 of immortal gold and played hard to get there, finally arrived. Seeing the scene before me, Su Ji was literally on his knees, refining the water moon cave heaven's lair. Her entire body was dumbfounded and froze as she flew to Chuanli's side, trembling to understand the situation. How is this possible? It's ridiculous. She was just an upper immortal, an outer deacon in the Tai sword sect. The status is already high. However, when he came across the water moon cave sky sect leader as well as the elders, it was a matter of being respectful. After all, that group of people were Xian immortals. Even if one had the background of a top power, one could not be proud of oneself. On the contrary, Su Ji, who hadn't seen him for a few months, killed on the cave heaven, intimidated the other doormaster, and also wanted 600,000 pounds of immortal gold from him. What 600,000 pounds? Some of the small veins developed in dangerous secret realms are almost this number. It's equal to the lifeblood of a second-rate power. Su Young really dares to ask for it. Little Gray supreme honor. Can Su Ruhi be refined away? Xia he turned his head and looked at Little Gray. She was in constant awe of Ash. This guy's dog body shook, and the entire immortal realm trembled. She went back to the Tai Sword sect to ask about it, and even the Tai Sword sect felt a tremor that day. The dog is like a monster. It can be refined, but it will take time, Little Ash murmured. If Su Ji were to use his Shin immortal body, refining the cave heaven would only be a matter of minutes. It was a step short after all. It takes time to pile up. Want time? That's too late. Xiaohua's eyes stared as he turned around and flew directly towards Su Ji. Soju. At those words, Su Ji opened her eyes and smiled. Very mild. Xiaohua was, after all, Tianlu's senior sister, or his senior aunt. There has been a tangible concern for him. Though nowhere near as strong as he was now, the relationship was still there. Tianlu had once given Su Ru the warmth of home, so he won't forget his roots. This was also the reason why Su Ji, no matter how strong he was, would not lay his hands on the people of the Lin Lang Academy. Unless someone from the Lin Lang Academy was ungrateful and bumped into his gun first, he would only make a move to teach a lesson. How long will it take you to refine the water moon cave sky? At this time, Xiahua asked sharply, carrying intentions flowing out. It will probably take another half an hour. Su Shi sensed the heaven and earth melting furnace. The water moon Dao formation had collapsed, and the disciples who had risen up to resist it were turned into blood and water. Only the water moon sect master and a few elders were left struggling to hold on. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ji wanted to refine away the impurities of the entire water moon cave sky and completely turn it into immortal gold. It's ready to go now. It's too late. Shekar took a deep breath and, the Gunstar immortal sex people will be here soon. At most one incense stick of time. Su Ji glanced at her. I've never been able to figure out one thing. Haifeng and Yunduan both died at my hands. Why isn't the Gunstar immortal sect afraid? Xia he sank his voice. That was death at the hands of Lord Ji. It has nothing to do with you. Su Ru was non-committal. That's my backstage in any case. Isn't it true that an immortal dignitary can't hold up the stage? Xia he shook his head. As far as I know, the little diffusion immortal mansion didn't voice the reason for the deaths of the two stargazers, Zhang Haifeng and Yun Dust, at all. In other words, the Kunar immortal sect doesn't know that they died at the hands of Lord Ji, much less that he's your backstage. Su Ru was stunned. Then what was the reason for their deaths? Force majeure, Shekar said. Rightfully so. The little diffusion immortal realm is located in the middle of nowhere, and unlike the Tianxian realm which has natural barriers, it's normal for a few Xianxian immortals to trample to death when they occasionally pass by a few immortal kings, immortal Zuns, or whatever. Get used to it. I know what you're going to ask. The reason you're wanted is because you killed Tang Heng. Think about it. If they really knew that you killed Haifeng and Yunduan, how could they just offer a reward of 20,000 pounds of immortal gold? Su Ru dawned on him. No wonder the Chuanqing immortal sect dared to want him, and that Shi Meng even dared to design a trap for himself. So it is. However, the little diffusion immortal mansion had flattered itself so much in the beginning, but now it was pretending not to be there. Maybe there's just something about Ji Thin skimming the surface with himself. Think of the old man. Su Ru was just a little bit displeased. What's wrong with a little momentum? He couldn't wait to ascend to immortal exaltation right now and run to the central immortal state to give that old kid a few big smacks to relieve his anger. Well, you don't think so much. Now come with me. Xia he continued to speak out. When you arrive at the Tai Sword sect, even the people from the Chuanqing immortal sect won't dare to force their way in to search for you. Su Ru shook his head and said calmly, according to you, how many people came from the Chuanqing immortal sect? If the star person leads the team, a team of group star immortal formation it, the scale of the wanted Xianxian immortal, it shouldn't be too strong. Said this, Xiahua froze, looking at the heaven and earth melting furnace in front of him. I can even refine the water moon cave heaven. Would I be afraid of a team of swarming star immortal formations? Su Ru looked at her with a smirk. Xiahua instantly reacted with a slightly embarrassed expression. She is still in the position where Suzuki is at a disadvantage and needs to be rescued by her. You didn't change your attitude for a second. Look at the situation at hand. I think it's that group of star immortal sect people who are trying to escape. But did Suji really want to fight hard against the Chuanqing immortal sect? Lord Ji isn't in the Shaoyan immortal region anymore. Gunstar is a huge thing, after all. And that's when it happened. The sky suddenly cracked open in the distance. Dozens of Dao ships with stars imprinted on their surfaces sailed in. The people from the Gunstar Immortals sect have arrived. The middle-aged man at the head wore a starched robe and an exaggeratedly large back haircut. His hair a little gray but still oily and shiny. When he saw Suji plopping down, he took out a paper scroll with a somewhat blurred portrait of a person on it. He cross-referenced back and forth, somewhat unable to confirm. I am Tianxian Sujioxiao, the person you are looking for. Su-Ru glanced at him and reminded. Good guts. The middle-aged man was furious. As a Gunstar inspector, what wanted criminal didn't piss in his pants and run for his life when he came across him. And this is the kind of person who offers to help him recognize people? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man was furious, pointing his finger at Suji. He thought he could easily take down Suji, but still, he wanted to see the panicked, helpless, cowardly look on Suji's face after hearing his name. It gives him great pleasure, and the main reason he did this job. Oh, who are you? Suji revealed a smile. In the past, when he encountered such people, he usually slapped them to death. But today, the situation was special. He was refining the Water Moon Cave Heaven. If they split their strength to deal with the Kunar Immortal sect, the Water Moon sect masters few people would have a chance to escape. The Water Moon Cave will also be taken away by them. This was a treasure worth at least £1 million of immortal gold. It's worth dragging Su resign for a while. That middle-aged man was also very cooperative. And in the face of Suji's curious inquiries, the corner of his mouth hooked into an unruly smile as he proudly said, I am an immortal general under General Tai Shirting, the commander of the 4 armies of the Chuanshan Stars, the One Yu Stargazer, known as the Iron-Faced Genocide, Iron-Faced Xianxian. Hearing this name, Xiahe's face turned white and frequently gave Suji a wink. Great? Su-Ru turned his head and laughed, his expression very innocent. Chapter 70 Who dares to make me worship? He's not great, but the 4th army is. Xiahe explained, the commander of the 4th army, Taishir Ting, is known as General Taishir. General? Su-Ru raised an eyebrow. That Tang Hang is also called a general. So this Taishir Ting is also one of the 7 sons of the Kunxing? The 7 sons of the Ultramarines? He's killed 2 of them. Smart. Xiahe nodded. Tai ********* ing is different from the others. As the 4th son of the 7 sons of the Kunshur, he is extremely protective of his calf. Mess with him and he'll really drive the 4th army up to your lair. There was once a second-rate power that offended him, and was directly pressed by his immortal formation, even digging up his heirloom ancestral graves, brutal to the extreme. And the 4th army under his command, which is valiant, is in charge of the inspectorate, as the Chuanqing immortal sect's facade to the outside world. If you want to move them, it's no different from killing Haifeng and Yun Dust. There'll be a bounty on your head until you die. Su-Ru nodded. The 10,000 Jade Stargazer in the air became more and more pleasurable to listen to, and gave an encouraging glance at Xiahua. The Tai Sword sect understands my Chuanqing immortal sect quite well. The corners of Sheho's mouth twitched. The 10,000 Jade Stargazer looked at Suji again and saw that he didn't seem to have much of a reaction, and his face sank. The vertical sun is impolite. Do you not know the 7 sons of the Kunshur? Recognize. Su-Ru nodded. Don't you know my 4 armies of stars? No. Then do you recognize me, the Star Lord of 10,000 Jades? Know it now. Su-Ru laughed. It's good to know. Wan Yu nodded in satisfaction. The aura then boiled over as he took a step out and sat in the long sky. His halberd crossed in front of his body, closing his eyes as silver and white points of light converged from the distant stars and rivers. His figure instantly swelled 10,000 times, like a god and goddess in the heavens, looking down on the living beings. Half a dozen times, Wan Yu opened his mouth, and the sound of the Tao resounded through the island of the 9 states. The simple wanderer is far from lost. If you see the sea of stars, why don't you worship? That moment, dozens of starships glowed, their starlight hooking up with each other to create a map of galaxies. Su-Su stood in front of the deity and looked at the sea of stars. It was as if a mortal man had really fallen into the universe and was deeply impressed with his own insignificance. In the distance, most of the scouts knelt down directly and mouthed the group of stars. Chu Wanli's eyes were confused and she was about to kneel down as well, when Little Gray called out and snapped out of it. Beside him, Ping Ching had long since burst into tears and kept kowtowing. Wan Yu felt the faith of all parties. His eyes showed satisfaction, and he once again looked at Su Ji. Swimmer. Bye. Buzz. A mysterious fluctuation fell on Su Ji, wanting to assimilate Su Ji's divine soul and allow him to worship the Kunar. Su-Ru frowned slightly. It's the power of faith, actually trying to convert him into a believer. Worship the group of stars, both longevity and eternal prosperity. Wan Yu is still following the good advice. Su-Ru's eyes went cold. Can't stand it at all. The fit doesn't go on. This is treating him like a cutie. What about flirting? I'll let you worship. Suja lightly drank. His right hand grabbed in vain. not caring if a few people from Water Moon Cave Heaven would run away. Chaotic chi coalesced in the air and formed a savage giant hand that was filled with groove patterns. The hand seemed to have come across the river of time from the ancient times. As soon as it appeared, the giant hand actually vaguely shielded the great Tao, separated space and time, and directly passed through the starry sky diagram, pinching the neck of the 10,000 jade stargazer, lifted the guy up in the air. Wan Yu's legs hung in the air and stomped violently. Hands kept rattling his neck in a vain attempt to tear away the giant hand. He was as miserable as a drowning dry duck. At this moment, what avenue, what power, had completely disappeared from his mind. He wants to live now, still worshipping or not. Su-Ru drank again. The entire room was silent, and with Su-Ru's voice, everyone woke up, eyes looking up at the sky in shock. A barbaric hand was strangling a deity that was as high as the heavens. It's like a dream. On the side, due to Suji transferring away a lot of chaotic chi, the dying Water Moon sect master could barely see everything outside through the heaven and earth furnace. And yet, seeing this scene, the Water Moon sect master was directly stunned. The Wan Yu stargazer of the Chuanqing immortal sect was the one he took the initiative to contact. How strong it was, he knew in his heart. With his Water Moon Cave Heaven, he would never be able to fight against it. He's counting on saving his life. How is it that as soon as you show up, you're being choked in the air and stomping your feet like a dead dog? It's all over, isn't it? The last hope was dashed. The eyes of the few elders beside him widened and they were also paralyzed. Their skin had turned black, as if melting. The only thing left in the body is an eye that still has some spirit. At this moment, seeing Suji strangling Wan Yu's neck, they were so scared that they didn't even think of running away. And that, too, was their last chance. Outside, Suji gradually increased his strength, and Wan Yu was trembling all over. He couldn't feel the great Tao, couldn't feel a mortal element, just like a mortal couldn't feel the air. Suffocation filled his soul, and although he couldn't die, it was 100 times more painful than death. I ask you, do you still worship? Suji drank low. During the years he was alive, who dares him to worship? What a way to live. Save, find, general. Su-Ru loosened his grip a bit. Wan Yu opened his mouth and slid his fingers. The soldiers on those starships were just waking up as if they were in a dream. A huge firework was set off. The air exploded. White mist all over the sky. It then transformed into a mighty general with silver armor and a long sword. With sword brows and starry eyes. He had the star plate engraved on his left breast. It has the word Taisher written on it. The four sons of the Gunstar. An alter ego of Taisher Ting. It's the fourth general. Seeing Taisher Ting, Xia he sat on his butt. This is not a juvenile general like Tang Heng or Shinwei, who are ranked at the back of the pack. Instead, it was a Shenzhen general who was as powerful as the day was long, as vengeful as the day was long, as powerful as the day was long. Hands down. Saying a few words at random could cause an uproar in the little diffusion immortal region. Taisher Ting appeared and looked at Wan Yu, then Su Ji. Face expressionless, he said, "Those who dare to strike against my Gunstar 4 armies will not be nameless. Who are you?" Su-Ru turned his head and subconsciously spoke. "Listen carefully, I am Xian Tian sect. Luo Feng. Xian Tian sect?" Taisher Ting's head was full of question marks. Chu Wan Li. Ash. Shaho. Cough. Suji scratched his nose and turned his head to look at Chu Wan Li's strange expression. Own this habit. It really needs to be changed. In the past, when mortals cultivated immortality, they bumped into a big brother who came out to seek revenge. Saying that his name was Luo Feng said smooth. But, now he or she is the one with the system. No need to use another person's name. Listen carefully, I am Tian Xian, Sujoshio. Sujoshio spoke out once again. Looking at Taisher Ting, you are Tian Xian Sujoshio? Taisher Ting looked shocked. Chapter 71. A hammer chiseled Taisher Ting to death and sailed to Tai. Tang Heng, who was also a member of the 7 sons of Kun Xing, died in the Tian Xian realm. The 6th son, Shinwei, had an accident that was suspected to be related to Su Joshio. Taisher Ting was also a member of the 7 sons of the Kunshur, and naturally would not be unfamiliar with the name Su Joshio. At this moment, when he saw Suji strangling Wan Yu with one claw, King's brows furrowed deeply. It seems that everyone has underestimated your strength. You actually have the power of a Xian immortal. Want to come and try? Suji smiled faintly and looked straight at Taisher Ting. Let Wan Yu go, and I'll come and find you and have an honorable duel. Taisher Ting sank his voice. He has something he can't get away from right now. Otherwise he would have come across the domain long ago, and wouldn't have spoken more than half a word to Suji at all. In his thinking, he had always felt that he was superior to Suji. A lower realm cultivator was not qualified to negotiate with himself. I'll let go when you say so? Suji snorted and looked at Taisher Ting. And what are you? Upon hearing this, Tai Ting's face turned sinister, and Xiao's eyes widened as he shook his head frantically from the sidelines. Too stiff. This is about to get heated. Bold. Tai Ting bellowed heavily. You figure it out and take responsibility for your actions. But how could Su Ji listen to half of it? Only his right hand was seen clenching hard. Click. Wan Yu's eyes instantly rounded and his legs straightened. His neck was directly crushed by the chaotic hand. The divine soul even dissipated in an instant. Afterward, the chaotic chi formed a sledgehammer and chiseled directly on top of Tai Ting's incarnation. With the fall of the hammer, the Tai court was instantly destroyed, and the countless starships below were hit by this blow, falling apart and crashing down. In a moment, I don't know how many cultivators died horizontally on the spot. Su Ji beckoned, and Wan Yu's storage ring flew over. After a slight survey, his brow furrowed slightly. One of the 4 army stargazers, with all of their wealth combined, actually only had a few tens of thousands of pounds of immortal gold. Poor. In reality, it wasn't that Wan Yu was too poor, but that Su Ji's eyes were too high. In addition to the immortal gold that the system had sent him, the water moon cave in front of him was worth 1,000,000 pounds of immortal gold. The wealth of an ordinary Xian immortal was no longer on his mind. Keep refining. Thinking of this, he turned his immortal element and the heaven and earth furnace blazed once again. This time, not a single person dared to come and disturb Su Ji's refining of the water moon cave heaven. Don't even dare to look at it from a distance. The external heads of the major second-rate forces were panicking in their hearts. Su Ji treating cultivators as Dan refining. This was taboo, a topic that could not even be mentioned. What happened here is classified as top secret of the clan. Do not publicize it. All listen to me carefully, even if the information gets out. It must not be from our cave heaven. This kind of character, is it not for us to proclaim? Keep your mouths shut. If you don't want to cause displeasure to the Jedi, rot the matter in your stomach. Strong people have different temperaments, and some strong people are not even allowed to have their names mentioned, or else they will draw attention from the underworld and their clans will be destroyed. They couldn't assess Su Ji's temper, so they decided to classify Su Ji as the least to be messed with group of people among the forces. Can't even mention. It's the highest courtesy. After all, no one wants to cultivate well at home and wake up to be refined as a great medicine. The northern part of the Shaoyan immortal domain, the land of the stars. Here, there are thousands of large stars stretched out into a galactic city-state inhabited by trillions of people. A long river flows slowly through the stars, dropping waterfalls across the universe, creating a spectacle. This place is the lair of the Chuanqing immortal sect, listed as one of the 7 wonders of the Little Diffusion immortal region. The Star River Great Falls. It is a stunning view and a natural place to practice. The water that flowed down was called Tai-in heavy water. Countless upper immortals and Xian immortals, sitting under the waterfall, hammered a few bodies. Prepare for the immortal domain contest. At this moment, underneath that 7-tiered waterfall, Tai Ting's eyes suddenly opened and he hissed out. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. Wait for me for 3 days until I get out. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't. He was so close to stepping into the peak of Xian immortal, stepping into the ranks of the powerful, and being able to truly participate in the fight for the great Dao flower. At this moment, it was natural that he would not break his Dao heart for Su Ji. After all, the great Dao of the sword was the great Dao that everyone dreamed of. For the sake of it, even life can be spared. On the island of the 9 states, Su Ji had already successfully refined the water moon cave sky, and with Xia He, Little Gray, and Chu Wanli in tow, he headed towards the Tai sword sect. Looking at the immortal gold in the storage ring that was the size of a small mountain, Su Ji's eyes showed satisfaction. The gold belt of murder and arson. Immortal gold is a hard currency coin, and there are so many things you can do in the immortal realm. While the system does send him, it doesn't send him too much in a short period of time, not as fast as the robbery, and it also happens to be time that he lacks the most. On the side, Xia He looked at Su Ji, his face complex. At first, when Tianlu said that you were coming up to participate in the Immortal Region contest, I thought it was a pipe dream. How could I have ever imagined that you would be able to refine the water mooncave sky when you're only at the cultivation level of an upper immortal? If this last step is taken, who in the Little Diffusion Immortal Region can check you? I'm only afraid that this great Dao flower will really be plucked by you. Is it bad to be picked by me? Su Ji grinned and, if it wasn't for me, I don't think the Tai Sword faction would have been able to win the top spot, right? That's for sure. It's good to have you. Sheho smiled and nodded. It's important to get the top spot in the Immortal Domain contest. After all, this match was led by the Central Immortal State. If it wasn't for the fact that the Great Dao Flower was a specialty of the Lesser Diffusion Immortal Realm, it was simply not the turn of the Shaoyan Immortal Domain to organize the venue. They, the so-called big powers, were not even qualified to participate. Similarly, Whichever power could win the top spot would get the central immortal state to tilt its resources to cultivate it. The reason the Chuanqing Immortal Sect was able to win over the Tai Sword Sect head-to-head was because 5 sessions ago, the Chuanqing Immortal Sect had produced a heavenly genius who had obtained the Great Tao Flower. Otherwise, in terms of heritage alone, the two forces were really in between. Therefore, if Su-Ru could win the championship instead of the Tai Sword Sect, then she, Xia, was excited from the bottom of her heart. Soon, the coiling dragon immortal boat sailed into the Tai Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's lair was located in the northwestern part of the Shaoyan Immortal region. From the outside, it looked like a giant sword across the universe. Around it, many large stars revolved around the giant sword. Looking from afar, even Su Ji was a bit shocked. Chu Wanli even took out the stone of retention and was frantically photographing from the sidelines. Su Jiuxiao, let's combine 2 views together. Chu Wanli was excited. Yes, 2 more shots. 2 more shots. Well, wow. This planet is green and so big. Let's shoot this. Dozens of scenes have already been shot. How many more do you want? Suji smiled and glanced at Chu Wanli. How come I didn't realize this chick was so perky before? I am afraid that if I can't see you in the future, I can look at you more in the shadow retaining stone. Chu Wanli's face was slightly red, but her gaze was unavoidable as she looked straight at Su Ji. Su Ji was silent, unable to bear to look at Chu Wanli's eyes that were filled with longing. He's a man with a bottom line, and more than that, he's a married man. How can you cheat? P.S. There's a knife in the outline, so do you all think you want to go under this knife? Chapter 72 Half past the hour of dawn. Promoted to Xian Immortal. The two played around for a while afterward. The coiled dragon immortal boat flew in from the hilt position, came on top of a continent. In this place, the mountains were like sword blades, the eaves of the houses were like sword blades, and everywhere was filled with sword chi. And in the air, there were sword cultivators constantly passing through with their swords. Xiahua led the way and came face to face with a young woman with a beautiful figure. She was extremely voluptuous and walked with a flamboyant, shaky step. Even with Suji's thousands of years of experience, he was dumbfounded to see it at this moment. That's a little too flirty, isn't it? Deacon Xie. Back? The young woman spoke warmly, glancing at Xiahua before skimming over. Afterward, the gaze she looked at Suji carried 100 turns of tenderness. Suji got goosebumps. Chu Wanli's mouth bulged. Su-Ru, you also have. In the immortal domain. I swear, absolutely not. Suji hurriedly shook his head. He hasn't even been to the immortal realm. So how is it possible? Xiahua listened with a slight stare from the side, then laughed softly. This is Lu Ru, the woman who once almost became your mentor's mother. Teacher's mother? Su Ji and Chu Wanli were struck by lightning. The two recalled the scroll in Tenru's hand. The woman. One could describe it as a fair lady and it would not be an exaggeration. It's not that flirty, is it? Of course, that scroll was painted by Tenru himself. Subjective glorification is also quite possible. This is Su Jiuxiao and Chu Wanli, right? Lu Ru covered her mouth with a smile and said gently. I heard senior sister Xia mention you guys. Is Tian Lu He doing well in the Tianqian realm? It's not very convenient to practice so far from the avenue, is it? Some things are in the past. I want him to come back, but he always feels that the sword faction doesn't have a sense of belonging, so it's giving me a headache. The corners of Su Ji's mouth twitched, not knowing how to answer. Turning his head to look at Chu Wanli, Chu Wanli looked down at her feet. Obviously, she didn't want to bother with this woman who had hurt Tianlu so deeply. A flash of embarrassment flashed in Willow Ru's eyes. How did he describe me in front of you guys? Su-Ru coughed lightly and said, it's nothing, Dean, he's having a good time down there. Chu Wanli tugged on Suji's sleeve and gave him an angry look. Dean, he's living okay? Su-Ru instantly responded. Words are ambiguous. It seems that he still can't forgive me. Lu Ru sighed softly. Come with me, I'll help you arrange a place to live. Su-Ru looked at Xia He. Xia Hua nodded. Lu Ru is the inner deacon. With the relationship of Tian Lu, you guys follow her? Feel free to rest assured. I promise to arrange a place for you where the immortal energy surges and the birds and flowers are fragrant. Good. Su-Ru nodded her head. Chu Wanli was a bit squirmy, but still obediently followed Lu Ru to the mountains. This place is called Dong Bei Peak, an extremely high peak in the mountains, on which you can look at the sky. Lu Ru led the two to a mountain peak and smiled. This place is also very close to my mountain peak, so if anything happens, I can take care of you. When you advance to Xian Immortal in the future, there will be a better sky mansion for you to live in. Su-Ru looked around. It was indeed unique, so he smiled and nodded. Deacon Lu, you have a heart. Family members don't say 2 words. Lu Ru spread a smile and, at this point in time in the realm, you guys are here to participate in the Immortal Domain contest? Not bad. Su-Ru nodded. Upper Immortal Realm. Well, it's good to participate in the experience. Lu Ru smiled. But abstain from impatience, do not lose your life for the sake of greed. Su Ru nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Ryu was concerned about him, that he could feel. And just then, Lu Ru's face suddenly changed. A transmission exploded in her divine soul. Lu Ru, did you just bring in an Upper Immortal Realm cultivator? Elder Lin. Lu Ru was about to explain further, but the divine soul voice sounded again. Now, get your ass to the front peak right now. You're in big trouble. A tremor ran through Lu Ru's heart. Suji caught it keenly and turned his head to look at her. Having trouble? No, nothing. Lu Ru forced a smile. You guys live here first. Tell me if you're not used to it. When she finished, she flew away in a hurry. Chu Wenli looked at her back and frowned. It feels like there's a ghost in her heart. Su Ru shrugged. No harm done. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. He presses on without fear. At least on the surface. The Tai Sword sect did not have an immortal king realm. Suji was in charge of the Space Avenue and was the best at escaping. As long as he didn't run into that kind of Xian immortal in the top 30 of the Great Tao, who would dare to say that he could take him down securely? What's more, he had Ash as a killer. Steady! Front peak. The 8 highly respected Xian elders of the Tai Sword sect were frantically discussing Suji's stay or departure. An upper immortal can refine the water moon cave sky. The chance behind it must not be bad. If he can be promoted to Xian immortal and fight on behalf of my Tai Sword sect, why worry that Tai won't prosper? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The gap between a Xian immortal and an upper immortal is like a heavenly rift. There were only 2 months left, and the possibility of this Suzhou Xiao advancing to Xian immortal was 1 in a million. Even if we pour our entire sect's strength into cultivating it, it won't help. Not bad. This Suzhou Xiao has offended the Chuanqing immortal sect to death. That Chuanqing 4 sons had already let out the word that they would not rest in death with Suzhou Xiao. In a couple of days, he'll be here with his army. How can we live with that? To go to war with the Kunar immortal sect over an upper immortal you've never met before? Fear nothing. You guys are afraid of the Chuanqing immortal sect. But I'm not. I'm advocating for a strong defense. This is an opportunity that our Tai Sword sect won't come across for 10,000 years. Stabilization is the main thing, and I would suggest abandoning it. For what it's worth, the argument lasted for 3 hours, with several old men blowing their beards and expressing their own views. The final vote was 4-4, with no one convincing anyone. The parliament was thus stranded. After the meeting, Elder Lin grabbed Lu Ru and walked to a deserted place. This Suzhou Xiao is a disciple of Tianlu? Elder Lin said in a deep voice. Yes, Rio nodded. All the more reason not to let him stay in the Tai Sword sect. Elder Lin's ruthless voice. With his talent and battle prowess, if he becomes a Xian immortal, the first to suffer will be us. What did we do to Tenru back then? Have you forgotten? Lu Ru's eyes darkened. So what do you want to do? Drive him away? Didn't a few elders fail to confer? Elder Lin smiled faintly. This will require mobilizing connections. Hasn't old Su always been salivating over you? You ask him to walk around and get him to favor our side. I asked him out? Ria's lips went white. This was to ask her to use her body as a benefit to seduce Lao Su and drive Suji away. Lin Song. You're not human. Lu Ru exclaimed in shock. Pa dash. A slap rang out and Lin Song viciously glared at Lu Ru. This Suzhou Xiao treats his enemies with decimation and ruthlessness that makes one's scalp numb. If we let him rise to power, the first to die will be us. Think with your pig brain and stop ing chanting about your Tenru all day. Bastard. After saying that, he kicked Lu Ru, turned around and disappeared into this mountain peak. Only Lu Ru was left with a miserable face and trembling body. It was night. Suji sat cross-legged in his room. midnight. A system beep sounded in his head right on time. Ding! On the 128th day of marriage, the 5 Elements Avenue breaks through the bottleneck. Congratulations to the host. Promoted to the Xianxian realm. Chapter 73, Why do you suddenly want to kill someone? On this night, immortal elementals converged towards Dome Bay Peak like a tidal wave. Suja sat cross-legged on the peak. In front of him was the immortal gold that was piled up like a small mountain and weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Along with his breakthrough, his Tsongshang battle body was also metamorphosing. If I hadn't refined the water moon cave, the wealth in his possession alone was simply not enough for him to advance to Xian immortal. I'm afraid that I'll have to sit on my knees in the Tai Sword sect for a few months and suck the entire Tai Sword sect dry before I'll give up. Fortunately, the 1,000,000 pounds of immortal gold was enough to support his breakthrough. Buzz off. The immortal gold was melting, and the immortal yuan in it was being crazily drawn by Su Ji. Soon, there were nearly 800,000 pounds of immortal gold turned into stone without any half fluctuations. The 7 books of martial scriptures were run to the extreme. Chaotic chi covered his entire body. Everything has reached a tipping point. Boom! A cloud of light gray chaotic gas scuttled out from the top of his head, like a mushroom cloud, blooming over the Dome Bay peak. The power is extremely appalling. When the disciples from the surrounding peaks saw this, their bodies softened and they directly knelt down. There was a blank look on every face. No one knew when such a great power had come to Dome Bay Peak. Shu Wanli walked out of her immortal mansion, holding little Gray in her arms, and looked at the mighty Su Ji in surprise. Is this a breakthrough? Or have you sensed a new avenue? She was only at the Earth immortal realm, so she couldn't see through Su Ji's cultivation at all. And because most of the energy Su Ji drew from immortal gold, it didn't cause too large a range of promotion visions. For a while, Shu Wanli couldn't tell what was happening to Su Ji. However, the little Gray in her arms, the dog's eyes were as big as copper bells. There's no reason. In 4 months' time, from the human immortal realm, he directly stepped into the Xian immortal realm. Haven't used any time-based secret places yet. This was simply making history in the immortal world. At least, in Little Ash's ancient memories, there was no one who could match Su Ji's promotion speed. Could it be that the young master has some other chance? Obviously he didn't even accept the family fortune. Ash's doggy brain was in turmoil. Everything was beyond his imagination. Ever since Su Ji stepped into the peak of the upper immortal in 4 months, it hadn't said that it was the first chance of all the heavens and all the worlds. And now, it was feeling a bit scared even seeing Su Ji. In its impression, the young master's natural talent was definitely not this strong. Is he really the young master? The little Gray feels that Su Zhu is its young master. That is, it stems from the attribution of the 7 books of martial scriptures, the chaotic divine book. Yes. Who can possess the 7 books of the martial scriptures besides the young master? Thinking of the 7 books of the martial scriptures, Ash sighed in relief. In this world, except for the young master, no one can utilize the capabilities of the 7 books of the martial scriptures. One must be overthinking it. In front of the mountain peak, Su Ji had settled down, sensing the brand new power in his body. The 5 Elements Avenue stepped into Xian Immortal, proving that he had run a mile in this 10,000-mile avenue. Stepped into the Taoist principle of minor accomplishment. Snort. Su Ji's heart moved, and his right hand lightly scratched. There was a flash of 5-colored luster, which then turned into a colorless power chi that directly melted a large rock in the distance. This is the way of the damned? Su Ru's eyes went wide. After the 5 elemental great Tao reached a small degree of completion, the 5 most basic forces in the heavens and earth merged together, and actually transformed into the destructive power of destroying everything. Something clicked in his mind. What is the way? The foundation of heaven and earth, the beginning of all things. They are entangled with each other. You have me and I have you, and they make up this world. For example, the avenue of cause and effect, after cultivating it to the extreme, became the avenue of destiny. When the time avenue and space avenue were cultivated to the extreme, they became the time avenue. When the 5 elements great Tao is cultivated to the extreme, it becomes the great Tao of damage. There are also the 7 books of the martial scriptures practiced by Su Ji, which, when practiced to the extreme, can perceive the chaos avenue. These were all very forward existences in the 3,000 paths. Bury your head in the sand, and you'll never be able to sense it in your lifetime. It can only be dissected one step at a time. From the smallest detail, 3,000 avenues turned out to be so wonderful. There was some excitement in Su Ru's heart. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. He felt he had discovered the nature of the world. A straight path to heaven was before him, within reach. After settling down for the night, the following morning, Su Ji stood up from the mountain peak. The shimmering light of morning shines through the clouds and illuminates the whole world. It's beautiful. It's been a long time since I practiced for such a long time. Su Ji stretched his back. Or rather, with the system, he hadn't practiced. This immersion in the avenue is a long time coming. At this moment, Su Ji frowned, and his immortal energy condensed in his eyes as he looked toward the distance. After cultivating the 7 books of the martial scriptures, Su Ji's 5 senses were already exceptional. Having broken through to Xian Immortal at this moment, his eyesight was even beyond the imagination of normal people. Through the layers of clouds, he saw a familiar woman thousands of miles away. Lu Ru. At this moment, Lu Ru was winking at a 60-year-old man in flowery armor. Immortals cannot be eternal either, and have the end of their lifespan. The Xian elder opposite him had lived for an unknown number of years, and the lamp of life was faint. It wasn't a violent death for a short time, but it no longer looked like it would bring up any desires. But Lu Ru was as if she had bumped into her lover, frantically hinting at the old man. Elder Su, what do you think about that Su Jiuxiao? Lao Su pretended to be serious, but his hands were not honest, picking up and down. Still the same point as yesterday. My Tai sword sect already has a wide range of disciples, so as long as he can pass my sect's approval, There is nothing wrong with letting him fight on behalf of my Tai sword sect. Even those loose cultivators can be accommodated. Can't our Tai sword sect accommodate an upper immortal heavenly pride? As for whether or not he can break through the Xian immortal and win the title, that will wait until later. There's no rush. Willow Ru gasped as her eyes pulled back and her tongue flicked out. Su Joshio has offended the Chuanqing immortal sect. Do we really want to go to war with the Chuanqing immortal sect for the sake of an upper immortal? Without risk, how can there be gain? Old Su smiled, but the strength in his hands grew stronger. Straight away, Lu Ru pinched as if it were rotten mud and fell in his arms. The two were entangled. Lu Ru wanted to refuse to welcome, always refused to let Lao Su leap over the last step of the thunder pool. Old Su's expression twitched. What does senior nephew Lu mean? Lu Ru circled around Lao Su's neck. I mean, let him go. Tai sword sect can't afford to provide such a big Buddha. The risk and benefit are not proportional. Old Su laughed. Oh, I've heard that he's that Tianlu's disciple. Didn't you guys have a past? Don't mention him. A flash of humiliation flashed through Willow Ru's eyes and, he'll just be an ordinary Shangxian in this life. Never able to advance. How can he be as heroic as Elder Su? Lao Su nodded, horny, and rolled over on one side. That punk doesn't deserve you. Don't worry. You follow me. I'll listen to you from now on, and promise to make you comfortable. What follows is a variety of juvenile images. Suji promptly cut off the senses. There was some anger in his heart. An angry Lu Ru, a rotten crotch. In order to drive him away, he went so far as to give himself to an old man whose body was half in the ground. The second angry Tianlu, a turtle man, fell in love with a woman like Lu Ru, although Tianlu was his master teacher, teaching him much and sheltering him for a long time. Still, he couldn't help but curse when he thought of Tianlu looking at Lu Ru's scrolls day and night. Lick the dog. It was no wonder that Tianlu preferred to stay away from the Great Tao and stay in a small place like the Tianxian realm. According to this situation, even if Tianlu returned to the Tai sword sect, it would still be a life of pushing ass for this elder Su. What's more, according to Su Ru's understanding, Lu Ru was still in an affair with another elder. There you go. Double the joy of Skylock. Push two people's asses at once. Damn. What's with the sudden desire to kill? Chapter 74, 5-3, rushing Su Joshio out of Tai. Damn. What's with the sudden desire to kill? Su Ji's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent was as if it had turned into substance, swinging toward the four directions. The current him, even if he didn't participate in this immortal realm battle, he still wanted to kill him in this Tai sword sect. And at that moment, Xia He and Shu Wanli walked over from the side with a smile on their faces. Little Gray stayed on Shu Wanli's shoulder, poking out his tongue and looking left and right. The picture is very harmonious. Su Ji's killing intent collected and he took a deep breath. Xiahua was also a member of the Tai sword sect, and his concern for him was not adulterated at all. If he starts killing, I'm afraid Xiahua will find it hard to live with himself. Dilemma. Brother resignation. When Shu Wanli saw Su Ji, she trotted over a few steps, her eyes full of starlight, and smiled. Wow. Today, Senior Aunt took me on a tour of the Tai sword sect. You know what I saw? Munchkin's immortal technique. To be a disciple here, immortal gold, immortal pills, immortal techniques, and immortal weapons, are all standard, and are uniformly distributed by the sword sect. Most importantly, the Tai sword sect has the secret land of time. What about a day outside and a month inside? It's amazing. Looking at the lively and cheerful Chu Wanli, Su Ji was a bit stunned. Leaving the constraints of the identity of the head of the House of Letters, Chu Wanli changed back to the magnificent young girl he remembered. It was just that back then, Fu Yueying was just too dazzling and overshadowed her. Sinking his heart, Su Ru realized that Chu Wanli's posture today, bright eyes and white teeth, cicatrizes, eyes like autumn water, peach cheeks and apricot face, the ebony black hair was as smooth as silk, pulled into an exquisite bun at the back of her head, and gently secured with an emerald hairpin, coupled with the delicate and smooth skin like white porcelain, a cheongsam of celadon color like early morning mist. It's also one of the few in the world. It's over. I'm not right, Su Ru muttered. It's not something a married man should be thinking about. What? Chu Wanli tilted her head and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Today's brother resignation is a bit dull. Love it. Suji coughed softly and turned his head away. His face was a bit unnatural as he changed the topic. Wanli, it's the first time I've seen you so interested in improving your strength. The light in Chu Wanli's eyes could not be hidden when she mentioned the secret land of time. This made Su Ru somewhat relieved. After all, this world is so chaotic that strength is the first element. Chu Wanli's natural talent was actually not too far behind Fu Yueying. When the two of them fought for the heavenly Tao of the central state, they fought hard, and their talent was even better than his, Su Ji's, by an unknown number of times. If only Chu Wanli had the same desire for strength that she has today in the past, she would most likely be the second person in the Tianqian realm to open the immortal path. Yeah, well, it's good to have enough strength, Chu Wanli teased little Ash, then suddenly moved closer and looked straight into Suji's eyes. Brother, resignation. I want to get stronger because I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep up with you and that you'll leave me behind. Wait, Suji interrupted with a bitter smile, stepping back 3 steps and, Wanli, I think, we are a bit ambiguous, but it feels like you're a little confident today? Humph, Chu Wanli proudly hummed. Let's look down on me. Today an elder said that I have a special physique and my future is unlimited, but exactly what kind of physique it is, we still have to go to the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion to test and examine it. Testing? Suru turned his head and looked at Xia He. Shekar nodded. He. It could be seen that Chu Wanli was in an unusually good mood today. Smiling at Suji. Still want to go shopping? You stay with me kind of thing. Suji rubbed his nose and didn't say anything, but he took the lead and walked out. When he was in Ji Thin's Wanshan kingdom, Suji didn't reject it at all. I can see that this guy's heart isn't that strong. Xiahua shook his head and lost his smile as he watched the 2 men and a dog walk towards the depths of the Sea of Clouds. Suddenly, a transmission sounded in her mind. Deacon Xie, come to the front peak. The Chuanqing Immortal Sect is coming. Ha! Xiahua's heart fluttered. Half an hour later, Xiahua stood respectfully and incomparably in the front peak hall. At the top, 8 elders were seated, and beside them, the Chuanqing Immortal Sect came with a vice-general, wearing a star robe with an untamed glance. The council has already negotiated its decision due to the fallout of Senior Hui. 5-3. Rushing Su Jiuxiao out of Tai. Shekar, look what you've done. Lin Song was the first to speak, his eyes filled with majesty, his tone incomparably painful. Water Moon Cave Heaven, tens of thousands of cultivators. That Su Jiuxiao even used the cave as a human elixir to refine. Such a devilish act. This is a violation of the laws of heaven. How can a cultivator with this kind of character join my Tai Sword sect? You now quickly find Su Jiuxiao and hand him over to General Pang of the Chuanqing Immortal Sect to take away and execute him. Xia He was struck by lightning, but Su Jiuxiao can help us win the top spot in the Immortal Domain battle. Nonsense! Elder Su shouted angrily from the side of a cultivator of the upper immortal realm. I don't know what devilish means he used to refine the Water Moon Cave sky. You think you'll be able to win the top spot in the Immortal Region contest? Where did you put our Tai Sword Sect's senior brother Chiu? An elder laughed. Not bad. Senior brother Chiu has been cultivating the Xianxian Immortal Realm for many years, and he himself is in control of 2 great Dao paths, so his battle prowess is absolutely guaranteed. And he's our backbone. What's Su's surname, devil? Really not familiar. Lu Ru watched from the sidelines and smiled at Xia He with an apologetic face. May, B. Xiahua was all tangled up. She swore to Su Ji and told Tianlu that the Tai Sword Sect had her covered. All is not well. How could she open her mouth in this situation? Jia. That General Pang laughed grimly from the sidelines. Female doll, you, an upper immortal, still want to harbor a monstrous criminal? Are you good enough? As the words fell, a chi flame emanated from General Pang's body. Bang! Xiahua's face blanched at the impact and he fell back a few meters, suffering a small injury. If not for the fact that this place was in the Tai Sword Sect, this General Pang was afraid that he would strike and kill her on the spot. The hegemony of the Gunstar Immortal Sect was evident. Xia He, why don't you go now? If you annoy General Pang, even I can't protect you. Lin Song once again bellowed. This is an order. You want to disobey the elder's order? Yes. Sheho's eyes darkened. Turning around, he exited the Great Hall. Fly away towards the clouds, looking for Su to quit. Chapter 75. Woman. Learn to be dependent. Between the clouds, Su Ji was lying on the coiling dragon immortal boat, eating some Tai Sword Sect's special pastries, and negotiating life with Chu Wanli as they watched the sea of clouds float and sink. Suddenly, Su Ji frowned and looked into the distance. There, Shekar was coming in hot and heavy. Her face was pale, her body was still wounded, and her expression was indescribably tangled. Even her features were wrinkled together. As she approached, she looked at Su Ji for a long time, unable to speak. Senior aunt, what's wrong? Chu Wanli looked at Xia He with questioning eyes. Su Ru smiled. Let me guess. If it's because I'm in the Tai Sword Sect that I'm making things difficult for you? Ha! Chu Wanli froze. Is it the Chuanqing Immortal Sect that's exerting pressure? Didn't they say that the Tai Sword Sect was not dealing with the Kunar Immortal Sect and could resist the pressure? Su Ru shrugged. It can resist the pressure, and that depends on whether it's worth it or not. Obviously, no one wants to take that risk when I, an upper immortal, have no family with them. He had witnessed Lu Ru and Elder Su performing that illicit act, not too surprised or indifferent to the outcome. This is not a place to stay, but a place to be. The Tai sword sect didn't owe him anything. Even if they didn't help him, he had nothing to say. Resignation. You actually see so thoroughly. Xia he smiled bitterly and, I always thought you were reckless for ignoring the rules and hacking away. Suji rolled his eyes. I am a mortal cultivating immortality. Coming up one step at a time. I can't see anything. I died down there long ago. Chu Wanli nodded and said adoringly, brother, resignation is very powerful. Shekar sighed deeply. You guys go. Leave from the back peak now. Don't go to the front peak. There are people from the Chuanqing immortal sect there. I'm the one who's sorry. Suru's brows furrowed deeply as he sensed a hint of death wish in Xia He, and then the injuries on her body. In a hushed voice. Who injured you? It's the Gunstar sect? Because of what happened to me. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xia He's face. No, how can that be? In the sword faction, the Chuanqing immortal sect isn't that bold. You guys should leave. It's late. The immortal realm teleportation formation is going to shut down. Now. Even Chu Wanli felt that something was wrong. In such a hurry? The teleportation array is closed. So a day late won't hurt, right? Any hard feelings? Xia he shook his head. You guys don't ask. It's my own business. Now go away. With that, she was about to make her move, tugging at both of their clothes. And at that moment, a soft cry came from the distant sky. Late. As the words fell, a flower-armored old man stepped out with a buxom young woman at his side, followed by a team of blue-clad sword guards. It was none other than Elder Su and Lu Ru. Tai Chi sword guards? Seeing the blue-clothed sword guards, Xia was face-paled. This was the law enforcement agency of the Tai sword sect, which was usually used to apprehend traitors. To come out at this moment, could it be that she, Xia He, was to be expelled from Tai as well? Also, Xiahua defies the Elder's order and prepares to go dark and send Su Ji out of the sword school. According to the law, that is punishable by death. Elder Su, Xia He's face was flustered. She was only a deacon. Facing the elders, there was an insurmountable gap between the two identities, not to mention that she had disobeyed the order in the first place. If she didn't have a good heart, she would be on her knees at this moment. Elder Su responded softly and didn't look at Xia He, instead looking at Chu Wanli. Chu Wanli, your talent is outstanding and your qualifications are special. I can give you a chance to stay in the Tai sword sect, and from now on resources will be given and taken as you please. How about that? Lu Ru gave Chu Wanli an encouraging glance from the side. Wanli, trust Elder Su. Trust me too. You're a disciple of Tian Lu. I won't harm you. Commit yourself to Elder Su's disciple. Su Ji froze and glanced at Chu Wanli. This old thief Su is the one who said you had a special physique in the morning? Elder Su sniffed in anger. Chu Wanli nodded. Yes, Elder Su looks quite amiable in the morning. Ah, Elder Su is amiable? Su Ru revealed a cold smile. He also bumped into this old man Su cheating with Lu Ru early in the morning. It's not the kind of thing you do by virtue of your status, or promising benefits, or wantonly oppressing and ravaging female disciples. Old scum with no teacher's morals? What do you think? Su Ji looked at Chu Wanli. Chu Wanli had not yet spoken. In the distance, Lu Ru had laughed softly. Wanli, I'm from the past, so I'll give you a piece of advice. What love affair, after 100 or 1,000 years, will naturally become tiresome, will go up in smoke, will deteriorate. Only strength, only background, only status is eternal and most obsessive. I didn't choose Tenru when I did, and though I have love for him, I don't regret it. Lu Ru took a deep breath. He's not even a deacon, and he's even at the bottom in the upper immortal realm. If I follow him, I don't know when I'll die in some secret place. Where's the glory now? Talk to several elders as equals. Women, learn to cling and find a backer. In the immortal realm, the Xianxian realm is what makes an expert to ensure the survival of a party. At least until you're at the Xianxian realm, you have to bow down and learn to borrow power. Speaking of this, she glanced at Su Ji. Even if an upper immortal is strong, he's still just an upper immortal. Not to mention, he's offended someone he can't afford to offend. You're perfectly poised and talented. There's no need to spend time on him. Listen to the master mistress. Shut up. Xiahua was so angry that he trembled, pointing his finger at Lu Ru and shouting angrily. Lu Ru, you're not qualified to call yourself senior mother. Lu Ru glanced at her faintly. I'm doing it for Wan Li's good. And you're pushing her into the abyss. Whether you admit it or not, I'll always live better than you. Not have to go out and take risks. Not fall into jeopardy. It's called women's wisdom. Saying this, she gave Chu Wanli another encouraging glance. That's all there is to say. Wanli, make your own choice. Chu Wanli froze. Is that all you have to say? Right. Lu Ru nodded. This is the way of survival. More important than sensing the great Tao. Chu Wanli suddenly laughed. Do you know why I came to the immortal realm? Don't I know the dangers? Chu Wanli tenderly glanced at Su Ji and softly said, I'm here for brother resignation. I'm not that ambitious. I just want to watch him quietly. Even if I have to die, I'm willing to die with him. Actually, you're right. Everyone wants to be stronger, but everyone has different reasons. I'm trying to get stronger, to become super strong as an immortal exalt. That way, I can imprison Brother Cotter and make him stay only by my side forever and not talk to any other woman. Su-Ru, you don't have to add this latter part. Chu Wanli smiled playfully. I can never be better than you. Can I even make a wish? Su-Ru rubbed his nose. It is most difficult to suffer the grace of beauty. Chu Wanli's love is too turbulent, but Fu Yueying is not bad for him either. When he broke up with Fu Yueying in 2 days, it was not inevitable that there was not the factor that he was not clear with Chu Wanli in it. What's more, he's now married and, by definition, belongs to Fu Yueying. Dilemma. Idiot child. Lu Ru sighed quietly from a distance. Like this, you'll die. P.S. I was going to knife Chu Wanli, but I feel like I'll get yelled at. Chapter 76, The Dagger in the Diagram. Suji showing her might. It's going to die. Lu Ru's words were already a figure of speech. A naked threat. The Tai sword guards sniffed and pulled out their sword formation, looking at Suji with a solemn expression. Lu Ru, you think everyone is like you, greedy for life and afraid of death? Chu Wanli suddenly chided. Don't talk so nobly about yourself. Although living is an instinct of human nature, there are many other things that transcend life and death. What makes a man is that he has a bottom line. And you have no boundaries. Daring. Lu Ru's monstrous anger rushed up from his chest and abdomen to his heavenly aura. Lies don't kill. The truth is the quick sword. Chu Wanli's sentence of ***** was like a sharp dagger piercing into her heart, causing her self-esteem, which had been riddled with holes for years, to completely collapse. She said angrily, I've been protecting you. I didn't expect you to turn the tables on me. What an underfed white-eyed wolf. Where do you think this is? Is there still a chance of being able to escape? Elder Su, do it. I have nothing more to say. The words fell out of her mouth and she turned away, looking genuinely let down. Elder Su shook his head. Chu Wanli, you have truly failed Deacon Lu. She begged me all the way before I agreed to let you go. Now, pack up and follow me to meet General Pang of the Gunstar Immortal Sect. As the words fell, he glanced at Su Ji. Kid, don't try to resist in the Tai Sword Sect. This is inside the Tai Sword Sect. There are countless sword formations and many underpinnings. Even if an immortal king came in, he would have to have a fierce battle. All men of honor. I can give you decency if you tie your own hands. At this time, Little Gray barked from the side of the dog. Woof, why don't you make a move yet? These two I can't even watch it. Suji laughed and took out a shadow-retaining stone from his bosom. It's being videotaped. Go back and show the dean what his beloved woman's face looks like, so he doesn't have to look at that scroll and see the demons. You. Lu Ru was furious. You think you can still go back? The little gray dog eyes slanted at Suji. Pop. Whacked. What's that look in your eye? Little Ash commiserated, whimpered twice, wagged his tail, and said with a slight foxiness, why do I get the feeling that you just want to hear Wanli love you? It felt like it knew a little something about human nature. A magnificent young girl bared her heart, even if it was a dog. Its tail wagged up a little bit from listening. How could Su-Ru not like it? How can that be? I don't have that kind of fetish. Su resigned righteously, retorting on the spot, his eyes averted. Take them. At that moment, Elder Su lightly shouted. He looked extremely unhappy. Su-Ru and the gray puppy, acting too blasé. In this situation, he was the knife and chopping board, and Su-Ji was the fish and meat. It should have been panic-stricken, begging him for mercy, praying for alms, but look at the expression on Su-Ji's face. It was as if he was a spectator located above the river of time, blandly witnessing the world. Simply put, the eating public. Where's the sign of a dying man? This big drama, was it staged for him, Elder Su, or was it staged for Su-Ji? To the side. Upon hearing Elder Su's order, the 10 sword guards' swords were instantly sheathed. Clank! The sword roared for miles, driving resonance as countless immortal swords trembled. This place was the lair of the Tai Sword Sect, and there were countless immortal swords, and at this moment, the sword souls were like 10,000 nations coming to the country, surging towards the sword guard at the head. That sword guard originally only had the cultivation of a peak upper immortal. However, at this moment, being infused with 10,000 swords, his cultivation instantly broke through to Xianxian. A terrifying pressure covered the area, and it was actually vaguely cultivated at the late Xian immortal stage. Playing at home is too much of an advantage. Elder Su stroked his beard and smiled slightly. He held his own identity, and Suji was simply not worthy of letting him personally come down. In the field, feeling the monstrous sword intent that was everywhere, Chu Wanli's gaze darkened and her body dodged. She felt that a random ray of swordlight would be enough to lynch her 10,000 times. Are you afraid of death? Suji looked at Chu Wanli. Fear. Chu Wanli bit her red lips and snapped her head up, bravely saying, but dying with you, I'm not afraid. Suji was silent and rubbed Chu Wanli's hair before speaking. No one can kill you with me around. As the words fell, the sword guard in the distance had already stabbed with his sword. This sword, chopping from the sky, as if to cut through the yin and yang, reopening the world of man. The end is sharp and unstoppable. The sword intent wave swept through the 9 heavens. The Taiyi sword sect had been practicing the sword Dao for countless years, and there were countless sword arts and sword formations. But this sword, the sword of the Taiyi sword sect's Jinshan mountain, is the method of picking one in 1,000, the power of 10,000 immortal swords. Even if a meteorite star was in front of it, it could cut through it without any obstacles. The only thing left in the entire heaven and earth was this strand of sword light that was strong to the extreme. Chu Wanli closed her eyes and quietly waited for death. Desperation flowed from Xiaohua's eyes. With just this sword, no matter how well protected that water moon cave heaven was, it would be sliced open with a single sword. The underpinnings of a great power. Not to mention the elders coming down. Even a team of mountain protection deacons have the power to look down on everything. Bringing Su Ji into the Taiyi sword sect is harming him. Xiaohua's heart was filled with self-blame and chagrin. In the distance, a hint of vengeful pleasure erupted in Lu Ru's eyes. Su Ji ignores her and records her, and Chu Wanli calls her a. She just wants to live a better life. What's wrong with that? To be humiliated like this? Right now, she only wanted to see the two tough talkers, Su Ji and Chu Wanli, die in front of her. Buzz. The sword intent cut across dozens of miles and arrived in front of Su Ji in the blink of an eye. Even Ash's doggy eyes glared and barked. It was also just half a meter away from Su Ji's brow. Su Ji suddenly moved, only to see his right hand lightly raised. 2 index fingers clang sound, clamped the incoming long sword. From extreme motion to extreme stillness, the image was like a freeze. How is that possible? The sword guard's eyes widened. You are too weak. Su Ji shook his head and kicked out with his right foot violently. Pust. How could a sword guard's physical body compare to Su Ji, who had stepped into Xian immortality? He was of Songsheng battle body that had the 7 books of the martial scriptures to enhance it. Even Su Ji didn't know just how strong his flesh was. This kick was intended to kick the sword guard and send him flying back the way he came, surrendering his sword. Who would have thought that a kick would have directly kicked the sword guard from the chest down? Clang! Su Ji was stunned, and without paying attention, his right hand slightly increased in strength, and that immortal sword split into 2, and was broken hard by Su Ji. What kind of devil are you? You! The sword guard's scalp was numb, only feeling that he was facing a savage ancient beast, strong and unfathomable. Swoosh! Su Ji casually flung his hand, and the remnant sword shot into the sword guard's forehead. Blood splattered, red and white. The sword guard fell. Got you talking? Su Ru clapped his hands and turned to look at Elder Su. The room was instantly silent. Chapter 77, Who says you're the only Xian? Elder Su's expression changed slightly. What a terrifying strength of flesh. What kind of body are you? Su Ru was silent as he slowly walked towards Elder Su. With a wave of Elder Su's sleeve, the remaining 9 sword guards looked at each other and simultaneously rose with their imperial swords. Buzz. This time, the 9 immortal swords stood behind them, blooming with glittering light. Clear light was outlined between the 9, as if they were connected by veins and veins, sharing power with each other. In the next instant, they pulled away from Su Ji. Immortal swords roared in unison, and when they met the wind, the 9 giant swords were about to charge towards Su Ji. However, he saw Su Ji's backhanded grab. 5 energies suddenly surfaced in the air. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. 5 colors, white, green, black, red and yellow, confused and entangled with each other, turning into 9 light-colored dragons in the air. They boiled and roared, instantly rushing over the bodies of the 9 sword guards. Buzzing, wordlessly, the giant dragon swung through, and the 9 sword guards didn't even grunt before disappearing without a trace. And even the immortal swords were reduced to nothingness. The power to destroy. Extremely dominant. Nothing melts. And yet, it's breezy. Death is painless. What kind of power is this? Elder Su took 2 steps back, his face horrified. The 5 Elements Avenue is extremely rare. A single avenue such as the Golden Avenue and the Wood Avenue alone is enough to rank in the middle of the 3,000 avenues. The 5 elements of the way are united. Even Elder Su, who had lived for countless years, had never seen it, let alone known that it could give birth to the power of annihilation. This kind of power was rarely perceived throughout the entire length of the ages. and the little diffusion immortal domain was even devoid of records. It was more than normal for Elder Su not to know. Vertical Sun, do you really want to rebel against my Tai sword sect? Elder Su took a deep breath and thought for a moment, his expression resuming that moralistic look. At the very least, he was at the late Xianxian immortal cultivation stage and was still in the Tai sword sect, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. Aren't you going to take me down? Su sneered, walking towards Elder Su step by step. He had no cultivation fluctuations on his body and looked as if he was a neighboring gentleman on a trip, extremely tranquil. However, in Elder Su's eyes, Su Ji's figure was very magnificent, vaguely controlling the surrounding space and not allowing him a single chance to escape. Elder Su also had a sense of the spatial avenue, but it was obvious that it was far inferior to Su Ji. He didn't have a single chance to escape. He could only do it the hard way. What right do you, an upper immortal, have to overpower my Xian immortal? Finally, Elder Su sank his voice. He couldn't stand Su Ji's rhythmic pace. His mental bottleneck had loosened, and he took the lead. Clank, clank, clank. A token appeared in his hand, and with a slight prodding, the entire Tai sword sect's sword sound resounded to the extreme. A sword's extreme intent emanated from him. In front of him, a 9-foot-long sword emitting clear light appeared. Although I am not in charge of the sword Dao into the Xian immortals, the sword is what I have been seeking all my life. Elder Su gripped his long sword, and his entire aura changed. Crane hair turns black, and old faces become young. It was as if a lonely swordsman who had been practicing was finally given the chance to prove himself in a battle. The Tai Chi order. Seeing this, Xiahua shivered and couldn't help his teeth from chattering up and down. What's the Tai Chi order? Ash gave her a look. Chu Wanli's hand covered her chest with a worried look on her face. Is it great? Xiahua said in a cold voice. Tai order. This is a bottom card that can only be used when the Tai sword sect is in a life and death crisis. Every elder has such a token, which cannot be used at unusual times. Elder Su used the Tai order, and the entire sword chi of the entire Tai sword sect converged on him. There's a saying that under the immortal king, the sword immortal is invincible. Luckily, he is still one step short of the sword Dao before he can step into the minor accomplishment realm. Otherwise, I don't even know how resignation can fight against him. Under the immortal king, the sword immortal was invincible. Ash snorted at that. Although the way of the sword was strong, it knew more terrifying, mysterious, and impossible to measure by common sense avenues. Of course, in the little diffusion immortal region, this statement was true. The sword immortal is, indeed, terrifying. On the other side, Luru couldn't help but show a hint of blush on her face when she saw Elder Su descend as if he were a heavenly fairy. She is very muchang, and this time, Elder Su is so strong. At the same time, there was something of the smoothness of her heart, and something of the remembrance of the victor. No matter how much Suru struggled, death would not change after all. Since ancient times, it had never been a good result for a loose cultivator to resist a major power. It was too difficult for lower realm casual cultivators to struggle and rebound. In the middle of the field, Su Ji was still walking, completely unintimidated by Elder Su's invincible demeanor. Aren't you afraid of death? Elder Su bellowed, his expression fierce. Why can't we see Su Jiaxiu's look of prayer for forgiveness yet? Snort, the corner of Su Ji's mouth hooked. You don't deserve it. I'm not worthy? Elder Su looked as if he had heard some unimaginable joke as he took a step forward and leapt towards Su Ji. He wanted to kill Su Ji by 1,000 cuts and death by lynching. Shoo! A sword crossed the sky. The sword split into 2 meters, and the yin-yang sword diagram appeared, slowly interlacing in the air, as if it was a millstone smashing down towards Su Ji. The Tai sword sect's town immortal technique. High-ranked immortal technique. Taiji 2E sword. Although Elder Su had only cultivated 30% of his fire, with the added power of the Tai order, his power was definitely not bad. This sword is kinda interesting. Suru nodded his head and slammed his fist out. Clang! The heaven and earth melting furnace appeared and clashed with the Taiji grinding wheel. They were crushing each other in the air. Rolling energy fluctuations were like the waves of a turning tide, madly surging in all directions. Hey-ah! Elder Su's figure shifted and had already appeared on Su Ji's side. A sword swept towards Su Ji's head. Get out! Su Ji sidestepped his head and dodged the sword. He slapped Elder Su's face with his backhand. Straight away, the old man slapped the sky and eyes. Afterwards, Su Ji took a step to leap up. His right leg swept out like a whip, and the space was instantly dented. Dented along with it was Elder Su's chest. But, suffering from this leg, Elder Su spewed out a mouthful of essence blood and flew straight toward the distance at a speed that was several times faster than when he came, knocking down countless mountains of immortality. Paralyzed, the entire body's immortal energy was dispersed. How can you be so strong? Elder Su covered his chest and backed up, looking at the sky in shock. the Taiji grinder was still extracting his power, even extracting the sword power within the Tai sword sect. However, it was completely unable to break through Suji's heaven and earth melting furnace, and there was a vague trend of collapse. This also made it clear that if there was a war in the outside world, he, Lao Su, wouldn't be able to survive more than an instant before he would be decapitated by Su Ru. The gap between the two sides is too wide. How can you, an upper immortal, be separated from a Xian immortal? Elder Su's eyes trembled. He wasn't one of those scattered Xian immortals, but a proper elder of a major power. The gold content was not much higher than those Xian immortals in the outside world. Suji is a genius, isn't he, Lao Su? But just like that, the moment he fought against Suji, he even fell into a disadvantage. It's unbelievable. Su put his hands on his back and looked at Lao Su, his sleeves fluttering, his expression indifferent, and he lightly laughed. Who says? Only you are a Xian? What did you say? Elder Su froze. An overwhelming force was seen erupting from Suji's body. His body surface was covered with a thin layer of chaos chi. In the air, the sun and moon silhouettes appeared, and endless sun and moon essences were injected into Suji's body, making him look as magnificent as a god of the sun and moon. Sun and moon spitting technique. Shu. A long sword floated in Suji's hand. It was clearly the 9 heavenly emperor sword. He smiled slightly and looked at Lao Su. Now, is that clear? Chapter 78, Slaughtering the Tai sword sect and killing people. Su Jiuxiu is a Xian immortal. At the front peak, a group of people sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the back peak and focused on the projected immortal mirror in front of them. No wonder the Su Jiuxiu was able to refine the water moon cave sky and was confident that he could participate in the battle of the immortal realm battle. So it turns out that he has always been a Zun Xian immortal. Humph. Hidden and concealed into my Tai sword sect. Who knows what he has in mind? If it's a Xian immortal, it will take half a day to refine a water moon cave. That potential is just average. It's not worth too much of our attention. Just hand it over to the Chuanqing immortal sect directly. Several elders were talking and discussing wildly. Suddenly, an elder spoke up. What do you guys say? Could Su Jiuxiu be a Xian immortal who just broke through? He was actually still an upper immortal when he refined the water moon cave sky? At those words, the room fell silent. Lin Son lightly shouted. What nonsense! The upper immortal realm refining the water moon cave sky. Do you know what that means? Meaning what? The original elder said softly. It means that, today, we are going to suffer a great calamity. Someone spoke up and added. With that, the entire front peak fell into silence. Everyone turned their gazes to the back peak and to Suji. In fact, Suji defeated Elder Su with too much of an effortless and overriding performance. Some of them, fear arose in their hearts. The reason for this denigration is to try to use reality and reason to counteract fear. Ryoga said with a shudder. Why Don? We still find the sect master to come out? Lin Son's eyes snapped round. Post-peak, Ryo sat on her ass. The color of his face was unmistakably white. Cold hands and feet. Su was too strong. Elder Su had used the Tai order and the Taiji sword technique, but he was still not a match for him. If it wasn't for the terrifying fluctuations generated by the intersection of the millstone and the cauldron in the sky, which vaguely made her chi and blood boil, she was skeptical that this was a dream. It was only 4 months ago that a cultivator from the heavenly Xian realm first appeared in the little diffusion immortal region. How did you break through to Xian directly? Thinking about what she swore to Chu Wanli earlier, to find a backer, to learn to be dependent, she then felt like a complete clown. Where was Suji the Shangxian who was at the mercy of others? It was clearly a supreme Xian immortal who had come across the domain, like a god approaching the dust. At this moment, Lu Ru really wanted to go to the Tian Xian realm and ask Tian Lu, why do you want to hurt me? Why is Suju so strong and you didn't tell me in advance? Why don't you say your disciple is a Xian? Lu Ru's brainstorming is unknown at the moment. At Ash's bemused gaze, in Chu Wanli's eyes that were so surprised that she almost jumped up. Under the expression of Xia was blank face. Words could not be spoken. Suji held his sword, like a supreme swordsman, and slowly walked towards Elder Su. With a single step he took. The sun and moon in the air also trembled frequently. The heaven and earth melting furnace gradually turned from red to gray, then to the colors of the 5 elements, and in the end, it completely transformed into the power of damning. Dang! The moment the heaven and earth furnace turned a transparent color, the Taiji mill was directly swallowed by the heaven and earth furnace. Countless energies were refined and fed back into Suji's body, fueling his chaos chi to thicken a bit. The furnace of heaven and earth, refining everything, devouring everything, getting stronger and stronger with each battle. And at the moment when the Taiji grinding plate dissolved, Elder Su finally couldn't hold it in and his whole body went limp on the ground, trembling as he watched Suji walk step by step. Su Jiuxiao, you can't kill me. I'm a solid elder of the Tai Sword sect. If you don't kill me, we still have something to talk about. There's still room. He got on all fours and backed up. Su Su was impassive. As if he hadn't heard his words, his footsteps were like the soft chants of the king of hell, constantly lingering in Elder Su's ears. Torture. Death is not scary. Waiting to die is the worst. This instant, Elder Su's mental defenses were about to be shattered by Suji step by step. Help! Help Lin Song! Ah! Elder Su fumed and shouted. When Lu Ru saw this, her complexion was greatly shocked, as if a giant hammer had fallen from the sky, straightaway knocking her silly in place. You threw yourself on the mercy of such a silly old man? It turns out that the Xianxian immortals, in the face of death, are not much better than ordinary people. Maybe Tenru was better in moments like these. Layers of remorse welled up in her heart as she looked at Suji's appearance. Spend all your days hunting geese, only to be pecked by them. Why can't he or she wait a little longer, until he or she can feel out Suji's bottom line, and then make plans? And at that moment, a shocking sound suddenly erupted in the distance. Don't hurt my master. A Taiji Dao formation rose up from the ground, and those at the head all had the power of a near Xian immortal. Elder Su was a solid elder, and this was not a falsehood. Rather, he has nurtured his juniors and angel investments over and over again in exchange for the countless people who have thrown their weight behind him and pledged their allegiance to him. He was optimistic about Chu Wanli, and not all out of selfishness, but also really looked at Chu Wanli's natural talent. His disciples, therefore, were extremely loyal to him. Even if a heavenly god is in front of him, he will come out to fight. At this moment, 12 Tai great arrays were positioned in 12 directions, with vigorous atmospheres and huge forces intertwined. 12 capital heavenly gates formation. Shekar shuddered. Another terrifying array from the Tai Sword sect, with 12 Xian immortals combining their efforts. It would be more than enough to destroy a second-rate power. Unfortunately, the one they ran into was Su Ji, a horrible person who cannot be reasoned with by common sense. Only to see Su Ji take a step out and charge into the battle formation, his right-hand emperor's sword lightly dancing. Boom, boom, boom. Countless large stars emerged. The sword light was like an ocean while the stars were ships. After Su Su crossed into Xian Immortal, the Star River sword technique finally exerted the power it should have. The swords all had the power of several large stars, and when they smashed into the crowd, they would either die or be injured. Suji was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The sword light staggered 99 times. A Dao formation collapsed. Thousands of disciples' heads flew in unison, and their headless corpses fell towards the ground as if they were raining down. Then, Suji turned around, and the Chaos Chi formed a huge palm and clenched it with force. Countless spatial corridors sprang up, and an entire piece of space was cut through layer by layer as countless disciples fell into stagnation. Their divine souls were deprived of their souls, and their bodies were pinched into pieces. Not even a spill of blood. The hand of God. After Su Su stepped into Xian Immortal, this high-level immortal art became even more mysterious and unfathomable. The power of a single grip was like an eraser erasing traces from a canvas, and the 7,000 disciples lost all their traces and disappeared into the world. In the end, Suji opened his mouth and spat out, and the power that Fong had drawn from the Taiji grinding wheel transformed into a heavenly sword that fell towards the distant Dao formation. Snort! The power of a sword comes with the power to destroy. Thousands of disciples had the upper half of their bodies sliced straight off, leaving only their legs still wandering around mindlessly. A horrifying and comical scene. Collapse! 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 Run away! Finally, some disciples couldn't bear it and roared in panic. It's not against the enemy. It's a death sentence. Life is precious. Who can be fearless? Chapter 79 Killing Lao Su and Lin Song. The core layer of the sword sect bowed down, but only for a moment. The few remaining Dao formations had collapsed, being beaten by Su Ru. His Dao heart was shattered and he fled in a sorry state. Su Ru also didn't bother to chase after him. In his eyes, disciples who had lost the will to fight were no different from sheep, will live in his shadow for the rest of his life. Suja turned around and walked towards Lao Su. No, don't, Su Jiaoxiao. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Old Su was filled with panic and had the feeling that the sky was falling. I can make the decision to reconcile with you and give you a spot in the immortal domain battle. This is in the Tai Sword sect. The sect master and the supreme elders have not shown up. You can't escape even if you kill me. Lin Song and the others will surely call the ancestors. You can't escape. Ah! As Su Su approached step by step, Lao Su's Dao heart finally collapsed. Holding his head in place and yelling, Su Ru moved closer to his side. A right hand. Old Su's 9-foot-long sword was held in his hand. A backhanded thrust. The tip of the sword went straight into Lao Su's throat. Blood sprayed, and Old Su stared with his eyes, his soul having been strangled. A sword to the throat and death. On the side, Lu Ru, who saw this scene, stomped her feet and directly fainted. her limbs straight. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Ru locked Lu Ru into the coiling dragon immortal boat and then walked towards the front peak. For what happened to Lu Ru? He felt that it would be more appropriate for Tian Lu to rule. In the distance, the front peak hall was already boiling. The 9 elders and that Vice General Pang looked at each other. I suddenly remembered. There's something else going on at home. General Pang glanced at Lin Sang somewhat sheepishly and made a gesture to leave. General Pang, don't panic. Lin Song murmured. Don't underestimate the Tai Sword sect's heritage. Elder Su was right before he died. We still have the sect master and the supreme elder. Do you really think that a single Xian immortal can step through my Tai mountain gate? It's too much to put me, Tai, in the wrong place. Vice General Pang swallowed and wanted to say something else. The gate suddenly came in with a loud bang. Turn your head. A young man in white led the way in, his hands behind his back, eyes looking around. No one actually dared to meet his gaze. Su Jiuxiao, you're too unbridled. Lin Song's eyes chilled as he snapped. Do you really want to go on and on with my Tai Sword sect? What are you? Suji glanced at him and pointed a finger with his backhand. With a loud boom, the 2 channels of strength passed through Lin Song's body and drove him to be nailed to the wall. Unable to gouge it down, Lin Song's strength was not much stronger than Lao Su's, and he didn't have the Tai order to add to his strength. He couldn't even pass a single move in Suji's hands. Directly, he was hit with disorganized immortal energy. The breath of life passes slowly. He's hanging on by a thread, and he's not going to make it. At this moment, the few elders in the main hall finally realized what kind of monstrous power Suja had. Seeing it with one's own eyes was a completely different feeling than seeing it in the projected immortal mirror. At this time, Suji looked to the side at General Pang. The Gunstar Immortal sect has come with a loser like you? General Pang's face changed, but the words reached his mouth and he swallowed, curtly saying, Su Jiuxiao, you misunderstood. I came to Tai Sword sect to get together with 3 or 5 friends, and it has absolutely nothing to do with your matter. Slap. Su Ru pressed and didn't bother to listen, casually slapping his hand. General Pang was directly turned into mush and blood was spilled in the great hall. Su Jiuxiao, what exactly do you want? This is your master Tian Lu's division. It's also considered your division. Are you going to bully your master? At that moment, an elder got brave and roared. Suji froze at his words and countered with a leg kick. The leg print was like a whip, spanning 10 meters and hitting the elder's temple. This flower-armored old man's head instantly flew out and smashed into the wall, red and white intermingling together so that even the flesh foam could not be seen. Mr. Su has never been morally kidnapped in his life's actions. When Elder Su killed him, did anyone care about the love of the division? Su Ru sneered. Does anyone else have anything to say? The whole room was appalled. The remaining 8 elders looked at each other in dismay, and none of them, including Lin Song, even dared to speak. There were lowered heads. This meant that the core power layer of the Tai Sword sect nowadays bowed down towards Su Ji. Shaho, who came in after him, looked incredulously at one time, a few high and mighty elders had spoken to her through their noses. Now it's no different than a lost dog. All of this change came from the young man in front of him. Thinking of the first time he met Su Ru, she also advised him not to act rashly and to pay attention to the proportion. Thinking about it now, Xia he only feels that he has eyes that do not recognize him to Tai. Eyes too shallow, as if the turtle at the bottom of the river does not know the 9 heavenly dragons. Even Xia he was like this, not to mention Shu Wanli. Neisan hitched her pink cheeks on the side and looked at Su Ji's back in fascination. Just like some star chasing to the point of being obsessed high school girls in the Blue Star. At this time, Su resigned to let her die. She did not even hesitate. Love becomes faith. It was also at that moment that Ash suddenly barked. Suja's face changed and he took a step backwards. The space in front of him shattered and a middle-aged man walked out. The man's temples are white, but his hair is black and shiny, and his face is extremely handsome, belonging to the middle-aged handsome uncle of that hang. As soon as he appeared, the 8 elders were like they had found their backbone. There were surprise openings. Gate Master, Master of the Tai Sword sect, Xia Danqing. As soon as he appeared, Xia Hua couldn't help but kneel down and shiver. Su Ru frowned slightly. The man in front of me is strong. As the same Xian immortal, he had realized at least 3 great Dao and was at the forefront of the 3,000 great Dao. It was many times stronger than old Su, General Pang, and Lin Sanlian. Plus in the middle of the Tai Sword sect, Suji felt that if he wanted to take him down, he might have to pull out all the stops and even rely on Ash to do so. Xia Danqing looked at the main hall. His eyes drifted over Lin Song and General Pang's blood, not stopping for half a second. What was in his eyes was just lightness and out of the world. It's humane, too. Suji gave another rating. At this time, Xia Danqing looked at Suji and smiled faintly. You are Su Jiuxiao, a disciple of Tianlu? Su Ru nodded his head without making a move. He didn't feel any killing intent from Xia Danqing. We are all born from the same root. Xia Danqing sighed slightly. I'm to blame for this. The time spent in seclusion was a bit too long, allowing this kind of basket case to occur in the sword faction. Sect Master. Lin Song wanted to speak, but was given a look by Xia Danqing, and the words were as if they were choked in his throat, unable to come out. Are you going to avenge them? Suji looked at Xia Danqing. We belong to the same lineage. Why would there be any enmity? I even hugged him during the hour of heavenly locus. And you, as his disciple, I can't even wait to pamper you, so how could I blame you? Xia Danqing laughed, and with a wave of his hand, a table appeared in front of him. The table has a jug of wine, a glass of wine. At the moment, the jug filled the glass without wind. Xia Danqing looked at Su Ji. How about a cup of wine to release enmity? Chapter 80, Deacon Xie? Elder Xie. Su Ru was slightly stunned. He thought that there was a bitter battle. Never thought that Xia Danqing was this attitude. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Want to take a shot at him, Lao Su? Lin Song. He has been educated. The other elders, too, were merely philosophical disagreements, and there was little enmity between the two sides. Suji hesitated slightly. I will not stay in the Tai Sword sect, nor will I fight for the sake of the Tai Sword sect. I will leave. Xia Danqing nodded his head, his complexion not fluctuating half a bit. I didn't make such a move because I wanted you to fight for the glory of my sword faction. You're underestimating my belly. Tai Sword sect. You come, I welcome you. You leave, I see you off. Suji looked to the side of Xia He and said softly, Sure Fu, are you coming with me? Xia He shook his head. I was born and raised in Tai. My family is in Tai, they won't get used to leaving here. It's a family relocation. Su Ru nodded. Some people want to return to their homeland even until they die. Sheho is obviously the kind of person who misses his hometown. With this in mind, Suji turned his head to look at Xia Danqing. If Deacon Xie gets into trouble in the Tai Sword sect, I will definitely come back. And when I do, I will make people pay for their blood. Saying this, he turned his head and glanced at the other few elders, the warning in his eyes speaking for itself. Little friend Su, this is because you don't believe in me. Xia Danqing? Xia Danqing shook his head and lost his smile. My words still carry some weight in this Tai Sword sect. He paused and looked at Xia He. Do you think so? Elder Xie. Shekar looked up, full of confusion, looking left and right. Where's Elder Xie? Gate Master? She looked blankly at Xia Danqing. Xia Danqing laughed. There is no Deacon Xie here. Only Elder Xie. Establishment Elder. Looking at Su Ru, he emphasized. Sheho was ecstatic. Her lifelong goal was to mix up an elder seat. Real elders in the Tai Sword sect. That was really under one person and above 10,000 people. Monstrous right. Happiness comes so suddenly. All she could feel was excitement flooding her brain and she was dying of happiness. Xia He got up and directly hugged Su Ji, tears pouring down like clear water. Tears of joy. Su Ji smiled awkwardly. His hands had no place to put them. Only after a long time did Xia He blush and let go of Su Ji. Ash looked around and asked Chu Wanli for advice. What is this embrace? Is it human love? Chu Wanli snorted a laugh. Maybe it's affection. Who can say? Affinity? Maybe? The little greyhound brain was confused. It felt as if Chu Wanli answered and as if she didn't. Humans? So complicated. It's still good for the demon race. Mate whoever you like. Whoever you see is dry. At this moment, Xia Danqing added, add Tianlu as a deacon, and welcome him back to the sword sect at any time. Return to the sword school. Xia Huo was stunned, then ecstatic. She was aware of Tenru. Who would want to leave their home if they didn't have to? Now Su Ru cleared the obstacles and purged the clear sky, and the sect master is so optimistic about him. As soon as Tianlu returned, he was treated directly as a human being. This disciple is so worth the investment. Little friend Su. Xia Danqing raised his cup and smiled. Come? Su Ru also revealed a smile. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't tell right from wrong. If people respect me, I respect them. Taking up the glass, he said, as if in jest, there's no poison in the wine, is there? Xia Danqing laughed loudly. I, Xia Danqing, have a literary bone. The Shoyani mortal domain is famous for being a gentleman. Little friend is overly concerned. With that, he was about to exchange wine glasses with Su Ji. Su Ru waved his hand and directly drank it all in one go. He's at Song Shang Warbody. What kind of poison can poison him? Just kidding. And at that moment, Lin Song, who was on the side, suddenly stormed up, his eyes filled with tears of blood. Sect Master, I can't accept it. Xia Danqing didn't even turn his head and casually snapped his fingers. An illusory brush appeared in space. In an instant, the brush wrote the word kill in the air. Put. Lin Song's figure was instantly in pieces, dead beyond repair. Suji's heart was in awe. The person in front of him was by no means as easygoing and refined as he appeared on the surface. That's right, how can you lead a big power if you're not decisive in killing? Little friend Su, have a light meal before you leave? Xie Danqing looked at Su Ji as if nothing had happened. There are limited spots for the Immortal Realm battle, and since you're not in my Tai Sword sect, I can recommend you to go to another place and take your place by battle. Oh, Su Ji had wanted to refuse, but he nodded at the words and stepped towards the back hall with Xie Danqing. You guys come over here too. Xie Danqing sank his voice, looking towards the few elders who were scared into silly coins. Yes, several people bowed. At the dinner table, the several elders were like grandchildren, constantly toasting towards Su Ji. Su Ru's lips were slightly dipped, and the several elders drank until their cups were dry. All of their faces flushed. This kind of immortal wine is extremely strong, rich in the aura of the great Tao. Even the immortal king cannot withstand. This table will be 100,000 pounds of immortal gold. The Tai Sword sect is hemorrhaging money. The first time I heard of fellow Taoist Su's visit, I wanted to pay a visit on the spot, but it was too late. So I'll first punish myself with 5 cups and thirst for fellow Taoist Su's forgiveness. I'll have 5 cups as well. At that time when I voted, I was ghostly blinded by the sun. I even stood on the wrong team. My old eyes were dim to the extreme. Fellow Taoist Su must not hold a grudge. I'll have 10 ING cups. Ash licked a bowl on the floor, savoring the spirits as well. Sniffing, he looked down at a couple of the older men. It doesn't know much about humans. Just thought these guys wouldn't be looking for an excuse to get a drink, would they? Its heart tightened and its tongue licked harder and harder. The stock of this immortal wine is not much, so it's not a good idea to take advantage of the cheapness. After 3 rounds of wine, Xie Danqing and Su Ji had a private conversation alone. Does little friend Su know where we can obtain a place in the immortal domain battle? Xie Danqing raised his glass, his eyes slightly drunk. The literati were good drinkers, and he drank a lot. Please also thank Sect Master for his guidance. Su Ji laughed. Beyond the Gunstar Immortal Sect's dojo, there is a waterfall named Star River Great Falls. This waterfall was formed by the Taiyin heavy water flowing through 10,000 stars, and is one of the 7 wonders of the Shaoyan Immortal region. In front of the waterfall, there is a stone monument called the Star River Tao Monument. Whoever can resist the pressure under the Taiyin heavy water and place in the top 3 will be handpicked by the Central Star region and can participate in the Immortal Domain battle as a casual cultivator. Xie Danqing finished. Su Ru frowned. Xie Danqing asked him to go to the Chuanqing Immortal Sect? Is this driving a tiger to swallow a wolf? Xie Danqing looked at Su Ji with a wry smile. If little friend Su attends in my Tai Sword sect, then I would welcome it. 2 for 1. Masquerade. Su Ru spun the wine cup in his hand. Good. Mr. Su will go and break into this Chuanqing Immortal Sect. Let's see what he can do to me. After saying that, he drained his glass in one gulp and kicked at Ash. Go! Woof! Ash bared his teeth, just fell asleep and was kicked awake. Chu Wanli followed Su Ji closely, afraid of falling half a step behind. After Su Ji left, Xie Danqing woke up from his slightly drunken state. The eyes were filled with the wisdom of a tent. An elder whispered, Sect Master, this loss, we're just going to eat it? Su Joshio stepped on the mountain gate and killed tens of thousands of our Tai Sword sect's disciples and 2 of our actual elders. This is a humiliation that hasn't been seen in the ages. Stupid. Xie Danqing glanced at him. Let me ask you, does the Chuanqing Immortal Sect have a bigger grudge against him? Or do we have a bigger grudge against him? The elder thought for a moment. We are being bullied. The Chuanqing Immortal Sect has been chasing him. From Su Jiaxiao's perspective, then naturally the Chuanqing Immortal Sect is a bit more hateful. That's right. Xie Danqing laughed. Even if I can take him down, how much will I lose in the end? Who's going to take it on? After taking him down, how can we fight against the Kunar Immortal Sect? You also want our Tai Sword sect to be reduced to Tai Cave Heaven. The same as that Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven? Think long term before you do anything. It dawned on the elder that he admired Xie Danqing to the core. Sect Master Great Wisdom. My Tai Sword sect, fortunately, has a sect master at the helm to save it from decay. The corner of Xie Danqing's mouth hooked. Spread the word about what's going on here with added fuel, so that everyone in the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain knows that there's an upstart named Su Joshio who has the ability to take the top spot in the Immortal Domain contest. Yes. The elder bowed and turned to leave. Chapter 81, The Name of Su Joshio. The Little Diffusion Immortal Region trembles. Su Joshio made a scene at the Tai Sword sect. This matter swept through the entire Little Diffusion Immortal Region like a storm. The 5 words Tian Xian Su Joshio. Now it began to truly resound in the minds of these forces in the Little Diffusion Immortal Region. Discussions resounded from the countless restaurants in the main cities of the powers. This Tianxian Su Joshio. I heard that he killed tens of thousands of people from the Tai Sword sect and even ran out. It's said that even the Tai sect master has bowed to him. and is now heading toward the Great Falls of the Swarming Stars to witness the Tao at the Great Falls of the Swarming Stars. Really? Even the Tai sect master bowed his head. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? The last time I heard this name, I was still in a corner somewhere, and I heard that the Chuanqing Immortal sect wanted him. This Tianqian Su Jiuxiao is so strong. This Immortal Domain contest will be interesting. Our little diffusion Immortal Domain will only have a total of 3 positions out of the line. General Jido, the head of the 7 sons of the Chuanshi, Xianxian Xiao Zifeng of the Tai Sword sect, and the 10,000 Flowers Demon Immortal of the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. It's just that I don't know whose position this Tianqian Su Jiuxiao is planning to steal? Humph. He'd better get the qualification to participate in the competition first. The Chuanqing Great Falls is in front of the Chuanqing Immortal sect. Can someone that powerful be willing to give Su Jiuxiao a chance? Ha! Isn't Gunstar Falls at the helm of the Central Immortal region? A helm is a helm, and you have to have the life to walk to the falls. Discussions such as these resounded throughout the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region. Su Ji, who had just arrived in the Immortal Domain not 2 days ago, directly became the center of conversation. After countless people had their fill of wine and food, the thing that was argued about the most was Su Ji's battle power. Some said that he was invincible across the immortal realm, even if he had a chance of capturing the Great Tao Flower. There were also those who said that he was just a flash in the pan and would die under the Kunar Immortal Sect's manhunt, just like the countless challengers in the past. Gunstar Falls. Below the 7-tiered waterfall, Tai Ting made a breakthrough and jumped straight up, entering the 5th level, laughing up at the sky. Today, I break into Xian Immortal Perfection. My fate is up to me and not heaven. For this Immortal Realm battle, the quota for the Little Diffusion Immortal Realm will be wrapped up by me, the 7 sons of Gunstar. Ha ha ha. Next to them, several black-clad armored soldiers appeared. Congratulations, General, on reaching the top of the Xian Immortal. The top of the Xian Immortal. Tai Ting was very satisfied and looked to one of the armorers. That little minion who dared to offend me. What was his name? Tian Su. How is he now? At that, the armorer sweated and stammered. It's Tian Su Jiuxiao. He's something else. He killed Vice Admiral Pang and, hearing half of it, Tai Ting was furious, slapping the waterfall boiling with a palm and speaking angrily. How dare you? Dare to chop off my left arm and right arm. What a death wish. The armorer hastily wiped his sweat and shuddered. General, I'm not finished. Say, while Su Jiuxiao slapped General Pang to death, he broke the 12 capital Heavenly Gates formation of the Tai Sword sect. He beheaded the 2 actual elders, Lin Song and Su Wei. In the end, even the Tai sect master showed up and couldn't do anything about him, so he ended up releasing him with a cup of wine. Right now Su Jiuxiao is heading towards the Chuanqing Immortal sect. The smile on Tai Ting's face came to an abrupt end. Where did the intel come from? The Tai Sword sect flows out of. Can it be confirmed? First-hand information. True or false? Tai Ting sniffed, his face relieved. How far away the Tai Sword sect was from the Kunar Immortal sect? Intelligence would be lucky to be 5% true. Su Jiuxiao, an upper immortal, was able to force back the Tai sect master in a few days? That would be too anti-human. It's not going to happen. Besides, Tai Ting had just broken through and was bloated. Immediately, he said in a cold voice, Su Jiuxiao is on his way to Gunstar Falls? Just as well. I'll be right here waiting for him. Have all the space stations open their doors wide and don't make things difficult for Su Jiuxiao. I'm going to behead him one-on-one. Under the Great Falls of the Swarming Stars. Let everyone know what happens when you offend my Gunstar 4th Army. The armorer's face was agitated. His own general was actually completely unafraid of Su Jiuxiao. Yes, General. With that, the armorer retired. 2 hours later, Taistein was still practicing his battle tactics. 2 figures dressed as generals appeared in front of him. Tai Ting was shocked in his heart and hurriedly laughed. 3rd brother, 5th brother, Zhang Rui, the 3rd son of Chuanqing, and Zuo Yu, the 5th son of Chuanqing. The speed at which the 2 crossed over to Xian Immortal Perfection was far earlier than him. Usually, he was in meditation, preparing for the Immortal Domain contest. I didn't expect to come out today and come to the place where he was in seclusion. Are you 2 brothers celebrating my crossing into Xian Immortal Perfection? Tai Ting had a bit of a smile on his face, but his smile hadn't fully expanded. 2 cold shouts then exploded in his ears. Stupid, silly coins. Tai Ting was directly scolded and confused, staring blankly at the 2. It was the 3rd son, Zhang Rui, who said in a deep voice, the matter of Su Jiuxiao causing havoc in the Tai Sword sect is word for word true. He did indeed release his enmity with the Tai sect master over a cup of wine, but according to our intelligence, it was that Tai sect master who took the initiative. Offered? Tai Ting wondered, driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. The 5th son, Zuo Yu, Sneered. No one knows about Xie Danqing's insidiousness. The sect master saw through it long ago. There's no way he's going down on his own. He's trying to use the Su Jiuxiao as the sharpest sword to thrust into our Chuanqing immortal sect. Tai Shiting's eyes glared. What are the virtues of this Su Jiuxiao that he could be a threat to my Chuanqing immortal sect? Threat? Zuoyu snorted. With his strength, one-on-one, he can decapitate you within 3 moves. What about the sect master's meaning? Let you stay well and cultivate. Let us take care of Su Jiuxiao's matters. Zhong Rui also nodded. Break the spatial teleportation array. We can't let him step into the Star River Falls. Otherwise, under the influence of the rules, we can only go one-on-one with him, losing the advantage of a large power. At that time, I'm afraid that only Big Brother will be able to take him down by stepping out of the gate. In vain for the world to laugh at. Tai Shiting sniffed in horror. The first general of Gunstar? Their big brother, Jido. That was an existence that could compete for the Great Dao Flower. Star River Road Monument. Jido ranked in the top 10 in history. It took Jido to take down Su Jiuxiao, so it was evident that the Chuanqing sect master's evaluation of Su Jiuxiao had reached such a high level. And what do you mean? Taisho hesitated for a moment. Siege, Zuoyu laughed. Bring the group Star Immortal Guards. Set up the 7-star formation, and directly refine him. Zhong Rui licked his lips with bloodlust. We can't let this kid cultivate anymore. He's progressing too fast. However, to be able to decapitate a supreme genius, it's exciting to think about it. Tai Shiting subconsciously nodded. Then can I participate? When he finished, he closed his mouth. Seeing the expressions on Zhong Rui and Zuoyu's faces, he knew it was hopeless. The two of them already regarded Su Jiuxiao as fish and meat on the chopping board, fearing that he would steal the credit. Chapter 82 Maiden Proximity to the Star River. Hua Cheng's confession. On the island of Kyushu, Su Ru was a bit puzzled. One punch directly smashed the space city in front of him. Inside the city, countless cultivators of the Kuner immortal sect died, but the teleportation array was also destroyed. Strange, the Chuanqing immortal sect was very kind to us in the beginning, and even exempted us from the teleportation immortal crystals, so why did they suddenly turn against us again? Shu Wanli was full of doubts. Su Ru frowned. It seems that they have an internal conflict. Shu Wanli was slightly startled, looking at the map of the immortal region in her hands. What about that? Many teleportation cities are controlled by the Kuner immortal sect. If they take their lives in the way, we'll have to take the long way around. It'll be at least a month and a half before we get to Gunstar Falls. Su Ji was silent. He wasn't afraid of killing, but he was afraid of trouble. After arriving at the Gunstar immortal sect, there were great battles waiting for him. In case you're too late to make it to the scramble, you're done for. And at that moment, his storage ring suddenly moved. An immortal sword suddenly emerged. In the dark, the immortal sword communicated with a distant node and transformed into an illusory figure. Su Ji froze. Figures he recognizes. It was clearly Heavenly Xian Realm's Hua Qing Shangxian, when he trampled down the Mingchu Holy Land. This old man even wanted to recruit him and appoint him as some kind of immortal general. It was a second by him. I didn't expect to come to him now? Su Jiuxiao. Hua Qing Shangxian's face was full of pleasing, rubbing his hands together and smiling. It's been a long time. Su Ru sneered. You still dare to come to see me? After Xie Danqing's additions. Nowadays, Su Ji's fame was not small, and he could be heard talking about him in every space city. It was no surprise that immortal Hua Qing knew about him. Don't be offended. Supreme Immortal, I'm here to offer my assistance. Immortal Hua Qing smiled sarcastically. Are you lacking the qualification slots for the immortal domain battle? Tai Sword Sect, Gunstar Immortal Sect won't give it to you, and the Heavenly Demon Kingdom is even more unlikely. How troublesome is it to take a name from a battle? Su Ru glanced at him. Say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Immortal Hua Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I believe you also know that my Smoky Xia Cave Heaven has just declined, and before that it was known as the Smoky Xia Immortal Mountain, which also belongs to the Stream of Great Powers. This time is the last time we'll have a qualification for the immortal domain battle, but within the cave, the battle power is really insufficient. If you don't mind, I, Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven, would like to assist with all my might. Surrender? Su Ru froze. Immortal Hua Qing is not going to give him the title of Immortal General this time, but is going to give him the title of Junior Brother. This is a shift in position brought about by strength. The Smoky Cloud Cave is on this Kyushu island? Su Ru asked. Right, it's very close, and I'm already on my way here. Immortal Hua Qing heatedly laughed and tapped a coordinate on the map of the immortal region in Shu Wanli's hand. Just as well. Su Jin nodded and flew towards the coordinates. Gunstar Falls. A young girl walked out. She wore a phoenix crown on her head and a red robe of haze on her body. Gorgeous satin flowed like clouds with every step she took. The color is strong but not too elegant. as if the evening sunshine in the sky is draped around it. A pair of bright eyes shining like stars, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water. Absolutely beautiful. The young girl also held a flaming lance in her hand. The body of the lance was entwined with blazing flames that scorched the space of the immortal realm, vaguely distorting it somewhat. She also had a small, fiery red bird on her shoulder, which was looking east and west. Clear stupidity was revealed in the eyes of one man and one bird. In order to obtain a place in the qualification battle, you have to pass the certification of the Star River Stone Tablet. The young girl let out a playful laugh, then looked over at one of the someone stars. Luo, let's go eat something first. Ga, ga. Lo makes a duck call and seems to be in the voice change phase. Eek yak. It's hard to hear. The young girl slapped the bird with great disgust, then flew towards the stars. Half an hour later, the young girl flew out angrily, towards the Star River Falls. It flew straight to the 5th floor, aimed at one of the locations, petulantly. Dunstar Immortal Sect. That what's his name Taisher. Get the hell out of here for auntie. With a single word, silence fell around them. The fluctuations that had originally drawn on immortal energy were all but eliminated. All eyes looked over. After seeing that it was such a stunningly beautiful young woman, they were dismayed. But seeing the phoenix cloak on the young girl, there was some more scorn in everyone's eyes. Gorgeous. At least a full-body immortal weapon. The odds are that the one who can have this kind of configuration is the eldest lady of some family. Buzz. A black-armored general appeared, looking at the young girl with a displeased face. Where did you get that yellow-haired girl from? This is the territory of the Chuanqing Immortal Sect. Where is your lord? Me. The young girl jumped to her feet. I'm older than your mother. Who are you calling a yellow girl? She had spent thousands of years in the secret realm of time, and although her mind had not changed, she was indeed not young. How dare you? The black-armored general rebuked. If you are any more unreasonable, I will not blame us for being violent. So leave quickly. You let that Taisher out. The young girl wouldn't back down. Daring. The black-armored general shouted angrily as he raised his immortal energy and released his Xianxian cultivation. Is the name of the 4th general not something you can call out directly? I'm going to give you one more chance. Now get out right now or else. Shoo! The long spear cracked the air. The spear spun 1,000 times. The tip of the spear was like a spiral spinning at high speed, and the spear was inserted into the black-armored general's throat. Zip! 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 Blood spurted outward, and the black-armored general's eyes rounded. With one shot, the Xianxian general fell. Enemy attack. Woo-hoo! The horn sounded, and in an instant, countless generals broke through the waterfall and rushed towards the young girl. Those who were able to cultivate in the Star River Great Falls were all elites of the Kunar Immortal Sect. It wasn't just the 4th army of the Star River. Almost all the elites in the army had dive points here. At this moment, all of them flew away, with the momentum of the group Star Immortal Sect pouring out. The young girl angled her white neck, not a trace of fear in her eyes, and still said in a delicate voice, why isn't that nasty bastard named Taisher coming out yet? In the meantime, Su Ji met Immortal Hua Cheng. This old man was quite tall, but when he saw Su Ji, his waist was bent to 180 degrees, just like a small boy, no longer as overbearing as the first time we met. Hua Cheng, Su Ji smiled. Pa! Without saying a word, Immortal Hua Cheng came up and slapped himself first. Su Ji froze. This first slap, it's because I have eyes but no pearls. Shallow water mayfly doesn't know the heavenly sky. I didn't know that your highness had the talent of Lingyun when I was in Tianxian, and I have offended many times, so I really deserve to die. Immortal Hua Cheng directly kneeled down, his face full of tears, and snapped himself again. This second slap, is that the old man's imperiousness? Conniving descendants of the Mingchu Holy Land, repeatedly besieging and suppressing the 9 heavenly sanctuaries, causing trouble to the supreme exalted immortal cultivation path, is even more deserving of a beating. Snap! This third slap. Upper Immortal Hua Cheng knelt in front of Su Ji like this, crackling left and right. Even Su Ru didn't know that he had so much to apologize for. Hearing the end, Su Ji's 9 Heavens Emperor's sword was on the verge of unsheathing. Immortal Hua Cheng hastily stopped his mouth, covered his cheeks, and snapped. Some of it is artfully crafted and doesn't actually offend that much, so don't be offended. Your Highness. Su Ji pressed down on the Emperor's sword and lifted up Immortal Hua Cheng, laughing softly. If you keep talking, maybe I really can't help but slash you with my sword. Immortal Hua Cheng compensated with a smile, seeing that Su Ji had no more killing intent. Knowing that he had passed this hurdle, his heart was greatly relieved and raised his hand. Then, Your Holiness, come back to the Smoky Cloud Cave with me? Lead the way. Chapter 83, Downtrodden Smoky Cloud Cave. Someone stopping the road? The group headed towards the center of Kyushu Island. Su Ru was slightly surprised. You Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven are doing well. This lair has such a privileged location, built in the center of Kyushu Island. I think that even after the decline of the great powers, they are quite a bit stronger than these second-rate powers. Hua Chang was embarrassed. His old face reddened and he smiled sarcastically. The smoky Xia Cave sky no longer has an old nest, and is now hosted in the middle of the little Diffusion King city. Not even the ground? Suji froze. How many other Xian immortals are there in your smoky cloud cave heaven? 1. Hua Qing touched his nose, still shutting down and preparing for a fierce battle in the immortal domain contest. What are the chances of winning? Suji's gaze condensed. Infinitely close to 0. Hua Qing confessed. Suru, then how many people are left in your smoky cloud cave heaven? Hua Chang rubbed his hands together, including the sect master. 3 people. 3. Suji was greatly shocked. This ing are going to exterminate the Dora. Support yourself. Support my ass? And at that moment, a woman dressed in green slowly walked in the distance. The woman had a nice face, didn't look very old, and her strength was around that of an upper immortal. And when she saw Hua Chang, she hurriedly flew over. Uncle Hua Chang. Hua Chang smiled. This is our sect master, Tan Xuanyu. Tan Xuanyu looked enthusiastic and greeted. Let's go back to the smoky cloud cave first. Suji nodded and followed behind the woman, walking towards the royal city. The small Diffusion King city was located in the center of Kyushu Island, with high walls and armored soldiers. As the highest ruling power of the Little Diffusion Immortal region, the Little Diffusion King city's grandeur was naturally not comparable to other cave heavens. The general who was patrolling on the top of that city even had the strength of a Xian immortal. In Little Diffusion King city, one must keep a low profile, and a low profile again. Tan Xuanyu kept on instructing. Don't piss off the little Yan Wang servant, or we'll be kicked out. If we're driven out, we'll soon die if we're the only ones wandering the immortal realm. Chu Wanli nodded frequently, her eyes constantly scanning, like a curious baby. The king's city was indeed imposing. A very different experience from the Tianxian realm. Even Little Gray was shaking his head. I want to eat something good when I go into the city. Soon, the group arrived under the king's city. Stop! An armorer shouted in a deep voice. Outsiders? Registered? Tan Xuanyu froze. We're from the Smoky Cloud Cave. We don't need to register when we bring guests into the city. It's licensed by the Xiaoyan Immortal Mansion. Snort, the armorer sneered. Prince Xiaoyan has just come to the king's city. The protection level of the whole city has risen by 3 notches. No matter what kind of people, they will be subjected to the scrutiny of my guarding generals. Inventory. Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. Immortal Hua Chang hurriedly said from the side. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. The Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion is not the Chuanqing Immortal Sect. They can rule the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain. They all have connections in the Central Immortal Domain. We mustn't start a conflict with the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The Central Immortal Region. That was where immortal dignitaries gathered, and it was also the most central place in the entire Immortal Region. For Immortal Hua Chang, if one offended the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion, no matter who it was, as long as they were in the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain, it would be a death sentence. The highest authority, the Central Immortal Domain admirably contained. Suru smiled and glanced at him. I'm not the type of person who kills wherever I go. You've got the wrong idea about me. Misunderstanding? Hua Chang froze. When he was in the Tianxian realm, the 4 words Great Emperor of the 9 Heavens represented killing and sin. Where does the majesty come from? 1 man and a sword to kill. As long as he wasn't in seclusion, no one would dare to mess with the 9 Heavens sacred land. A proper violent man. On the other side, Tan Xuanyu frowned her eyebrows and walked forward. This military master, can you make it easier? She took out a nano ring in her hand and secretly slipped it to the armorer in front of her. Unbridled. The armorer had just revealed a smile and received the nascent sacrifice ring when a mid-air gulp came out. Paying bribes in broad daylight. Corrupting the rules of my Xiaoyan Immortal Army. I don't see any need for Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven to continue to live on in Kyushu Island. Startled, the armorer turned his head and instantly fell to his knees. General of the City Watch, Wang Yu. Hua Qing was directly scared out of his wits. Those who could be called generals were at least at the Xian Immortal level. I didn't realize that he was keeping an eye on the city gates and kept his attention on Tan Xuanyu. When Tan Xuanyu paid a bribe, he immediately rushed out and caught a man in the act. General Wang. I didn't take it. I was just looking to see what was inside. The armorer shuddered and prostrated himself, raising the nagging ring above his head with both hands. I'll punish you for your problems later. Wang Yu didn't even look at him, but instead sized up Suji several people. He looked slightly familiar, but couldn't remember for a moment. As the general of the king's city, he had seen countless faces in a day, and it was normal that he couldn't remember anyone. So, he turned his gaze to Tan Xuanyu and smiled. Miss Yuer, this time you have been caught face to face by this general. Do you still have something to say? Tan Xuanyu's face turned white. General, Wang Yu interrupted her. You also know the rules of the king's city. Bribing the armor guards of the city is a felony. Not to mention that today is the critical day of Prince Xiaoyan's visit to the island of Kyushu. If I report this, I'm afraid your smoky cloud cave heaven will really be removed from this world. Can you stand up to your grandparents? Tan Xuanyu trembled uncontrollably. General Wang. Wang Yu was very satisfied with this reaction of hers and walked not far from her and said softly, if I can meet Miss Xuanyu at the general's residence at midnight tonight, then everything will be fine. We're family. Special treatment. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Tan Xuanyu's soft and boneless slender hands, as well as her legs that were as white and tender as ice cream, Wang Yu's heart was on fire. I've been drooling over her for a long time, and I finally caught her this time. Seemingly wanting to help Tan Xuanyu make a decision, Wang Yu turned her head to look at Suja several people. Hua Chang, take your men and leave. I don't want to see you in King City in the future. Otherwise, an axe will split you. At the end of the sentence, he took out a 10-foot large axe. Majestic. Waving a dance. Hua Chang took a deep breath and turned his head to glance apologetically at Su Ji. Your Highness, let's leave first. We'll think of a way later. Su Ru was non-committal. He and Tan Xuanyu were but casual acquaintances, and naturally he wasn't in the mood to help her. Moreover, this smoky cloud cave heaven had fallen into such a state that there was still a question mark as to whether or not it would be able to retain that immortal realm competition battle slot. Seeing a few people turn around and leave, Wang Yu's eyes were filled with the joy of a victor. And at that moment, an armorer walked up to Wang Yu and whispered 2 sentences in his ear. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, leapt up in one step, and with a few armored soldiers, blocked Su Ji's pace of departure, and said in a loud voice, slow down. Chapter 84 One Man, One Sword, directly facing the small diffusion king city. Wait. Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. The truth is, he's not one for trouble, but there was always someone who was not long for the world and had to jump in front of him to seek death. Something's wrong? Su Ji said indifferently. Who knows? Wang Yu didn't even look at Su Ji, but instead looked at Chu Wanli. This girl, come with me. This general suspects that you resemble a certain wanted criminal and will be brought back for verification. Verification? Su Ru dawned on him. This Wang Yu is really a 10,000-year-old color batch. It's not enough to bully Tan Xuanyu, but she even hit on Chu Wanli's idea? Hua Qing's face turned white, but he knew Su Ji's temper. According to this state of affairs, it would definitely with the little diffusion immortal mansion, offending the Chuanqing immortal sect, kicking the Tai sword sect, and now whacking the Xiaoyan immortal mansion? Immortal domain 4 big forces. Only the demon clan did not start a conflict with Su rhetoric. Is this going to raise the world? With this in mind, Hua Qing frantically advised. Your Highness, hold back for a while. Take a step back and the sky is the limit. Back off? Su Ru turned his head to look at Hua Qing. That Tan Xuanyu also walked over. Trembling. Wang Yu, I'll agree to whatever you want. Let these people go. They don't have any grudges against you. They don't enter the little diffusion king city, and they don't have any faults or sins. There's no need to make things difficult for them. Vengeance? Sin? Wang Yu laughed out loud, laughing with abandon. In this world, who says only sin is punished? I'm telling you, in this world, weakness is the original sin, and you have to be bullied by the strong. Take them. At Wang Yu's command, the 2 armorers in front of him laughed and rushed up. The expression, demeanor, and posture were all familiar. Apparently, they didn't do this too often, but they had just stepped 10 meters into Suja's circumference. The figure suddenly dissolved. In the original place, there was only a battle sword left, and even that special battle armor was damned. Ga? Wang Yu's eyes glared at Hua Chang. Hua Chang, you dare to make a move against the generals of Wang Chang? Do I have that strength? Hua Chang laughed bitterly. It's also Wang Yu who looks around on Su Ji and a few others. He didn't even notice who moved. Someone in the dark? With a startled look in his mind, he turned his head to look at the armorer at his side. You? On. Yes. The armorer's heart was reluctant, but he could only go on with his head. On maybe death. But offending Wang Yu. Life is worse than death. And even the ancestral graves will be dug up. Ah! The armorer charged. This time, only just after taking a step, Su Ji merged his fingers and pointed, and an air force instantly cut across a distance of 10 feet, pointing into the armorer's head. Put! The head instantly burst open and blood sprayed and splattered all over Wang Yu. Asterisk. Wang Yu retreated 3 steps in a row and looked at Su Ji in shock. You're actually a Xian immortal. The main reason he was able to get into the position of general was because his cousin was the city lord. Otherwise, It would be impossible for him to become a general with his foppish character that couldn't beat anyone among the Xianxian immortals. The big axe, too, is just wielded for fun and fancy. Quick, 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 enemy attack, enemy attack. Wang Yu stormed back, taking out a token in his hand and violently crushing it. The entire king city rioted. Countless pillars of Xianli light rose to the sky. Wang Yu actually directly crushed the life and death order. This order, which can only be crushed at the moment of life and death, indicates that the whole city is at war. The extent of this person's cowardice was the only thing Su Ji had ever seen in his life. Wang Yu, who had crushed the life and death order, sighed in relief and looked at Su Ji with a fierce smile. You're dead. Su Ji crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Wang Yu blurted out. You're the king of heaven. You have to die here today. My brother is the lord of the city. Dare to mess with me, Wang Yu. You're dead. Su Ji shook his head and lost his smile, just wanting to point out a finger and end this titillating life. And that's when it happened. To his side, space suddenly shattered, and a teenage general in battle robes leaped out. Snort! Su backhanded and space formed a giant seal, like a heavenly mill pressing down. Before that young general could utter a word, he was crushed by a seal and died. Click! Ahead! Another space exploded and a military formation of hundreds of people walked out. The military flag hunted and rushed to kill Su Ji. The Shaoyan immortal army. Su Ji didn't even look at it and sidestepped a punch. Dang! A furnace covered it down. And these invincible military formations were instantly turned into flying ash when they were covered by the heaven and earth furnace at this moment. Immediately after that, the sky above Su Ji's head broke open. A sword-wielding general descended from the sky, sounding like thunder, swift as lightning, coming straight for Su Ji's head. Su Ru sidestepped his head, and the large sword chopped at his shoulder. Sparks flew in all directions, but they didn't hurt Su Ji in the slightest. Su Ru smiled gently at him. High-grade immortal weapon battle armor? The sword-wielding general almost fainted in fear. This thing was a rare commodity even among the immortal kings, and could not be worn without some background. Among the Xian immortals, unless one practiced the top offensive avenues, who could break through the defense? Kinda know your stuff. Su Ji unexpectedly glanced at the sword-wielding general, but his hand didn't slow down as he slapped a claw on the sword-wielding general's head. Pop! The head burst open, and the blood was spun around by Su Ji, spilling into the military formation that was arriving in the distance. Swish! 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 The essence blood of Xian immortals was not weak, and at this moment, when it was struck by Su Ji, it was like a rain of arrows that pierced through the military formation and penetrated the skulls of an unknown number of people. The battle formation of hundreds of people collapsed in the blink of an eye. In the distance, more powerful people in military formations were arriving. Woof! Ash jumped onto Su Ji's shoulder. Just as well. Let's go on a killing spree today and see what this number one power is capable of. If the city does not kneel, I will slaughter it. Su Ji was fearless as he took a step and rose up in the air, the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword appearing in his right hand. Straight ahead of this little diffusion immortal mansion, the strongest force in the little diffusion immortal domain. Boom! The sky to the right broke open, and a flaming arrow burning with lightning broke through the void, coming straight towards Su Ji's head. Arrows are the best for long range. This sword was also draped with the Thunderbolt Avenue. Double Avenue. Stronger people have appeared. Su Ji sidestepped and slashed his sword at the arrow. Boom! A large crater exploded in place. If it wasn't for Little Ash leaping out in the nick of time and protecting Chu Wanli, Hua Chang, and Tan Xuanyu, the three of them would have been at least seriously injured. Su Ru was furious. In the next instant, Su Ji directly sank into space. When he appeared, he had already reached the side of an old man hidden between the clouds in the distance. Space Avenue? The old man's eyes rounded. There was only one possibility that he could be found so quickly. The person in front of me, Spatial Avenue, is close to Xianxian. Escape! Archer's greatest fear was to be approached, which meant that they were like lambs to the slaughter, deprived of any protection. But as fast as he was, how could he be faster than Su Ji's Spatial Avenue? How could he be faster than the Star River sword technique? One could only see a starry river of sword intent that traversed the sky, directly covering 10,000 feet in the air and slashing towards the old man. Snort! The old man couldn't dodge. It was useless even if he was transformed into thunder and lightning. Stabbed through the heart with a sword. Instant violent death. The whole room was silent. The powerful men who arrived from afar fell silent with the battle formation, slowing down the pace. When Wang Yu saw this, he was so scared that his liver and gall bled, and he sat on the ground with his butt. Uncle Chen is all dead. Quickly, quickly, notify my brother. Notify Prince Xiaoyan. Someone is trying to destroy the city. Chapter 85 White clothes stained with blood. 8 Xianxian immortals arrive. City Lord's mansion. In the middle of the great hall, a majestic-looking middle-aged man bowed below. Sitting on the main seat, on the other hand, was a fat man with a bloated body and a face wearing a python robe. The fat man didn't look like he had much on his mind, but the hint of essence that flashed in his eyes from time to time made the middle-aged man below bend his waist more and more. "Ah, City Lord Wang." The fat man looked at the middle-aged man. City Lord Wang murmured, "Does the Crown Prince have any orders?" Fatty shook his head and just took out a scroll. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to make my rounds. I'm here for you. Just staying for a few days. And when I find my best buddy, I'll be gone." "Best buddy?" City Lord Wang was slightly surprised. "Here, take a look." Fatty greeted City Lord Wang. City Lord Wang nodded his head and took a step forward to look at the scroll. Only in the scroll, a hand-carrying youth with a smile at the corner of his mouth stood between heaven and earth, as if he had the power to charge the sky. On his shoulder, a gray puppy. The eyes seemed to have the wheel of the sky, but also absolutely not extraordinary. Who is this man? City Lord Wang was stunned. Among the contemporary young people, even Ji Do, the head of the 7 sons of the group stars, he had never seen such a sharpness. Definitely the most distinguished young generation. "I drew the picture. How about it? Is it handsome?" Fatty gave City Lord Wang a smug look and, "His name is Su Joshio." City Lord Wang was shocked, but that heavenly Xian Su Joshio who fist refined the water moon, broke into Tai alone, and even caused the Starfall army to hunt him down? He even has a background like you. The Crown Prince? Why didn't you say so earlier nah? If I had known this, I would have pressed that Gunstar sect when he came hopping around the island of Kyushu. Fatty shook his head and lost his smile. "I've also just learned that Brother Su has come to the Little Diffusion Immortal region." It had only been a few days since Su Ji had come to Xiaoyan. If the facts that hadn't been made were too big, Prince Xiaoyan wouldn't have been able to learn about it so easily. After all, in his life, enjoying flowers and birds and reciting poetry were the main themes. City Lord Wang nodded in understanding. "Does the Crown Prince mean that he wants his subordinates to find Su Joshio and bring him here?" "Yes." "Ah, no. You go to lock his position. This king personally go to find him." The fat man hesitated at first, then smiled. City Lord Wang was even more shocked in his heart. What's Prince Xiaoyan's background? The biological son of immortal Lord Xiaoyan. The first line of the Xiaoyan immortal mansion. Tracing back to their ancestors, they were all not small forces in the central immortal region. Otherwise, how could one use the cultivation of a supreme immortal to command Xiaoyan and no one would disrespect it? But just such a character. To actually go to this Tianxian Su Joshio in person, and keep your posture extremely low. It could be imagined that this Su Joshio's background was also definitely not small. Perhaps, it was the offspring of some great power of the immortal region, out for a private visit. "Subordinate, I will definitely exhaust my efforts to find this Mr. Su for your highness." City Lord Wang secretly vowed that he would do this errand well and befriend this Su Joshio, so that he could take his life to the next level. It was important to know that he was not strong among the Xian immortals. To be able to be the head of a city in a place as important as the island of Kyushu, there were many Xian immortals working for him. Rely on it, it's all about brains. In his words, that's political wisdom. City Lord Wang took the scroll and placed it close to his body. And that's when it happened. An alarm sounded throughout the entire Little Diffusion King city. The immortal formation shook, and countless arcane lights rose to the sky. Prince Xiaoyan fell off the main seat on his butt, panicking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Life and death order. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Escort. Don't panic. Prince. An old man in black appeared at his side and bowed. "Uncle man. You must protect me." The fat man's face was horrified. It was hard to get a good berth, but he couldn't ga. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. Everything is with me." Uncle Wen kept comforting. Fatty took a deep breath and looked at Uncle Man with a bottom in his heart. Last time, that virtuous uncle of his was killed by Jibo with a slap. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan then sent him a more powerful one. This is the personal guard of Immortal Lord Xiaoyan. There are 3 great roads in his palm, and among the Xianxian immortals, it is extremely strong. On the other side, when City Lord Wang received the transmission, his face changed and he bowed. "Crown Prince, my subordinate will go and take a look first, so excuse me for now." Fatty nodded. "Go ahead. See who has the guts to stir up the storm. If not, let my Uncle Wen go there." Uncle Wen was on the sidelines with his hands in the air, giving City Lord Wang an arrogant look. "There's no one I can't solve. Even if the Tai Sword sect master comes to attack, I can still tell him to come back with no return." Lord Wang Cheng's heart was greatly settled, and he turned around and went out the door. In front of the city gate, Suji's white clothes were stained with blood, and with a burst of sword, the guarding generals fell as if they were cutting wheat. The 3 of them, Hua Chang, Chu Wanli, and Tan Xuanyu, were dumbfounded as they watched. Especially Tan Xuanyu, the young sect master, was filled with panic in his heart at the moment. The more Su Ji killed, the more she panicked. Kill the people of the Shaoyan immortal mansion in the king's city, from ancient times to the present, but there's no one who made it out alive. It's almost a certain death. Even transcendent forces such as the Chuanqing immortal sect, the Tai sword sect, and the 10,000 demon kingdom had to be respectful when they came across the little diffusion immortal mansion. How dare this man? Originally, all she lost was her body, but now, she doesn't even have a dog's life. Thinking of this, she somewhat grudged Su Ji, and even Hua Chang, who was on the side, was also grudged by her. The scourge of extermination is today. Hua Chang, you pig brain, this person, reckless beyond measure, dared to storm the little diffusion immortal mansion. Where is the hope that he brings? It's clearly a calamity. You should have realized it earlier. Her face was rueful, and the original worst outcome was still the general's wife. Now, what was ushered in was a violent death, and would even be tortured to death by the royal family. Why are you talking like that? Chu Wanli gave her an exasperated look and, if it weren't for you guys, would we have been able to come to Little Diffusion King City and start a conflict with the Little Diffusion Immortal Army? It's only right that we are victimized by you. Tan Xuanyu didn't retort, but rather, her face was bitter and she murmured alone. All of you are about to die. What nonsense are you talking about? Later on, when your divine soul is seared and you're being ridden on your crotch, I hope you'll be so justified. You, Chu Wanli was furious, not expecting this Tan Xuanyu to speak so viciously. Hua Qing was caught in the middle, unable to speak. His heart was also broken beyond measure. The way things were going, it was far beyond his expectations. Tan Xuanyu was targeted by Wang Yu, which was already bad luck. Even more unlucky, Su Jiuxiao also killed the Little Diffusion Immortal Army like cutting wheat. In the Little Diffusion Immortal region, that would be tantamount to a rebellion. Any major power is useless. Dead. This Su Jiuxiao, too unaware of the importance of things, still thinks he is in the Tianxian realm? Hua Cheng panicked while seemingly confirming his panic. The space in the distance suddenly broke open, and a majestic-looking middle-aged man stepped out. Behind him stood 7 Xian immortals. Every Xian immortal had at least 2 great daos draped around them, not losing to the previous archers. Bottom line, as the underbelly of the largest power in the Little Diffusion Immortal region. At this moment, the mighty pressure was all over the sky, and the sun and moon in the air were hidden in unison. The avenues in the field were intertwined, and thunder and lightning rioted. 7 Xian immortals would be enough to plow the island of Kyushu from east to west. What's more, the support from the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion that was endless. After killing the ones from the Lesser Diffractive Immortal Domain, they could still call people from the Greater Diffractive Immortal Domain, or even the Central Immortal Domain. Chapter 86, He's Su Jiuxiao? The big shots went weak in the knees one after another. Seeing this, Wang Yu laughed and drank loudly. Kid, you're dead. My brother is here. The more people you kill, the worse you die. It's no use confessing now. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, he looked at Chu Wanli behind Su Ji. If the young lady is willing, she can be spared from death. You can even enjoy glory and wealth. Chu Wanli spat. The light of life erupted in Tan Xuanyu's eyes. General, what about me? You? Wang Yu disdained. Tan Xuanyu was more than a notch below Chu Wanli. The difference between flowers and cow dung. You're kind. I usually rape and kill first. Bah! Forget it. The more you look at it, the uglier it gets. Just kill it as a pig, and make a cut at the neck. Tan Xuanyu took 2 steps back, the trembling in her eyes completely unstoppable. She's not poised enough to stay alive. It's over. Wang Yu laughed out loud. After seeing the fear on Chu Wanli's face and seeing Tan Xuanyu's desperate look, he could only feel a sense of euphoria that went straight to the sky. Bullying her people. Cool. After getting high, he angled his neck and pulled a swan-like arc towards the sky. Brother, do it. In the distance, Suji chopped the 1,000-man army formation with a sword and turned back to look at the 8 Xian immortals in the distant sky. 8 Xian immortals who control the 2 great Dao. Together, it's destined to be a bitter battle. He put away his sword and walked back, standing in front of Chu Wanli and the others. Looking at City Lord Wang. You are the supreme leader of the King's City? My name is, and so on. Lord Wang's city had originally been looking at the person with slanted eyes, and when he got a proper look, those legs instantly felt as if they were paralyzed, and he fell straight down from the sky. If it wasn't for the 2 Xian immortals beside him who were quick on their feet and held the City Lord Wang up, this guy would have had to fall into a dog's poop. Shar! Lord Wang Chang was held up and reached out to straighten his crooked crown and hat, breathing heavily without stopping. Wang Yu was dumbfounded and confused. Brother, what's wrong with you? Committed an offense? He hadn't heard that his brother had any illnesses either. This was all the way to Xianxian. Could it be that when he was sensing the great Tao, he had broken his foundation? Lord Wang Cheng ignored him, his fingers trembling like a chicken claw, reaching inside his clothes, and from the position of his heart, he pulled out a scroll. The scroll still had the residual warmth of his flesh. The scroll slowly spreads out, as if welcoming death. City Lord Wang's entire body trembled as he kept comparing Su Ji and the characters on the scroll in the distance. Su Ru frowned slightly. Is this guy really sick? After several comparisons, City Lord Wang once again went soft, and this time, it was a full-body weakness, like a loach. The Xianxian immortal on his side was caught off guard and didn't hold up City Lord Wang, letting him fall straight down. Fell on his ass. Gah! Wang Yu froze. Something really seems to be wrong with his own brother. Doesn't that mean that the position of his own city lord is expected? His mind was on fire. Xiaoyan Prince is in the middle of the royal city. As long as he licks well, the position of the city lord, he has not tasted awe? City lord, what's the situation? Several Xian immortals also fell down, crouching beside the paralyzed Lord Wang. Quickly, go inform Prince Xiaoyan. Be quick. Lord Wang Cheng had more breath in than out, panting, his mind frantically thinking about how to make good. He had never expected that the one who had gone on a killing spree at the entrance of the royal city would be the crown prince's best brother, Tianxian Su Jiuxiao, and it was his dude brother who started the conflict with him. Wang Yu what like? He knows better than anyone. If you can start a conflict, then I guess your side is definitely not in a position to take advantage of it. The Xianxian immortal next to him was also a beloved member of City Lord Wang. At this moment, when he saw the expression on the face of the Wang City Lord and compared it to the scroll, his heart was also cooled, knowing that he had messed with a big person, and he immediately said, "Yes, I'll go find Prince Xiaoyan." The words fell, and he faded into the shadows. Beside him, Wang Yu was also a bit bewildered when he saw this. Even if he was stupid, he realized at this moment that something wasn't quite right. What kind of person is his brother? Lord Wang? A handful of Kyushu Island. Your what's-his-name Tai Chi sword Sexia Danqing came over and had to make a toast before he could leave. But now, when facing Su Ji, he was hesitant to make a move, and even had someone go find Prince Xiaoyan. That can only mean that Su Ru is not to be messed with. Brother, this kid is strong? With a flash, Wang Yu ran next to City Lord Wang and said wonderfully, "But so what if it's strong? We're the little diffusion immortal mansion, aren't we? Tell someone to him up. There's no need to be afraid of him. Prince Xiaoyan is still in the royal city. That personal guard of his, he is said to be on the Xianxian list. Who can beat him? Coming to my little diffusion king city to cause trouble, really living out of patience." Snap. A crunch. City Lord Wang directly took off the shoes on his feet and greeted Wang Yu's face at once. "You shut the up." If he wasn't really in no mood to pay attention to Wang Yu, he would have wanted to put Wang Yu on the grinder and crackle and whack him like a rice cake right now, and use an oversized hammer. This ing. Su Ji froze, looking at the distant City Lord Wang who kept on making a scene. His heart was also a little confused. Click. Right at this moment, the sky broke open once again, and a middle-aged man in black walked out. As soon as he appeared, the avenue boiled as if it were boiling water. The great Tao was as vast and boundless as seawater, and at the moment the whole range was boiling. It was evident how strong the middle-aged man was. A true master, better than Xia Dansheng. Su Ji turned to look, his eyes blazing with battle intent. After ascending to Xian Immortal, all he had encountered were crooked people, and he had yet to have a proper fight. A good fight. Break from the fight. The spatial avenue burst into the Xianxian Immortals. It's just a window pane away. Who is provoking the little diffusion immortal mansion? Do you know what the word death is? Uncle Wen walked out of the spatial rift and squinted at Su Ji. Uncle Man was struck by lightning and was fixed in the air. Immediately afterward, his legs went limp, and he was 10 times more wretched than the City Lord Wang, directly falling down from the sky. Face extreme fear. As if a mortal had seen a severe ghost, he braced himself and kept backing up. That day when Immortal Lord Xiaoyan met with Immortal Emperor Time, he was present, only as a hidden servant. He hid in the shadows, guarding the outside world, without ever showing his face. How did Uncle Xian die? He saw it clearly. A palm, swatted like a fly. Even if he was 10 or 100 times more powerful, he could not afford to mess with this ancestor. Panic. The signal of death had rushed up to his sky. Without thinking, Uncle Wen directly took out his summoning decree and yelled, "Crown Prince, come and save me." Su Joshio is right outside the city gates. He's the one who clashed with our little diffusion immortal army. What? The voice was louder on the token side. My best buddy is here? How are you guys doing your job? How can you make such an honorable guest wait outside the city gates? Damn it, whoever offends my best brother. I'll kill his 9 clans. No, kill his 18 generations of ancestors. Bunch of dog scum. Click. The transmission was cut off. The room was silent. Chapter 87, The Crown Prince's Salute. All executed. A pin dropped at the gates of the king's city. Fear was caught in everyone's eyes. Prince Xiaoyan's furious voice seemed to still linger in his ears. Whether it's the execution of 9 clans or the extermination of 18 generations of ancestors, all far beyond what these people can afford. City Lord Wang's face was ashen. His eyes were lightless, and he was trembling. He knew Prince Xiaoyan, a man of 10,000 gold, promising in front of so many people. That must be said to do it. Their Wang family, it's over. Wang Yu was dumbfounded, still holding City Lord Wang's shoes in his hands. He looked at Su Ji incredulously. He's Tian Xian. Su Jiuxiao? He, Wang Yu, had certainly heard of such a ferocious figure. But rumor had it, wasn't Su Jiuxiao heading to the Chuanqing immortal sect to fight against that leader of the 4 armies, Tai Shi Ting? How did you suddenly appear in Little Diffusion King City? And how could he be Prince Xiaoyan's best brother? If there was such a relationship, how could the Kuner sect dare to make a move against Su Jiuxiao? Bewildered, unsolved, the world was changing so fast that Wang Yu's head was down and he couldn't keep up at all. On the other side, Tan Xuanyu's body shook like a sieve. She looked over to Hua Chang, her upper and lower lips constantly trembling. Hua Chang, he is Su Jiuxiao? Hua Chang nodded his head with a bitter smile. He had also looked for Su Ji on a whim and had not informed Tan Xuanyu. Just saying that a big backer is coming to the king city, trying to sell a surprise. Whoever thought of botching it? The 2 sentences of dumping under Tan Xuanyu's despair just now had completely offended Chu Wanli. Now that Su Jiuxiao has turned over, Chu Wanli is already considered to have burned high incense if she doesn't settle scores after the fall. The Smoky Hollow is considered finished. In the future, not only will you not be able to return to the name of the Smoky Mountain of Immortality, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to keep my position as a second-rate power in the Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven. Is it too late for me to apologize? Tan Xuanyu bitterly looked at Hua Chang and then at Chu Wanli. She was not very old, and it was normal for her to reveal her nature when death was in front of her. In that situation just now, the city was full of Xian mortals and there were energy fluctuations everywhere. Who could have known that a youth who appeared to be a casual cultivator would directly turn the tables against the heavens and become the divine dragon in the sky? She couldn't think of that happening even if she cracked her head. But there are no pills of regret in the world. No amount of pain on her part would change the outcome. Hua Chang looked at her, and even if he had complaints in his heart, he could not say half a word more. He only hated that his 10,000 years of layout had not succeeded, and that he had not captured the heart of the Tianqian realm, not to mention helping the Smoky Cloud Cave Sky return to the ranks of the great powers. In the distance, Uncle Wen came from the side with a pleasing face. Suja put away his sword. As things stand, there is no longer a fight. There was just some doubt in his mind. He had only met Prince Xiaoyan on one side. Prince Xiaoyan's background is not weak either. Even if he feared the time immortal sovereign, there was no reason for him to be so curt with himself, right? He was on his old doorstep to make a killing. For the upper class, this is an undying grudge and a great loss of face. Could it be that Ji Thin really had a high status in the central immortal region? But if he really only had his hands on the sky, there was no need for him to come to the Tianqian realm in hiding. It's even more unlikely that Fu Yuing was beaten to the point where only her soul body was left, right? Su Ru's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. It seemed to him that the water behind it was so deep that he, at least for now, couldn't get a glimpse of the whole picture. And at that moment, the gates of the royal city opened wide, and 2 honor guards, with dragon flags, poured out. Prince Xiaoyan twisted his obese body, with a bright smile of old friends reunited on his face. He ran towards Su Ji at great speed. Upon approaching, Prince Xiaoyan bowed. Xiaoyan Zhao Changlin, meet brother Su. This one salute. It directly scared Wang Yu to the ground. He was sweating profusely, beads of sweat instantly covering his forehead. Prince Xiaoyan salutes? This Su Jiuxiao, what exactly is his identity? At this moment, Wang Yu finally realized what kind of big shot he had messed with. I'm afraid this is the descendant of an immortal officer from the central immortal court. Wang City Lord even ran over directly like a dog crawling and kowtowed madly to Su Ji. Lord Su, asterisk 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 Nima. Zhao Changlin kicked directly over. What kind of status is it to stand in the same position as the old man? Lord Wang Chang was kicked several feet away. Even though he was a Xian immortal and Zhao Changlin was only an upper immortal, the difference in each other's status was so great that he didn't dare to utilize any immortal yuan to protect his body. The kick almost made him vomit blood. Zhao Changlin didn't even look at him and turned to look at Su Ji. Brother Su, I told you 4 months ago, when you come to the Little Diffusion Immortal region, be sure to come find me and I'll treat you well. Is it that you don't take your brother seriously? Su-ru lost his smile. The crown prince is overstating things. I have also just arrived at the little diffusion immortal region and have not yet had the chance to pay a visit. Reaching out without a smile. Suji was such a character. When someone showed him kindness, he smiled back. Zhao Changlin pulled Suji's sleeve and yanked it towards Wangchang with great enthusiasm. I've got plenty of spots there, and not many of them are even going to make it. So if you want a few, I can get a few ready for you. Su-ru's heart fluttered. With Zhao Changlin's identity background, arranging a scramble to qualify is indeed a piece of cake. In that case, then I'll bother your highness. Su-ru nodded and didn't refuse. Zhao Changlin smiled from ear to ear, reaching out and taking out a nano ring, handing it to Su-ji. These few men of mine have offended you. This is an indemnity. Please don't push back, brother Su. Reparations? Su-ji froze and took the nascent sacrifice ring to have a look. There are actually millions of immortal gold inside. He had refined the water moon cave heaven, but he had only obtained 1,000,000 immortal gold. And, when he broke through into Xian immortality, he had used it all up. He's still scratching his head about not having enough resources and needing time to sink in. This Zhao Changlin delivered immediately. It's cold and someone brings pillows. Seeing the nascent sacrifice under Su-ji, Zhao Changlin's smile grew even wider and he turned his head to look at City Lord Wang. The face was like a change of face. It was instantly gloomy, and a little bit of majesty. If his cultivation of the upper immortal realm was thrown away, he really did have that flavor of dominating a domain. Uncle Wen, Zhao Changlin spoke. Prince, Uncle Wen bowed. Wang Li, nepotism, a waste of a brother. How absurd to make him the general of the gatekeeper of the king's city. Wang Li, also known as Wang City Lord, was scared out of his wits when he heard this. Wang Yu's body went limp. His breathing was heavier than his brother's, and his face was filled with despair. That's too heavy a word. This is about killing people. As expected, Zhao Changlin spoke in the next instant. Pass the word. Deprive Wang Li of his position as city lord and punish him with death. Wang Yu, the conflict king's driving, lynching for 1,000 days before execution, and immersing his soul in a heavenly prison for 10,000 years of torture. Their families, woe to the 18 generations, all executed. Chapter 88, The Mechanism of the Battle. You are not allowed to bully him. Bang, bang, bang. On the spot, a patch of Xian immortals fell to their knees. All the defenders of the city knelt down. Shout out to the prince for his wisdom. The only two brothers, Wang Li and Wang Yu, were as dumbfounded as if their souls had collapsed. Zhao Changlin ignored them. Immortals act in anger and destroy cities and domains. Executing 18 generations is not a particularly heavy punishment. Zhao Changlin even felt that the punishment was light because he hadn't punished the soldiers guarding the city as well as a few Xian immortals. Brother Su, this result, feasible? Zhao Changlin carefully said. Aha. Suja turned his head, glanced at Chu Wanli and Little Gray, and turned his head towards the interior of the royal city. Your Highness, I Smoky Xia Cave Heaven. Hua Chang hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. But Suji didn't even stop and walked straight towards the city. He didn't owe Hua Chang anything, and before the Mingchu Holy Land, it was still Hua Chang who owed him. This time, the two parties are in partnership. Since he had a better partner to work with, he naturally didn't bother with Hua Chang. Instead, Chu Wanli blankly glanced at him, turned her head to look at Tan Xuanyu, and lightly hummed. Zhao Changlin raised an eyebrow. Uncle Wen, there's that, the smoky cloud cave. He looked toward Hua Chang and Tan Xuanyu. Crown Prince, Uncle Wen bowed. Hua Chang and Tan Xuanyu were nervous to the extreme. Kill it too. Zhao Changlin waved his hand in disinterest, as if stepping on an ant. Even in its heyday, the smoky cloud cave was only able to make him stop for a few more moments. Nowadays, in his eyes, it was no different from dust. Yes, Uncle Wen smiled sardonically and walked towards Hua Chang and Tan Xuanyu. Inner city, Great Hall. Immortal liquids are set out all over the place. Suji and Prince Xiaoyan sat together at the top. Chu Wanli sat not far from Suji, and both sides were filled with Xianxian immortals. In the middle of the field, there were dozens of other stunning beauties dancing, although they were not as good as Chu Wanli and other women when they were singled out. But the winners are organized, disciplined and trained. Coming out to dance together creates a visual impact that can be much greater than a single beautiful woman. Suji took a sip of wine and sighed in his heart that this immortal region people just ate well. Placed in the Tianqian realm, where could one find so many women with special physique qualities to provide emotional value to themselves together? Mortal dancers? Not even close. These are fairies. Come on, Brother Su. I'll toast you. Zhao Changlin filled a cup and then curiously said, Brother Su is so insistent on the immortal realm battle. But does he know that this great Dao flower blossomed out of the great Dao of the sword? In his opinion, Su Ji had Ji Thin as his background, and at unusual times, There was no need to come to the little diffusion immortal domain to compete for the opportunity. Only a great Tao like the sword Tao, which could only come out for countless years, would attract the prying eyes of someone of Suji's status. Aha! Suja swirled his glass. The avenues of flowers are one aspect. On the other hand, he had to go to the immortal region to find Fu Yueying. He couldn't let this woman Ga! The system might even pass out. After all, his was a marriage system. And most importantly, he was going to go to the central immortal region and give Jibo 2 slaps in the face. When this old man had first locked him up in the Wanshan kingdom, it had caused him to reveal his true nature for thousands of years. That's a score that needs to be settled. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Zhao Changlin. It can only rot in your stomach. At this moment, Zhao Changlin smiled faintly. Then Brother Su will fight on behalf of my little diffusion immortal mansion. It kind of helps me out. Oh, Suji gave him an unexpected look. What kind of difficulty? Zhao Changlin sighed slightly. Does Brother Su know the mechanism of the immortal realm battle? I don't know. Su Ru shook his head decisively. Zhao Changlin explained. There are 2 rounds of bouts in this immortal realm battle. In the first round, it's an internal battle within my little diffusion immortal domain, and the top 3 winners can represent my little diffusion immortal domain and fight with other immortal domains to grab the belonging of the Great Tao Flower. Of course, we can't force the Great Tao Flower. As long as we win the top 3 places in the little diffusion contest, we can be extradited to the central immortal region. Choose a power to worship in it, and there are incredible rewards. 2 rounds? Su Ru nodded. There are many forces that compete for the Great Tao Flower, like the carp that crossed the river. There are countless. Zhao Changlin was solemn. This year is the Sword Tao. Not only the small diffusion immortal region, but even the great diffusion immortal region will have forces coming down. I've heard that even the central immortal region has people eyeing this grand Tao Flower, but with their status, they're not yet ready to come down personally. Well, Su Ru stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and laughed. Then what the Crown Prince means is that he wants me to help the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion and capture the leader of the Little Diffusion Immortal Region? That's right. Zhao Changlin laughed out loud. This is comfortable talking to smart people. And you know me, my background, my origins, they're all one of a kind. Only this strength doesn't work. The younger generation in the Immortal Mansion isn't as good as the other forces either. And many people are waiting to see me laugh. Those friends of mine, among their respective immortal realms, are absolute rulers, unlike me, who is just a broken upper immortal. Zhao Changlin grumbled. Suji's heart stirred. Our little diffusion immortal domain. Participating in this immortal domain competition battle, there are very strong people who can't even solve the Crown Prince? That's right. Zhao Changlin poured out his grievances. That Chuanqing immortal sex Ji-Do. I just can't solve it. I don't know what kind of chance this kid has taken. His battle power is a fierce mess. And this Chuanqing immortal sect, which also has some backers in the central immortal region, doesn't even speak to me with respect. I'm counting on you, Brother Su. Gunstar Immortal Sect. Ji-Do? Suja nodded his head and, the Gunstar Sect has offered a bounty for my head. There has long been a way to take my death. In a few months, I will behead this Ji-Do and overthrow the Gunstar Sect. Yes. The more Zhao Changlin heard, the more excited he became, and he directly drank 3 cups in a row, and took 2 more nascent sacred rings into Suji's hands. Later on, let's go to the Little Diffusion Imperial City. All the opportunities in the Imperial City will be given to Brother Su to use. What time secret land? Gravity secret land? What immortal arts and immortal techniques? Don't you dare to be polite with me. The secret place of time? Immortal magic spells? Su Ru nodded and glanced at Chu Wanli, seeing the longing in the latter's gaze. This girl seems to be quite attached to the secret land of time. In the meantime, Star River Falls. The stunning young girl shot a Xian armor cultivator, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. She's too strong. If that bad guy Su Ji knew that he was so strong, would he still dare to molest himself? How dare you force yourself to cave, and dare to tie yourself up with a rope? Humph. After 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, today, I, Luo Ziyao, will take back all the grievances I once suffered. Bear. Right after Luo Ziyao finished off a Xian armor cultivator with a single shot. Star River Riot. 5 tiers of waterfalls separate. A young man in general's attire stepped out, a face full of displeasure. It was certainly the 4th son of the group of stars, Tai Shi Ting. Where's the yellow hair girl from? Didn't your family teach you not to fool around outside? Tai Shi Ting bellowed in a deep voice. You! Luo Ziyao gritted her teeth. Who are you calling a yellow-haired girl? The black-armored general from before called her a yellow-haired girl. This Tai Shi Ting is also called. She's just long and white and young. It's already mature. Okay. It's infuriating. Leave quickly, or the consequences will not be borne by your lord. Tai Shi Ting took a look at Luo Ziyao's equipment. and naturally categorized her as one of those kids who were fooling around. Luo Ziao was furious. Godly what? Let me ask you, are you trying to kill someone named Tianxian Su Joshio and asking him to come over to Star River Falls for a duel? So what if it is? Taisho raised an eyebrow. You're not allowed to bully him. He can only be bullied by me. Do you understand? Luo Ziao chided. Tai Shirting was surprised. Could it be that the girl is also in conflict with that evil thief Su Joshio? As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Why don't you come up to my Gunstar sect for a talk? Who is friends with you? Luo Ziao bared her tiger teeth and said fiercely. If you bully him, I'll kill you. Split. You up. Tai Shirting was enraged. Yellow-haired child. Believe what you say. Captured you. To be ransomed by your lord. As the words fell, the lance in his hand came off. Swift as starlight. Sharp as a mountain. But, he was fast. Luo Ziao was faster than him. Chapter 89 Immortal King's Might. Fire burns the stars. Tai Shirting's gunlight has only just gotten out of the way. Luo Ziao had then leapt into the air. At the same time, a soft shout escaped from her mouth. It was a bit like a phoenix chant, and a bit like the hissing of an ancient beast. That sound traveled, and time slowed down a bit around them. Tai Shirting's lance was like stabbing into a quagmire, and it was difficult to block it. Time immortality. The crowd's eyes were horrified, and in their hearts, they concluded more and more that Luo Ziao's origins were extraordinary, because, in this little diffusion immortal domain, there were no time-type immortal arts at all. This kind of immortal technique could only be possessed by a Xian immortal who controlled the way of time at the very least. Where's the little diffusion fairyland? Even the Shaoyan immortal mansion didn't have a big brother who controlled time. Tai Shirting's eyes were filled with horror, because he realized that Luo Ziao had already leaped to his head with a gun. Her speed was extremely fast, and her red armor blossomed with white golden flames, like a female Valkyrie, illuminating the entire night sky. The fire phoenix starts a prairie fire. Luo Ziao reprimanded and sent her right-hand gun body forward. An immortal phoenix shadow flew up towards the sky, illuminating the sea of stars. At the same time, the Star River Grand Waterfall was affected by the high temperature and actually boiled slightly. You know, this was a waterfall made of Taiyin heavy water. How could an ordinary flame intrude on it? It could be said that Luo Ziao had almost gone to the peak of Xian Immortal with this shot. Click click click. The sturdy space of the immortal realm fragmented. Luo Ziao stabbed her spear from top to bottom, directly into King's head. Flames 10 times more raging than the party surged forth. Tai Shirting's eyes had only just enlarged when he was killed by the flame that burned everything, directly destroying his body. One shot, 1 second to kill the 4 sons of Gunstar. Everyone was a bit bewildered at the sight. This seemingly harmless little girl from the neighborhood had such a terrifying battle power. Tai Shirting had broken through to Xian immortal perfection, and even if he was placed in the Kun Shi immortal sect, he would still be a great general. Surprisingly, he was killed in seconds, still in front of the gate of the Gunstar immortal sect's lair. This is naked bullying of the Kuner sect. What's this girl doll's name? And did she introduce herself just now? No, only heard that she came for Tianxian Su Joshio. For Tianxian Su Joshio? Yes. Listen to her that tone. What can only I bully him? No one else can not. Could it be for the lover to stand up? Not so much. If that Su Joshio had this kind of background, would he still need to bounce around in the Tai Sword sect and fall out with someone else's Tai Sword sect? Hiss. This immortal realm battle is really bloody. This woman must be someone who came from the higher realms. Maybe it's that central immortal realm. There's a good show to watch. The mountain treading sect killed the 4 sons of the Chuanqing sect. This has already touched the bottom line of the Chuanqing sect. I don't think the Chuanqing sect will stop so easily. Yes, the Chuanqing sect's background isn't bad either. Their sect master is the disciple of a certain bigwig in the central immortal region, and General Jido is even more of a heaven-defying background, and he doesn't even have the little diffusion immortal mansion in his sights. And just as soon as the words of the crowd fell, the entire river of stars rioted. Countless large stars began to vibrate, resonating with each other. Immortal formations continued to pour out, and cultivators of the heavenly immortal and upper immortal realms came as if they were grasshoppers, covering the sky in a huge swarm. The Chuanqing immortal sect was able to overpower the Tai Sword sect, and the sect's power was stronger by more than one level. In just an instant, 10 Xian immortals stepped into the sky, leading the immortal formation and intimidating Luo Ziao. When the head of a Xian immortal, there were enough 3 great avenues surrounding his body, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, countless stars flowed. This was a figure who had cultivated the Star Avenue to great depths. It's close to the Immortal King, Grand Elder of the Chuanqing sect, Yin Zheng. Girl, what great grudge do you have against my Chuanqing immortal sect? So much so that you want to exterminate my immortal sect? Yin Zheng opened his mouth, Extermination. Stepping on the Star River and executing Taisher. In the eyes of the Chuanqing immortal sect, that was to come to exterminate the sect. I have no grudge against you. Luo Xiao clasped her elbow and said in a delicate voice. But you guys bullying Su Jiuxiu is something I can't stand to see. What is your relationship with Su Jiuxiu? Yin Zhang sank his voice. I am his. Luo Xiao paused, then said in shame. None of your business. You guys let go of the bounty on him, then compensate him with 1,000 million immortal gold, and this matter will be settled. Or else, you'll be in for a treat. Yin Zhang said angrily. Thousands of millions of pounds of immortal gold. The girl really dares to ask. Is this blackmailing my Gunstar sect? In his perspective, Luo Xiao couldn't even say what relationship she had with Su Ji. It's a lion's share of fairy gold. The mind was clear for a moment. Extortion. You guys are unwilling. Luo Xiao huffed, the lance in her hand buzzing as time began to slow down around her. Yin Zhang let out a furious cry. This is the Chuanqing Gate. That is, the Central Immortal Court. If you want me to make an offering of immortal gold, you have to come up with paperwork, lay out the facts and be reasonable. This is outrageous. Swish swish swish. Luo Xiao perimeter. Countless spaces cracked open. Countless cultivators came out of the cracks. The 7-star immortal formation was set up and surrounded Luo Xiao. Instantly, countless stars bloomed. 7 immortal swords that vaguely exceeded the might of Xian immortals blossomed in the cosmic space, their blades pointing directly at Luo Xiao. The girl will leave now and let your family's lord come and chat for a few moments, and we of the Chuanqing immortal sect can forget about it. Otherwise, you'll have to explain yourself here today. Yin Zhang said indifferently. Are you guys trying to bully the few with the many? Luo Xiao's willow eyebrows rose. So what if it is? Yin Zhang sneered. Little Luo. Luo Xiao turned her head to look at the phoenix on her shoulder. Luo nodded. Hostile. With a crunching sound, Xiao Luo spread his wings. In the work of a blink of an eye, it changed into something several points larger than a star, as high as the blazing sun. White light blossomed from its wings. Accompanying it was an endless stream of white flames. Extreme flame. The white flame was as if it had grown out of cosmic space. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Star River Falls. It even has a tendency to spread outwards. Yin is falling back. Countless people were horrified beyond measure. A thought welled up from the depths of their minds. This woman's protector. It's an immortal king. This flame, a domain, was a sign that the great Tao had crossed into the immortal king realm. In the middle of the domain, it could even isolate a Xian immortal's sense of the great Tao. It could be said that as long as Xiao Luo was willing, only the flame avenue would remain for 10,000 miles around the Star River Falls. Descending strikes. Unanswered. Unless there was also an immortal king among the Gunstar immortal sect, who could use the domain to hedge against Xiao Luo, so that they would have a fighting chance. Poof. Luo Xiao rode on Xiao Luo's back, beaming with joy. As far as the eye can see, countless cultivators turned into flying ash. As soon as it gets a touch of flame, it will burn until it dies. The Xianxian might be able to hold out for a while. Heavenly immortals and upper immortals must die. And these cultivators could be the backbone of the Kunar immortal sect. Yin Zhang's eyes were wide with rage. His body was also stained with flames, and he was currently flapping his hands and feet. Lo, hit him, Luo Xiao commanded. Hostile. Xiao Luo had a phoenix spread its wings and then swooped down. Those wings were like sharp knives that cut a thin slit in space and went straight through Yin Zhang's body. Boom! White flames bloomed as Yin Zhang's body first split in two, and then his entire body burned. The Grand Elder of the Chuanqing sect, a great person who was one step short of entering the Immortal King, was killed in direct seconds. The might of an Immortal King was as terrifying as it was. Chapter 90. Su Jiuxiu has a background? There's no escape. Let's see if you guys still dare to bully. Luo Xiao proudly touched Xiao Luo's back. The flames were still burning, and it looked like the cultivators of the Kunar immortal sect were about to be slaughtered by more than half. Suddenly, an angry rebuke resounded in Luo Xiao's ears. Stop it! Space cracked open in the distance, and a young man with gray temples walked out. Seeing the sight before him, his brow cracked open and a finger pointed out. In an instant, the spot was as if it had stood still, and all the flames were extinguished. Quack! Koro, a phoenix, startled out a duck call. Fluttering his wings, he looked away from the youth who stood between heaven and earth. Birdie, retreat, the youth murmured. Who are you? Luo Xiao's eyebrows furrowed. Jido. The youth returned. You're Jido, the head of the 7 sons of the swarming stars, the internalized leader of the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain Contest. I didn't realize that there was an Immortal King-level divine soul power dormant within his body. What kind of chance is this? Depart. I will not tangle with you too much. Jido had an ancient well in his eyes. The Little Diffusion Immortal Domain and the Kunar Immortal Sect were nothing more than a stepping stone for him. without much affection. He had only come out because Luo Ziyo had nagged him about his latent cultivation. He didn't bother pulling too much. Luo Ziyo leaned over and whispered, Xiao Luo. He has an immortal king as his base card. Can I beat him? Xiao Luo turned her head. He can't use this kind of undercard during the immortal domain battle. This is the central immortal region-led Heaven's Pride battle, screening the most talented young cultivators in the entire immortal region to enter the immortal court. So how could you possibly be allowed to bring this kind of outside force? It's not spelling father. Luo Ziyo nodded. Then let's forget about it today and wait until the immortal domain battle. As the words fell, Luo Ziyo turned around and left. No bull ********. Only a group of cultivators were left, looking at each other in disbelief as they stayed where they were. This Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. There is even such a background. At this moment, everyone remembered the name Su Jiuxiao. Originally, it was thought that he was just a lost cultivator who came up from the lower realms. I never thought that he would be such a fierce dragon. No wonder, with his fists refining the water moon and kicking Tai, he was not humble in the face of the group star immortal sect. In the afternoon of that day, Zhang Rui, the third son of Chuanqing, and Zuo Yu, the fifth son of Chuanqing, arrived at the small diffusion king city on the island of Kyushu. Zhao Changlin, accompanied by Uncle One, traveled thousands of miles out of the city to meet the two men. The little diffusion immortal mansion is going to protect this Su Jiuxiao? Zhang Rui's face changed. Su Jiuxiao is my best brother, so I'll advise you Chuanqing sect not to make any trouble for me before the immortal domain battle. Otherwise, the king has the right to sentence you to death. Zhao Changlin sneered in a slightly threatening manner. In that case, then the two of us will leave you alone. Zhang Rui's face was gloomy and he directly turned around and left. Things went sour. Behind Su Jiuxiao stood the Xiaoyan immortal mansion. Standing there was Prince Xiaoyan. If you want to get at him, you'll have to use regular channels. Zuo Yu gave a deep sigh. It's still too late to start. In reality, it's not their fault. How long has it been since Su Ji came to the immortal realm? It's just a few days. Their response has been quick. If you want to kill him, it's only up to Big Brother. Zhang Rui looked at the sea of stars in the distance. His heart filled with powerlessness. Immortal domain competition war is imminent. He is obviously the Xianxian perfect realm, but always feel with the highest level of genius. A big step behind. And that's when his summoning order went off. Elder, Zhang Rui picked up. Zhang Rui, go back to Chuanqing sect as fast as you can and don't bother with Su Jiuxiao again. What happened? Zhang Rui was surprised. Something big has happened. This Su Jiuxiao is definitely not from the lower realms. Rather, it's a supreme figure from the great realm who came across the realm to compete for the top spot in the immortal realm battle. He has a background. The person behind Su Jiuxiao came to the Chuanqing immortal sect just now, with an immortal king behind him, and directly stepped on our Chuanqing mountain sect. Background? Zhang Rui froze. What kind of background can outshine our Chuanqing immortal sect? Where's the sect master? Where's Big Brother? They didn't intervene? A voice came from over there. Intervened? If it wasn't for Jido's intervention, the entire Chuanqing sect would have been finished. Our sect master sued the Central Immortal Court, but the result we got was inadmissible. The Central Fairy Court is inadmissible? Zhang Rui retreated 3 steps in a row and glanced at Zuo Yu beside him, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. They've all come to exterminate the family, and the Central Immortal Court is actually making peace with it? What is this through and through background? Luckily, he hadn't seen Su Jiuxiao just now. If he had spoken out of turn, both of them might have had the word death carved on their brains. Zhang Rui's heart was filled with endless fear. Come back as soon as you can. Right now the only way to be safe is to hide in the Gunstar sect. The summoning voice continued to ring out. Before the immortal domain battle, you guys shouldn't go out. Good, Zhang Rui said softly, and just then, the sky lit up with the whiteness of day. In just a few blinks of an eye, it became the ultimate white, illuminating a vast sea of stars. What is it? So bright? Zuo Yu lightly rebuked. Rio? A puzzled voice came from the other side of the summoning order. What have you come across? A phoenix. Zhang Rui stared. There is also a young girl sitting on the phoenix. So beautiful. Snap. The summoning order was suddenly interrupted. Hey, Zhang Rui was puzzled. The signal's down? Zuo Yu's brows furrowed. Strange. How did this phoenix come towards us? It's still getting closer. Small diffusion king city. Zhao Changlin sat in the main hall. He had just heard the report from Star River Falls, and his entire body was numb. What does this phoenix say? Naming a battle against Su Jiuxiao? Whoever else beats Su Jiuxiao, she beats them? For a moment, Zhao Changlin couldn't tell whether this mysterious phoenix was a foe or a friend. If she was an enemy, shouldn't she have come to Little Yan Wancheng in the first place? If you were a friend, why did you give a war cry to Su Jiuxiao? Elusive. At that moment, Another piece of paper intelligence came beside him. What? Phoenix ran off to kill Zhong Rui and Zhuayu again? His mind was shaken. Zhong Rui and Zhuayu, who were very close to Little Diffusion King City, he had just met them an hour ago. This also means that the Phoenix is the enemy. It was coming towards the Little Diffusion King City. Uncle 1, Zhao Changlin whispered. Prince, Uncle 1 appeared. Where is Su Jiuxiao now? Just checked in at the back of the mountain. According to him, he's going into seclusion and told his subordinates not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin took a deep breath. Tell my father that an immortal king is coming to kill Su Jiuxiao, and have him come over. Uncle Man nodded. Come man. Zhao Changlin's words fell and a man in black appeared. Now where did Phoenix go? The man in black looked at the map in his hand and said with some uncertainty. It seems like, heading towards the Tai Sword Sect. Tai Sword Sect? Zhao Changlin was dumbfounded. What's this Phoenix doing in the Tai Chi Sword Sect? Chapter 91, Breaking the Domain with Force. Comparable to an immortal king, Luo Zia was out there killing things. Su Ru was not aware of it. At this moment, he was alone in the room with his knees crossed. Just after midnight, the sound of the system's reward came again in his head. Ding! On the 131st day of marriage, the 7 books of the martial scriptures have been cultivated to a small degree of success. Congratulations to the host. The Zhongshang Warbody has begun to activate its characteristics. The sound of the system's words fell. The millions of immortal gold in the storage ring began to burn. Endless energy poured into Suji's fleshly body. Suddenly, somewhere in the universe, countless arcane and transparent points of light surged towards Suji at a speed unseen by anyone. What is the Cthulhu? All beings in the world are living beings. Suji's eyes snapped open. It's the power of faith. At the same time, the 7 books of the martial scriptures powered up. His immortal yuan began to transform at his dantian. Originally, if he wanted to utilize the chaotic chi, he needed to settle down and take time, waiting for the immortal yuan to slowly transform and subsequently store it in his body. It's very limited when it has to be called upon and can't be sustained in combat. But at this moment, his immortal yuan was synchronized to transform into chaotic chi. With a palm strike, there was at least 10% of chaotic chi, mixed with immortal yuan. After practicing the 7 books of martial scriptures to the extreme, the power I utilize should be all chaos chi, right? Suji's heart was filled with shock. Chaos chi, that is above all currently known powers. Chaos Avenue, stronger than Time Avenue. When everything is chaos, what is time and what is space? Explosive kill. Suji got up. He felt the power in his body like a dragon, rolling and surging. It felt like one punch could chisel through the island of Kyushu and rot the Little Diffusion King City. He walked out into the yard and over to Ash, who was gnawing on a bone and sleeping peacefully. A punch is thrown. Woof! Ash was knocked away by the punch and instantly came to his senses, his eyes staring as he exclaimed. The avenue is isolated and there is an immortal king? Immortal king? Suji looked at his fist and then at Ash. Ash froze, with a large extra bag on his head that didn't go down for half a day. You're saying I'm an immortal king? Su Ru was puzzled. Family members know their own business. His 5 Elements Avenue had just made a breakthrough. The other Causality Avenue and Space Avenue were a bit far away from Xianxian immortality, and the Damage Avenue was even just budding. It's not even close to being an immortal king, is it? Ash saw this and fell silent, looking at Su Ru. In the middle of the day, he opened his mouth. You're not an immortal king. Breaking the Tao with force. Your fleshly body has the power of a near-immortal king. What's your situation? Suji touched his chin. Just now, I cultivated the 7 books of the martial scriptures to a small success. What? The little greyhound's eyes went round. The 7 books of martial scriptures. That's a chaotic divine album. A shortcut to the supreme great Tao. Even immortal exalts who can comprehend 1 or 2 of them are considered top geniuses. You said you practiced it to a small level of success at the Xianxian realm? Suja nodded and threw another punch. This punch comes with chaos chi. The entire space suddenly dented, then exploded, and even the vacuum was gone, revealing the Xian Huang layer behind it. Use caution. Ash hastily opened his mouth. Don't break the vacuum. It will be noticed by some people. It then murmured. The power is really advanced. It can actually break the vacuum and touch the world of origin. What did you say? Suzaku approached. Nothing. Little Ash looked at Suji with a face full of adoration and said heartily. You're too strong. I feel like following you. So future. Suji froze. This was the first time I had heard this dog pat his ass so sincerely. He then smiled and asked. Who's stronger? Me or AV? Then there's no need to ask. Of course you're stronger. Ash didn't think twice. Your achievements in the future are far from being comparable to those of AF. Even Jibo is not a match for you. You are destined to sweep the 8 and 6 lands. There is no enemy for me. Suji listened with a sense of relief. Granted. He listens to horse asterisk 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 quite a bit, but ass kissing also depends on who's doing it, right? A being like Little Grey who prided himself on being number one in the immortal region and put no one in his eyes. It naturally tastes different when it kisses ass. It seems that this immortal exaltation realm is not something out of reach. Suji confidently looked into the distance. That was the location of the central immortal court. Little Ash nodded. You are now comparable to an immortal king. This immortal realm battle. That is, if some shameless old man goes down, I'm afraid he can't do anything about you. I didn't realize that after less than 20 years, I would be returning to the central immortal court. That's life. It's a dog life. Su-Ru corrected. Ash. On the other hand, Luo Zio flew towards the Tai Sword sect. She traveled waving to the extreme. The Phoenix Extreme Flame. Prairie lighting the 9 heavens. Countless beings on the great stars, as if they saw the second sun. Of course, she had a huge grudge against the Kuner sect nowadays. Some of the spatial cities controlled by the Gunstar sect were directly hidden into the void and not open to her. Angry, she cursed, but there was nothing she could do. The spatial formations on the spatial city, once activated, were not something she, a Xian immortal, could hold. It was even Xiao Luo, who wanted to smash a city, but it would take a lot of time. Therefore, her detour to the spatial city under the control of the Shaoyan immortal mansion took a full 2 days longer to reach the Tai Sword sect. Upon arriving, Xia Danqing had already led a group of elders, respectfully looking at Luo Ziao. Stay back, girl. Xia Danqing arched his hand. Is this the Tai Sword sect? Luo Ziao looked at the long sword straddling the center of the universe and droned. Yes, I am Xia Danqing, sect master of the Tai Sword sect. Xia Danqing was unassuming and did not bow down because of Luo Ziao's strength. What is it that the girl is looking for from my Tai Sword sect? Luo Ziao rode on Xiao Luo's body. The phoenix was in the 9 heavens, and her stunning appearance reflected the gazes of several elders who didn't dare to look directly at her. A side of water and soil nurtures a side of people. The environment of the central immortal region was too good. Luo Ziao was much more watery than when she was in the Tianqian realm. Xiahua followed at the very back of the group, feeling non-stop emotion in his heart. The gap between people was just too great, both being women. She couldn't compare to a single finger of the heavenly maiden in front of her. I really don't know where that master nephew of hers, Su Jiuxiao, put on such a superb woman. Luo Ziao didn't care what they thought and opened the door. Let me ask you, did you guys bully Su Jiuxiao? Xia Danqing's heart was flabbergasted. This woman was indeed here for Su Jiuxiao. Luckily, with a 2-day buffer, he had the perfect thing to say in his mind. What makes you say that, girl? Brother Su was not rebelling against my Tai Sword sect, much less us chasing him away. Rather, it's my Tai Sword sect, with its unorthodox style and too much civil unrest in the sect, which has caused Brother Su to have a chilling effect on my Tai Sword sect, and to be too lazy to take care of it. When he was on his way out, I held him back in a million ways, but ended up regretting it. These days I am 1,000 times more chagrined and 1,000 times more reflective. The phoenix doesn't live unless it's on a Wutong branch. I can understand if Brother Su doesn't see our Tai Sword sect. Oh, I just hate myself for being incompetent. Xia Danqing's eyes were filled with tears, as if his own father had severed the father-son relationship with him. The acting skills directly surpassed the little diffusion immortal region. Kill crazy. Shekar looked appalled from behind. Why don't you say that they can be the master of the house? With that kind of acting, you can't go anywhere without doing well, right? Chapter 92. Which family's young lady is this? Xia Danqing crumbled. Luo Ziao muttered as she looked at Xia Danqing, who was in clear soup. How can a grown man be more of a crybaby than I am? She then drank with a solemn face. How did I hear that you deliberately let Su Jiuxiao go to fight the Chuanqing immortal sect? Using that, what a ruse. Killing with a borrowed knife, drawing in the trouble, driving a tiger and swallowing a wolf. Koro flapped his wings. There was relief in his eyes. This is a really good teaching on its own. Luo Ziao's level of idioms is very high now. Xia Danqing's eyes flashed with a fine light, slightly surprised. What's this little girl doing here showing off her literary prowess? But the fact that this little girl could actually see through his true thoughts made him keep a slight eye out. It's not as dumb as it looks. It's not easy to fool around. However, it had come to this, and he could only continue to act. Miss, my care and concern for Brother Su can be seen in heaven and earth. Not only did I promote his senior aunts, but I also absolved his master's father of his sins, and even promoted them. This is all for Brother Su's sake. Luo Ziao froze. What about the master aunt? Senior aunt? Where is senior aunt? Xia Danqing shouted. It's coming, said Xiahou, trembling. The mind was all bewilderment. How is it that this young girl riding the immortal king also called herself a senior aunt? A slip of the tongue? Luo Ziao looked at Xia He. You're the master's aunt? Did Su Jiuxiao leave voluntarily? or was he forced to leave? Looking at Xia Danqing, he lowered his eyebrows and honestly said, voluntary walk. Luo Xiao frowned slightly and patted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, didn't you say that Su Joshua was forced? She was still the same young girl as before, without any opinions, and without Fu Yuing, she could only ask Xiao Luo for advice. However, Luo is a little smart, but not much. At this moment, when he saw Xia Danqing with a handful of tears and a snotty nose, his heart was struck, especially the line, "The phoenix does not live unless it is in a sycamore tree." It directly overturned what she had originally had in mind. Yeah, this broken Tai sword sect, the strongest is Xian immortal perfection, and at best there are some forbidden means to invoke secret methods to bring out the strength of an immortal king. In her place, she wouldn't stay. Thus, Xiao Luo immediately said, maybe I thought wrong. Sect Master Xia is a good person. Luo Ziyao was bewildered. Running for 2 days was a mistake? Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. I heard that Su Joshua was very scornful when he saw Xia Danqing a few days ago. Is there such a thing? He froze. Thinking about that day when Xia Danqing appeared around the 3 avenues, Suji did look slightly downcast. Some scorn. Yeah, Luo Ziyao beamed with joy. That means Su Joshua can't beat Xia Danqing, right? That shouldn't be. Sheho hadn't finished. Luo Ziyao had already jumped down, her lance blooming with white light, pointing straight at Xia Danqing. You spar with me. If I beat you, I'll immediately go find Su Joshua. Revenge. Humph humph humph. The corners of Xia Danqing's mouth twitched. Look at that expression on Luo Ziyao's face. It was as if the young girl had won a prize at the academy and had gone back to her parents for a reward. Is this revenge? It's a ing fling, isn't it? I'm part of your play, right? At the same time, Xia Danqing had infinite remorse in his heart. He felt that Luo Ziyao was just looking for an excuse to beat him up. Had I known that Su Joshua had such a background behind him? In the beginning, he had to stay Su Joshua even if he was on his knees. With his character of being able to bend and bend, as long as Su Joshua could stay and could restore the Tai sword sect to its former prosperity, he would be willing to let him call his father. What are you waiting for? Draw your sword, Luo Ziyao urged. Xia Danqing was helpless, and a long sword appeared in his right hand, saying, in that case, I am offended. Luo Ziyao nodded her head and took a step out. Her right hand lance was like a dragon like electricity. At the same time, behind her an immortal phoenix shadow rose up. Phoenix Dharma. This kind of phantasm could increase the immortal energy in Luo Ziyao's body by 2 times. Zip, zip, zip. The phoenix shadow carried the shadow of the gun towards Xia Danqing's proper face. At the same time, Luo Ziyao's true body instantly passed through an endless distance. Cosmic space was as if it didn't exist under her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived behind Xia Danqing. Back to the horse. 2 sides. Come up for the kill. With flames as well as sharpness. 2 avenues. Xia Danqing was keenly aware of it, and his mind relaxed. He's sitting on 3 avenues, and as long as that bird doesn't intervene, there's no reason for him to lose. He was seen returning his sword, and what greeted the vain figure behind him was a pen. The pen fell on Qiankuan, depicting a scroll of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and the phoenix shadow fell into the diagram with its lance, directly losing its direction and damaging itself in it. On the positive side, it was a clash of swords and guns. In addition to the pen Dao, Xia Danqing also possessed the 2 great avenues of cutting and shattering, although he hadn't sensed the Dao of the sword. His sword, when placed amongst the Xian immortals, was also extremely strong. Clang! Guns and swords intertwined, space instantly falling apart, and Luo Ziyao took a step back. Frontal collisions are at a disadvantage. Xia Danqing was slightly pleased, sidestepping to take advantage of the situation. His long sword was like a swimming dragon, wiping towards Luo Ziyao's neck. If this sword hit, even if Luo Ziyao was wearing high-grade immortal armor, there would be no small amount of damage. After all, protective immortal armor for neck protection was to be slightly weaker. That's the gist of it. Luo Ziyao's brows knitted. She couldn't dodge the sword. She didn't want to hide. Though, opening his mouth, he directly and lightly rebuked. Get lost. In that moment, time slowed down. Xia Danqing's sword slowed down several times. And in the eyes of a Xian immortal like Luo Ziyao, that was no different from time freezing. Lightly sidestepping, Luo Ziyao returned her hand to the tip of her spear. Pust. Blood splattered and a shot was fired right in the shoulder. Xia Danqing stormed back. You cheated? He was appalled to the core. A special immortal weapon that slows down time? That's a hell of a shot. Just a few of his weak avenues that ranked low. Unless his strength exceeded Luo Ziyao's by a very large amount, such as controlling 5 great Dao paths. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be enough to stuff Luo Ziyao's teeth. Luo Ziyao laughed out her tiger's teeth. She had always had a lot of babies. Again. Not coming. Xia Danqing turned around and tried to run. Humph. By all means. Luo Zio pursued. A gourd at her waist activated by her. In an instant, scorching golden flames erupted from the mouth of the gourd. A great domain of flames formed and enveloped the space. Domain? Feeling flames on all sides, Xia Danqing almost fainted. These treasures, even some immortal kings, could not be equipped with them. What kind of young lady is this? Chapter 93, Ranking of Xiaoyan. Phoenix Lady attacks. Snort. Xia Danqing was still in a state of righteous indignation. Luo Zio's speed, however, was not slow. Her gun came out like a flash of electricity, and in an instant, she left 100 or so gunshot holes in Xia Danqing's body, blood splattering. Fortunately, his words of self-defense earlier convinced Luo Zio. Otherwise, at least half of those 100 or so bullet holes would have landed on his throat. Dang! With the final blow, Luo Zio backhanded Xia Danqing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, lunging straight toward the distance. Turning around, he clasped his fists. Thanks for not killing me, girl. Luo Zio put away her gun and said indifferently. I didn't want to kill you. I was practicing my gun. She then smiled wryly. Sect Master Danqing, which do you think is stronger, me or Su Jiuxia? That's naturally much stronger for a girl. Xia Danqing laughed. Although he hadn't fought Su Jiuxiao, just Xiao Luo, an immortal king, was standing there. Isn't it easy to tell who's strong and who's weak? I'm strong? Luo Zio was overjoyed to hear her favorite words. In the central immortal region, Fu Weiying had been saying all day that she couldn't do it and not to mess with Su Ji. There you go. Some say she's strong. I'm going to Little Diffusion King City now. If he gets stronger later, I'll be finished. Luo Zio made some calculations in her mind, turned around and got on Xiao Luo's back. Lo, go, hostile. Xiao Luo spread her wings and rose up, her absolutely beautiful phoenix fur spilling down, and the one person and one beast were already far away towards the depths of the Starsea, leaving behind a group of people from the Tai Sword sect looking at each other. It comes and goes, an elder sighed in a deep voice. Xia Danqing walked back, his injuries already closed, his face full of gloom. Sect Master? An elder glanced at him. Xia Danqing took a deep breath. Just a little bit closer. Our Tai Sword sect will be wiped from this world. One Phoenix Immortal King was enough. From now on, add Su Jiuxiao as an honorary elder of my Tai Sword sect, enjoying the treatment of a sect master. See him as you see me. Xia Danqing gave an order, and the crowd once again arched their hands. Xia he was surprised. Many thanks to sect master. Xia Danqing turned his head and smiled. There's no need to be polite. Vice sect master Xia he. The vice master? Shaho froze. She's just an immortal. With a senior nephew like this vice sect master. You deserve it. Xia Danqing laughed, then looked around the circle. Who has an opinion? The crowd shook their heads. Over the years, Xia Danqing had already prevented the Tai Sword sect from sliding into the abyss more than once. Who dares to contradict his orders? At this moment, the entire Tai Sword sect had respect for Su Ji and Xia He. No one dares to think half-heartedly anymore. Small Diffusion King City. Zhao Changlin sat on the main hall, his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. In his hand was a book with an edged gold list. It was engraved with the Xian immortal who had the best chance of winning the title in this session of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. It was given by the most authoritative intelligence organization in the imperial city of Xiaoyan. It has some reference value. It is recorded in the booklet. First place, Nangong Jun, Casual Cultivator, Xianxian Perfect Cultivation, breaking the Star River Stone Tablet record, came to the Xiaoyan Immortal Domain for 3 days, then killed the 2 sons of Chuanqing, the Star Army 7 Immortals. Second place, Ning Jiao, Casual Cultivator, suspected to be the contemporary saint daughter of the Acacia Demon sect in the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain. Half-step of the Immortal King Realm, came to the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain for 3 days and killed the Vice Master of the Chuanqing Immortal sect. Third place, Jido, a son of Chuanqing, suspected of having a supreme chance, has not lost a single battle since his debut. Fourth place, Nameless Phoenix Girl, Casual Cultivator, suspected of the Central Immortal Region, Xianxian Immortal Perfection, a piece of equipment against the heavens to the extreme, came to the Xiaoyan Immortal Region for 3 days, killed the Chuanqing Immortal sect's 3rd, 4th and 5th sons, single-handedly challenged the Master of Tai Sword sect to win easily. 5th place, Xiao Zifeng, Tai Sword sect's Grand Elder. 7th place, Shi Qi, Xiaoyan Zionist Z. 8th place, Land of 10,000 Demons, 10,000 Flowered Demon Fairy. 15th, Tianxian Su Jiuxiao, Identity Unknown, Flesh Body is very strong, seems to have the power of chaos in his palm, but first entered the Xianxian Immortal. cultivation is a little weak. Uncle 1, look at it, look at it. Zhao Changlin pressed bitterly. These top 4. Is that still our little diffusion immortal region's cultivators? This is some people coming across the domain to rob this immortal domain of its chances. Uncle 1 appeared, glanced at the booklet, and frowned slightly when he saw that Su Jiuxia was only 15. These people this year, they are indeed very strong. In previous years, this Su Jiuxia would at least be ranked in the top 3. If he loses, we won't be able to explain to the Time Immortal. Zhao Changlin shook his head. And what do you care about the Time Immortal Elder? If I don't have a single one of my people in the top 3, when I go to the Central Immortal region, I'll be laughed to death. It can't be that I stay in the little diffusion immortal region for the rest of my life and be this prince, can it? Uncle 1 laughed. Don't panic, Crown Prince. This list is just a prediction. It's impossible to say in a fight. Our His Highness Shi also has quite a few cards. With him, there should still be a chance. She rises, ranked 7th. Zhao Changlin felt comforted and laughed. You're right. Battles change rapidly, so how can we determine the winner by the list? I was too pushy, and that's when it happened. A boy at the door ran in hot and bothered. Pants are running away. Zhao Changlin was furious. What the hell? Is Little Diffusion King City going to be destroyed? Why are you panicking like this? Uncle Man was also quite upset. Crown Prince, that nameless Phoenix girl, sitting on the Phoenix again, is coming towards our King City. Asterisk, how come again? Zhao Changlin was startled. This was a Phoenix Immortal King. An ordinary human Immortal King would be at an inherent disadvantage against this kind of immortal beast. Even if his father came against this Phoenix, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Uncle Wen calmed down a bit. Has the Tai Yi Sword Sect been exterminated yet? The boy shivered and presented the information. Zhao Changlin took a look and froze. According to the intelligence, that Xia Danqing crazily complimented Su Jiuxiao, and in the end, he even spared the extermination of his clan. Just a minor injury? Uncle Wen froze. He still admired Xia Danqing. This guy is not strong, but his brain is good. Do you think it could be that it's someone from the Central Immortal Court, coming to catch up with Su Jiuxiao? Zhao Changlin swallowed his saliva. It should be someone from the Central Immortal Court. But look, there's a line on the intelligence that says, the nameless Phoenix girl wants to seek revenge on Su Jiuxiao. Come for revenge? Uncle Man took 3 steps back in fear. The face is green. What is father doing? Zhao Changlin smiled harder than he cried. The battle of the battles is imminent. His Majesty is in the Imperial City to receive his honored guests, so he can't be contacted for the time being. Uncle Man's right eye darted wildly. Why don't we withdraw? Withdrawal. There's no rush. Zhao Changlin suddenly said calmly. He remembered the gray dog beside Su Jiuxiao. An immortal king has come to take revenge. I'm afraid he still belittles my brother Su. I'm going to the back hall. Chapter 94. Is this revenge or flirting? The back hall, where Su Ji resides. It wasn't the same as the closed-door diving cultivation that Zhao Changlin had thought of. He found Su Young. Su Ji was roasting the dragon meat in the courtyard. Chu Wanli on the side put the seasoning, and Little Gray squatted on the side, his tail wagging. Hers was a cozy family of 3. When Zhao Changlin approached, Su Ji turned her head and smiled. Your Highness the Crown Prince would like to have some? Zhao Changlin subconsciously gulped and was about to nod his head, then shook his head violently. Something big has happened. Brother Su, what's the big deal? Su Ru was dumbfounded. You can be the Crown Prince even if you're so adventurous. Being born is too important. Zhao Changlin walked over at a brisk pace. Do you know that the nameless Phoenix Maiden is flying towards the Shaoyan dynasty? Nameless Phoenix Lady? Su Ji froze. All this time, he hadn't bothered to find out anything about the outside world. Just living a retired life in this back room. It's very laid back. Take a look. This is my Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion's intelligence on the Immortal Domain Contest Battle. Zhao Changlin handed over a pamphlet. The one in 4th place is the nameless Phoenix Lady. Su Ru took and swept a glance, then laughed. What's the situation? How come everyone's battle record is killing Xian immortals from the Chuanqing immortal sect? The corners of Zhao Changlin's mouth twitched. It's not because of the trend brought up by you and the nameless Phoenix girl. Now when you go out and don't say that you killed a few Chuanqian immortal sect Xian immortals, you're embarrassed to say that you're here to take part in the immortal domain battle. Su Ru. He killed the Gunstar immortal sect. That was a true vendetta. When he was in the Tianqian realm, this ghostly force controlled the heavenly Dao and frantically suppressed him. But these people killed the Chuanqing immortal sect, probably just for the sake of fame. The Gunstar Immortal Gate became a test mark for battle prowess. What is it now? Should we flee, or fight? Zhao Changlin looked at Su Ji. This nameless Phoenix girl. But she's naming you for revenge. Su Ru frowned deeply. He didn't remember offending such a big power, did he? Turning his head to little Ash. Can you battle an immortal king? You can fight. Ash wagged his tail indifferently. Su broke the ban with his strength, and his fleshly body was ridiculously strong, with the chaos chi protecting his body again. Even if he couldn't win, at least he couldn't lose. Zhao Changlin glanced at Ash and ignored the words outright. Su Ji can battle an immortal king. Are you kidding me? This dog likes to blow awesome too. Then try it. Su Ji smiled and glanced at Zhao Changlin. Today, I'm hiding in the little diffusion imperial city, and tomorrow the Phoenix Maiden arrives. So where should I flee to? You can't run away for the rest of your life. Zhao Changlin wiped his sweat. Brother Su has confidence, right? This king's life is all in your hands. Don't worry. Su Ru nodded. Zhao Changlin nodded his head and worriedly ate a meal in Su Ji's courtyard. After the wine and dinner, a hot glow enveloped the island of Kyushu. Countless forces were winded and terrified. Uncle Man showed up. Coming. Brother Su. Zhao Changlin looked at Su Ji. Check it out. Su Ji nodded his head and stepped into the sky with his hands. Shu Wanli grabbed his arm. Be careful. Aha. Suzako gave her a smile that was pulled full of security. Then a chorus of rebukes came from the air. Su Ru, come out here. This lady will teach you a lesson. At those words, Su Ji stumbled and almost fell. A glance was exchanged with the dog. What's that familiar voice? Related to the phoenix. Still calling him Su Ru, not Su Jiuxiao. The results seemed to be calling for. On the side, the laughter in Shu Wanli's eyes instantly disappeared. A sense of loneliness came over me. Listen to that voice. Seems like the main man is here. Su took a step out, and little Ash stood on his shoulder. A man and a dog had appeared in the distant sky. It was less than 100 feet away from Luo Xiao. Xiao? Birdie? A man and a dog were surprised out of the blue. Bah! What little bird? It's little Luo. Luo Xiao blared at little Gray. Little Su, you don't learn. It's now called Ash. Suzaku corrected. Oh. Luo Xiao pursed her lips, then looked at Su Ji, her eyes blazing with wariness. Soju, don't you have anything to tell me? Suja coughed lightly and looked at Luo Xiao. You know what you need to know. What is there to say? Luo Xiao snorted proudly. You used the strength of a great emperor to bully me before, winning and lying to me. Then you want to? Suja looked at her with a smirk. Of course it's revenge. Luo Xiao's tiger teeth were exposed and, if you lose, you'll have to listen to me from now on. Call me Ms. Luo when you meet me. Hold me in high esteem, and not treat me like that. Well, have to be tied up by me all night. Su Ru nodded. What if you lose? Luo Xiao seemed to be as confident as she was the first time. Exaggerating. Just kidding. How could this young lady lose? Since I've come to you, I must be prepared for anything. You're ready to get your ass kicked. Suji looked at her teasingly. You haven't changed at all from before. Hasn't changed at all? What is implied? Is it that she is obviously weak but confident? Luo Xiao's teeth itched with anger. Lose then at your disposal. Okay? That's it? Su Ru gave her a look. You. Luo Xiao's mouth bulged like a ball. Then I'll also hold you in high esteem from now on. Call you Gongzi when we meet. Serve you every day. Whatever you say. Su Ru shrugged and looked to the side at Xiao Luo. You're going to make a move? The little gray dog barked. Xiao Lu instantly shook his bird head violently and glanced scornfully at Ash. Stinky Ash, why are you elbowing your way out? Who raised you for 18 years? Luo Xiao was extremely dissatisfied. Ash whimpered softly. It was protecting Lo. With Su Ji's rate of progress, even if he couldn't take Xiao Luo this time, in another year and a half, the bird's feathers would probably be plucked out by Su Ji. It was aware that Su Ji's favorite food was dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Piss me off. What a dog. Not loyal at all. Luo Xiao gritted her teeth and took the gun out, pointing it in the air remotely at Su Ji. Come on. Right here? Su Ji looked at her with a smile. The nameless phoenix girl can be famous now. If she is taken down by me in 3 moves and 2 punches, she can become a laughingstock. I was taken down by you? Luo Xiao's mouth bulged at first. Then after thinking about it, it seemed like it was really possible, even if there is only a 1 in a million chance. Nor can they be embarrassed in public. Well, then, let's go over there. Luo Xiao put away her gun and obediently followed Su Ji, flying towards the outside of Kyushu Island. Ash and Lo looked at each other, and the dog rode the bird, following. Zhao Changlin's brain was getting confused as he watched from below. Is this revenge? Or just catching up? He was dumbfounded that these two kept flirting, especially at the end. The nameless phoenix girl put away her gun and walked away after Su Ji like a girl next door. How could there be any trace of the aura that had been seen in the little diffusion immortal region? Uncle Wen laughed bitterly from the side. It seems that from the very beginning, it was only the two of us who were kept in the dark. Look at the greyhound riding the phoenix. the two beasts are familiar with each other. They're all-time immortal sovereigns people. Ga? Zhao Chonglin laughed bitterly. It's so hard to be this crown prince. I'm scared every day. Uncle Man nodded his head in sympathy. Now, wait for the results. But I see that the nameless phoenix girl is extremely strong. The two should really have some minor grudges. And I'm afraid that Su Joshio is going to face a bitter battle. Chapter 95, Plum Blossom, fighting Luo Zio again. Out of the island of Kyushu, we came to a land of stars. Su Shu chose a large star with beautiful scenery and a vast area. As soon as he landed, he pulled out a continuous piece of immortal mansion, with pavilions and pavilions, Xuanzai corridors and boats, and richly decorated. Luo Zio followed behind, her eyes straightening as she watched. What are you doing? This scene? How is it deja vu? Dress up first, then we'll catch you straight in later. All in one place. Sushi thought about it and took out some more bottles and jars from his arms and sprinkled them in. Luo Zio, those drugs of yours don't work on me anymore. I'm a Xian now. Xian. Suji froze, then threw the bottle into the distance and turned his head to look at Luo Zio. He prepared for this, not because he hadn't gotten rid of his loneliness for many days, but because he had to fulfill the system's mission. After all, he didn't know that Fu Yueying's divine soul had been stripped away from Luo Zio. He felt that he could definitely pull Fu Yueying out this time and find out. Come on. Susu's battle saint armor transformed into a white coat. The wind blew and hunted, and his expression was tranquil. On the contrary, Luo Zio was covered in phoenix immortal armor, with a spear in her hand for deathless defense, and her face was extremely solemn, as if she was facing a great enemy. Once upon a time, the psychological shadow that Suji had cast on her was too great. Fear. You draw your sword. Luo Zio's gun tip shook twice, urging Suji. Do I still need to draw my sword to deal with you? Suji lost his smile. You? Who are you looking down on? Luo Zio huffed and puffed, tossing her head sideways, her long hair flaring up into a fiery red wave. The immortal phoenix physique was in full swing. Take my shot. Luo Zio lightly rebuked, her right-hand gun body violently stabbing towards the front 1,000 times. Burning sky gun shadow. In an instant, endless fiery red gun shadows enveloped the space of 10,000 feet around Suji. Even if Suji possessed a spatial avenue, he was unable to avoid it at this moment, and all the paths of retreat were blocked. Looks like you really learned something in the central immortal region. Su Ru was surprised for a moment, but before Luo Zio could show off, Suja threw out a punch. Boom! This punch was struck with a chaotic chi attached to it, shattering the surrounding space directly, and the shadow of the gun was lost in the vacuum layer, losing its power. There's more. Luo Zio gazed. She also didn't intend to defeat Su Ji with a single wide-ranging killing move. After all, he was the great emperor of the 9 heavens, her childhood shadow. Right after Luo Zio softly drank out, her figure had already appeared 5 feet behind Su Ji. A gunshot shadow changed from virtual to real. It slowly turned into Luo Zio's own body. A spear stabbed out. The tip of the gun kept shaking. Before she could touch Su Ji, Luo Zio furrowed her willow brows and once again increased her strength, firing 7 shots in a row. One shot stacked on top of the other. The power is multiplied. When the 8th spear was stabbed out, a reddish golden flame ignited from the tip of the spear. The power even exceeded the Xianxian immortal realm, vaguely reaching the power of a half-step immortal king. Around the body, there was even a hidden flame avenue rejoicing, crowding out the 3,000 avenues. Just one step further and she was the king who dominated the flames. Luo Zio was overjoyed in her heart. She swore that this was the strongest shot she had ever stabbed. Sure enough, it's the pressure that keeps you motivated. As for Su Ji, as if he had just reacted, he turned around and looked at Luo Zio dumbfounded. It won't stab him to death, right? Luo Zio was shocked in her heart, and was still hesitating whether or not to withdraw her strength. Suji suddenly spread out his palms and held them in front of him, making a stop gesture. Dang! The shot, impartial, stabbed straight into the center of Suji's palm. Energy fluctuations kept overflowing in all directions, and flames of various colors fluttered about. But Luo Zio was shocked to find that the tip of the gun failed to inch in by the slightest bit. What are you wearing on your hand? Luo Zio's eyes widened. Suji's hands were white and flawless, as if they were natural jade. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't look like they were wearing any protective immortal weapons. How is this possible? This shot of mine, even a half-step immortal king wouldn't dare to catch it with his hand, right? Luo Zio had just flashed this thought in her mind when she saw Suji flexing his finger and pointing it directly on top of the tip of her gun. A clang sound that shook the stars and rivers came out from this big star. Huge force traveled from the body of the spear to the tiger's mouth. Luo Zio took a step back, but the spear had already come out of her hand. Luo Zio directly froze. A punch, a slap, a finger, And a straight-up knockout. How it feels exactly the same as before. It could have been before. She was only at the god transformation realm. And Suji was already a great emperor. Both sides can be Xian immortals now. I'm not convinced. Luo Xiao looked at Suji incredulously. What other moves? Suji smiled, as if a gentleman instructing a young child. Luo Xiao even saw the shadows of some bigwigs from the central immortal region in her. Time slowdown. Luo Xiao clenched her teeth and phoenixed out. In a flash, Suji fell into the realm of time, and his body's reaction slowed down by 50%. Flame Great Domain. The gourd at Luo Xiao's waist opened its spout. This great star instantly transformed into a land of extreme flames, and the great Tao retreated. Time and Fire. The two big killers. These were also Luo Xiao's two major killing moves that she was confident in pushing across the little diffusion immortal region. If you don't touch the immortal king, who will compete? Even Su Ji. It was as if he was in a daze at this moment. You admit defeat. Luo Xiao took out a bundle of rope and smiled with pear swirls on both cheeks, as if she was an imp, and flew towards Su Ji. Su Ji still had his hands in the air, and when he saw the rope in Luo Xiao's hand, his eyes lit up. This rope can bind Xian immortals? Of course, I prepared this carefully, Luo Xiao said rightfully. Then, she reached out and the rope flew towards Suji. Whoosh! Suji was tied up tightly. This one is quite strong. Suji felt the strength and looked at Luo Xiao with a smile. It's much stronger than the previous one. Of course, Luo Xiao smiled. You've become my captive now. In the future when we meet, you have to call me Lord Queen. Do you understand? You have to make me breakfast. You have to make me lunch. You have to make me dinner. No calling me stupid. No. Dozens of male frightening treaties are spilling out. The more Suji listened, the deeper his frown became, and he directly interrupted. Stop. Afterwards, his chaotic chi traveled to his limbs and he exerted his strength to hold it up. The rope snapped in response. Although the flame extreme domain could force back the 3000 great Tao, he was an existence whose physical body was comparable to that of an immortal king. Breaking the domain with force is just the right thing to do. Ha! Luo Xiao took 2 steps backward in fear, her beautiful eyes round. How could you break free? After saying that, she turned around and ran, trying to escape farther. Things seemed to be going a bit beyond her expectations, so let's escape to a safer location first. Go! Xiao Luo was originally bragging to Little Gray that this ant wasn't too good either, and she was also madly belittling Little Gray, saying that its teaching wasn't as good as hers. At this moment, when he saw Luo Xiao fleeing, he directly froze. She then exclaimed, just see Su resigned a fist swing, flame big domain concave. The whole space again fragmented. Even the vacuum is vaguely some rupture. A trace of Xian Huang Qi through. Breaking the domain with force? What kind of fleshly body is this? Xiao Luo was stunned, but it didn't choose to rescue Luo Xiao, because is too far away to save. Woof! Little Ash glanced at Luo Xiao in pity and turned to look at Xiao Luo. Luckily you didn't move. I'll give you a piece of advice. Su resigned. He especially likes to eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. A superb one like you, he can only dream of. Ga? Xiao Luo flapped his wings and fluttered in place twice, but did not fly. Regretting, sorry, I seem to be a duck. Ash. Chapter 96. It's a misunderstanding. The reward arrives. Suji tackled Luo Xiao, lifting her snow-white neck, just like grabbing a big white goose. Yikes, put me down. This is ugly. Luo Xiao's frustrated face was about to cry out. Without saying a word, Suru faintly glanced at Xiao Luo in the distance and headed for the nearby immortal mansion, letting Luo Xiao beg bitterly. He was indifferent. Let's just watch from here. Xiao Luo took a heartfelt glance at the immortal mansion. What are you nervous about? It's not the first time. Little Gray was looking on the bright side, yawning and running to the door of the immortal mansion as a watchdog. In the middle of the night, Su resigned and plowed on. Suddenly, he leaned over. Yuing, Luo Xiao's beautiful eyes, who was originally still immersed, suddenly glared round. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Su resigned with an awkward smile. How is this not finding Fu Yueying's divine soul? Had she regained her strength and couldn't detect herself anymore? Humph. Luo Xiao hummed proudly. Early in the morning, Su resigned herself to a second goal. Yuing, bang! Luo Xiao kicked him, directly kicking him off the bed and out of the immortal mansion. Woof! Little Ash gave a stirring cry and stood up, looking towards the distant Suji that was shrouded in chaotic chi. The corner of Suji's mouth twitched, taking out the treasure that Luo Xiao had just sent to his door. Rematch. Inside the immortal mansion, Luo Xiao was tinged with the slightest hint of crying, which added to Suji's 3 points of divine valor. Finally, after one trial and error, Suru finally confirmed a result. Fu Yueying, is not on Luo Zio anymore. Where is your master? Suji looked at Luo Zio, who was soft on her side, as if she was a puddle of soft mud. Luo Zio's mouth didn't make a sound, only her nose, and Suji could barely recognize that those 3 words were, "In the fairy court." She got away from you? Suru dawned on him. Aha, Luo Zio skimmed her lips. Just now, it was a misunderstanding. Suru didn't know where to start. Did you marry me because of me? Or because of my master? Suddenly, Luo Zio sat up and looked straight into Suji's eyes. Don't you lie to me. Delivery? Su resigned without moving. Fortunately, he is a veteran in this, knowing well which one to ask to please which one. Sniffing faintly. Of course I'm marrying you. I wouldn't have separated from her in the first place if I really wanted to because of her. You do realize that when I dumped her, she cried for 10 days and still didn't win me back. Anyway, with Fu Yueying out of the picture, Suru's main focus was a random edit. Luo Zio, however, listened to the eyes light up. Look at the appearance of the master's father that hangs on. It seems that Su rhetoric has a point. Ah, on the spot, want to break into tears to smile, but she forced herself to hold back. Biting her lower lip, she took out a grey plant. Here, this is for you. Suji's heart stirred as he felt the energy on the plant, and his heart fluttered. What is this? This is the Chaos Grass. I heard that if you refine it, you can control the Chaos Avenue. Luo Zio said. Of course, I just heard that the Chaos Great Tao is something ethereal, and I haven't heard of any immortals being able to control this. She felt that Suji didn't know too much about some of the secrets, and copped up. However, even if there is a trace of chaos mixed in with the immortal Yuan, that power can just multiply. Suru smiled. Do you know what chaos is? I don't know. Luo Zio was dry. Your master asked you to give it to me? Suji smiled. Can't I give it to you myself? Luo Zio hummed. Yes, of course. Suru smiled gently. Subsequently. What for? This time, it's real. 3 days later, Suji sat cross-legged on the bed. A beep came from the system. Ding! On the 136th day of marriage, the spatial avenue has reached minor accomplishment, ascending to the Xianxian realm. Congratulations to the host, rewarded with the space aptitude broken hidden. Congratulations to the host, rewarded with the spatial aptitude of instantaneous transportation. Congratulations to the host, rewarded with a high-level immortal art. Space sword technique, sublime 3 blades. Suji opened his eyes. Some surprises. The spatial avenue had unexpectedly reached a minor accomplishment. You don't have to comprehend it on your own at all. He had an illusion. Was it that with Luo Zio by his side, even the system had become a bit more powerful? The spatial avatar broken concealment, as the name suggests, could see through all illusions. What shadow avenue? Psychedelic avenue? Formation avenue? Blinding the divine senses is one of the mainstream attack techniques. There were even some immortal masters of the Tao of Fate and the Tao of Cause and Effect whose main means of attack was lure. With this broken concealment, Suji was able to be fearless of any confusion. The gold content is palpable. Another aptitude. Instantaneous transportation. It is easy to understand and appears directly anywhere within a 10,000 square foot radius. 10,000 feet. Though it doesn't sound too strong, but it's good enough for close quarters combat. With Suji's physical strength nowadays, as long as he was allowed to get close to him, even an immortal king would have difficulty escaping. What's more, there's still room for improvement in instantaneous movement. When his spatial avenue gradually went deeper and deeper, it would be a breeze to traverse between large stars, or even galaxies. In the future, the last stance, the space sword technique, the sublime triple blade. Suji had now sensed the spatial Tao, but not the sword Tao. If you want to perfectly utilize this sword stance, you still need to sense the sword path. The reward for this immortal realm battle should be the sword Tao. Suru muttered. It's imperative. He was going to kill his way up to the central immortal region and face unknown dangers. Then he had to take all the chances, whether it is given by the system or inherent in this heaven and earth. That is all mine. As the thought fell here, Suji picked up the chaos grass and directly swallowed it. In an instant, a subtle sensation surged up from his heart. Countless amounts of immortal yuan began to tumble and surge. An extreme power flowed through all the limbs. All the major points of the human body opened and stored the power of chaos. The strength of his physical body rose once more. At this moment, he seemed like a humanoid ancient chaos beast, enough to tear apart great stars and devour star rivers. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Preliminary control of the Chaos Avenue. Hearing the system prompt, Suji snapped open. Chapter 97, Shocked Ji Thin. Really out of treasures. Chaos Avenue. Practiced to the extreme depths. It can turn everything into chaos, turn everything into the initial. when it is the first 5 of the 3,000 great roads. Originally, Suji guessed that only when the 7 books of martial scriptures were practiced to the extreme could the chaotic great Tao be sensed. Never would I have thought that just by taking a plant, I would be able to perceive chaos. I really don't know where Luo Xiao got this chaos grass. It's just a preliminary realization. I feel that the force is like a divine dragon, inexhaustible, and the immortal yuan in my body is accelerating towards the conversion of chaotic qi. Suji took a deep breath, and the 7 books of martial scriptures worked extremely hard, whether it was the 5 senses, or the range of divine sense, or even the range of divine instantaneous transmigration, it had increased by a lot. Increase, all around, at least double the increase. He's twice as strong as he was before, twice as strong. For a Xian immortal to be twice as strong, that's not in the same league at all. I'm afraid that the person he is now, who beat the person he was before, could be crushed with a single finger. Even if it was Xiao Luo outside the door who took a punch from him and could hold back his head from exploding, it would be considered a noble bloodline. Then, the calmer Suji frowned slightly. He was cross-legged and felt that the chaotic avenue was extremely special, and with his comprehension, if he wanted to inch forward even a single inch, he was afraid that it would take him 10,000 years to do so. The stronger the avenue, the harder it is to perceive. Su Ru's heart felt something. Central immortal state, cloud dream immortal court, on an immortal mountain surrounded by immortal mist. Ji Thin stared blankly at the scroll in his hand. This is the information that just came up from the reflecting sky immortal pool. The painting shows several images. First, Luo Ziya was aggressive, Xiao Luo was neck high, and Suji stood with his hands in the air, seemingly falling into the wind. Subsequently, the picture style suddenly changed. Suji screwed Luo Zio. Xiao Luo stayed at a distance, shrinking his neck as if he were an ostrich, not even daring to look directly at Suji. This is defeat? Ji Thin's heart was shaken. In order to cultivate Luo Zio, he traveled to his friends and family and sought out a few immortal kings of the flame and gun doctrine to teach him hand-to-hand. He even took the field himself and created the secret realm of time for Luo Ziao, for her to bend the road to overtake. As a result, giddy up and run off to find trouble with that Su kid, or being carried like a chicken? Thinking back to earlier, he swore that Luo Ziao casually whacked Su Ru. Ji Thin's face then burned with pain. It wasn't just a defeat in battle. It was more like there was an invisible slap in his face. Buzz. At this time, the lantern by the Yao Pond slightly trembled, clear light bloomed, and a stunningly beautiful blurry silhouette appeared. The woman glanced at the scroll. Her eyes suddenly grew wide, her heart shocked to the core, but on the surface she remained breezy. How about it? Senior brother. I said Zio is no match. Are you convinced now? Ji Thin. Time to fulfill your promise. Fu Yueying gave him a look. What promise? Ji Thin smiled sarcastically. Drinking the water from the Yao Qi. Fu Yueying laughed lightly. Ji Thin's face was as green as a turtle. This water condensed 10 million years of vitality. Not only was it precious, more importantly, the life energy in it was extremely dense. A single drop of water can save a dying Xian immortal. If he drinks it all, I'm afraid his hands will grow dozens of. He shuddered a little at the thought of that scene and wanted to slap himself. Why was it so uptight in the first place? Blowing awesome nonsense. He repented, and Fu Yueying glanced at him with a light smile. How about this? You're not the self-proclaimed #1 gentleman in the immortal region? Why don't you keep your promise? Ji Bo begged for forgiveness. Senior sister, there's no one else here, so you can spare senior brother for once. Fu Yueying lightly grunted. Spare you? Can ah. With that said, she held out her hand and spread it out in front of Ji Thin. What again? Ji Thin exclaimed. Elder brother has been balled by your grip. The time green leaf has been given to Zio, and my chaos grass that I exchanged my life for has been given to Su Ji. It's really no home base left. Is it really gone? Fu Yueying was skeptical. It's useless for you to keep a good treasure of this grade, so take it out for the benefit of the younger generation. It's really gone, it's really gone. Ji Thin shook his head repeatedly. Fu Yueying thought about it, and it seemed that her own division's family was indeed not particularly rich. Then he said, then you go to the little diffusion immortal region and escort Suji and Ziyao. She felt that since Suji was able to win against Luo Ziyao, there was hope that he would be able to capture the flower of the Great Tao. According to her information, this session of the flower of the Great Tao blossomed with the sword Tao, and many clans were a bit restless. Without a backstage, she was really afraid that Suji and Luo Ziyao would give people a hard time. Ji Thin was helpless. Senior sister, it's out of character for me, a hallowed time immortal dignitary, to go and act as a bodyguard for 2 juniors, isn't it? What's more, the person in charge of Xiaoyan this time is that girl from the Zhao family. Xiao Zhao is one of the benefactors who taught Ziyao the Flame Avenue. He won't let her suffer. Just go and take a look. If there's no big deal you won't make a move. Fu Yueying said rightfully. You're in the Cloud Dream Immortal Court. 2. Doing nothing all day? Relying on this broken scroll to get information. You don't even know when people die. The juniors are just too experienced. Ji Bo said halfway through. And when he saw Fu Yueying staring at Yao Qi, he sank into a deep sigh. Just as well. I'll make the trip then. In advance. I won't make a move until the moment of crisis. I still need to secretly prepare and reshape your body. I mustn't be too high profile. Good. Fu Yueying smiled with a radiant smile. Then she transformed into a wisp of light smoke and returned to the lantern. The green lantern was noticeably dimmer. Ji Bo's face sank. He knew that Fu Yueying's situation was getting worse every day. Small Diffusion King City. Su Jia and Luo Zia were riding Xiao Luo and were approaching the royal city. Zhao Changlin looked at the red dot in the river of distant stars, looking at a man and a woman sitting very close to each other on the red dot. The two were talking and laughing. The man is spontaneous and generous, rubbing the woman's long cloud-like hair from time to time. The woman pouted shyly, and although she gave the man a blank look, she didn't move her body half as far away. When Zhao Changlin saw this, he felt absurd to the core of his heart and exchanged glances with Uncle Wen beside him. Is this revenge-seeking? Is this a contest? Beats going to bed, doesn't it? Uncle Wen was expressionless. We're the ones in the dark, worrying for 3 days for nothing. Zhao Changlin was speechless. The two are for 3 days and 3 nights. He was worried for 3 days and 3 nights in the small Diffusion King City. A little too much of a clown, but it's good. This nameless Phoenix girl, who has an old relationship with Brother Su, reckons that she should also be someone from the Central Immortal Court. Zhao Changlin said softly, she can also fight for my little Diffusion Immortal region. Uncle Man nodded before he could speak. Su Ru and the two of them had then arrived in front of Zhao Changlin. Your Highness, Su Ru greeted. Brother Su. Zhao Changlin was incredibly enthusiastic and looked down at Luo Ziao, a flash of amazement in his eyes, which was then well hidden by him. Up close, this nameless Phoenix girl was actually born so beautiful. He had seen women like a river of carp, but a woman with such a temperament and excellent looks was only a handful in his life. Of course, with his brain, it was impossible to find the woman who died coveting Su Ru. There were thousands of women in the back room of the East Palace alone, and he actually looked down on them. Chapter 98, The First Beauty of Xiaoyan? The prince is a good judge of character. This is your sister-in-law, right? Zhao Changlin laughed. I'm not. Luo Zio blushed. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, getting smaller and smaller the further she got. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. Luo Zio was still as shy as a 17-year-old girl. Zhao Changlin continued to compliment. Sister-in-law's elegance is hard to find in ancient times. In the little Diffusion Immortal region, I've only seen another person who can rival sister-in-law, so it can be said that she is the best in little Diffusion. Oh, who is it? Su Ji came to be interested, but was silenced by Luo Ziao's glare. Zhao Changlin laughed out loud. Brother Su is interested in these as well? Just curious. Su Ji's face was expressionless, unable to see what was going on in his heart. And this other person is the first beauty of Xiaoyan, the dragon lady of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Yi Ji, who was on the information I gave you last time, ranked 13th. Su Ji froze, then without moving, he pulled out the intelligence and looked at it. Sure enough, I saw Yi Ji's name in the 13th place. This Yi Ji is from the Central Immortal region. Luo Ziao suddenly came out coldly. You recognize? Su Ji glanced at Luo Ziao. I've met her once when I was practicing in the Central Immortal region. She's from the 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan. Her bloodline is pure. Row 13 is not right. She's beautiful. I'm not as good as her. Luo Zio said while her beautiful eyes stared at Su Ji's eyes. Su Ji's heart condensed and quickly uncovered. Whether it's beautiful or not has nothing to do with me. In fact, I'm faceblind and can't tell if a girl is pretty or not. I can only see the beauty of the mind. Mindfulness. Luo Zio lightly grunted and didn't look away. Su Ru gave Zhao Changlin a wink. Zhao Changlin instantly understood and changed the topic. Brother Su. It's only a month and a half until the Immortal Domain contest. We should almost set off for the Imperial City. Imperial City. Su Ru said. The battle is fought in the Imperial City? To be honest, he also wanted to take a look at these so-called geniuses who were participating in the Battle of Contenders. Can you take a punch from his metamorphosis? How strong is Su Ji now? I'm afraid he can't say it himself. The only way to test the true gold was to battle a truly powerful immortal king. Not bad. The Battle of Contenders was hosted by one of the elders of my Zhao family. Zhao Changlin rubbed his hands together and, that's why I have to work harder. I can't embarrass her. I don't know how many people are watching me this time. Brother Su, I'm counting on you. I'll give you whatever you want as long as you help me save face. Zhao Changlin patted his chest. Su Ru nodded. Afterward, He went back to his residence and called Chu Wanli up, and his group took Zhao Changlin's luxurious flying immortal mansion and headed towards the little diffusion imperial city. Auntie Chu. On the way, Luo Xiao greeted Chu Wanli politely. She had spent some time in Tianshan Central State when she was a child, so she naturally knew Chu Wanli. Ziyo. Chu Wanli smiled stiffly. She felt as if she was the mistress who was caught by the main owner. Luo Xiao didn't think much of it and was still respectful to Chu Wanli. Only Xiao Luo looked at Chu Wanli twice more. After arriving at the little diffusion imperial city, Chu Wanli found Zhao Changlin. The little diffusion imperial city has all kinds of immortal cultivation facilities. Not only can they detect her bloodline, but they can also utilize some secret realms of time to help her advance as quickly as possible. Granted, the flow of time in the little diffusion imperial city's secret land wasn't particularly slow, and it wasn't comparable to Luo Xiao's cultivation conditions in the central immortal region. But to have this opportunity to bend the road, Chu Wanli was already very grateful. Most importantly, totally free. Of course, this was for Su Ji's sake. On that day, the system gave Su Ji 1,000 years of cultivation. It made his cultivation rise slightly. The next evening, Su Ji was still pondering where he was going to be happy this evening. Zhao Changlin approached him. Brother Su. Zhao Changlin cheerfully. Your Highness. Su Ji looked at him. This fat man had nothing to do with anything and must have come to him for something. Sure enough, Zhao Changlin had just sat down on the stool, and the purpose came out of his mouth. Brother Su. Tonight, there is a grand event at Wangchui Lu, and the organizers invited me to go over. I thought of you right away here. Festivals? Su Ru frowned. I don't usually attend these kinds of parties. Brother Su, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me unfold the story. Zhao Changlin said. Tonight, a group of heroes have gathered. The strongest people on my copy of the list can all converge in the Imperial City. Everyone's getting ready for the battle. It's just as well that there's a chance for everyone to get acquainted. And this is also the intention of that elder of my Zhao family. After all, if we win the Shaoyan Civil War, we still have to go out and face the competition from other realms. Don't we? Suja still frowned. In his opinion, those Xian mortals on the list were no match for him. Seconds after meeting is all. No need to get to know each other in advance or anything. Bending over backwards. He wasn't interested in socializing with these people either. Seeing Suji's lack of interest, Zhao Changlin sidled up and said with a hefty smile, Yi Ji will be here too. Yi Ji? The most beautiful girl in Shaoyan? A woman that even Luo Xiao is ashamed of herself? Su Ru looked at Zhao Changlin with cold eyes. What does the crown prince take Mr. Su for? Zhao Changlin laughed. The love of beauty is shared by all. Beauty in general. Elegant people like Brother Su are naturally only there to appreciate it. I won't hide it from Brother Su. There is also the holy daughter of the 10,000 races dancing together tonight. These women can be the most beautiful women from all the clans, temporarily coming over to string together. The royal family spent a lot of money, once in 10,000 years, missed waiting 10,000 years. There's dancing to watch? Suji was silent and stared at Zhao Changlin for 3 seconds. Suddenly a smile unfolded. Prince, what a good judge of character. The sound of two men hemming and hawing ensued from the courtyard. Whether it was Su Ji who was trapped by his heart's demon in the early days, or the joyfulness of being trapped in the Wanshan kingdom in the later days, Su Ji had no time to think about the world. All of which proved that Su Ji was not as decent as he appeared to be. There was only one shackle in his mind that held him back, and that was being married. Moral bondage. If it wasn't for that, and he didn't have to cultivate every day, he would have long ago sought out flowers and all sorts of pleasures. But when Su Ji walked out of the East Palace Immortal Mansion cluster, his face suddenly stiffened. In front of him, Luo Xiao had long been eagerly waiting. Seeing Su Ji, he ran over with a step and a jump. Soju. She was wearing a long white dress today, her fiery red hair cowled behind her and falling straight down between her hips, wrapping up most of the goodness. A pretty face with that milky white skin. Coupled with that, due to practicing the flame Dao, the sides of his nose were vaguely slightly reddish and glossy. For a moment, Su Ji looked a little dumbfounded. Was it good? Luo Xiao blinked. Good looking. Good looking is good looking, but home flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers. A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is better than a thief. This truth, Su Ji still understood. Luo Xiao followed. Doesn't he have to pretend to be a decent person again tonight? There's a conflict with his expectations. Chapter 99. Looking at the Jade Tower. Heaven's Pride arrives. Wangshui Lu. Located at the Chuixian Lake in the center of the Shaoyan Imperial City. This lake is vast and boundless, hanging high in the sky, and is one of the 7 great landscapes of Shaoyan, alongside the Star River Great Falls. The fact that Wangshui Lu was able to have a cluster of rolling mansions in this area was enough to prove how strong the strength behind this restaurant was. Tonight, Wang Lu is overcrowded. The boat on the lake is extremely large. The lakeside lanterns and lights, accompanied by a trace of immortal mist condensed from immortal energy. At first glance, it was cozy to the extreme. In the air, a slight drizzle fell, adding to the mood. It's so romantic. Luo Zia was lying on her back beside the immortal boat, her 2 little feet swaying as she looked down at the beautiful scenery below with some longing. She also wanted to take a nighttime trip to the lake with her lover, but since her birth, almost all of her time has been spent on cultivation, so much so that it is hard for her to even ask for the love that mortals get so easily. Su-ru sat on the side, holding a cup of tea in his hand, reaching out to touch little Gray and looking at the beauty in front of him. He didn't know what Luo Zia was thinking, just quietly jerking the dog, sipping tea and listening to the rain. Yeah, it's so elegant. Soon, this dragon boat representing Prince Xiaoyan sailed into the Wangshui building. It's coming. It's the Crown Prince's honored carriage. See the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is here early and looks confident. I've heard that the Crown Prince's class is enough to win this battle. What with the Chuanqing Immortal Sect and the Tai Sword Sect, they're completely out of his sight. Really? But I've heard that the rewards for this contest are so ridiculously large that there aren't enough spots to grab. So many people from other realms come to our immortal realm just to grab that one spot. I've also heard, Gunstar Immortal Sect is quite suffering this time. The strongholds that are being uprooted one after another. Ah, you said Gunstar Sect? I've heard that so many powerful people now take pleasure in killing the cultivators of the Swarmstar Sect. You can't even hold your head up when you drink until you go out and kill 2 Xianxian immortals from the Chuanqing Sect. Suji heard some broken words and turned his head to look at Luo Ziao. You went to kill the people of the Chuanqing Immortal Sect in the first place with the idea of standing up for me? Luo Ziao's small face reddened, her 2 small hands rubbing the hem of her skirt, squirming. No, I just want to prove that I'm better than you. It's not what you think. Su-ru laughed lightly and didn't retort. The 2 followed Zhao Changlin and directly entered the main hall. Zhao Changlin, as the host, sat directly at the top. Originally, he wanted to invite Suji to sit with him, but Suji was too lazy to be that high profile, so he refused and chose a seat at random in the hall. High profile sometimes means trouble. He didn't want to run into a couple of red-eyed retards everywhere he went, picking on him all the time. With his character, if someone really provoked someone ungratefully, then he would overturn the entire venue and kill until no one dared to speak. Obviously, this night was Zhao Changlin's home turf, and he didn't want to do that and spoil Zhao Changlin's fun. After all, Zhao Changlin had treated him quite well, and the 2 of them occasionally chatted. Even the strongest people are afraid of being alone and need friends. It wasn't like he was practicing that merciless heavenly way. Suji, I want to eat this. You peel it for me. After taking her seat, Luo Ziao pointed to the prawns on the counter in front of her and looked at Suji expectantly. Suji froze, favored with a smile, reached out and picked up the prawns, peeling them. In the past, on such occasions, it was Chu Wanli who peeled it for him to eat. It's a bit disconcerting to have a sudden change of female companion. Luo Ziao beautifully ate a prawn. Her eyes were almost tired of water, and little Gray barked at the side of the dog. Woof, I want prawns too. Suji, you peel them for me. Eat this you. Suji's hand grabbed the shrimp shells and all of them were sent into little Gray's mouth. Cackling loudly, Ash's eyes were haunted, but his mouth wasn't slow. This shrimp shell actually tastes good. And just then, the scene suddenly went silent. A man came to the door of the great hall, dressed in a green-colored robe with a scar at the corner of his eye. He carried a long spear on his back, and his entire body was as straight as a gun. As soon as he appeared, he just coldly glanced at Zhao Changlin and sat alone at the corner. There's no one else in sight. Zhao Changlin's face was ugly, but he didn't say anything. Whispers rang through the arena. It's Nangong Jun. He is that loose cultivator. Ah, really strong. The same Xianxian realm. I see him as if he is a lake of ocean. I really don't know what great Tao he is sensing. Hush, it's impossible for a casual cultivator to be strong like this. He doesn't even put the crown prince in his eyes. He must have a backstage. It's better to talk less about him. Sushi took a glance at Nangong Jun and then withdrew his gaze. Luo Ziyao poked his waist from the side. Don't underestimate others. He's a direct descendant of the Nangong family. And if it weren't for the fact that he doesn't share the same concepts as his brother, he wouldn't have come to the little diffusion immortal domain to compete. Nangong family? Suji froze. This was the first time he had heard of this family. The Nangong family, one of the 4 great families of the immortal domain, is a giant, with power spanning the entire immortal domain. In short, he definitely has more cards than me. Luo Ziyao pursed her lips. Her eyes have the intention of war. But well, this battle, only rely on the bottom card is not enough, but also to combat experience, schemes, improvisation, and even the will to fight every time is very important. Some people may have a lot of undercards, but he underestimates his opponent, who happens to specialize in speed. And when a sword slashes, a person's head falls to the ground, and any undercard is useless. Luo Xiao spoke highly, and Su Ji gave her a stunned look. It seems like you did learn a lot in the central immortal region. Humph, I comprehended this on my own. Luo Xiao laughed playfully. Her hands didn't stop. She also peeled a prawn and handed it to Su Ji. For me? Su Ru was surprised. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you too. Luo Xiao smiled and stuffed the prawns into Su Ji's mouth. Su Ji's heart warmed. Next, the lake churned as more and more powerful people arrived. A young woman dressed in revealing clothes, walking with powder, her face powdered and her lips blackened, walked in exaggeratingly shaking her huge ass. Upon seeing this woman, many men's faces changed and they averted their eyes. Phantom, Phantom, he is the Acacia demon sex Ning Jiao, right? Su Ji's eyes did not ripple as he looked on calmly. This kind of seductive young woman was not his cup of tea. He doesn't like rotten crotches. Aha, Luo Xiao casually replied. The Acacia sect isn't interested in the great Dao flower, and the participating celestials are probably more interesting to her than the contest itself. Su Ru smiled and nodded. Ning Jiao's gaze had been locked on Nangong Jun ever since she came in. Purpose? Self-evident. After Ning Jiao, the people from the demon race arrived, led by a quirky young girl. White hair, red pupils, 2 ponytails, face value is contrary to the sky, wearing a simple dress. There are 2 pocket dragon horns on the head, very similar to the steering wheel. As soon as he came in, he didn't look at anyone and ran straight towards Luo Xiao. Chapter 100, When Mr. Su strikes, blood will definitely be spilled. Sister Xiao. Yi Ji cheered. That nameless phoenix girl is really you, pulling an immortal phoenix and waving it around. There's no one else in the entire immortal region. You keep your voice down. Luo Xiao looked at her unhappily. If I had known you were here, I would have called my brother. The young girl giggled. The dragon and the phoenix are one family. Yi Ji, pay attention to proportion. I told you, I'm already married. Luo Xiao's face became more and more ugly. It's okay, you can get divorced and repudiate your husband. It's a new era. The young girl was unconcerned and painted a picture of pity. Doesn't Sister Xiao want to become a family with someone else? Luo Xiao took a deep breath and didn't bother with her. Little Gray jumped on the casework, trying to gnaw a bone, sniffed and looked at Yi Ji. The dog barked. There are other ways to be a family. What way? Yi Ji's eyes lit up. Tell me, dog. It's simple. You marry my master as a concubine, so that the relationship with your Xiao sister will be intimate, and you can even sleep together in a big bed. Ash spoke eloquently, but he wasn't done yet. 2 chestnuts had hit it on the head. And, of course, there's a third chestnut. Bursts of chestnuts belonging to Su Ru. However, before this burst could hit Ash's head, it turned into a caress, smoothing his fur. This dog, he's been very good at defending his master lately. Whose dog is this? Yi Ji almost exploded with anger. She was actually molested by a dog. She is a dragon. It's mine. Why? Su Ru faintly smiled. You. Yi Ji was about to get angry, but after seeing Su Ji's face, she was shocked. The man in front of him was handsome for one thing. Most of all, Yi Ji's innate spiritual awareness was stronger than others. In her gaze, Su Ji seemed like a muddy world, unable to see or feel. What avenue is this guy sensing? What's your name? Yi Ji was rarely serious. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. Su Ji glanced at Luo Xiao. Her husband. Declaration of sovereignty. Luo Xiao smiled sweetly. You are that Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. Yi Ji pursed her lips. Good. I remember you. After saying that, she quickly ran away, causing Su Ji to be a bit surprised. I thought she wanted to put in a few harsh words about who her brother was and intimidate me. Luo Xiao's big eyes went white. Yi Ji isn't as bad as you think. Her mind is still very pure. However, her brother is indeed at the half-step immortal exaltation realm and is quite strong. Su Ru nodded. Her brother likes you? There's no such thing. I've only met her brother once. Yi Ji is messing around. Luo Xiao spread her hands, looking somewhat innocent. Aha, Su Ru nodded, picking up the wine in front of him and drinking it in one go. At that moment, a sudden clamor arose at the entrance of the Great Hall. Xiao Yan, immortal lord's righteous son. She played the field and sat beside Zhao Changlin. Feeling Shi Chi's aura, Zhao Changlin was ecstatic. Imperial brother, your cultivation. Half-step immortal king. Shi Chi smiled self-effacingly. Good. Zhao Changlin clenched his fist fiercely. When Shi Chi was in the Xianxian realm, he was able to rank 7th. Now that he's 100 feet further ahead, I'm afraid that even Nangong Jun is not his opponent. This competition, even if there was no Su Ji, it would still be a must-win. Double guarantee. After she got up, the Tai Sword Sect's crowd also walked in, and the one at the head was not Xia Danqing, but a middle-aged man with an immortal demeanor. Tai Sword Sect Supreme Elder, Qiu Zifeng. Xia Danqing followed behind him and smiled curtly towards Su Ji. Su Ru glanced at Xia He, who was just behind him, and his brows loosened with a slight frown, before giving him a smile back. Xia Danqing was ecstatic. The matter between himself and Su Joshio was considered to be completely uncovered. Then, after the Tai Chi Sword Sect entered and took their seats, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. As everyone knows, there is one absolute star of the show yet to come, the Gunstar Immortal Sect. During these days, the Chuanqing Immortal Sect was the absolute center of attention in the entire Little Derivation Immortal region as the Little Derivation Immortal region's battle power testing machine. Rumor had it that only single digits remained of the nearly 100 Xianxian immortals of the Chuanqing sect that had been killed. The Chuanqing sect master stormed out, spending a large sum of money to open a teleportation spell and run to the central immortal state to bring help. Be there tonight, and maybe they'll be looking to settle the score. Everyone's eyes were derisive, ready to watch the drama. After all, those who can generously find trouble with your Chuanqing immortal sect, how many people do you dare to retaliate against? Soon, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, a group of people in starched robes fishtailed into the room. The man at the head was expressionless, as if he had no connection to the people behind him. It was none other than Jito, one of the favorites to win the contender tournament. After he entered the great hall, he chose a seat at random and closed his eyes. Behind him, a man with a goatee looked angrily around the entire hall. Sect Master Chuanqing, why don't you take your seat? Zhao Changlin asked with a frown from the high platform. Crown Prince, Gong Sun Gong wants to come and seek justice. Gong Sun Gong bowed. The fest is a happy event. What kind of justice do you want? Zhao Changlin was very dissatisfied. Gong Sun Gong said, I Chuanqing Immortal Sect, also belongs to the Shaoyan Immortal Domain. Usually pay a lot of tribute to Shaoyan Immortal Palace. The prince should not chill the heart of his own family. Zhao Changlin reached out. Stop. I'll ask you what you want in terms of justice. You don't say anything else. Gong Sun Gong looked around and crossed the faces of Nangong Jun, Ning Jiao, Luo Zio, Yi Ji and others. It eventually rested on Su Ji's face. The cause of my Gunstar Sect's sorrow is the Su Joshio from the Tianxian realm. He opened the door of sin that hunts my swarming star Xianxian immortals. I also ask the Crown Prince to fulfill my request. Let me and him seek justice. Gong Sun Gong was not stupid. Of course the persimmon had to pick the soft one. Su Ji was stunned, not expecting to sit in such an inconspicuous position. This Gong Sun Gong still shouted him out from the crowd at a glance. Zhao Changlin frowned from the upper head. You, a great power head, want to seek justice with a casual cultivator? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Gong Sun Gong bowed. I have 3 Xian immortals under me from the Central Immortal State's 10,000 Stars Dojo. They can act on my behalf. 3 Xian immortals. Central Immortal State, 10,000 Stars Dojo. Gong Sun Gong's words were not only to seek justice from Su Joshio, but also to let everyone present know. He, Gunstar Sect, had a backstage. Not just anyone could trample across the domain. Zhao Changlin frowned deeply. The 10,000 Stars Dojo wasn't considered weak in the Central Immortal State, which was why he hadn't been able to forcefully suppress the Gunstar Immortal Sect. But today was an event hosted by his Zhao family, and this Gong Sun Gong jumping on his face like this was simply slapping him in the face. But just as he was about to drink in the fight, Su Ji directly walked out, looking at Gong Sun Gong with a smile. Chuanqing Sect Master, is it? Let's talk first. If Mr. Su strikes, he will surely splatter blood. Are you sure you want to claim this justice? How dare you? Insolence! Ignorant! Before Gong Sun Gong spoke, the 3 Xian immortals behind him wearing purple star robes snapped their eyes open and looked viciously at Su Ji. Are you saying that you, a tiny ascended cultivator, can win against us 3 brothers? Billions of realm ascension. That in the immortal realm natives' cognition, that is slaves, low class, is not to look up to. Therefore, Su Ji's words directly angered these 3 Xian immortals from the Central Immortal State. Su Ru looked at the 3 indifferently. I'm not targeting the 3 of you. I mean, everyone here. It's all garbage. At those words, several Xian immortals at the top of the list, including Nangong Jun, all changed their faces, and Su Ji's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he made his right hand into a palm and slapped it out. Clang! Sounding like a bell. That Xianxian standing in the middle position of the 3, instantly had his eyes wide and round. His head separated and directly smashed on top of the wall of the hall. Red and white, blood and flesh. Avatar. Teleportation. Chapter 101. Immortal King stops the road. Still wants to kill. Snort. In the great hall, The headless corpse sprayed plasma outward as if it were a spring. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Suji blankly. Tonight is, in the end, an event. Even if there was an argument, it wouldn't be so quick to see red, would it? Even that Nangong Jun, who had been keeping his eyes closed, was now looking at Suji with interest. Especially Suji's sentence that all people were trash caused a hint of killing intent in this person's eyes. Yiji had just taken a seat from the side and was still pondering what great Dao Suji had actually realized, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Suji had slapped a Xian immortal to death. It's so tigerish. She was shocked. Someone who disregarded the rules so much was rare to find throughout the immortal realm. Su Jiuxiao, are you declaring war with the entire Little Diffusion immortal region? Gong Sun Gong's eyes widened in anger as he turned to look at Zhao Changlin, who was seated high up. All the forces are present today. Su Jiuxiao rose up and killed. Ignoring everything, please ask the Crown Prince to make a decision and return a clear sky to my Chuanqing immortal sect. When the words fell, the hall fell silent and all eyes focused on Zhao Changlin. Zhao Changlin lowered his eyebrows and took a sip of his tea. Other people didn't know Suji's background, but he knew it in his heart. The one standing behind him was a time immortal. He's going to judge Suju? Not enough trouble? Crown Prince! Gong Sun Gong once again bellowed in a deep voice. Zhao Changlin remained indifferent. Hateful. It is only now that Gong Sun Gong has come to his senses. Zhao Changlin is siding with Su Jiuxiao. The Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion was siding with Su Jiuxiao. Since the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion can't give me clarity, then I, Gunstar Sect, will seek justice on my own. Come on man, do it! After Gong Sun Gong finished drinking in a deep voice, the two Xianxian immortals behind him directly pulled up their swords. The two star avenues were linked to each other, and even shared laws that vaguely had the power of a domain. If that Xian immortal from before hadn't died, I'm afraid that the three of them would have been able to construct a pseudo-domain and suppress all enemies under the Immortal King. But unfortunately, Suji struck with a thunderous blow and had already broken through their formation. Drink! The aged star-clothed Xianxian on the left slashed with his sword. Suji turned slightly sideways. At the same time a frown was raised. The eye of the formation was broken, and the two of them, when they joined forces, would not be able to take themselves at all. As Gong Sun Gong was the head of a large power, Suji didn't believe that he couldn't see this. Staying mindful, Suji gazed at the aged Xianxian. This titillation was worthy of being a Xian immortal of the central immortal region. The gold content was just much stronger than the Xian immortals of the Little Diffusion immortal region. In the sword technique, not only was there the great Tao of shattering and cutting, but even the sword path had vaguely touched that point of potential. Once this point is punctured, everything is a sword. And with the sword into the Xian immortal, the attack is overwhelming, and it can really go through two moves with Su Ji. But now, too tender. Su Ru's eyes turned white. The divine ability to break the void was activated. Everything was hidden. Even the next trajectory of the Xian immortal in front of him was vaguely predicted. Die! Su took a step forward, pulled up his horse stance, and blasted down with a punch. The space vaguely trembled, as if it was about to break open, and the surrounding people were greatly alarmed, and they used their immortal energy to consolidate the space. Clang! Suja blasted his fist on top of the tip of the star-clothed Xuanxian sword. Positively, with a hard-on, a sound like the collision of golden stones came out, causing the soul to tremble. Then, a figure was seen violently sent flying. By the time it landed on the wall, it was already in pieces and bursting apart. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. It was certainly that star-clothed Xian immortal. At the same time, fragments of the sword blade spilled in the air. The immortal swords are broken up. A punch, with the man and the sword, directly whacked to smithereens. The ultimate in violent beauty. Drink! Another middle-aged Xian immortal raised his sword, and a white aura came from far to near, extremely fast, instantly approaching behind Su Ji, and stabbed out with a sword, straight to the back of his heart. Dang! The sword struck Su Ji's armor, blooming with sparks, but it failed to inch in. You have protective immortal armor. The middle-aged Xian immortal was stunned, but he was not slow, and the tip of his sword drew a mysterious trace, like a gazelle hanging from a horn, and stabbed straight at Su Ji's dantian. A sword chi passed in from the tip of the sword, through Su Ji's armor. Hey! The middle-aged Xianxian laughed. His move is similar to hitting the bull across the mountain. Even the best equipment can penetrate, shock the dantian, shattered the 5 viscera, but Su Ji's current physical body, I'm afraid it's tougher than even the holy armor of battle. Su Ru received the sword, not moving like a mountain, turning his head to look at him. Are you done playing? The middle-aged Xianxian froze. You're not injured? Pound. A palm that slapped straight onto the middle-aged Xian immortal's forehead with wisps of chaotic chi. In an instant, the middle-aged Xianxian's body collapsed, as if it had been feathered, and directly turned into particles. disappearing in the eyes of everyone. Suru clapped his hands and turned towards Gong Sun Gong. Gong Sun Gong trembled on the spot. He was able to become this sect leader not by strength, but by connections as well as the family lineage behind him. In terms of cultivation, he was simply no match for those 3 Xian immortals. Suji killed those 3 people as if they were chickens. How could he not be afraid? Su Jiu Xiao. What other moves? Make them out. Suji's face was expressionless, like an emissary from hell, walking towards Gong Sun Gong step by step. Uncle sure. Make a move. Gong Sun Gong shouted in alarm. As the words fell, the space around them broke open. Suja frowned greatly and directly retreated 3 steps. In place, a fiery red star core manifested. Burst open. Rumble. A piece of space directly dissipated without a sound. Then a red-haired, red-browed man appeared in the field. With a sinister smile, he looked at Su Ji. An immortal king, to be able to avoid my meteorite star at first light. I didn't realize that there was such an exceptional young man in the little diffusion immortal domain. Where did you learn from? Su Ji said indifferently. Cut the crap. I'm going to kill Gong Sun Gong. Are you going to stop me? The red-haired man lost his smile. Do you know who I am? Suru did not answer. I'm going to kill him. You can't stop me. It was as if the red-haired man had heard the funniest thing in the world. What are you talking about? I'm an immortal king. Brat. If you can kill Gong Sun Gong in front of me, I'll rip my head off and kick it for you as a ball. Out of your depth. The people in the Great Hall shook their heads and laughed at the words. An immortal king is in charge of the domain. And in the domain is invincibility. If you want to break the king, you must first break the domain. This Su Jiuxiao doesn't look like he's very clear about the divine abilities of high realm cultivators. The gap between a Xian immortal and an immortal king is like a heavenly rift. Unless there is some special means to break the domain. Otherwise it's like trying to find the moon at the bottom of the ocean with a stick. It's not even in the same dimension. Not bad. This Su Jiuxiao dares to treat an immortal king with disrespect. There's plenty of bitterness for him to eat. Suji smiled, and the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword appeared in his right hand. The look suddenly changed. With a stern cry, the Emperor's sword slashed diagonally. Gong Sun Gong, take the sword. Chapter 102, Being Powerful. I will have a great scholar to braid my scriptures for me. Catch the sword? Gong Sun Gong was already scared, and now that he heard the stern shout, he subconsciously took 3 steps back. In the next second, seeing that the red-haired man stayed where he was and didn't move, and the faces of the people in the Great Hall were also flat, he instantly reacted. Being swindled? He himself, a great lord of a great power, was actually scared by a junior who took 3 steps backward with a drink? Tell it to make people laugh. Gong Sun Gong righted himself, took a step forward, and was about to speak. He saw the red-haired man's face change drastically, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Immediately, the sky turned and his perspective changed to the ground. Why are you guys pouring? Unconscious. Gong Sun Kung, head on the ground. High-ranked immortal technique. Sword technique, sublime 3 blades. The whole room was silent. You're a space-based sword immortal? The red-haired man bellowed. Space Avenue plus sword Dao? This Tama, put it in the central immortal state, is a top talent. If you don't fall, you'll be guaranteed an immortal dignity. How could we run into each other in a tiny little diffusion immortal region? What's more, why would he, a sword cultivator, bother to participate in the immortal domain battle? He's not. At that moment, the surrounding space frequently cracked. At least 5 immortal kings walked out. All of them were the hidden hands of the major powers, preventing the little diffusion immortal mansion from tearing itself apart and causing unnecessary losses. A road protector, a must-have for wealthy gentlemen on the road. Kid, where did you get your swordsmanship? An immortal king in blue robes had longing in his eyes. High-ranked immortal techniques that immortal kings happen to apply. If one were to learn this kind of sword technique, even if it was just a little bit of skin, then the means of attack would rise several steps. Who doesn't crave it? Does it matter to you? Su had his hands in the air, and even though he was facing 6 immortal kings, he still didn't change his color and was open to them. The vigor is not bad. I just don't know how the bones are. A very feminine-looking man heatedly laughed and, capture him and force him. Good. The red-haired man was just what he wanted to do. Even as he was afraid that the others would jump ahead of him, he directly took a step forward. In an instant, the star field enveloped the Chui Xian Lake. The red-haired man had at least a mid-immortal king cultivation, and at this moment, he went all out, turning this area directly into a sea of stars. A large star is simply going to be a fake. If the red-haired man detonated, the entire little diffusion imperial city would explode. This is the might of the immortal king. Su's face changed as he realized that he had still underestimated the immortal king. There were also differences between immortal kings and immortal kings. The red-haired man in front of him was from the central immortal state, and was clearly among the powerful group of immortal kings. "Come you." The red-haired man approached, and a star chain appeared in his hand. The chain was filled with large stars and even inhabited by living beings. Su resigned with a long whistle. The sun and the moon appeared together in the air. Chaotic chi instantly filled his limbs and bones. His chi and blood boiled without stopping, and the sound of waves churning came from his body. The 7 books of martial scripture operated to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he went all out. In a battle of the strong, there is no room for flukes. A fist blasted out, and a heaven and earth furnace burning with extreme flames appeared. The heaven and earth melting furnace fist was run to the extreme by Su Ji, and even Su Ji could vaguely see the great Tao behind this fist. That was devouring the avenue. It was also at the moment when the heaven and earth melting furnace was about to collide with the star chain. Stop! A yin-yang taiji picture suddenly appeared in the hall. The picture shows a woman holding a lance and swinging it left and right. A pic of the furnace of heaven and earth. Second pic of the star chain. 3 pics of the star field. It looked like 3 shots, but in reality, it came out with thousands of gun shadows. All of the battle techniques, as if they had been singled out in the face, lost their power and were shot into the spatial cracks, disappearing without a trace. Su Ji and the red-haired man each took 3 steps back, their faces grave to the core. This was a truly strong person. Su Ji even felt a trace of Ji Thin's might on her. In the next instant, the woman showed her true form. A green robe, high ponytail, holding a lance, valiant and majestic face. Anti Ruo. Zhao Changlin was surprised. Teacher, Luo Zia was originally worried to death, but at this moment, she was ecstatic and directly jumped up. Zhao Iruo glanced at the two with little expression. Then he looked at the several immortal kings. Shaoyan is my Zhao family's territory. Are you all here to destroy this place? The red-haired man withdrew his divine powers and became as honest as a mortal. He knew that this place could no longer be moved. Zhao Iroi, known as the Jedi-Gun Immortal King. Seal the Immortal King. This is not self-appointed, but has been certified by that enrolled immortal list in the Central Immortal State. With her strength, if she really wanted to make a move, the 5 immortal kings in the field, one person would just take a shot and pick them all to death. Jedi-Gun Immortal King. You have to judge us. The red-haired man was filled with righteous indignation. I, the 10,000 Stars Dojo, responded to the call and came to the banquet, never expecting that even the Gunstar sect leader of this place would be sliced to death with a sword, or committing a murder in front of several of our immortal kings. This is not only insulting our 10,000 Star sect and our immortal king, but it's also disregarding the Zhao family. Throughout history, who has dared to do whatever they want in the Zhao family? Only this son. At these words, all the immortal kings nodded. Bypassing the immortal king to commit murder is disrespectful in itself. The immortal realm's hierarchy was strict. Xianxian immortals should prostrate themselves like ants in front of an immortal king. Who would dare to provoke them? Don't talk about geniuses. Which immortal king wasn't a genius when he was young? Is there such a thing? Zhao Yairo looked at Su Ji. Su Ji frowned slightly. He was too lazy to argue anything. Killing is killing. Who cares who is right and who is wrong? From start to finish, he has made his way in the world with his fists. When he was falsely accused in the Tianqian realm, rather than killing the 10 emperors and 100 saints and rebelling against the academy, he didn't even bother to explain a word. Tough guy. Not much to say. Besides, if he really wanted to leave, these immortal kings in the field wouldn't necessarily be able to take him down. If you can't, fill ash with gas and explode with these people. He has all the cards. Seeing Su Ru's silence, Zhao Yairo's brows furrowed deeply. Of course she was on Su Ji's side, but it was difficult for her when Su Ji looked like I did everything. It can't be unreasonable, can it? It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man with a white cap and white robe on his side saw the opportunity and scurried out. He was dressed in a scholar's uniform, holding a volume of books in his left hand and a pen in his right, and had the look of a wise man. Reporting to the immortal king. I know everything about the other party. Who are you? Choi Iroh gave him a look. I am the sect master of the Tai Sword sect. Xia Danqing. Xia Danqing bowed. Oh, Zhao Iruo was no stranger to the Tai Sword sect, and nodded at his words. So tell me, what just happened and why did it diffuse into a bloodshed scene? Xia Danqing cleared his throat. Everything that happened just now, all the faults, are the fault of this Gunstar Immortal sect as well as the 10,000 Stars Dojo. Kid, what are you babbling about? The red-haired man was furious. Xia Danqing laughed coldly. Just now, everyone present saw that it was that Gong Sun Gong who was aggressive, holding himself out as calling for support from the immortal domain, and making a big deal out of it at the event, to make everyone present, to give him justice, and even force the prince to give a result. Majestic. What a god. Chapter 103, the immortal king reveals his cowardice and is sentenced according to the law. Is there such a thing? After hearing what Xia Danqing said, Zhao Ruo looked towards Zhao Changlin on the high platform. There is this. Zhao Changlin bowed. You. The red-haired man was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to lash out at Zhao Changlin, so he could only hold his elbow and sulk. And then? Zhao Ruo said faintly. Then, Mr. Su, justice is too much. Really can't see past. One person and a sword rushed out, just to guard the world's righteousness. Can't allow Xiao Xiao to be a sneak. Xia Danqing continued to bow. He made a pact with Gong Sun Gong. In a battle of life and death, no one else may ask questions. Upon hearing this, the crowd's minds recalled just now the sentence that came out of Su Ru's mouth. Mr. Su's killings will result in blood splattering. Are you sure you want to claim this justice? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it being interpreted as a covenant. Even the red-haired man could not refute it. Aha! Roicho gestured for him to continue. But just as Prince Su was gaining the upper hand, this red-haired immortal king, in defiance of morality, forcibly intervened in the battle of life and death. He was also the one who signaled Su Gongzi to kill Gong Sun Gongzi, and even promised that if Su Gongzi could do it, the red-haired immortal king would be willing to use the head as a ball and place it on the ground to play with at will. Sir Su did it, but the red-haired immortal king missed his words. This kind of backstabbing person actually even backtracked and reduced our Duke Su, who abides by the spirit of the contract, to an arrogant and domineering person. It's really revolting. It's even more pathetic to have this person in the 10,000 Stars dojo. You. The red-haired immortal king was enraged when he heard this, his five senses kneading together as he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Where did this smooth-talking dog thief come from? Speaking without any room for rebuttal, he was directly reduced to a complete villain. Interfering in a life and death battle in front of a large crowd is a good thing. Then it seems like it's the 10,000 Stars dojo's fault? Zhao Royale looked at the red-haired immortal king and frowned at the other immortal kings. And why have you shown yourselves? The other five immortal kings glanced at each other before they could speak. Xia Danqing snatched his words and sneered. Ostensibly, it's for the 5 words immortal kings must not be dishonored. Wanting to preserve that so-called face. In reality, everyone knows that they're after Su Jiaoxiao's sword technique. Swordsmanship. At these words, the 5 immortal kings' faces changed. The immortal region contest, led by the central immortal region, was aimed at extraditing talents. The immortal realm is not all smooth sailing. There are enemies and the need for fresh blood. If every talent that shows its worth is persecuted, then in the long run, who would dare to come and participate in the battle for supremacy? Zhao Roy's willow brows furrowed as she looked towards the 5 immortal kings and faintly said, "Is this statement false?" The 5 of them looked at each other. They all had big origins and things were not done, as long as they were hard and did not admit it. Zhao Ruo could not do anything about them. The feminine man said in a cold voice, "This seed is not interested in any immortal law, just this little Xian, even to the immortal king disrespectful, disobedient to the unwritten subterfuge of the immortal domain. A moment to look at the eye, come out to reprimand a few words only. Is it hard for the Jedi Gun immortal king to condemn us for this trivial matter? When did the Zhao family become so savage? Not bad." The 2 green-clothed immortal kings nodded, and it looked like they were from the same faction, but they didn't make a move just now. They just watched from afar. At this moment, seeing that Zhao Ruo wanted to be accountable, he shifted his gaze faintly to Su Ji's face. "What do you think, little friend?" There was a faint threat in his voice. They know. As long as the person concerned did not pursue the matter, then Chiu Iroh could not even give them a verbal warning. Who can come here without some big backers behind them? Together, even the Zhao family would have to retreat. The red-haired man obviously realized this as well, and turned his head to look at the 2 remaining immortal kings with tentacles on their heads. Green light flashed around the 2 from time to time, and they were clearly demon immortal kings. The demon race's ability to reproduce is amazing. In the immortal domain, the demon race is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Even the top force, not worse than the human race. The 2 demon immortal kings glanced at each other and were about to open their mouths and unite against each other. Suddenly, a female voice came through. "I can prove that just now." The demon clan and the immortal king of the Nangong clan were trying to lay their hands on Su Jiaoxiao and seize his immortal laws, especially the demons, who will also have to tackle him. "I know this demon he's from the Acacia sect, but there's no masculinity, particularly fond of men on weekdays. Su Jiaoxiao is so long and handsome, besides wanting his immortal laws, he must want something else." Su Ji sniffed and his face darkened. "It's the kind of thing that creeps me out just thinking about it." So much so that his gaze towards the feminine man was filled with killing intent. "Disgusted with myself. Kill, kill, kill." The feminine man's face changed at the words and he looked at the person who spoke out. The crowd parted like a wave, and a stunningly beautiful white-haired, red-pupiled young girl walked out. She didn't even look at the feminine man, but instead winked at Su Ji. Yi Ji. After Yi Ji spoke out, the two demon immortal kings immediately fell back and stood behind Su Ji, blocking the two green-clothed Xianxian immortals' gazes back. The Nangong family, the Acacia sect, and the 10,000 Stars dojo. To be able to do this to juniors of the same clan, my demon race is absolutely disgraceful. The two of us are standing out to guard little friend Su from persecution. Demon stand. Positions are polarized. The 5 immortal kings went to 2 of them, plus Zhao Yi's seeming favoritism towards Su Ru. The redhead's brow furrowed deeply. Pressuring people with power is not going to work this way. High heaven, what else do you have to say? Roy Zhao looked at the red-haired man. Gao Tian. Gao Tian took a deep breath. The Zhao family is determined to oppress my Wanqing dojo? It's just a matter of following the law. What do you want then? Gao Tian murmured. Sentence the penalty. Zhao Irua crossed her spear. On the eve of the Battle of Contenders, laying hands on the juniors of the Battle of Contenders, one person will be punished with 3 million pounds of immortal gold. 3 million pounds of immortal gold. For an immortal king, it wasn't too much, but it definitely wasn't too little either. And it has a great impact on the face. Do you really think my 10,000 Stars dojo was easy to bully? Gao Tian was furious. As the immortal king of the 10,000 Stars dojo, when had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? What are you yelling at me for? You want to have a go at me? Zhao Irua was displeased, and her mighty pressure was released as the temperature of the surrounding space suddenly climbed. Zip, zip, zip. There were flaming lances faintly swinging through the domain, scorching the space with lance shadows, and a boundless killing aura filled the entire space. What? Dual domains intertwined. Avenues fused. Half-step immortal? The temperature of the flames was getting higher and higher, but in Gao Tian's eyes, it was as if a basin of cool water was poured down on his head, cooling him from head to toe. Zhao Irua is Zhao Irua, and the Zhao family is the Zhao family. Previously, Gao Tian was still able to be stubborn for a couple of moments just because Zhao Irua was still in the Immortal King realm, and if he really wanted to leave, Zhao Irua wouldn't be able to keep him. But now at a glance, Zhao Irua had stepped into a half-step immortal exalt. It was no longer a level of beings with them. If it wasn't for the name of the 10,000 Stars dojo holding up behind him, Gao Tian would have even wanted to directly kneel down and worship. Pop! A storage ring was flung out by Gao Tian. Absolute gun immortal king. This time, I, Gao Tian, am convinced, Gao Tian said hatefully, but I hope that no one plays favorites in the battle for supremacy and that it's fair. Fair. What the weak seek is the word fairness. Zhao Irua snorted. I was ordered by the immortal court, and I represent not only myself, but the entire Cloud Dream immortal court. Would I show favoritism? Get lost. Gao Tian took a deep breath, but it was no longer angry. A half-step immortal exalt was in front of him, and he couldn't afford to feel half as vengeful. He just gave Su Ji an annoyed look, then turned around and walked to Jido's side. You know what I mean. He reached up and slashed at his neck. Jido opened his eyes and nodded, a hidden light flashing across his brow. In the battle of the battlefield, I will take his life in a dignified manner. Chapter 104, Zhao Irua's advice. Yi Ji comes looking? In the middle of the field, Zhao Irua looked at the two green-robed immortal kings again. Our Nangong family is also going to be sentenced? One of the immortal kings laughed. The case is handled according to the law and is treated equally. See you. Zhao Irua was much more polite. Okay. 2 storage rings were thrown out, and the 2 immortal kings, with a disinterested face, stood behind Nangong Jun and whispered, Young lord, do we need to pressure the Zhao family? An exquisite light flashed in Nangong Jun's eyes. There's no need. I'm out. How humiliating would it be to rely on my family's power again? Take back the face you lost with your own fists. The battle of contenders is just around the corner. I will kill everyone in this little diffusion immortal region. To capture the great Dao flower, I don't need a teammate. One is enough. The 2 immortal kings bowed. Young lord is worth it. Afterwards, Zhao Irua looked at the feminine man from the demon race. Jedi Gun Immortal King. The feminine man glanced flirtatiously at Zhao Irua. Madaka. Ah. A shot pierced directly into the feminine man's collarbone. You're too disgusting. You're fined 5 million immortal gold. Ning Jiao, who was watching from afar, really wanted to find a crack in the ground. What kind of retarded Taoist protector did the sect send her anyway? Is she here to protect her path? Or is she out to seek and hunt? It's outrageous. If only she had Yiji's looks. I really want to marry into the Nangong family. $5 million. And I don't want to say it twice. In the middle of the field, Zhao Irua drew his lance, bringing out blood and making a gesture to stab out again. I give. The feminine man was in agony and directly threw out a storage ring. He then looked at Su Ji. The blood leveled a few points of enchantment. Charming said, I look forward to the moment you reach Immortal King. LOL. Suju's fists were clenched. Don't let this siren meet him outside. Otherwise you will be cut to pieces. In the end, Zhao Irua glanced at Yi Ji and then at the two immortal kings of the demon race, directly skimming over them. The event is starting. Su Zhouxiao, come with me for a moment. With that, she exited the great hall and found a flying roof to sit on. Su Ru was staggered. Zhao Irua was Zhao Changlin's aunt and Luo Xiao's teacher. Instead of looking for them to catch up, you're looking for yourself? Go teacher can be good. Must wanna give you those storage rings just now. Luo Xiao pulled Su Ji's sleeve. Well, Su Ru followed him out and sat with Zhao Irua on the flying roof. Zhao Irua looked at the beautiful Chui Xian Lake. Halfway through the morning, he opened his mouth. A chance? Su Ru nodded. Background? Su Ru shook his head. Then why this high profile? Zhao Irua turned her head to look at him. Su Ru was silent. Too rigid is easy to break. You've completely offended the Nangong family and the 10,000 Stars sect today. Zhao Irua seemed to be speaking to herself. Nangong Jun and Ji Do, both of them have the ability to battle immortal kings. Nangong Jun, in particular, had an endless number of undercards. There's only a month left, or if you abstain from the race, I can extradite you to enter the central immortal state and join my disciples. Abandonment? Su Ru turned his head to look at Zhao Irua. Although Zio is not my close disciple, she also followed me to learn spearmanship, and there is also a master and disciple bond between each other. Zhao Irua faintly said, before the battle for supremacy begins, I'll help if I can, but after the battle for supremacy begins, life and death have their own destiny, and I won't give you the slightest bit of help. Su Ru lost his smile. I don't need to show favoritism. I will walk this path with integrity and battle all enemies. You are overly concerned. Zhao Irua's brows knitted deeply. There was a slight disappointment in his heart. Earlier, I heard Luo Xiao say that this husband of his had the appearance of ascending to the heavens, and even the time immortal sovereign had explicitly and implicitly praised him a few times. But upon seeing them today, she felt that the two were overrated. She felt that Suji's heart was not working. A great man can bend and bend, and an immortal exalt can also suffer crotch humiliation. Not to mention him being a Xian. What's a little setback before you grow up? It is the pride of those who take the invincible road. When they meet force majeure, they also have to learn to bow their heads. It's nothing. As long as you are successful in the future, there will be great scholars to braid the scriptures for you, and all your resumes will be unbeatable. Defeat and retreat only exist in the wild, only in the theater. Thinking of this, Zhao Irua didn't bother to say much. She was good at taiji and spearmanship, and was not here to take Su Ji as her disciple, but just some advice from an elder to a junior. You take these storage rings, and look forward to your performance in the battle of contention. Having said that, from the look of Zhao Irua's face, she didn't think highly of Su Ji. The main thing was that his opponent, who was coming from a really big place. Su Ru reached out, wanting to return the storage ring, but he heard Zhao Irua continue. For Zio, not for you. Immortal gold is just needed for cultivation. Even if your breathing method is strong, if you draw energy from the universe every time, your cultivation won't be fast enough. After saying that, Zhao Irua's figure disappeared into the flying eaves. And that's when the fireworks bloomed in the distance and the many water plays opened. The holy maiden of the 10,000 races was wearing a light veil and was holding a pipa, which instantly caught Su Ji's gaze. People have different levels, their vision is different. For mortal beauties, Su Ji was already tired of looking at them. However, the impact that this huge event in front of him brought to Su Ji was no less than the Lantern Festival that he had first watched in the Tianxian realm when he was young. Brother Su, why are you alone here watching the show? Zhao Changlin walked over to the flying eaves and handed Su Ji a wine pot. Su Ru took over and drank a pot. The way is different. I just think those people are noisy. Spunky. Zhao Changlin gave a thumbs up. We're actually people along the way. We share the same odor. We both love to look at beautiful women. And we both don't like to be checked and balanced by others. It's just that I'm not as strong as you are. Su Ru laughed. And the wine went dry. The two of them just watched the event from the flying eaves. And even Luo Xiao didn't come to disturb. Due to the withdrawal of the Chaos Chi protection, Su Ji took the rare step of getting himself drunk. On the second day, in the 1,000-year cultivation tone sent by the system, Su Ji woke up in the back hall of the East Palace. Luo Xiao sat beside him, holding a book and looking at it. The sunlight shot into the hall, shining on Luo Xiao's side face, a strand of long hair hanging down, adding a point of beauty. Quite a bit of a lady of the house. You're awake? Luo Xiao laughed. This wine is so damn strong. Su Ji urged his chaotic chi, and in an instant, the discomfort disappeared. Are you going to practice today? Luo Xiao looked at Su Zhouxiao. Going with me to the secret land of time to practice my gun? I don't have to. Su Ru stretched and looked at her seriously. As long as you're beside me, my cultivation will automatically soar. And there's no need to suffer in cultivation at all. Is this the power of love? Luo Xiao didn't know that Su Ji was telling the truth, and thought that he was talking about love. Her face was red with shame, and she gave Su Ji a glance in a flirtatious manner, and said softly, "Alright then, Yi Ji is looking for you. In the main hall." Angela Yip, the female dragon? Su Ji froze, then looked at Luo Xiao. "You wouldn't not want to tell me at first, right? Of course. You're not honest. And Yi Ji is still so good looking that you come to miss other people's husbands early in the morning. Why should I tell you?" Luo Xiao lightly hummed and turned her head out of Su Ji's hall. Chapter 105 Yi Ji's Possession? The Test of the Dragon God. Su Ji froze in place. In Luo Xiao's eyes, he was actually evaluated as dishonest? Is it that easy to see through? Su Ji hooked his own nose and walked out of the back hall to a welcoming hall. Inside the hall, Yi Ji watched Luo Xiao fly away from the side, but her divine sense still remained inside the hall, and she lost her smile a little. "Don't worry, Sister Xiao. I won't steal your husband from you." "Humph." Luo Xiao's voice came from the distance. Su Ji walked into the hall with a flat expression and looked at Yi Ji. "Something wrong with Miss Yi?" Yi Ji laughed. "Yesterday I stood up for you at Wang Chui Lu, so you didn't thank me a bit." Su Ji looked at her. "This is also the point that I am puzzled about. I am not related to Miss Yi. Why did the girl turn against me on the spot?" Yi Ji pretended to be mysterious. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Su Ru, falsehood. You're long and handsome. I have my eye on you." Yi Ji shyly glanced at Su Ji. "Su Ru, I can't believe that's not true." Su Ji's face was expressionless. "What about the truth? You have a lot of potential. I have my eye on you." Yi Ji shed her shyness and looked serious. Su Ru frowned slightly. "I'm only at the early stage of Xian Immortal. As the first beauty of Shaoyan and from the seven-colored heavenly dragon clan, what kind of handsome person have you not seen before? Why are you treating me specially?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ji said with a straight face, "No special treatment. This is just an investment. Yes, I admit. In my opinion, you're not strong enough right now and you definitely can't beat Nangong Jun. It's even possible that they won't be able to defeat the Ji Do, because technically speaking, none of them are considered Little Diffusion Immortal Domain's heavenly pride. You risk dying a violent death at any moment. Then you still invest in me?" Su Ji looked at her with a smirk. "Where do you differ from them?" Yi Ji asked rhetorically. "I don't see the difference." The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched, but after thinking about it, he said, "Gap in realm? According to the list, that Ningzhao's half-step Immortal King cultivation was actually ranked below Nangong Jun. This showed that Nangong Jun was most likely hiding his strength. If he took that step, and the domain moved with the Tao, he would indeed pull out an invisible chasm with ordinary Xian Immortals. However, Su Ji's physical body cultivation had almost reached this point as well, and he could break the domain with his strength. So, he doesn't feel at a disadvantage. However, the cultivation of the physical body could not be seen at a glance, and could only be proved by fighting. Therefore, Su Ji didn't bother to explain anything. Yi Ji looked at Su Ji and stared. "I can make your realm catch up to theirs and fight at the same level." Su Ru turned his head in dismay. "What treasures are there that are close to the Great Tao?" "No." Yi Ji's aura loosened and released. Endless vitality impacted the eastern palace of Little Diffusion. Hidden domains of life bloomed in this world. In an instant, it was like a withered tree regenerating and the earth returning to spring, and even the power in Su Ji's body had the illusion of being inexhaustible. Domain. But there's something unreal about it. Pseudo domain. I didn't expect the girl to have reached a half-step Immortal King as well. Su Ji's face remained unchanged. "But what does this have to do with me?" Yi Ji smiled mysteriously. Her right hand and Su Ji's palm were close to each other. Her 10 fingers were closed, and her whole person disappeared. Instantly, a layer of greenish light bloomed on Su Ji's body surface. Su Ru's complexion was shaken. It's a very subtle feeling. The Great Way was closing in, and the cultivation was climbing. In a moment, he reached the half-step Immortal King realm. With a wave of his hand, he even vaguely created a 5-elemental great domain. "You actually sensed the 5 elements Great Tao?" Yi Ji's surprised voice rang in his ears. "No, I think you've sensed more than just one Great Tao. What else?" "It is inconvenient to disclose." Su Ru shook his head. In the next instant, the green light disappeared, and Yi Ji's stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the same place, smilingly looking at Su Ji. "I'm useful, aren't I?" "Useful." Su Ru nodded. Sharing cultivation and sharing the Great Tao. This divine ability was too heaven-defying. It was no wonder that even Zhao Ruo didn't dare to make a move against them yesterday at the Forgotten Shui building. Too many connections. "Want?" Yi Ji suddenly got close, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Ji from a close distance, and there seemed to be stars blooming in her eyes. Ahem! A woman's soft cough came from the distance. Suji was aghast and said, if my guess is correct, this method of possession requires some sort of heavenly Tao contract, right? A girl gives herself to me so easily? Does that make sense? Yiji stepped back and glanced at Suji with satisfaction. You really don't look stupid. It's just your mouth that's stupid. Suru, Yiji added. The object that this girl chooses to possess must be a talent with extraordinary talent that can stand at the peak of this world. If you can pass the Dragon God's test of my 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan, this girl will sign the Heavenly Dragon contract with you, and from now on, I will only look up to you, and I will work as an ox or a horse. Waiting for me here? Suru shrugged his shoulders. Sure enough, in this world, apart from the system, there is no pie that falls from the sky. You don't have confidence? Yiji frowned. If you pass the Dragon God's test, the entire 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan will listen to you in the future. I can become a dragon young lord too. Of course, I listen to you too. You are the uncrowned king of the dragon race. Is it cost effective? Is it cost effective? Yiji was afraid that Suji would not agree. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. Of course it's not cost effective. Outside the hall, Luoziyo walked in and glanced at Yiji. The Dragon God's test. That's a battle with successive generations of divine dragons. Even the junior immortal Exalt can't do anything about it. Isn't this a waste of time? Suru, you're coming with me to practice your gun. The battle of contenders will arrive soon. Don't be fooled by this mother dragon. Yiji was anxious. The power of the Nangong family can be extensive. There are many cards. Nangong Jun's battle power is far more than a half-step immortal king. What can be practiced in a month? You can only fight them if you have the support of the 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan. What's more, you've offended the 10,000 Stars Dojo and the Acacia Demon Sect, so you need the support of a great power even more. Please, give it a try. If you lose it at the first hurdle, it's only a waste of 2 days. You just have to pass the 7th level. No, the 6th level. The 6th level I will go with you. Okay? Suji froze. How many levels are there? 9 levels it is. Yiji had a thirsty face. When senior uncle was young, he only passed to the 4th level. Luoziyo said expressionlessly when she saw that Suji seemed to be moved. Uncle Shifu? Ji-bo? I'm not as good as that dead old man? Suji glanced at Luoziyo. Then I'll try. Ouch. Luoziyo stomped her foot. Then I'll go too. And right at that moment, the entire Little Diffusion Imperial City suddenly floated down with flower petals. What happened? Suji looked out and found a pink flower blooming in the air. Someone has awakened the flower fairy bloodline. Yiji looked at it and replied. Flower fairy? Who? Before Suru finished asking, Zhao Changlin's voice transmission resounded in the hall. Brother Su, Miss Chu has awakened the flower fairy bloodline. It's the critical time for a breakthrough. Come over and guard it. As you know, those men of mine are all rice bowls, and if they are disturbed, they play ball. It's Chu Wanli. Suji's complexion was slightly happy as he looked towards Luoziyo. I'll go guard? Luoziyo looked towards Yiji and Suji, her nostrils impervious to air. That meaning is obvious. I'll do the hard work. You two double up. What sense? I will go to seek some opportunities, and then I will take some dragon eggs for you to eat as a meal. Suru smiled and pacified. I'm still feeding on the side. Yiji's eyes widened. What a guy. Eating dragon eggs? This guy wouldn't use their 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan as a grain storage bin, right? In the end, Luoziyo was cajoled and tricked by Suru, unwillingly guarding the secret place of Xiaoyan's cultivation. Yiji crushed a spatial scroll, and the two of them teleported over a long distance, directly rushing to the 7-colored Dragon clan's lair. Of course, Suji brought Little Grey with him. This was his base card to cross the immortal realm, the one that will save your life in a pinch. Chapter 106, Crossing the Border? Who crosses who? The 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan, located in a natural secret place in the immortal domain, in the returning dragon's nest. Inside the returning dragon tide, the dragon caves were seated, with splendid treasure light, and some immortal weapons were only used for embellishment. Wealthy. Suji followed Yiji into it and came before a huge statue of the dragon god. The crowd was packed in front of the statue. So many people? Suji stared. I think there are a lot of immortals who want to come to our 7-colored Heavenly Dragon clan to sign the contract. Yiji proudly said. There are people from all the major powers. You have to go for it. Suru was non-committal and approached the dragon god statue. At that moment, several men and women walked over in the distance, each with dragon horns on their heads and handsome looks. When he saw Yiji, the leader of the group looked happy. Isn't this Sister Yiji? How come she's back from the Little Diffraction immortal region? Is this finding the person of destiny? After saying that, his eyes surveyed Suji. Half a day of watching. Didn't see anything special. Yiji pursed her lips. I'll just come back and try. If it doesn't work, I'll leave. Try. Ha! A few people smiled and nodded, then swept past them. Obviously, Yiji's bottom line was insufficient, and they were too lazy to ask more. After all, the Dragon God's experiment was too difficult, and on a regular basis, it would be difficult for anyone to break through to the 5th layer in 10,000 years. At best, it stops at the 2nd level. Even if you were a genius in the past and were touted to the heavens, you would be revealed here and sent to the mortal world. Go for it. Yiji cupped her small fists and encouraged. It's okay if you fail. Think of it as sharpening your fighting spirit. Suji nodded. After entering Xianxian, he really hadn't had a good fight. Realms matter, battle power matters, and battle experience is just as important. He stepped forward and pressed his palm against the Dragon God's altar. In the next instant, he disappeared into the grounds to an illusory space. Due to the large number of people, the Dragon God's spirit is not enough to be divided, and the winner will be decided by battle before participating in the Dragon God's test. Note, for real combat, when fatally wounded, press the chain of survival around your neck promptly. Swish! In an instant, 10 people swiped out in front of them. All are Xianxian immortals. On Suji's neck, there was also an additional dragon necklace. As soon as it appeared, the melee began instantly. On Suji's side, a masked youth, holding a broken blade, instantly sank into the shadows and killed to about 10 feet behind Suji, directly stabbing the broken blade towards Suji's heart. It's done! The youth was delighted. The Xianxian immortals in this place were not small. Their families were not small. Killing one of them could explode a lot of good things. He was the easiest to nugget as an assassin looking for a one-hit kill. Moreover, the person he chose only has an early Xianxian cultivation level, so it's obvious that he is a son of a big family who came to practice. To kill is to earn. What luck! But in the next instant, his face suddenly changed slightly. The broken blade in his hand stabbed through the figure in front of him, but it seemed to stab into the air. There are no physical objects. Concealment. Useless to me. Suji's figure appeared 5 feet away. The pupils of his eyes whitened as he looked at the youth indifferently. Space Avenue? The youth was horrified. Being able to escape his attack without flooding spatial fluctuations, the avenue that this person had sensed was too strong, and could never be defeated. Retreat! His palm was hidden. His speed was naturally extremely fast, and he possessed the Tao of Wind. But he was fast, and Suji was faster than him. Only a flash of his figure, shaped like a ghost, appeared directly in front of the youth and slashed down with a palm. Snap! Like Pango holding an axe to open a mountain. A thunderclap rang out in the field, and the youth was directly cleaved in half by Suji's palm, and then his entire body exploded. Suru spread out his palm, received a storage bracelet, and put it away, then looked at the remaining 8 people. The other 8 had just clashed against each other, only slightly testing the waters, only to abruptly realize that the field had been depleted. There's hard work. The crowd glanced at each other and instantly reacted, turning their heads and looking at Suji. Kill him first, or we all die. The 8 people made an instant decision and surrounded towards Suji. Suru's expression remained unchanged. Those who want to leave can leave now. No one can live when I throw a punch. Snort. A few people snorted. You think you're an immortal king? Kill him. Kill. In an instant, several immortal laws struck towards Suji, and each of the 8 people showed their abilities as the field boiled with immortal yuan. It's so hard to be a good guy for once. Suji shook his head inside, then blasted out a fist. Dang! A heaven and earth cauldron appeared for no apparent reason, instantly covering the 8 people with raging flames. What is this? The Flame Avenue? No! My power is weakening. This is the Devouring Avenue. What a monster! Devouring Avenue. In the 3000 Great Tao, the ranking was also extremely high. Although Suji didn't know the exact ranking of the 3000 avenues right now, he felt that the Devouring Avenue could at least be ranked in the top 50, because it wasn't easy for him to sense. The most important thing is that the Devouring Avenue, like the Damning Avenue and the Chaos Avenue, is not a direct gift from the system. Snort dash. Under the burning flames, the 8 people instantly lost their power, and they didn't even have the strength to crush the dragon necklace, directly turning into nothingness. Having harvested 8 more storage magic treasures, Suji was satisfied in his heart. Murder and arson with a gold belt, repairing roads and bridges without corpses. The money from this killing comes in faster than the system can send it out. Against the day, Suji pulled out a brilliant white light immortal fruit and directly chewed it as a pear. Buzz. At this moment, in front, a man with dragon horns appeared and looked at Suji. The first level of the Dragon God test. Crossing the border. Crossing the border? Suji's face was grave. The first level is not easy. It is worthy of the Dragon God's test. But the next moment, his face froze a little. This was because he realized that the man in front of him only had the cultivation of an upper immortal. Do you cross the border? Or do I cross the border? Suji said dully. Of course it's me. The man was decisive. All generations of dragon gods, invincible at the same level. The word genius is just an entrance ticket to see us. To be able to press the realm to defeat us. Only then can we be considered initiated. Before he finished speaking, Suji's figure had already approached at extreme speed, his right hand probing out like a steel vice. Spell flash? The man laughed. The dragon race was gifted with a body that was even harder than an immortal weapon of the same rank, and the human race fought with him in the flesh, looking for death, only to see his hands pressing down flat, like 2 bushels of fans. He was actually going to directly chop off Suji's right hand. Bang! Suji's right hand probed through, directly crashing through the man's hands, choking on his neck and lifting him up. How can it be? The man glared, and before his words fell, Suji clicked and snapped his neck. Then with a backhanded slap, the man's head directly exploded, splattering blood on the spot. Passed the first level of the Dragon Gods test in 18 seconds. Ranking, first, outside the field. Yiji and a group of people crowded in front of a dragon steel, looking at the light spots in front of them, waiting for the results of the release of the list. First pass. Su-Ru won't be gone on the first pass, right? Her head swam, and she was a little frightened at the thought of the possibility. Those who can come here are absolutely confident in themselves. If she was really unlucky and ran into an expert in the opening, GA here, she wouldn't know how to explain to Luo Ziao. Chapter 107, Second Pass. Battle Half-Step Immortal King. On a high platform, a few elderly dragon racemen sat on top of high chairs. Suddenly, one of the men's head shook and his face hardened a little. Yi Tsung, what's wrong? Someone around him looked at him derisively and, the dragon god himself won't be busted. Will he? Everyone else is a shadow brand. Just Yi Tsung is the original will down. And even woke up so fast. Haven't fought in years? Old bones can't fight anymore? The crowd laughed and Yi Tsung took a deep breath and laughed awkwardly. A good find indeed. I don't know who brought it in, but the young man has no martial virtues. And before the words are spoken, he strikes at me. Sneak attacks that don't count. The surrounding people laughed out loud. Aren't you known as the gatekeeper of the first level, and no one who comes across you can enter the second level? How can you blame someone else for not having martial virtues? Yi Tsung's face became more and more ugly. I was careless just now. You know, later on at the second level, I'll go back to him and teach him a hard lesson. As the words fell, there was a clamor in the distance. The first level is released. Many dragons look forward to seeing where their destined one ranks. Although the first level cannot affect the final ranking, it can more or less tell the difference. Duke Nangong Li of the Nangong family, actually only ranked 5th. Duke Profound of the 10,000 Returns Dojo, ranked 3rd. Yeah. As soon as these words fell, a golden dragon in the field rose up to the sky and cheered, and all the dragons cast envious gazes. They knew that Duke Yuchi had been introduced by this golden dragon, and was the destined person to whom it would sign the contract. The stronger the companion, the happier it is naturally. Who is this second? Su Lin? The Su surname? Is there such a great clan? It can't be someone from the ancient divine mountain, right? He actually passed the first level in just 1 minute. There's a large element of luck in the first level. If you run into a divine dragon that's not so good at fighting, it's normal to be faster. Wait, you guys look at first place. It only took 18 seconds. 18 seconds. The whole room was in an uproar, due to the fact that the release of the list was from back to front. After Suji's name was revealed, all the dragons were petrified on the spot. Yiji stared blankly. Originally, without seeing Suji's name, his heart was already as dead as ashes. But at the moment, great surprise filled her heart. It made her shriek. Ah ah ah. Su-Ru. First place. The voice was sharp and penetrated all 4 seats. A few of the original dragons who were old acquaintances with Yiji frowned at Yiji at the words. Sister Yiji, pay attention to etiquette. Even if this Mr. Su broke the record of the first level, he shouldn't be so out of shape, right? This Mr. Su wouldn't be someone from the Central Immortal State Su family, would he? How come I've never heard of him before? We were sent out to the inferior immortal realm to look for a chance. This kind of destiny, born to hang on a high branch, in the end, we have no chance with us. Life is too unfair. Sister Yiji, did that destined person of yours break through the first barrier? Some people sighed. Some people snickered. Yiji froze, and when she saw the look on several people's faces, she instantly understood what they were thinking. The number 1 on this list, Su Ji, is the one I'm destined to be with. You guys just met. When she said that, she just stopped talking, a little annoyed. A few people in front of them, their expressions were exaggerated, and one of them couldn't suppress his smile and directly sprayed out. And the angry Yi Ji wanted to go up and hit people. The man seemed to think it was a bit pompous as well. They were all members of their own clan. so there was no need to be so embarrassed. Moreover, the power of Yiji's branch is not small, so if he is offended miserably, it will be awkward to meet in the future. So he comforted. I just thought of something funny. It has nothing to do with you. Sister Yiji, go on. No more. Yiji found a seat and sat down. When Su resignation passes the 6th level and comes out. No, he is so powerful. As long as he passes the 4th level, I will make a contract with him. Let's see your faces when the time comes. To gain my forgiveness, everyone has to write a review. She smiled prettily at the thought, and at that moment, the dragon tablet trembled and all the words were erased. The 2nd level has begun. After Suji killed the dragon man, he sat in the illusory space for about 10 minutes. He knew in his heart that this was waiting for everyone to settle before the next level could be contested. At that moment, space trembled like water waves. Suji's eyes opened and looked into the distance. The number of people in the 2nd level was obviously much smaller. 5 people mix it up and choose one. As soon as they appeared, the other 4 patted their feet and pulled away from Suji. If you can pass the 1st level, there is no more mediocrity. And if you put it in the middle of a domain, you are all geniuses. Even the aura of one of them reached the half-step immortal king realm. Kill him first, he's a half-step immortal king. A woman with a flowering branch chirped. Yes, join forces. The other 2 looked at Suji, but saw that Suji was indifferent. There's no need to be so troublesome. It's useless to unite. They all have to die. The half-step immortal kings was a 6-year-old child wearing a wide robe. With a sweep of his hand, a large swath of space ripped open and a dark vortex appeared in the sky. Drawing from the avenue. He's from the devil sect. Escape. The devil's gate. Drawing on the great way. Suru spared a glance at that dark vortex. The suction force in it was very strong, and it was vaguely drawing on his immortal energy. He had some guesses in his heart. This drawing avenue was refined to the extreme, and I was afraid that it was the devouring avenue. It's his absolute next best thing. Ha 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 ha. The child laughed out loud. I've really come to the right place. Other than the 7-colored heavenly dragon clan, there really aren't this many geniuses for me to draw from elsewhere. Today, I'm going to break through the immortal king in one fell swoop, step through the 4th barrier, and make the divine dragons bow down for me, and all the young celestial dragons available for me to take at will. I, Shan Tong, am the next Tong Tian immortal emperor. As the words fell, he directly raised the stakes. The entire space was plunged into a force field that was like a quagmire. Countless tentacles reached out from the darkness, pulling at the remaining few Xian immortals to prevent them from crushing the necklace. It's over. Dead. A few people were in despair, but he heard Shan Tong give a startled cry, turning his gaze to Su Ji, who was still seated on the side. His body was like a glazed glass, his body surface was brilliant with gray light, and his tentacles couldn't get close to him for half a meter. What kind of body protection technique is this? Shan Tong's face sank as he increased the output of his magic power. Instantly, the remaining 3 people howled miserably, their bodies disintegrating little by little, as if they were being gnawed by billions of ants in agony. On the contrary, Su Ji was still feeling the same drawing avenue, his face expressionless. Kind of funny. Shan Tong licked his tongue, and a sledgehammer taller than the others appeared in his hand. You are qualified to let this immortal king do it himself. Su Ru glanced at him. A half-step immortal king, placed in the middle of the little diffusion immortal domain, could almost be a hegemon, and it wasn't a surprise that Shan Tong had such a stance. Human, what great Tao are you sensing? Shan Tong flung his sledgehammer and asked. Suji smiled. Want to know? Chapter 108, Devouring the Great Tao. Whose destiny is this horse? Think. Shan Tong didn't think twice. The demon race didn't have that many curves, only the size of a fist. What I am sensing is also drawing from the Great Tao. Suji glanced at the surrounding tentacles. You also sense draw from the Great Tao? Shan Tong froze. No wonder I can't draw you. But generally the gong methods that can be cultivated to draw on the Great Tao, those are all devilish gongs. Ah, I see. You're a moralistic evil cultivator. A saint before people. A devil afterward. The corner of Suji's mouth twitched, not knowing what this Shan Tong had brainstormed in his mind. Human race, as a Tao friend, do you dare to compete with me in the depths of the Great Tao and exchange draws on the Great Tao? Shan Tong bellowed in a deep voice. Good. Suji laughed brilliantly and blasted out with a fist. A cauldron with its flame extinguished appeared, its appearance plain and unadorned. You really come. Shan Tong was overjoyed. Suji also sensed to draw the Great Tao. He could not help Suji for a moment, really afraid that Suji pinched and burst the necklace and ran away. In doing so, he had lost a good technique that could sense the Great Tao of drawing. Now, Suji agreed to fight with him, and has already fallen into his trap. Take a shot. Suji crossed his arms. He thought much the same as Shan Tong. Kill demons, pop gold coins, heavenly demon gate. Present. With a wave of Shan Tong's big hand, the vortex in the air cracked open, and a huge dark gate appeared. The giant door was wide open. A ghastly wind gusted, and a monstrous suction force acted on top of Suji and the cauldron in front of him. Suji moved in his heart, and the heaven and earth melting furnace burned with a hint of flame. Stab dash. Although the fire was small, as soon as the suction force descended, it was scorched and refined, feeding back into the Dan furnace. What kind of gong method is this? Shan Tong was bewildered. Suji clearly had less sense of the great Tao than him. How come he couldn't absorb it at all? Even his drawing power was sucked over by Suji. This was a slip of the tongue, a slap in the face of him, a half-step immortal king. Asterisk. Shan Tong's face was filled with anger. Horsepower all the way. Bang! The giant door in the air suddenly opened to the extreme, and the entire space was turned into a quagmire, with countless large hands surging towards Suji, trying to push him towards the giant door. Suji loomed large. The big hand touched him and still couldn't move an inch. This is impossible. Shan Tong retreated 3 steps in a row. He used his full strength, but Suji was still as lofty as a reef in the ocean tide. Even if he was stupid, he knew at this moment that something was wrong. But before he could make his next move, Suji suddenly moved, only to see his right hand reach out and slightly tap towards the cauldron. Clang! Instantly, the lid of the cauldron flew up towards the sky. Come in you! Suji gave a soft shout. The body of the furnace suddenly disappeared in place. Spatial avenue, or spatial avatar. The single homunculus was dumbfounded. Just how many means does this Xianxian on the opposite side have? Is this still an early stage Xianxian? But not before he pondered deeply. The furnace had appeared below him. An overwhelming devouring power erupted from the furnace, tugging his body toward the furnace. Shan Tong was alarmed and moved to draw on the great Tao to hedge. I suck! But it was completely useless. His body still flew towards the furnace at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk. You're not drawing on the avenue. What the hell are you? Shan Tong was horrified. His heart trembled greatly, and before falling into the tripod furnace, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, you're swallowing, devouring. Before he finished, the lid of the stove flew and closed with a clang. The cauldron shook tremendously, and in an instant, Shan Tong was refined into a puddle of blood, with the 3 storage rings floating in the blood. With a wave of Suji's hand, the storage ring was pocketed by him. Spinning around, he turned his head to the other side. There, a middle-aged man with dragon horns was looking at him with a complicated face. Dragon God. Suru smiled. Devouring the Great Tao. You actually know how to devour the Great Tao. The Dragon God, or Yi Tsong, said incredulously. Rumor has it that the devouring avenue comes from ancient flood beasts that are almost unrefinable in the afterlife. And every ancient flood beast represents a calamity. Are you a man or a beast? Yi Tsong had some horror in his heart, remembering the rumors of the ancient beasts of the flood. He was the dragon god, and he also had an indescribable fear. It's life-level crushing. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, when placed amongst the 10,000 beasts, could certainly be ranked at the top, but in the face of the ancient beasts of the flood, that has the uniqueness, counted as the creation's favor of living beings. It is really not enough to look at. The dragon god is overly concerned. I am a human. Suji smiled and said, the devouring avenue, sensed by chance, but it's difficult to advance an inch. Is it difficult to inch forward? Yi Tsong sighed in relief. If the devouring avenue was only at the Xian immortal tier, it wouldn't be a great terror. Terrifying avenues like time, chaos, devouring, and annihilation become stronger the deeper you cultivate. And when you cultivate to the depths, even one person can destroy a great domain. Such a person, in and of himself, could be considered a plague. Come on, let's see if you can get past the second level. Yi Tsang set his mind right and directly transformed into a giant 7-colored dragon that snaked through the air and was 1,000 feet long. A 7-colored heavenly dragon at the Xianxian level. Yi Tsang came up and manifested his body, no longer taking it lightly as he did in the first level, and directly used his full strength. Roar! With a dragon's roar, a beam of light spewed out from Yi Tsang's mouth. Dragon flame. Enough to incinerate everything. Cultivators of the same rank will die if they touch it. Suji frowned and his figure turned hazy, dodging the spray. When he reappeared, he was already on Yi Tsang's back. As an eastern wasteland dragon hunter of Tianxian, Sushi some occupational disease to look at Yi Tsang's liver. The unusual dragon's liver is flawless and white, with a dense mouthfeel, as silky as ice cream and with some natural sweetness. I just don't know how this dragon god's liver tastes. Roar! Yi Tsang flicked his tail vigorously, but he saw that Suji didn't move at all. His legs were like 2 pincers, firmly clamped on his body. Even, he felt a trace of longing from Suji's body. It was a thirst to hunt. And you say you're not a beast? Yi Song was shocked. This kid was treating himself like food? With a violent fling, Yi Song adopted a suicidal form, flipping the dragon's body and slamming it straight towards the ground. Suji leaped and jumped off Yi Sang before touching the ground. Afterward, his gaze was fixed, and he made a wave with his letter hand. The distant cauldron had yet to dissipate, and the power from Shan Tong in it was invoked by him, condensing into a long black sword in the air. Across the sky, it was about 100 feet wide. Go! Suji made a move with his sleeve hand and the long sword flew violently towards Yi Song. In an instant, endless stars bloomed in the black long sword. Countless great star powers were added, pushing the power of the long sword up another level. Half-step immortal king power, star river sword technique. Thumbs down. It's like cutting butter with a knife. Smooth and cozy, decompressing to the core. The black longsword instantly severed Yi Song's dragon's body, and with a twist of the sword, nailed its head straight to the ground. Roar! A howl. The battle of the same rank. Yi Song was directly struck dumb. This kid is strong against the heavens. Killing him is easy to the extreme. Just like an idle step. I don't know how much residual power there is. It was even some immortal exalts who hadn't given him this feeling when they were young. Whose destiny is this? He, a dragon god, had never been nailed to the ground like a loach since the beginning of time. Annoyed, he directly blew himself up. Boom! Passed the second level of the Dragon Gods test in 42 seconds. Ranking, first. Chapter 109, Battle Chen Yuan. Open Mountain Blade. On the high platform, Yi Song opened his eyes once again, his face full of suffocation. So fast again? The surrounding crowd was stunned. It had only been less than a minute since the start of the second level, right? Look at Yi Song's expression. He's been beaten up quite a bit. Maybe even his dragon tendons have been taken away. Ha 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 ha. Yi Song wouldn't be trying to come up with something off the field, like using the dragon god's dignity to oppress a junior or something lame like that. Right? It's possible. Yi Song personally went down to snipe the juniors and did it. What other crappy things can't be done? Then be careful. That little guy is so strong. Maybe the power behind him tops the sky. Yi Song may not be able to hold it. The crowd was teasing you and me. Yi Song's cheeks twitched as he took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, I don't know what you guys are talking about. How could I? Yi Song, possibly go and force a junior? To be able to come to my seven-colored heavenly dragon clan. That must be a friend and not an enemy. The stronger the better. In the future maybe our heavenly dragon clan can have one more backer. Saying this, Yi Song suddenly stopped his mouth. Cushion. The crowd stared. Yi Song's wording was backer, not comrade. He's the dragon god. That's pretty much the highest praise for a junior. That's the first place one. Suru, a female dragon dignitary with pink dragon horns on her head solemnly said. Yi Sang glanced at her and snapped. Just average. The female dragon clan suddenly agitated. Yi Song, what do you mean? You know that I love cultivating juniors the most, and now you're hiding from me? Do you think it's the same Suzaku? Yi Song waved his hands repeatedly. No no no. A few other dragon dignitaries also came to be interested. Yi Song, don't act. The Yi surname lineage doesn't have any outstanding young dragons. If this person can really develop into a backer, he should come to our clan. That is to say, your Yi clan only has 2 young dragons in the central immortal state. Right. And it's still not developing well enough for them to be able to befriend such an outstanding human race? Your Yi family has no chance. It's useless for you to hide it. If you don't say anything, we'll go down and try it ourselves. The more Yi Song listened, the more unsightly his face became. He also wanted to take advantage of the fact that these dragons hadn't reacted, and secretly befriended Su Ji, so that his lineage could sign a contract with Su Ji. Unexpectedly, several dragons are not stupid. Judging from his mere words, how amazing Su Ji's potential really is. That was the devouring avenue, plus the space avatar. If these 2 avenues were intertwined, and he entered the immortal king, or even the immortal emperor, the entire immortal realm would have to be his alone. No way. The more Yi Song thought about it, the more anxious he became. Just then, the list was released in the distance. A cheer came. There is not much difference from the list of the first level. Surprisingly, Su resigned to lead the rest of the field by a cliffhanger of 42 seconds. Second place, that's dry to 3 minutes away. Yi Song suddenly raised his foot and descended into the field. Swish, 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 kneeling down in a heap. See the dragon god. Yi Song swept the entire room. This Su Ru, which clan's destined person? Su Yung, the first one? In an instant, the entire room was in an uproar as countless dragons looked left and right. Yi Ji mixed in the crowd and raised her head. In that moment, she had the urge to rush out and say, Su Ji is my destiny. But the words suddenly stopped her mouth. Before, those few old acquaintances of hers had scoffed at her befriending Su Ji. No one believes it. If she rushes out now, she will undoubtedly make herself even more humiliated. It's better to wait for Su to come out. Yiji pursed her lips and dismissed the idea of going out to claim. A few of the surrounding dragons saw this and snickered. Sister Yiji, didn't you say that Su Ji is the person of your destiny? How come you don't dare to admit it when it comes to the juncture? Yiji gritted her teeth. Her heart was hard to push, but she still held her strength. Let your jaws drop when Su resigns and comes out. Yi Song was in the air. Seeing that no one spoke, he slightly froze and muttered. Can't it be that it's the son of a famous family who wants to come to my seven-colored heavenly dragon clan to claim a partner and break through the barrier alone? Then we need to prepare the topmost dragons for him. Quick! Have Yi Ling come back for a visit? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several other current dragon gods also appeared in place. No dragons claimed? Everyone's minds came alive, and they contacted their most prominent young dragons to make their way back. Yi Song's face was ugly when he saw this. With a flash, he directly disappeared in place. Level 3. Begin! Within the dragon god space, Suji once again rose. The front still swept away like a wave of water. This time, mountains and lakes appeared in the space. In front of him, a knife-wielding teenager stood alone. Level 3. One-on-one. Wan Gue Dojo. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan seemed to speak very little, glancing at Su Ji and not even drawing his sword. Chen Yuan? Su Ru got up. He could also see the list on the dragon tablet and knew that the person in front of him was the third-ranked genius today. Su Ru. Su Ru also declared his name. What? You are Su Jia? Chen Yuan was startled. Then his battle spirit boiled up. Endless blade intent swept through the grass and trees as Chen Yuan pressed his hand on top of the handle of the blade. Su Ji passed the second level in 42 seconds. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he killed the dragon god's void in seconds. This kind of strong person deserved his full attention. I respect you, so I'll only make one strike. Chen Yuan stared. Be my guest. Suja crossed his arms and his aura spread out. Only early Xian immortal? Ripples rose in Chen Yuan's heart, and then all of his power condensed in the handle of his sword. Storing up power? Suji didn't stop. This person was also a half-step immortal king, and the blade would definitely be shocking. He also wanted to see just how much this genius from the central immortal state actually weighed. Come on. Swinging mountains and breaking mountains, tidal wave slash. Boom! Chen Yuan drew out his sword, and in an instant, the sun and moon were gone, and in the entire space, there was only a bit of silver light from Chen Yuan's sword. In the next instant, a mountain shadow descended from the sky, directly covering Su Ji. Open the mountain. Chen Yuan leaped up to split Su Ji like a mountain. The combination of the Earth Avenue as well as the Binding Avenue, and then breaking through with the Tao of the blade. Imprisonment first, then a final slash to ensure that all the power is applied to the enemy. Suji silently commented that this blade technique combined multiple great avenues and was definitely not created by Chen Yuan. The creator, at the very least, had to be an immortal. When Chen Yuan performed it, the fire was too poor. The sword and the mountain were not one, and there were too many breaks. Clang! Chen Yuan gathered all of his strength into one blade. A knife slashed, and the mountain broke in response, aiming straight for Su Ji's face. Su didn't dodge or avoid, and Chen Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. If he were to let him make a solid slash, all immortal kings would have to be injured, and Xian immortals would even die for sure. However, just as it was approaching, Suji suddenly lightly raised his right hand and grabbed it in the air. Rumble! Endless immortal Yuan coalesced and converged into a large gray hand. As if the heavens were looking down on the earth, the giant hand directly enveloped Chen Yuan with his sword. If Chen Yuan's tidal wave slash was trapping Su Ji in a mountain, that Su Ji's hand of the heavens was trapping Chen Yuan in another time and space. The hierarchies are too far apart from each other. Chapter 110 Horsepower in full force. One sword. One dragon god. You're too weak. Su Ji was disinterested. He used his chaos chi, and it was as if the hand of the heavens was going to crush this space, causing the entire dragon god space to tremble. Click click click. No! Chen Yuan's blade chi chopped through space and had long since disappeared. At the moment he was filled with panic. He was a half-step immortal king. How could he be unable to defeat an early Xian immortal? What kind of treasure did the other side use? Mercy! Before the words fell, the giant palm had already closed. Space was pinched to pieces. Chen Yuan was even directly pinched into dust. In the next instant, Su Ji's eyes opened and looked to the other side of the field. There, green light glistened. Life tumbled. The gate of reincarnation opened up, and Chen Yuan's true soul flew out of the reincarnation and reassembled into a human figure. The way of life? The avenue of reincarnation? What chance? Su Ru was greatly shocked. Chen Yuan wasn't saving his life, but actually being resurrected. Chen Yuan's eyes were wide with anger. He was trembling. The spring of life was his greatest means of preserving his life, and at this moment, He had directly wasted it. Su took a step forward and appeared in front of Chen Yuan. What's the point of living? It's just dying again. Chen Yuan suddenly knelt down. Fellow Daoist Su, you and I met in passing. There is no enmity. It's just a coincidence that we bumped into each other. Please let me live. Su Ru glanced at him. Why should I spare you? I have a generous gift in return. Chen Yuan even kowtowed. Killing you. Those things are just as much mine, Su Ji said indifferently. Nonetheless, Chen Yuan took out an extremely ordinary storage ring, took out a handle of water. In the water there was a parcel. Within the parcel there was a small bowl. At the bottom of the small bowl, there was a hole. Suzaku? After so many layers of encryption, Chen Yuan took out a jade bottle. Water of life? There are still 3 drops left. Anyone who dies within 1 incense stick can be revived. Chen Yuan handed it to Su Ji. Su Ji received it expressionlessly. After killing this Chen Yuan, he estimated that it would be difficult for him to discover this bottle of water of life for the rest of his life. And, immediately afterward, Chen Yuan took out a bunch of immortal gold immortal soldiers, all of which were taken out from various secret compartments and were exceptionally exquisite. Wanting to discover these, unless Su Ji's spatial avenue was greatly accomplished, and there were no more secrets in space, or else if he was allowed to line up one by one, he would be able to spit out blood from checking. Fellow Daoist Su, you see, Chen Yuan fawned to the extreme. In the future, when you say 1, I will never say 2, but I beg to spare my little brother's life. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to a half-step immortal king. Please. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. At first, when I saw this Chen Yuan's loneliness, I thought that he was the kind of character who would put his life on the line. I didn't realize that the social experience was so rich. With this kid's emotional intelligence, as long as Su Ji lived for 1 day, not only would he not dare to retaliate, he would also offer Su Ji up and provide the power of faith day after day. Forget it, get lost. Su Ru received a large pile of blades, and with a wave of his sleeve, he withdrew the restraints on Chen Yuan. It was the same for him to kill 1 less or 1 more anyway. There is no fear of revenge for much hatred. Thanks a lot. Chen Yuan was overjoyed and directly pinched and popped the necklace. Pretending to be a grandson is great, especially in this kind of match. It's normal to take money for your life if you lose. In the next instant, Chen Yuan disappeared, and Su Ji had his hands in the air, quietly waiting for Yi Tsong, the dragon god that came this time. His cultivation should have risen to late Xian immortal, or Xian immortal perfection, right? There was some anticipation in his heart. Those so-called immortal world geniuses, as of now, could not catch his eye. The only people who could be his opponents were those who had fought their way out of thousands of armies and had already crossed the world. Shoo! It was also right after Su Ji's thoughts had just fallen that the space in front of him exploded. Yi Tsong stepped out, and the aura on his body was directly mentioned to Xian immortal perfection. Not only that, after he appeared, the surrounding space exploded again one after another. 2, 3, 4, a full 4 dragon gods stepped out, their gazes burning as they looked at Su Ji. That difficult? There was gravity in Su Ji's gaze. No wonder Ji Thin could only get through to the 4th level. This 3rd level, there was such a battle. It was unbelievable what kind of existence would block the way in that 4th level. Could it be that it's 10 immortal kings? A few of you. Yi Tsong looked at the other 4 with an ugly face. These 4 people, naturally, were the 4 dragon gods who wanted to compete with him for Su Ji outside, ostensibly saying he's shameless, but in reality, as soon as the wizards were discovered, they went straight all the way down. Shameless than him. At this time, that female dragon Zun with pink dragon horns on her head smiled at Su Ji. Little friend, are you married? Su Ru, Yun and I, don't be too outrageous. Yi Tsong shouted in a cold voice. What's the matter? In my Yun surname lineage, there are too many beautiful female dragons. You're not convinced? Yi Tsong was furious and thought about his clan. Only one named Yiji seems to be better looking, but that girl doll is too lazy. What kind of male could want her? I'm afraid no one would want to sign a master-servant contract. Several people want to fight? Su Ji was too lazy to listen to their parenting, and with a shake of his right hand, the 9 Heavens Emperor sword had already appeared in his hand. Battle! Yi Tsong drank and stepped forward, directly manifesting his body. The dragon god's test. The rules are unbreakable. Even if he thinks highly of Su Ji, he will not show any mercy. Chapter 111, The Uncrowned King, concluded. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Seeing this, several other dragon gods also shifted and roamed the sky with their teeth and claws. In a flash, the sky shook and 5 pillars of light rose up into the sky. The domain of the dragon god loomed over the space. Although the several dragons had not exerted the power of the immortal king, They were able to construct a large domain by linking the Great Tao with each other and intermingling their powers. Seeing this, Sushi took a deep breath. The 7 books of martial scriptures directly operated to the extreme. A monstrous force traveled from his dantian to all his limbs. Nowadays, the 7 books of martial scriptures had been able to increase his 7 senses to 3 times. At this moment, Sushi's physical body climbed to the immortal king realm. With 1 foot, the space directly cracked, and when he reappeared, Suji had already arrived behind Yitsang. Yitsang was still flaring his teeth and claws, ready to recite a spell to give Suji a big one and teach him a hard lesson. At this moment, Suji actually instantly broke through the field solidified by the 5 dragon gods and rushed to their rear. A sword thrust. The dragon god space directly broke open. My Nima, how come this kid is getting stronger and stronger the more he fights? Yitsang simply wanted to vomit blood. Suru also pinched the biggest card, a physical strength comparable to that of an immortal king. There. Ah. With 1 sword, the sword chi rippled. Yitsang's body directly exploded. Blood and flesh flew, dying miserably on the spot. Several other dragon gods were shocked and took a step back, scanning hard for Suzaku. But no matter how it is scanned, Suru is a Xianxian immortal body. Xianxian immortal cultivation. How did this bastard exert the power of an immortal king? Suji didn't care what they thought. The sword moved with his body. Instantaneous. A stab. Transient. 1 pick. Transient. 1 chop. Transient. A sweep. Teleportation. Back to the original point. Boom. At the same time, the 4 giant dragons exploded and were directly swept into scraps by the sword chi. A big wind blew through the air, blowing Suji's hair on his forehead slightly loose. Clank. Put away the sword. Passed the 3rd level of the Dragon Gods test in 188 seconds. Ranking, first, Suji came out of the 3rd level, and then challenged the 4th and 5th levels one after another, eventually winning the competition from the entire Dragon God of the Sky Dragon clan, stuffing Suji with the young dragons of his clan. Suji still chose Yiji in the end. Yiji was very touched and changed her lazy character, vowing to throw her head in blood for Suji. Then, Suji and Yiji were baptized by the Dragon God in the Heavenly Dragon clan. And a month passed by in a flash. Susu had advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm. Yiji had advanced to Immortal King perfection, and the 2 of them together were able to battle a half-step Immortal Exalt. The Immortal Domain contest battle opened with countless forces swarming to the battlefield, and Nangong Jun and Jido were able to overcome 1,000 armies, beheading the Little Diffusion Immortal Lord's rightful son, Shi Chi, and at one point screaming invincibility. Susu rushed to the scene and crushed Nangong Jun and Jido, subsequently becoming the uncrowned king of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. In the end, during the competition for the Great Tao Flower, Suji again crushed countless juniors from other realms and picked the Great Tao Flower. The immortal dignitaries came down and were blocked by the dragon god behind Suji as well as Jibo. But there were too many enemy immortal dignitaries for even Jibo to be able to fight back. Eventually, the Tianxian realm cracked open. A cat's paw descended and pacified the chaotic world. And Suru took charge of the Sword Tao and began to create his own immortal Dharma. After cultivating, Sushi felt that he was already invincible in the Immortal King realm, so he rushed to the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain to look for a method to mold Fu Yueying's body. In the end, Suru shaped Fu Yueying's body, and the 2 of them went through some entanglements and successfully completed the systems mission. End of book.